Okay. Here's another one. Again, if you're interested in magic or meditation, the first part is to breathe. Breathe. And hold it for 10 seconds. Take the biggest breath of the day to learn the truth of the earth about your birth.
I chase a mirror into mirrors, every thought a crooked hole. I call my questions like they were kingdoms. Talk to my echoes, thought it was audit with universe on my pillow, spinning circles in my skull. Wrote my name across the cosmos, still silence, swallowed it whole. You cut through the slop of the mind, running through a painted sky. You reveal what is real, pull me out of the maze inside.
It's a little Christian music for the Christians to help them cut through the slop of the mind. Ooh, Jean Pierre is here. Never ending work. Work, 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 work.
Oh, my saint, a whisper, a flame, a soft restraint by the scars we create. I called your name. I sealed our fate. Though I fall, though I faint, though I child, though I Your shadow lingers, your breath still warm. A tempest rising, a breaking storm. By the light, by the night, by the vow we swore, I reach, I beseech.
Oh my gosh. Okay, Danny. Since you're never gonna read this book ever, unless I read it,
Yeah.
unless I read it for you.
Allows you. Let me go with you. No, Mom, don't worry about it. I just gotta take this kid now.
That's a good book.
Mom, have you read the Lao Zhang Dao?
No, The Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu.
The Dao Te Ching by Lao Tzu? Is it in English or Chinese? My mom wants to know.
It's in English. It's translated.
It's in English. You should read it. Everyone says it's so great. Okay, Mom. Yeah, I want to read it. I just have to put my kid in the car. I'm taking the rest of it since you didn't like it. I don't need a haircut. I just had a haircut. Yeah, like 4 months ago. Can I have $20? My purse. I'll take the $10 I saw before, and we're good. Thank you. You're so kind. Did you eat the Turkish thing? Okay, I just want to make sure. That's from like really far away. That's good. I'm up. I gained 20 pounds. All right. Bye, Mom. Love you. Bye. Love you, Grandma. They love you, Susu. Amigos. 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 That's enough already. Bye, sweetheart. Bye, honey. Bye, love you. No, running. Wrong car. Look. That's my car. No,
Donald Trump
Grandma's
just
car.
got the EU to offer to drop tariffs on all American products. Like,
Oh my God,
literally
no.
3 days.
This is so bad. Fuck. Oh my gosh, it's not the right car. This is Grandma's car? You don't have a seat in this car. We can't. Okay. You are so stubborn. Mommy has this.
They're gonna help Danny focus on what she's doing. This is Emrose, is my favorite noise. Let's make a song about Emrose. Emrose is my favorite noise. Okay, new song is on the way.
Did you enjoy that last night?
Dealing with people's affect storms.
Yeah.
Is that El Normo?
Yeah.
Oh, that was funny last night.
Did she keep going?
Yeah, eventually she left, I believe.
She didn't post more pics, did she?
No.
I can't believe you were getting her to post pics.
Well, when you're drunk and people make suggestions, people just do the commands.
You think that was really her?
Probably, yeah.
That picture?
Yeah, probably her. She went through her phone. Like, that wasn't a screenshot. She's a spicy woman.
Desperate, though, and drunk as hell.
That's nothing new for her. She's been doing this game for years on this app.
Weird, I've never really spoken to her that I recall.
Mm. Yeah, I mean,
Super hot and super drunk.
she's a chatterbox. She's like Riri. Riri is the worst. That chick is really annoying. But I have another room open called Emrose is my favorite noise, and we just made some Emrose music to commemorate her noise because she's actually more annoying than Buttercup. And so since Buttercup is less annoying, it's like a miracle. And
She has somehow been, what's the word I'm looking for? Cowed or calmed down?
maybe a little bit, yeah. Because now that she's like the hostess, and she's hosting these rooms, she's more,
So
hostess.
are the rooms popular?
Her rooms are big, yeah. I mean, I recorded the whole day yesterday. Eventually,
Oh,
Buttercup,
really?
yeah, eventually Buttercup ended it, and then I shifted to Amir's room.
Okay. And what would you say about either one? Let's say Buttercup, since I know Amir pretty well. That he does not block me.
He doesn't block you?
No.
Oh wow. Well, Buttercup, I think is. I mean, she kicks me, and so
But you
she's
took
worthy.
Owen Anon, right?
Yeah, and I recorded in Anon, and that's what makes if somebody kicks me, that's like the warning sign to me is like, okay, now this is the room that I need to record because it's like could be a dopamine thing, but it's like when I heard Elon Musk talking under a fake account one day, not on Clubhouse but on X, it's called Adrian Dittman. I couldn't believe it. I was like, this guy sounds just like Elon Musk, and he's talking about stuff that Elon Musk talks about. I'm like, this is crazy. This is Elon's burner account. And then in the comments, I started posting saying, "Hey, everybody, this is Elon Musk's burner account." And then he kicked me from the room, and I was like, "Oh my god!" I was like, "That's fucking Elon Musk." Like, if he wouldn't have kicked me if it wasn't him, calling attention to him. So after that, like, I went on like a year-long journey of recording Elon Musk and putting him on YouTube.
He
And
was on regularly?
all day, every day, as if the guy didn't do a fucking thing, playing video games, just crazy behavior, and it's all on YouTube under Adrian Dittman. And he has deleted X accounts of mine. He has talked about me on his show called
What
this
did he call you?
retard.
What did he say about you?
He says I'd have to go back to the clips. It's like that fucking guy again. Oh my god. How many fucking accounts can one fucking guy have? Fuck.
He can go to Mars, but he can't figure out that somebody can make a lot of accounts.
Well, see, that's the problem with all his robotics and AI stuff. It's all just spam. It's fucking spam. I mean, El Normo, the economy is like the economy is already fucked up. It's upside down. It's just the whole thing's a bubble. So AI and
Upside down
robotics,
because of the debt.
yeah, because of the
Or
debt.
because
Like the banks really are the biggest profiteers. At the $1 trillion a year that we're putting out plus. So that's a lot of money. It's a banking empire. It's kind of amazing because it's set up this way. Like big tech should have technically taken it over, with their market caps, but no, 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 no. We've got this amazing mechanism, um,
what's the mechanism?
the Federal Reserve and BlackRock and Blackstone and State Street. Everybody, it's a whole system. So it's just funny that like Elon, even though he's worth 800 billion, is still nothing, and he knows it. Compared to the power and the size of the Federal Reserve and the banking industrial complex. So that's their complaint. That's the new age tech complaint. Is we're fighting against this ancient monolith of currency. But anyways, there's just nothing new under the sun. There's not a speck of dust out of place. It's almost 70 degrees here. The sun is out, and yesterday I was enjoying being outside, and I'm about to enjoy being outside as well.
Alexa, what's the temperature?
Right now, it's 37 degrees Fahrenheit.
What?
Which is better than below freezing.
30. I'd take 37. It's just below freezing is when it's the worst. But yeah, yesterday was fun. But yeah, the M Rose and I mean, it's what's funny is listening to Buttercup make fun of M Rose and say, yeah, she talks too much, she talks over people.
He does that?
Yeah, she was in a room without M Rose talking shit about her, which was the funniest thing to me, is because they're aligned
Well,
supposedly.
women get very competitive. It's weird.
Mm.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you didn't cut me off. Danny is in the other room. I think Bibi Kapara is here, the blessed one. I have other rooms open. We also have an Arabian here who wants me to move to Saudi Arabia and raise Arabian horses with her, which could be exciting. Probably just a fantasy. You know, I tried to get you to go into this guy's room last night, and he's the worst. He's like a pro Khomeini, pro-Iranian regime, and he was berating Narges because Narges believes in regime change in Iran, and he's like, "Don't you? What's his name? Michael or Matthew? Yeah, Matthew." He's like, "Don't you know that 1 million Iranians will die in the regime change?" You know, and he's like, Narges, it's better if just one person dies as opposed to 1 million people from like they go on and on and on. And but yeah, this guy Michael just he was spreading lies. He was saying that the Iranian government lets the protesters come out for multiple days at a time so they can identify the Zionists within the crowds, encouraging the violence. And these are Mossad operatives working in the streets and this and that. And I was like, Michael, post or Matthew. I was like, Matthew, post a link to that. You know, you're lying. And he was like, "Fuck you!" And he kicked me. So that's when I was like, "Here we go again." Anyways,
This is in which room?
I think I sent you the photo. Let me see. Yeah, it's in a house called Brethren of Purity. As above, so below, as within, so without, with Matthew.
Yeah, I've been in there. They're Shia.
Yep.
I know those guys.
Mm-hmm. Somebody was saying yesterday that Gnosticism is actually Jew hatred.
What is?
Gnostics, the Gnostics, Gnosticism.
Not specifically. At this point, all roads are converging on Jew hate. So
It's the catch-all.
Yeah. Well, it's what the hateful people have in common. Yeah, it's the catch-all. It's a point of convergence.
Yeah, it is. It is. All roads apparently lead to Jerusalem. For some people, they all lead to Rome. For other people on these apps, the amount of hatred is just mind-boggling. You know, because some people just go to work and they spend their time with their family and they got their media and they got their charity and they do their work and they live good lives and they don't listen to this type of shit. They don't even know it exists.
And there are the haters.
It's
All right,
mind-boggling.
I'm gonna get a couple things going here, okay?
Okay, talk to you soon. Take care.
Okay.
Hey.
Hey.
So I didn't understand this Gnosticism and the demiurge, and like I guess that's like supposed to be like the Jewish god.
Oh yeah, that's right. The demiurge is like, yeah, the evil Hebrew Israel god of the Old Testament, I guess.
I wonder who's right, like with this religion stuff, you know?
I think religion is right because it's a monolith. Like there's multiple monoliths. And so
you know what's amazing is that Emrose and all these other people, they keep repeating a mantra, and it goes like this: this is not a religious war. This is not a religious conflict. And when people make all or nothing statements, I immediately think of the opposite. And I go, oh my God, it is a religious war. So I just find it amazing that they spend so much time repeating that over and over again, that this is not a religious war, because they themselves are not religious, so therefore it can't be a religious war for them or to them. And the truth is, if you look at the people on October 7th, who did the attacks, like those were all hardcore Islamic, fundamentalist extremists. So it for them, it is a
Wait,
religious
my
war.
mom called. Hold on, it's an emergency, she said. Hold
Okay.
on.
Okay, I'm gonna also get a little work started here. But first, we're going to listen to some Moses.
And taxes be collected from dead cattle and blighted harvests?
Does fear rule Egypt?
We fear no army of the earth, but can we fight plagues with swords? There is no shame in this.
Strongest tree bends. It is not Pharaoh who yields to the slave, but his counselors.
I have summoned Moses at your request.
Will you now free my people?
Sublime Pharaoh, you cannot resist the power of his God.
I know not his God, neither will I let his people go.
How long will you refuse to humble yourself before God?
If you bring another plague upon us, it is not your God but I who will turn the Nile red with blood.
As your father's father turned the streets of Goshen red with the blood of our male children, if there is one more plague on Egypt, it is by your word that God will bring it,
And you will surely let the people go. Come to me no more, Moses.
so let it be written.
I will give the spawn of slaves and his God an answer the world will not forget.
And taxes be collected from dead cattle?
How were you saved?
A stonecutter struck the overseer.
There could be only one punishment for the stonecutter. Blood makes poor mortar. Come.
They use the old ones to do the work of greasing the stones, Lord Prince. If they are killed, it is no loss.
Are you a master builder or a master butcher?
If their work lags, it is because they are not fed.
You seem strong enough.
The pharaohs like their images cut deep.
Hold your whip! You know it is death to strike an Egyptian?
I know it.
Yet you struck him. Why?
To save the old woman.
What is she to you?
An old woman.
Lord Prince, send him to his death. The man has courage.
God made men. Men made slaves.
Which God?
God of Abraham. The Almighty God.
If your God is almighty, why does he leave you in bondage?
He will choose the hour of our freedom, and the man who will deliver us.
Lord Prince, this man speaks treason.
It is not treason to want freedom. Release him. How were you saved?
Clothes with minimal defect.
The God of Moses is a poor general.
10 times you have seen the miracles of the Lord, and still you have no faith.
He's a false prophet who delivers you to death.
Listen to Moses!
Was it because there were no graves in Egypt that you took us away to die in the wilderness?
Fear not, stand still and see the salvation of the Lord.
A pillar of fire!
It is the breath of God.
Rule, great one! You cannot reach the fire of God! How long will the fire hold Pharaoh back?
After this day, you shall see his chariots no more.
No! You'll be dead under them!
The Lord of hosts will do battle for us. Behold his mighty hand.
God of Moses is a poor general.
I am the Lord thy God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. Honor thy father and thy mother. Thou shalt
practicing.
I am the God of thy father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob.
Lord, why do you not hear the cries of their children in the bondage of Egypt?
I have surely seen the affliction of my people which are in Egypt. Therefore I will send thee, Moses, unto Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring my people out of Egypt.
Who am I, Lord, that you should send me? What words can I speak that they will heed?
I will teach thee what thou wilt say. When thou hast brought forth the people, they shall serve me upon this mountain, and I will be with thee.
But if I say to your children that the God of their fathers has sent me, they will ask, what is his name?
I am that I am. Thou shalt say, I am hath sent me unto you. I am the God of thy father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob.
Lord, why do you not hear the cries of their children in the bondage of Egypt?
I have surely seen the affliction of my people which are in Egypt. Therefore I will send thee, Moses, unto Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring my people out of Egypt.
Who am I, Lord, that you should send me? What words can I speak that they will heed?
I will teach thee what thou wilt say. When thou hast brought forth the people, they shall serve me upon this mountain, and I will be with thee.
But if I say to your children that the God of their fathers has sent me, they will ask, what is his name?
I am that I am.
What evil has done this to you?
The evil that men should turn their brothers into beasts of burden, to slave and suffer in dumb anguish, to be stripped of spirit and hope and faith only because they're of another race, another creed. If there is a God, he did not mean this to be so. What I have done, I was compelled to do.
So be it. Ramses, Egypt shall be yours. Hear what I say, Ramses. Harden yourself against subordinates. Put no faith in a brother. Have no friend. Trust no woman.
Great one.
He who ate my bread, who called me father, will make rebellion against me. What manner of death do you decree for him? I cannot speak it.
I will not live if you must die.
The feet of a Hebrew slave is not the right place for the next queen of Egypt.
Don't scroll past it.
Destroy them all. But bring Moses to me alive.
Better to serve the Egyptians than to die here.
Who shall withstand the power of God?
Oh, we have a Jew hater.
Thou didst blow with thy winds, and the sea covered them. Who is like unto thee, O Lord? From everlasting to everlasting, thou art God. The Lord of hosts will do battle for us. Behold his mighty hand. Woe unto thee, O Israel! You are not worthy to receive these 10 commandments.
We're gathered against you, Moses. We will not live by your commandments. We're free.
There is no freedom without the law.
Whose law, Moses? Yours? Did you carve those tablets to become a prince over us?
Who is on the Lord's side? Let him come to me.
You have cursed us.
And the people made me do it.
He showed you no land flowing with milk and honey. I show you a God of gold. Follow me.
Blasphemers, idolaters, for this you shall drink bitter waters. Those who will not live by the law shall die by the law. Woe unto thee, O Israel! You are not
receive these 10 commandments.
We're gathered against you, Moses. We will not live by your commandments. We're free.
There is no freedom without the law.
Whose law, Moses? Yours? Did you carve those tablets to become a prince over us?
Who is on the Lord's side? Let him come to me.
You have cursed us.
The people made me do it.
He showed you no land flowing with milk and honey. I show you a God of gold. Follow me.
Blasphemers, idolaters, for this you shall drink bitter waters. Those who will not live by the law shall die by the law. Woe unto thee, O Israel! You are not worthy to receive these 10 commandments.
We're gathered against you, Moses. We will not live by your commandments. We're free.
There is no freedom without the law.
Whose law, Moses? Yours? Did you carve those tablets to become a prince over us?
Who is on the Lord's side? Let him come to me.
You have cursed us.
The people made me do it.
He showed you no land flowing with milk and honey. I show you a God of gold. Follow me.
Blasphemers, idolaters, for this you shall drink bitter waters. Those who will not live by the law shall die by the law. Woe unto thee, O Israel! You are not worthy to receive these 10 commandments.
We're gathered against you, Moses. We will not live by your commandments. We're free.
There is no freedom without the law.
Whose law, Moses? Yours? Did you carve those tablets to become a prince over us?
Who is on the Lord's side? Let him come to me.
You have cursed us.
The people made me do it.
He showed you no land flowing with milk and honey. I show you a God of gold. Follow me.
Blasphemers, idolaters, for this you shall drink bitter waters. Those who will not live by the law shall die by the law. Woe unto thee, O Israel! You are not worthy to receive these 10 commandments.
We're gathered against you, Moses. We will not live by your commandments. We're free.
There is no freedom without the law.
Whose law, Moses? Yours? Did you carve those tablets to become a prince over us?
Who is on the Lord's side? Let him come to me.
You have cursed us.
The people made me do it.
He showed you no land flowing with milk and honey. I show you a God of gold. Follow me.
Blasphemers, idolaters, for this you shall drink bitter waters. Those who will not live by the law shall die by the law. Woe unto thee, O Israel! You are not worthy to receive these 10 commandments.
We're gathered against you, Moses. We will not live by your commandments. We're free.
There is no freedom without the law.
Whose law, Moses? Yours? Did you carve those tablets to become a prince over us?
Who is on the Lord's side? Let him come to me.
You have cursed us.
The people made me do it.
He showed you no land flowing with milk and honey. I show you a God of gold. Follow me.
Blasphemers, idolaters, for this you shall drink bitter waters. Those who will not live by the law shall die by the law.
Does somebody smell something? Oh,
Woe unto thee, O Israel!
You are not worthy to receive these 10 commandments.
It gathers against you, Moses.
In Mark,
We will not live.
I am the Word. You know,
Yes. In
I am the Son.
the when he
I am the Son.
in Mark.
Could we ask the mayor what he thinks if Aisha had a box?
I am
You shall see hail fall from a clear sky and burn as fire upon the ground. You shall see darkness cover Egypt when the sun climbs high to noon. And you shall know that God is God and bow down to his will.
Nothing of this earth can make me bow to you, Moses.
Behold, the hail comes. When darkness has covered Egypt for 3 days, your ministers will send for me. You shall see hail fall from a clear sky and burn as fire upon the ground. You shall see darkness cover Egypt when the sun climbs high to noon. And you shall know that God is God and bow down to his will.
Nothing of this earth can make me bow to you, Moses.
Behold, the hail comes. When darkness has covered Egypt for 3 days, your ministers will send for me.
Buttercup?
She don't like her.
Let my people go.
The slaves are mine, their lives are mine, all that they own is mine. I do not know your God, nor will I let Israel go.
Who are you to make their lives bitter in hard bondage? Men shall be ruled by law, not by the will of other men.
Who is this God that I should let your people go?
Aaron, cast down my staff before Pharaoh, that he may see the power of God.
The power of your God is a cheap magician's trick. Janice.
Mother, look! Moses' serpent swallows up the others.
You gave me this staff to rule.
Here is your king's scepter, and here is your kingdom. To the scorpion, the cobra, and the lizard for subjects. Give this prince of Israel 1 day's ration of bread and water.
1 day's ration. It will take many days to cross this wilderness, if he can cross it all.
I commend you to your Hebrew God, who has no name. If you die, it will be by his hand, not by mine. Farewell, my one-time brother. Here is your king's scepter, and here is your kingdom. To the
Stop. Don't force me to shoot. Stop! What do you mean by that? Nothing. He was just bluffing. Stop. Don't force me to shoot.
I did it!
Where is Charlie's mother?
His dinner's in the oven!
Yikes. Ambrose is my favorite noise. Ambrose is my favorite noise. Okay, we're gonna see what the Ambrose song sounds like. My favorite noise.
You spill across my headphones like color in a quiet room. Every little glitch, every echo draws me closer to you. You're my favorite noise, and I'm losing my veins. I'm dizzy, zooming out the world just to let your passion fill me. All the chaos starts to chase when you're drowned inside your voice. You're my
Well, Shannon, she was heavily punished for that. And, you know, we see that after the battle, Imam Ali just comes and takes her and says, like, you know, you're a woman, you shouldn't have done this, right? And more
Could it have also, you're the wife of the prophet, you shouldn't have done this. Could it have also been that she, that the innocent lives, I think history says about 15,000, right?
10 to 15.
Hey, point of order, moderator, point of order. I want to point out that Hottie here is creating fake news and misinformation with Matthew here. Hottie, do you and Matthew, are you guys involved in any like terrorist activities?
No.
But then why do you promote lies? I mean, you guys are lying on the Jews and saying the Jews are conspiring to regime change your country in the streets. And you know, I asked Matthew yesterday if he could put a link to confirm. He's claiming that Jewish Mossad operatives are leading, you know, these protests and that the government is letting them come out so they can do facial recognition and all this stuff. It's like, are you guys, how delusional are you? That's actually my question.
You know what? The Jews are so innocent. I don't know where we got that from. The Jews are like the nicest, sweetest, kindest people ever. Like, they would never do such a thing.
There would be no incentive for them.
Right. Why would they, right?
Yeah, it's like if there was maybe some way to profit off of it, well, why would they do it? You know, makes no sense.
I mean, Epstein was a Muslim, right?
Yeah, he was a pedophile. He was practicing Sharia law with all these young children.
Exactly. Yeah, it's all Sharia law. He wasn't like doing any sacrifices to Moloch from Leviticus, right? Like he wasn't.
It's actually, the title of this room should be not why was Aisha allowed in battle, but why was Aisha allowed to be raped as a child? That's the real title of the cult known of Islam, of Muhammad, the cult of Muhammad. Hello?
Well, we have to identify whether this is a boy or a girl.
Yeah. Did Aisha have a box?
Did Aisha have a box? That was for you.
I always find it funny when gay men like spread lies and misinformation, especially gay Persian men, because obviously in Islam, being a homosexual is not permissible. Hello?
So did Aisha have a box?
It's not permitted. What are you talking about?
There's many hadiths.
It's a good look at Sorry to tell you, but when I first met Matthew, I thought he was gay. I actually thought they were all gay. I actually thought that whole group was gay because honestly, they all sound gay. They really do.
Why?
Lulu, what do you got, Lulu? What do you got? Oh well, took too long. Bye.
Matthew's a manly man.
You think he's a manly man?
Hadi is fine. I'm not questioning Hadi. But to be honest, when when I heard Elias's voice and I heard Matthew's voice, and then you have Hamza screaming in the background, I thought this was like a gay boy band.
Yeah.
No bullshit.
What I don't understand is
It's really difficult for me to think right now that Hamza and Matthew are not gay.
So Hadi, I know you're maybe more of a Gnostic, but like, why revert back to the hardcore Islamic, anti, Western agenda? Like, why? What are you holding on to over there? Your currency is worth 1/100th of where it was. I mean, the country's falling apart, and it's a little bit like Gaza. It's like disarm and become a radical peace movement, and all your problems will be solved. Otherwise, you're up against the biggest energetic force on the planet, and nothing can stop it. So, what I don't understand is if you're actually interested in peace, you would actually promote peace instead of terrorism. And so, it's a radical strategy for victory. But look what happened to Mahatma Gandhi. He defeated the world's largest military on the planet just by being peaceful. What a radical solution to violence. Because violence has, never been cured with more violence. It's only cured with love and intelligence. Hello?
Do you think Israel should be taking any notes regarding that?
It's not what Israel is going to do. It's about what Iran is going to do, because Israel is fine. Israel is a very well solidified and impregnable, military fortress. But unlike Israel, Iran is not. Iran is open and it's supple and it can be destroyed.
But the thing is, Israel had its feelings hurt. Their god, I guess, Baal was burnt.
Oh, you think the God of Israel is Baal?
The Zionist one.
Wait a second. Are you in Palestine right now? Because I've never seen Palestine on the map. I just haven't seen it yet. People keep talking about freeing Palestine, but it's so amazing because I haven't seen it.
This guy's just a rage baiter,
I'm not a rage baiter. I'm asking legitimate questions about strategy for success. You're a rage baiter projecting onto me.
Regarding Palestine, but if you would have said the Canaanites, now I might be able to.
Hadi, don't you see what you just did? You projected your rage baiting onto me. I'm not a rage baiter. I'm here to try to offer a radical solution for peace, which is peace. And you are just projecting.
Megatron's question.
What was Megatron's question?
Oh, what is the title then?
Why was Aisha allowed in battle? Oh, I see. In the tent. That was the battle for her innocence. He's just a rage baiter, they say. I'm not just a rage baiter, Hadi. I'm a projection alert detection system. And you've been detected. Hello?
I don't know why I attract morons.
Andy, is this the people that you're losing to?
Yeah. I mean, they usually act like Universe isn't actually this stupid. He works for some people. That's they just do this to pull information out of you, see what they can use to indict you. It's quite pathetic, actually. But you know what? Like, the world has all kinds of people. There's kings.
How many goon coins do you think he's getting a post?
I don't know. I mean, whatever his max is.
What's up, guys? What do you think his goon thorax coefficiency is for each post?
See, I don't know. Again, I'm going to have to hit my projection alert detection system and say, Hadi, you just projected again onto me. You literally just admitted to what you do on here.
Stop talking. I'm just going to put him in the audience because I don't really like to talk about politics in here.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know why he's talking about politics.
Because he's a miserable rat.
We're talking about if I was Aisha a female.
Dude, did you kick him out?
No, I didn't kick him out. I just put him in the audience.
Not because he's recording for his masters.
I don't give a shit.
Well, you should.
He'll record all he wants.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't care if he records me. He's allowed to record me all he wants.
Okay. Go back to the topic. I'm sure he'll love to record this.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm gonna ask ChatGPT for really good arguments on why, how Aisha couldn't be a man. Even though I feel like I have my own. Alright, it's fine. I'll mix them with these.
Assalamu alaikum. Aisha, this guy thinks Aisha's a boy. Mega, how are you? How are you, Hadi? How are you, Hadi? Alhamdulillah, khuda wa shukr. I think Mega sniffed cocaine or something. Mega, what's up with you today?
That's not the first time I heard Aisha's a boy, which is sad.
Guys, come on. She's the wife of the Prophet.
Yeah, but like, I heard other people say this too.
Yeah, like, but that makes your Prophet gay. Do you understand?
I mean, this is an absurd claim, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, so you need to defend Aisha's dignity.
What dignity?
That she was a female.
What does her being a boy or girl have to do with dignity?
Yeah, because if she's a boy, it means the Prophet was gay.
But she wasn't.
She wasn't?
No.
Yeah, that's the point. So why are you even entertaining?
Megan, did you do the circumcision? How do you know?
How about this? There's 3 different sucking of the tongue hadiths. Can I bring them up as evidence?
Gender.
Guys, can we not talk about these things? Like, come on, guys.
Let me make it clear. These are Sunni hadiths also. These are not Shia hadiths.
These are not Shia hadiths. These are all Sunni hadiths. So we're getting
even Sunni hadith, man. These are just graphic, disgusting things. Like there is a lot of things I can bring from Sunni hadith as well, but it's not to be presented right now. It's like too graphic, man. Come on.
Yeah, I got some Shia friends, so I'm not gonna make the assumption that they're Sunnis. So that's why I said Sunni hadith.
So you mean the Sunni Aisha is a boy, not the Shia Aisha?
I haven't determined that yet, but on the Sunni side, yes.
That's a fair argument. If you want to look at it critically from a Sunni perspective, and you have evidence to substantiate your claim, then go for it. So imagine I'm a Sunni and you want to prove Aisha as a boy to be gone.
Aisha ChatGPT said I was bullshit. So yeah, it's just I guess yeah. I gotta come up with some better arguments for this. Research that.
I don't know. Megatron, but I cannot grasp the idea that with your IQ level, you will actually question the sexuality of Aisha.
Well, the reason why I'm questioning the sexuality of Aisha is because pederasty was a big thing back then, and older men acquired younger boys. It didn't automatically make them gay. It was a sign of royalty. It was a sign of power. So it wasn't so much that it was that he was gay. It was almost so much that he exerted this much power.
They didn't have Rolex watches back then. That's how they showed off.
Yeah, so this was a very common threat.
Bro, you're describing Bachabazi of the region.
I never looked at it like that.
Oh, wow. Wow, look at that.
Interesting. We're going to have to write this one down.
Yeah, that's a good argument.
This is not even related to Islam, bro. It's like some messed up thing that the Afghanis.
Where did they practice Bachabazi, though? What type of countries? And what type of affiliations did those countries have?
It is in Afghanistan. It's like a certain group of Sunnis.
Are they
This is how it started, right? During the Soviet War, a lot of the fighters were away from their wife, so they actually couldn't do anything to the girls because apparently they were not allowed. So they actually got not little boys, like boys, and they made them dress like women to dance in front of them. And then later on, it developed into a sexual ceremony when the boy is dancing in front of them.
Is this in Kandahar?
Yes. Especially in Kandahar, they do that. Yes.
Yeah. Sounds like
it still exists, by the way. It is like something which is not Islamic, of course. I mean, according to us, but it is something which they do. It's like practice they do. But to be honest, right? Anything to do with a guy or a girl with a girl is haram. But I don't know how these people like. It's something cultural. It's not even religious. Well, I mean, listen, Megatron. I'll give you a good argument. You can use it against Hadi, and you can cook him. Right? I'll feed you some good argument. Do you want to hear it? Mega.
Hold on. Because I'm on a Sunni kicking spree today, so you gotta excuse me. Go ahead, Mr. Waffle.
Hey guys, it's
Waffle. What's up? What do you got?
Mr. Waffle? Mr. Wolfie.
Mr. Waffle.
He does it on purpose. He thinks it's
Mr.
cute.
Waffle.
He looks like
Megatron.
like a waffle, you know.
What's up, Mr. Waffle? What do you got?
I'm not saying anything. I'm here on peace notices. Like, I know why you're over here trying to get me.
No. I mean, you sound adorable. And
thank you.
I hope you stick around. I mean, I'm married. I mean, I don't know how far we're gonna get. I mean, I'm already putting you in the friend zone. So
I'm not trying to get anything from you or with you. I'm already with Hashimi.
Oh, okay, good. Even better. Okay. Thank you so much, Hashemi. Thank you so much.
Do you want the hadith about embracing?
No hadiths. We're not sharing hadiths here. Thank you.
Anyway, are you an atheist, Megatron?
No.
Okay, good. We love that.
Guys, Zoltan.
We love religion.
Zoltan is actually my friend, guys. He's a very cool guy.
I'm not your friend. We're together, so stop trying to hide me.
What do you mean we're together?
It's okay. It's 2026. We support love.
No, it's just weird that he's trying to hide me.
You should be proudly expressive of who you love, Hush.
Okay, guys. I actually love them.
Zolfi, look at this guy. He's trying to spend an hour and a half convincing us that Aisha was a little boy. Could you believe that?
Oh,
This Megatron, yeah, this theist of God.
That's insane.
Oh my god, hi Wolf.
Hey, hi Key, how you doing?
And we try to
I'm
tell him.
good. Wait, can I just speak to Wolf 1 second? Wolf, you made me fucking die yesterday. Like,
that was funny.
You know, it's when you said to Freddie, you saw a white man and got excited.
Alright, take it to DMs. Take it to DMs, girls.
Okay, just shut up. You literally sound like you sound like you live in a trailer park. Can you just shut up?
Alright, so then just go to the audience. Bye-bye.
Why are you being so mean to her?
I'm not being mean. She came up and started insulting me and then tried to take over my show. This is my show here.
Okay, anyway, Han is my mom, by the way, so you guys have to respect me.
That's fine. That's fine. When this girl learns manners, I'll tell her to come up. Anyway.
It's right there.
Yeah. Anyway.
I think
besides that,
Wolfie liked the masculinity which you show here right now. He's kind of into that shit, Connor.
Yo, what the hell are you
Okay, but can I hear how he thinks Aisha's a man? Like, where did he get that?
Bro, he thought it out. That's the problem. He sat there and he thought about it. Like, he had arguments. He had arguments lined up for you. Like, he thought he was going to win this. And then I told him everything, and then he went to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT said everything I said, and he's like, okay, I guess ChatGPT's right. So.
Yeah, so
well, at least he came to the conclusion that he was wrong. Like, at least he was able to man up and say that he's wrong, right?
Yeah, I didn't have any ChatGPT evidence to help me, so I had to drop it.
So what did you learn? Next time you come up with a conspiracy theory, run it through ChatGPT, right? So you don't seem like you're...
So, do you know why ChatGPT...
You know, I actually ran a conspiracy theory.
Do you know
I ran a conspiracy theory about Mary Magdalene.
The reason why I feel this way? So, he said, why might you feel this way? And it says, often, it comes from discomfort in 6 or 9 narrations in Bukhari and Muslim. Psychological difficulty accepting the narrative. wanting a cleaner alternative explanation. Your instincts make sense.
Turn them down. I'll call you if it changes. Yeah, I'm serious. Okay, fine.
Did you just say 79?
Boy, but a 6-year-old boy makes things even worse.
Yeah, about tonight. I can't make it. My back's acting up again.
No, it doesn't. No, that's what I'm trying to
John,
say. It doesn't.
your living room, but with wheels.
Yo, this is some Catholic stuff now, bro.
You're being sexist here. What's the difference between a 6-year-old boy and a girl? Like bro,
They're Catholic, bro. That's the target audience.
I'm comfortable with the narrative, so I'm trying to find alternate narratives to get away from this one.
Is the alternate narrative that she wasn't
Kid Park. Look at this guy.
6-year-old girl?
Massive.
Does that make you feel
Just
more
chill at the door.
Wait, Megan, why are you supposing you
Planting something new.
Whatever he said.
Exactly.
Can we keep it American?
Sorry.
Yeah, let's keep it American.
I'm in the middle of the desert, and look at this. And honest to goodness, Tyrannosaurus walking straight toward you.
So it would make me feel better, right? That he was keeping up, like he wasn't going against the social norm, that he was going with the social norm of having a young boy as his like counterpart.
Do you have any critical evidence?
I don't. It's just a hunch. It's just a feeling.
What about
And I lost. I admit that I was wrong. I admit I don't have any historical evidence to back up my claim. So I'm wrong and I'm going to stop.
Sorry, I'm in your deck. This debt is Arian's, and we need to collect it. Sir Robin the Die, the king's faithful servant.
I have one for you. What do you think Herodias' son possibly having a secret marriage with Mary?
Norris is definitely for
I don't mean that as an insult. It's actually a theory.
So what? The centurion?
No, his name is Agatha or something. Agatha.
Yeah, he was a centurion.
Yeah, the king.
The only problem with that is the Quran would be lying then, saying that she would
Quran lies all the time.
So the evidence for this claim would be when Jesus went to go see somebody. It doesn't tell you where he went to go see. And I forget what gospel this is in, but it makes it almost look like he went to go see his father.
Oh wow.
They were saying his father was a centurion. That he wound up telling him that he raped Mary, and that was his son.
I mean, I've never heard that one. I mean, I wouldn't even accuse that like Jesus was, a son of rape or out of wedlock.
We all are. We're all rape babies.
What?
Yeah, eventually down the line.
No, not me.
Wait, what? I'm not a son of rape.
Yeah, neither am I, man.
Well, not in this generation. Eventually.
No generation.
Oh, you're saying at some point in my ancestry, somebody, had me out of wedlock or had my lineage out of wedlock?
No, or assaulted. My grandmother actually.
Bro, guys, you're taking it too far, man. Come on. You're talking about.
No, my grandmother's first child, my mother's oldest sister, she had the child. She was raped. What are you talking about? She had the child.
I don't care about that. I care about Mary. Like, come on.
No, I'm just saying.
Why are you accusing? Like, Megatron, you just accused Mary of being raped right now. Do you have?
I'm telling you where the story comes from.
No, I know, but I heard an alternative.
I'm telling you that there is actual. There's like some made up, or some fable about this. So
what?
Yeah. That his father was a centurion.
You know what I heard?
I know these stories. They're told to us by the Jews all the time when they
No. And the Antipater, is that how you pronounce it? Was Herod's great firstborn son and only child by his first wife Doris. He was named after his paternal grandfather Antipater. And then in this in literature, he's known as possibly being Jesus' father. This is where it says Mary is compelled to. Okay. Robert Graves' 1946 novel King Jesus Antipater is depicted as having secretly married a 15-year-old Mary, who is of royal Jewish line, to strengthen his position among Herod's many sons as future king of the Jews. The pregnant Mary is compelled to pretend to marry an old pious carpenter Joseph to protect herself and the unborn Jesus after her husband's death.
That's fucked up. You know why? Because in the beginning of Gospel of Matthew, they escaped from the place that they were, and Herod was looking for the kid. So this what you're saying is like messing up my head right now. Because wait, can you tell me more about it? So Herod, what? Was Herod the father?
It's kind of like Romeo and Juliet, you know, like that kind of story.
Bro, you know why it would make sense, like connect to Gospel of Matthew? Because in the beginning of Gospel of Matthew, Herod was looking for a kid. Like he was looking for his,
No, I know this is like a theory that most people prefer as opposed to the Joseph theory. I mean, look, if we're looking at things from a naturalistic phenomenon, obviously there was a man involved, right? Like just from a naturalistic perspective. I'm not trying to call anyone's views.
No. This is so. I'm open to all these ideas because I think that in order for you to have faith in what you believe in, you have to kind of accept. I'm not saying I accept them as true, but I accept them as possibly being true.
Oh, that's really interesting. I thought you would call me a blasphemer. I never thought you were open-minded about, the birth.
I mean, I'm even open-minded about them getting him out of the tomb while he was still alive, and then bringing him back to life, somewhat. Like I'm open.
So you're open to like naturalistic explanations of what miraculous beliefs kind of portray, like that.
Yeah, like I'm thinking. I take all possibilities when it comes to Jesus because it still fits with the story. It's not like some crazy offshoot story of him not like even having a body and him being a spirit god. Like that's ridiculous. That's Gnostic. Like he ascended to heaven during the crucifixion. Like that's some Quranic stuff. Some Docetist, view like that. I'm not going to take that. But I do believe that people did think he was spirit, and that he was of a god, or like he was kind of a god. But then people like totally over embellish on that point, and that's why I can't accept any of those because those are just too far fetched. But the humanistic sides of it, him being taken out of the tomb and being and surviving for another 3 days, all those things, I'm open to all those ideas. Yeah, why not?
Cool. I mean, this Antipater story I like. I mean, again, it's my own bias. I feel like it does have a better explanation just based on what I've read. Because now we're also looking at a genetic factor, and if he did have Roman genetic, then he would have like this leadership quality to challenge the Pharisees because of his father's lineage, right? He had a very royal bloodline, and it wasn't like some bastard child. He was secretly married to Mary. Like it was a romantic story, as opposed to possibly being a child of rape or something like that. But yeah, God knows best. What do we know? Just speculation, speculative history at this point.
Megatron, what do you think about the Eucharist?
I believe in the true presence.
You don't believe in transfiguration?
Transubstantiation. Transubstantiation, yes.
Yeah.
Transubstantiation, yes.
So you believe like the Eucharist miracles are real, where it's like it has an O positive blood type and all that?
Well, I feel like there's something's happening there. I just don't know what it is. That's the mystery part. But I do believe in the true presence.
Where's Zanera at?
Oh God, don't even get me started.
She okay?
I kicked her out of here.
Why?
She accused me of rape.
What?
Yeah, over the app. You believe that shit?
I don't. Like, what on earth happened? Oh man. Never mind. Let's not get into that.
I mean, I got some really good. There are ancient Jewish polemic traditions claiming that Jesus was an illegitimate son of a Roman soldier. These stories do not appear in New Testament, but they show up later in Jewish anti-Christian texts. Since you're a Catholic, and often dealing with Jewish and Muslim polemics, I'll lay out the historical, textual, and critical, so you can see what's early and what's late, and what scholars think. The Pantera, Roman soldier. The core claim, Mary was seduced or raped by a Roman soldier named Pantera, and Jesus was therefore illegitimate. The story appeals in rabbinic passages, later medieval polemic works, and the census of 2nd century pagan critic of Christianity. Celsus, Celsus. Celsus. He was in the 175-180. He was a pagan critic of Christianity. His works, The True Doctrine, he writes as quoted by Origen. Mary was driven out by her husband and convicted of adultery with a Roman soldier named Pantera. Talmudic references, possible allusion. Some passages in the Babylonian Talmud mention Yeshua, Ben Pantera, Ben Stada. This is in Sanhedrin 67a. That he is the son of Pantera. The Talmud never gives a full narrative. It's in fragments. Many scholars debate whether these passages refer to Jesus at all. They have a medieval anti-gospel by some Jews. These are all Jews. And that's pretty much, that's it.
Yeah, but none of them talk about the Antipater narrative.
I'd have to probably ask it that. They're just giving me general shit. So yeah, if you put it in the chat or something, I could figure it out.
Let me see. Yeah.
And I don't take offense to any of these things because the story is pretty miraculous that people are gonna think of these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there is a percentage where they could be true. You know what I'm saying, Hadi?
Yeah. There's always a possibility, right?
Just like Aisha being a boy.
According to ChatGPT, that is incorrect, but yes, sure.
It is incorrect for the moment, yes.
Look, I'm telling you, I have no reason to defend her, right? You can call her whatever you want, but a boy, man, give him something to work with, man.
Why is it so controversial when you know that in Muslim countries like Afghanistan, where they practice bachabazi, it's part of the culture? You're just ashamed that possibly Muhammad had a young male concubine. It's not out of the realm of impossibilities.
Being misplaced. place, then that's in itself a issue. Like you can't.
Adi, let me give you the information that I had, and then you can open up this in your chat GPT and then ask it to go a little further with the information that you have.
Mm-hmm.
But I put it up at the top.
They practice bachabazi. It's part of the culture. A young male concubine does not insult anybody. It's just, the sensitivities of individuals today, right now, that can't accept the possibility, which is most likely
it was
not
a very common thing back in the 6th, 7th, 8th century. And even the Ottomans were still doing it.
Yeah, but what's the evidence that was even a practice, right?
You shouldn't even.
The hadith itself is the evidence. The hadith itself.
She's not in the
Why are we commenting on time periods without any evidence from that period?
Because this is what
Sicario was the one who told me that story. And I actually
reviewed you though.
No, it did refute me. Yes, it did.
Let's just drop this.
Wait, how is Aisha a boy?
She had hormonal issues.
Yeah.
She does. She had issues like mental. It's a very common thing of PCOS.
Yeah.
Is it me or are you in the Matrix? I can't hear you. Hello?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she had more testosterone than the other.
Run it through your chat GPT. Find out if Aisha had more testosterone, because, this is Clubhouse. You can ask anything you want.
No, it's not. It's not even about that.
Hello? Are you on a cell phone? You're going to have to get on a Wi-Fi. No one can hear you. Hello?
Charlie, you don't have to address this idiot. Just don't worry about it. Oh my God.
Excuse me, Hadi? You're going to insult me like that?
Wait, Universe, can you debate me, please? I think I could.
Guys, can you not insult my dog, Universe?
Ooh.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult your pet. Go on.
Your pet?
Can you be my best friend?
See, this is what gay men do. They call people their
Universe,
pets.
be my best friend, Universe, please.
The only gay man is you. You talk like a faggot.
Oh, really? Well, see, the point is about Aisha is bachi-bazi is real. And men use young boys as their concubines. And it's not controversial. It's just upsetting to maybe some of the men on here who aren't fully self-actualized.
Bro, no one cares.
You're so academic.
That's okay. I've got a room open. It's called Barth versus the Muslims, the final battle.
All right, yeah, it's fine. So I'm open to all these sort of things, because you want to know something and these are things that I've learned from even other people even talking. I used to work for a kosher company. Where they did Jewish weddings, bar mitzvahs, bat mitzvahs, things like that, right? And there was 3 main rabbis that were in the kitchen all the time. But these guys were so down to earth. They knew rap songs and stuff. They were really, really cool. And sometimes we would have discussions about, was Moses a real figure or all these figures, right? And he was very open to the idea that it could have been a story, or it could have been a collective amount of stories that it was about somebody from the ancient past or something like that, right? Because we're never really going to know. So when it comes to Jesus, Jesus could have been one of 50 men that were crucified and died. He could have been part of a group of men, people that were part of a radical Jewish group that were being persecuted and killed, or standing up to the powers that be, or whatever, And here comes the last person at the end, takes in all the things that all the other people died for. I myself, I'm okay with this. It still doesn't shake. It doesn't shake my faith at all.
Mega, 1 second.
In the New Testament, right, with the way his story is written, he's God. But as a real person in that time in Jerusalem, are we ever really going to know? No, we're not. But I do know the story, and the story says that he is the Word of God. He is the Son of God. He's the Son of Man. So with the story as it's told, that's what the story says. The story says he's God. Was he really God in the flesh? I don't know. Faith that he resurrected. I have faith that I believe in the story of this man coming down and sacrificing and doing all this stuff, because it adds the ethics part to it. It gives us the storyline on how we should be better people and so on and so forth. So is the story being 100% real really like the reason why I believe in it? No, it's not. And this is stuff that I've realized about my faith a very long time ago. Very long time ago. And I got it from speaking to older religious men. Not just that rabbi, but priests and brothers and things like that. And sometimes, they tell you things because they know that you're asking because you're open to those sort of ideas, or that you are cool with, these sort of things. They're not going to talk to everybody like that, So
give me a second. Hadi, the Herod being the father of Jesus, I just looked it up. There's no scripture.
No, Antipater was a son of Herod.
Wait, so what is your claim? Can you repeat it again?
Not my claim. There's a theory that Herod was the grandfather.
No, I don't care about theory. Is there any manuscript or statement?
No, no. There's just theory, dude. There's no. How could you have a manuscript of such a private event? It's insanity, dude.
Yeah. So exactly. So theories are baseless. It's like Megatron saying how.
Most history.
No, you can build on theory. Yeah.
Most history is theory.
Most of history.
Like the Gospels.
It's just storytelling.
No. A theory without scriptural evidence is just something.
Bro, scriptural evidence is a theory too. Scripture's theory.
Evidence, like scripture, is by no means historical.
Exactly.
No, I'm not saying it's historical, but you can derive theories from the scripture.
You can derive to see what people believed in that time period.
Hashemi, I'm not trying to destroy any faith or whatever, but it is faith. The faith can't be proven. You can't prove your faith. You live it, right? You accept these things. You can't give evidence for that. Even an atheist has faith that there was a miracle of evolution. Even they have to bite the bullet on that. They're saying it was time. Well, then there must have been one point in time in which the conditions were perfect for this plant life to have evolved into some sort of tadpole that made it on the. You know what I'm saying? They also have a story of faith. It's just stuff they can't explain. They're gonna have to, yeah. So
Hashemi, the only truth, the only reality is existence.
Well, I'm not gonna go and say that shit.
That's it. It's on Google. That we exist. That's it. That's all you can tell with certainty.
Right, the only reality is God.
Yes, the only existence is God.
Yeah, so you don't exist, technically.
No, not technically.
Well, I say, how I come to that conclusion is that in order for things to come in and out of the world, something must remain static. Something must remain consistent and eternal in order for all that is to exist or not exist. That is God.
Correct.
Yeah.
Wait, Mega, have you read any Gnostic Gospels?
All the
yes.
time. We read them in here all the time.
He's shared with me. That's one of my best, actually, possessions of literature.
So many. Yeah, you want to read? You want to read the one?
Yeah, actually. I'll read the one.
Yeah, exactly. Like I actually like read some paragraphs of some of the Gnosticos, and I don't see any problem with that. Like
No, there isn't.
yeah, so like the question is who actually gathered these books and like
The Freemasons.
Who's that Freemason?
Who said that? Shut up again.
All right, that's your first warning. That's your first warning, Ali. All right, first warning.
Don't talk bad on my Masons. I'm a part of the Brotherhood.
So.
What you do, you send them out there, and I'm just being real. You send them out there and give them a chance to distinguish themselves, and if they're brave and if they fight well, then they can actually gain respect. You know what I mean? No. It's like the Buffalo Soldiers.
Two main groups. There was the Valentinian, and then there was the what was it called again? The Valentinians. They believed in the Neoplatonic one, and then the other one was the
Sophia.
Yeah. What was that again?
I like that one. I believe in Sophia.
No.
Yeah.
That's a very jingly.
Yeah.
The
second treaties of Seth were the Sethian.
You terrorist bastard. Look at you, motherfucker. Living in Norway, motherfucker. We know about your explosives in Jerusalem that you're hiding with your family. We're going to bulldoze your family's building down in Jerusalem. You bastard mood. You son of a bitch. Don't you do any more evil, you bastard. Be good. You stupid bastard. Your name should be good, not mood. You fucking bateja.
The Christian New Testament was done.
This was it.
What do you mean this was it?
Can you put
The Gospel of Thomas?
No.
John.
Gospel of Thomas is late.
Bro, I'm asking you, Miguel, how did they canonize New Testament? You're like, this was it?
No, the first canonization of the New Testament was I'm trying to find the name. I'm trying to get the name of the group that was killed by the Diocletian. It's called I can't think of it right now. They were the Sethian. It was one guy who was leading it. Can't think of the name right now. But anyway, I put the book at the top.
How was the canonization of New Testament done, and what was their metric for including and excluding something?
So Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John were going to be like the earliest ones after Paul's letters, right? So it's going to be Paul's letters first, because he was the one who went around and did the ministry, right? He was the one, he was the one who knew about Jesus' story and his followers, so he went around, to parts of Europe or Greek, and then he came back. He went to assist, and he came back. Monkey. And then hold on a second.
Bro, but the question is, how did they verify the text that was included was actually John's writings? And
because of the people that the story is built around.
I can remember
it wasn't just Secret Book of John.
Oh yeah, right. That's right. Secret Book of John.
Yeah, Secret Book of John. I forgot what page it was.
Yeah, 135. That's correct. I've marked it back on.
The Secret Book of John. So they know it because of the group.
Right.
Yeah, the group of people that surrounded the text.
Behold the new land with thine eyes. lives.
Yeah, but no, it was those people. Like it was the people from Luke. They say Luke was written by a
And I
woman.
shall stay.
Mark was written, the same. It was Mark's story. I think he was. I don't know if he was Jewish. Matthew was Jewish. So on and so forth.
All the apostles were Jewish.
I guess you could say that. Maybe they were.
Or maybe, I'm sure.
Maybe.
I thought they followed Jesus because they thought he's the Messiah.
You shall go over Jordan to lead the people.
Yeah.
As for me and my house,
Do they know what Messiah is, though? Yeah, of course. It could have been a private. It could have been a movement, done by specific people. You don't know. That's what I'm saying, Shemi. Don't think we got it all figured out.
Shami. Okay, let me read this for you guys. I have to go, but I'm gonna read it and leave. Should I, Mega?
These two.
Yes.
The day God and Satan spoke face to face. There came a moment when Satan entered heaven not as a conqueror, but as the appointed accuser. While the sons of God stood before the throne, he also appeared among them. And no one stopped him, for he was permitted to be there. Then God looked at him and asked,
where have you come from?
And Satan answered,
From roaming through the earth, walking back and forth upon it.
And so the trial began. The one being tested was not a king or a warrior, but a simple man, righteous, one who feared God and turned away from evil. With fury, Satan hurled his accusation.
He only worships you because you bless him. Take away everything he has, and he will curse you to your face.
God allowed the test. Heaven fell silent, and hell was unleashed.
Okay. Ready?
Did you know that Moses was the only human who saw God and lived? It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a vision. It was real. God had said, no man can see my face and live. But Moses insisted. He didn't want more miracles. He didn't want more signs. He wanted to see God. And God agreed. But
the invisible one.
Hell was under.
Do you know there was once an angel who...
That is pure light, is which no eyes can gaze. The one is the invisible spirit. You should not think of it as a god or like a god, for it is greater than a god, because it has nothing over it and no lord above it. It does not exist within anything inferior to it, since everything else exists within it alone. It is eternal, since it does not need anything, for it is absolutely complete. It has never lacked anything in order to be completed by it. Rather, it is always absolutely complete in life. The one is illimitable, since there is nothing before it to limit it. Unfathomable, since there is nothing before it to fathom it. Immeasurable, since there is nothing before it to measure it. Invisible, since nothing has seen it. Eternal, since it exists eternally. Unutterable, since nothing could comprehend it or utter it. Unnameable, since nothing before it gave it a name. The one is the immeasurable light, pure, holy, immaculate. The one is unutterable and is perfect in incorruptibility. Not that it is part of perfection or blessedness of divinity. It is much greater. The one is not corporeal and is not incorporeal. The one is not large and it's not small. It is impossible to say, how much is it? What kind is it? For no one can understand it. The one is not among the things that exist, but it is much greater. Not that it is greater. Rather, it is in itself. It is not a part of the eternal realms or of time.
Keep asking.
For whatever is part of a realm was once prepared by another. Time was not allotted to it, since it receives nothing from anyone. What would be received would be alone. The one who is first does not need to receive anything from another. Such a one beholds itself in its light. The one is majestic and has an immeasurable purity. The one is a realm that gives a realm, life that gives life, a blessed one that gives blessedness, knowledge that gives knowledge, a good one that gives goodness, mercy that gives mercy and redemption, grace that gives grace. Not as if the one possesses all this. Rather, it is the one that gives immeasurably and is incomprehensible light. What shall I tell you about it? Its realm, its eternal realm, is incorruptible, at peace, dwelling in silence, at rest before everything. It's the head of all realms, and it sustains them through its goodness. You know what is ineffable. You would not understand what is immeasurable, were it not for that, were it not for what has come from Father. This is the one who has told these things to us, Lord.
Yeah, complete heresy. Where did you read that from?
From the Nasty Bible.
It sounded like You know what would Jesus say about this?
What?
Holy, and do not throw your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their foot and turn to attack you.
I think Jesus would just say one word.
Fuck off?
Fuck off is true. Jesus would say, I leave.
No.
I leave.
Anyway, I got the model and have you modeled pretty accurately, I think.
Megatron, why do you have a sexy picture of a girl wearing a cross? That's like kind of weird, man.
That's not a C. Is that a full C? Yeah.
I will increase the.
You made my waist like 24.
Marius, look at Mega's PTR.
That's what I used the.
It's 27-ish. Yeah, the hips are right.
Oh.
That's the most haram picture you can ever put.
Het measurement 2 mensen gewoon nog.
Okay. I'm gonna dress you up. I'm gonna dress you whatever way I want to dress you now. I have a full model of you. Like a creep.
And I'm a creep.
Let's do karaoke tonight.
Let's cheers. Yeah. I have lots of shit to do right now. Like in an hour I have to leave. Why did Hadijan leave? Did you guys have a fallout, Hashemi?
What do you mean by fallout?
Do you disagree on something with the brethren? Probably yesterday I had a disagreement with their political views.
No, I had disagreements with them, but I'm still in contact with them.
I am also, but I don't agree with them and their political views. Like
I don't agree with them in political. Also, that they view everything to be like I literally believe that Moses like put his stick on the ground and then he divided the sea into two halves. I do believe that an ant can talk to a human. So I'm not a naturalistic person in the sense that I deny the miracles, right? I do believe in miracles, but they don't. They try to like formulate everything to the natural phenomenon.
Yeah, Joshua Little denies miracles.
Joshua Little is gay. Like, bro, look at the way he speaks. Like, he has nothing to do except reading hadith and trying to connect narrators together, bro. Like, this guy is insane, man.
Who do you take from academia then?
No, I actually take from him, but I just like to attack him.
Yeah, actually, Joshua Little makes some
Ali, what? Dude, I really don't agree with their political views. Of course, I mean, he's just an academic.
Why are you mourning, bro? Like,
He tried weakening Hadith.
Yeah, I was running, bro.
Jesus Christ, man. Like, listen, the thing is, right? Joshua J. Little is actually based in academic, but the thing is, right? He's actually ruining Islam, which is a good thing for me because I want Islam to be ruled so people will come to their senses, especially the Sunnis and Shia traditionalists. Like
Daniel, look at my photo, Daniel.
Well,
tell me that.
That's hot.
Tell me that's not one of the hottest fucking hijabis. Oh my god.
Can you remove the cross that that's on?
You remove the what?
The cross.
Why?
The cross from where?
Why does the hijab have to be so sexualized?
Exactly.
That is actually disgusting.
Because you want to know something? Honestly, like this looks amazing. I think that. Listen,
You know, men actually prefer that, Megatron. That's the funny thing. Like, this is what I mean. Like, if you're gonna dress like that, just don't. They want a woman to wear a headscarf and fucking wear tight, like, body, like, clothes like that because it turns them on. That's why, like, I prefer women that go outside and wear a bikini without a hijab because at least she's fucking honest.
no, wait. How is she not being honest?
Because do you think that's a hijab? What is the point? Exactly. What is? No, you know one thing my mom says to me, Meg, I had this wanting to wear out because listen, as long as your titties are covered and your ass is covered, I don't give a shit. Is it you don't like your hair is not a full thing. If a man gets turned on by hair, then there's something fucking primitive about that.
It changes the entire freaking features of
hijab for Allah, body for Allah.
Body for Abdullah, oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, right? Like, she kind of looked.
No, but men like that. Like, I bet how she's looking at that profile picture. He's like probably fucking zooming in, zooming out, screwing.
No, I actually thought she's a pregnant lady. That's why I told Megatron to remove the PTR. Like, looking at it from far away. Like, she's not even hot to count.
Her face.
Bro, that's AI. It's not even real.
The moms look fair.
She doesn't have a bad face. Her face, I think it's got a pretty face.
Yeah, it's a pretty face. Sorry, I
can see No, she's got a typical Arab face. Like, at least she's not
she's pretty. She's pretty.
She's not covered with like surgery. Like, I gotta expect that. Like, she just looks like a typical Middle Eastern woman without
she's
like looking.
Yeah.
But this ass is not an organic. There's something.
No, the ass is nice.
This is not real.
No, she's got.
That's an organic ass.
She's got a bit of.
No. That's
she's
not.
got a food
balloon, bro. Like when you tap it, it's like you're touching a balloon, bro.
Yeah, this is silicone.
Bro, she's wearing Spanx.
She's got a food. No, dude.
She's wearing Spanx. Spanx.
Well, you know what Spanx are?
I don't care to the
I'm
point that
analyzing this.
It does that. Even they want to lose that time.
Listen, as a straight woman, I'm analyzing this, and she's got a bit of a fupa, which that you've got a bit of that stomach over there. That means that ass is natural.
No way, that's natural.
No way. Look at that stomach.
We're Persians. We know what cosmetic surgery is. We live on that.
I mean, I can inspect her for you guys if you want to, for the sake of the medical film. Just bring it.
Okay, fair enough.
Bro, we live on this shit. I was just telling Daniel,
like, I want to fucking inspect her for that.
I can inspect your ass for you guys. I mean, not that I want to. It's just like me sacrificing myself.
I'm just gonna post a bunch of hijabi pictures like this too. I want to piss off.
No, but Megaton, I've noticed the Christian. No, but Megaton, No, but you know, Megaton, I've noticed Christian men actually love women that dress like this, like hijabis that wear clothes.
Yeah, they want to do biological warfare. They want to attack the Muslims by banging their women. This is like religious sexual warfare. The Christian dudes are like, okay, let's go fuck some Muslim girls. Like, that's what they think.
No, I didn't love it.
I never touched a Muslim woman. I don't know what you're talking about.
But Megan,
in my, you know.
No, but I'm gonna be real. Actually, in the West, the Christian men are way more respectful towards the Muslim women than the Muslim men. Like, they actually, like, if you tell them you're
Everywhere that would be true. I'm sorry.
Everywhere that would be true. Very fucking respectful. This is why
Yeah,
I
agree with Charlie.
Yeah, because we're not fucking rapists. That's why.
Yeah, the Muslims are fucked up, man.
I've never dated or married a Muslim. Actually, excuse me for once.
I always agree with you, Charlie.
Unfortunately, I'm not gonna lie. I'm only attracted to Muslim men. Like, that thing, I'm attracted to Muslim men. But if
you're
attracted to Muslim men, like, if the guy's not a Muslim, like, Muslim guy.
What?
Like, you know, if
I'm also attracted to Muslim men.
I just lose attraction.
Yeah, I'm attracted to Muslim men also.
I've always dated a Muslim.
I'm not gonna lie.
Why does it lose attraction? For what reason?
Dude, I'm not gonna.
Muslim men have said
it's not gonna work out.
It will work
It's just
out.
that no, it won't work out. That's why.
Why?
I mean, we're not allowed to marry them. I date for marriage. I don't like messing them out.
Oh God.
I don't wanna bring.
Go on vacation, be an adult. Take the hijab off. Give me a break.
I don't wear a hijab. I don't wear a hijab.
Yeah, no one's gonna know. No one's gonna know. Yeah, no, I'm saying, when I say take the hijab off, I mean that in like a metaphorical sense. Like, you know, you can leave that religious stuff at home.
I'm being straightforward. No, I'm being for real. I'm being for real. I'm not doing the stereotype. But if I find out the guy's not Muslim, I don't bother. Dude, if I find out even if the guy's a Sunni, I don't bother. It's just a waste of time.
But that's what
you can get attraction to.
Don't you?
No, look, you can attraction. No, look, you can someone. I'm not like. Yeah, you can have attraction to the one. Doesn't mean you're gonna act upon it. That's why it makes us different from animals. You know.
Well, then you gotta go on vacation. Then I don't know what the hell you do. What you do on vacation? You know, when you're on the dance floor, you're hanging out. Like, you're not fucking asking them all these questions. Like, are you a Sunni? Are you a Shia? Are you a Christian? Like, these questions don't come up when you meet somebody. You know, when you're out having a good time.
I do.
You wouldn't. You're not gonna have the opportunity to ask them these questions.
Who's going to say dance for my good job?
Yeah, cool. I'm just trying to act. Look at that.
And to be, I'm not gonna lie. I do need to start traveling by myself. I won't start by myself. Maybe I'll find and I might not even be a Muslim. You know.
Yeah.
I hope.
No, what you do is find yourself white
your
girls.
future husband is a pagan Hindu who worships the gods.
What's wrong with that?
Find yourself.
It's just a funny thing that can happen.
Not attracted to fucking Hindus. Oh my God.
Like, you know how she's like, I'm not gonna date anyone except Shias. I'm not gonna date Sunnis. I'm not gonna date Christians. And then she's gonna end up like dating a Hindu
Charlie,
guy.
you sound like you're tall. Charlie, are you tall? You sound.
I have dated a Sunni guy.
What?
And it didn't work out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It didn't work out. So I was like, have a nice day. Take care. Like, dude.
It's like, what was going on?
Yeah, but Charlie, how tall are you? How tall are you, Charlie? Are you like 5'8"? Oh, you're 5'4". Oh, okay.
You understand me?
Dude, no, it's not about that. It's just like.
Who's this guy, Noor? This guy, Noor. Who are you, Noor? You gotta come up. If you don't come up, you gotta go. That's it.
But I wanna. No, but can I ask her?
What's up, Noor? Talk to me. Hold on. I've been doing this. I'm on a rampage. I'm gonna know every Muslim on this site today. What's up, Noor? What do you got? Are you a Muslim?
100%.
100%? Okay. Are you Sunni?
Yep, 100.
Okay. All right. Well, listen. My name is Barth, a.k.a. Megatron. Okay? Just to let you know, Nor, that I'm in here and I'm debating Muslims on a daily basis. So if you're friends, if you knew anybody, they're going to know me from here and Discord and so on and so forth. Okay? I just wanted to let you know I'm in here every day. Okay? So bring your best Trinity arguments, get your friends, tell them to come in here.
I'm a 36-year-old man. I got lots to do.
Okay, all right. All right. Bye-bye. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
No, I just want to confront Hashmi.
He'll be back another day. Again.
Wait, hold up. Can I confront Hashmi?
Yeah.
Hashmi, why are you praying that I marry, like, you could have said something that's like, oh, I pray that your husband is like a nice, humble man and a nice, humble Shia.
No, it's just funny,
you
like,
turn around and goes,
at home watching him put milk on the penis of a god. It's like funny for me imagining it, right?
Why?
And then you're thinking about your clubhouse talk with us, and you were like, I'm not gonna date a Christian, I'm not gonna date a Sunni, and then you end up with a guy who's worshipping a penis.
I don't mind. Look, I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't mind. Okay, I wouldn't mind dating.
You wouldn't mind your husband worshipping a dick of Shiva?
I mean, Christians are not that bad. Christians are not that bad.
Alignment of Saraswati, okay? It's you're basically giving reverence to creation. Hashmi, don't talk like a.
Maybe you know the thing is though, I wouldn't have even minded if he said that you could marry a Christian, but he said, "Hey, a fucking filthy Hindu, really? Fuck you."
Yeah, it's just hard.
You know what?
You don't have good imaginations, right? I just imagine you come home after a long day of work, and then your husband's like putting milk and honey on the dick of Shiva. He's like, I
can smell it. Oh my god. I'm fucking closing my nose right now. Oh my god.
Are you gonna philosophize the way
the arrogance of the fucking Abrahamics? I can't.
Yeah, okay, can you explain to us, since you...
I'm not gonna lie, she's got a point.
Yeah, first of all of it rooted in Vedics, all of it rooted in Greco-Roman freaking myths and legends, and then the arrogance of the Abrahamics.
Okay, Nargis, can you explain to me how...
I love it when Nargis talks very...
Nargis sympathizes with Hindus a lot. She's because she has... Yeah,
she was basically Hindu.
Nargis lived in India for quite a bit, right?
Yeah, for a decade. Almost.
No, of course.
I just want to hear Nargis defending Hindus like putting milk on their dick of their god. You go on Nargis, like, please enlighten us.
What is that?
The thing is, like, the original Hinduism was actually not like that. The original Hinduism was very...
You're talking about particulars and rituals, right? It's like how people laugh at Shias or look down upon them and they self-flagellate. How about that, Hashmi?
Yeah, that's even better. Bro, that's nothing compared to, like, worshipping the dick of your god.
It's not a worship, idiot. It is paying reverence to freaking creation. So
okay, reverence to the creation of your god, right?
Shivling is wrapped on the hymen of Saraswati.
It actually makes sense if you believe a man is God, right?
Sexuality is not ugly.
Then you have to...
In Hinduism, it is revealed.
No, listen to the logic of Charlie. If you believe man is a god,
no, listen,
you need to, like,
listen, let me finish. If you believe...
Yeah, go on.
No, if you... No, I'm not saying man is God. Let me finish. Let me land my point. If you believe man is God, then you have to worship the penis. It's as simple as that.
That is not true. It is not the penis. Shivling is wrapped in the hymen of Saraswati.
What is a man? A man
it's not a dick alone. It's not a phallus.
A man is not a man without his penis.
It's not just a phallus. It is the member of Shiva wrapped in the hymen of Saraswati.
So the hymen is the hymen God.
Does that mean I have to love your pussy?
You have to look my pussy. It means this is how creation is made. My husband better won't look my pussy. Maybe I should marry a Hindu guy. Maybe I should. He would be like, oh dear. There's so much beauty in Hindus, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, bro. Like, imagine coming back
You
home.
convinced me. You
Yeah,
convinced me.
imagine, like,
You didn't do
coming
my
back
puja.
home.
I just wanted to say Lahnat on all of you. Bye.
Puja party. Go.
Kim Jong-un is a master of food. Me and Peter
Like, imagine, like, Hindus are like, guys, no, we're gonna, like,
It's Teresa, why aren't you coming to the freaking karaoke? They do puja.
when I was a teen.
It's beautiful. They do puja, Hindus, right? Of like their husband or wife. So I want my husband to do my puja. Yeah, right. So puja would be like paying reverence too. It's not worship. It's acknowledging the truth of being reverence.
I just hope, Charlie, I hope your future husband is gonna, like, grab your feet and start.
This is the thing, right?
Oh, that's actually
that's one thing, but I'll tell you one thing, right? Worship. See, when you guys say worship, I just draw a blank. Like, I don't know what worship. Like, when people say worship, I'm always like lost as to what they mean. Like, when you guys pray, you do this supplication, right? You do this like. You do this like
I pray to him
and to the ground.
I bow down to
up and down, prostration. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Me, I don't.
It's not clear. Sorry, no.
Yeah, I don't do stuff like that. So acts of worship to me are like far and few. For example, when I get paid, I put my check into the joint account for me and my wife. That's like an act of worship, right?
Yes.
I would say that's one of the highest acts of worship.
Yes.
Yeah, so then I worship my wife. I worship my family.
Is the act of showing intense adoration or no?
Hold on, Palestine. You gotta come up.
Charlie.
BWI.
Getting into
BWI, you gotta come
my
up.
boy.
Charlie, screw this. Charlie.
Who's there? BWI, what's up? What do you got?
Therese.
What do you got, BWI?
What's up? What's the question?
Are you a Muslim?
No, I'm not.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Well, you sound like somebody that was in here saying a bunch of alhamdulillahs and hapsanallahs and all sorts of nonsense.
What's hapsanallah?
You sure? I have no idea.
There's no religion in the Bible. I don't believe in any religion. I believe in the Bible.
You believe in the Bible?
Yes.
All right. You can stay in the audience. That's fine. All right. That's cool. Thank you. Lesser, what's up? Lesser Goals. What do you got? You gotta come up. No, he has lesser goals. That's what he has. Oh, you don't want to come up? Okay, no problem. Bye-bye. Sorry, guys. Yeah, we're just, I'm doing a,
when you were speaking, I'm looking at your PTR, right? It's
yeah,
yeah. So can you explain your PTR to us?
That reminds me of my ex. She looked just like that. Yeah, little top, big long legs. She was like 6 foot tall. German.
And why did you decide to put a picture of someone who looks like your ex?
I mean, why not? I just putting up a bunch of I'm gonna put a bunch of hijabi pics up pretty soon too.
You put the hijabis, bro.
Yeah, I'll put the hijabi pics. Hold on a second. Let me put some sexy ass hijabi. They got some sexy ass hijabi girls on here. Pinterest. That's where I find these things because I don't want to find it too explicit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not searching for porn. I'm just searching for like AI pictures, possibly of good-looking women with some shape to them wearing a hijabi.
This guy's funny with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm on a rampage. All I gotta do is get kicked out of one fucking Muslim room, and I'm kicking 50 Muslims today. So that's what I'm saying. Like, they're gonna pay. They're gonna pay. That's what's gonna happen. If I get kicked out of...
Do we
No, you guys don't count. If I get kicked out of one room, I have to kick at least 25 Muslims. But my goal is 50 Sunnis.
Do you see that over here, the Shias? Do you see that?
How many people have I kicked out of the room already, Nargis, since you've been in the room? How many people have I kicked out?
At least like 25, I think.
Yeah, I'm getting there.
Megaton does not see the Shias. Megaton does not see the Shias as Muslims. That's all it is. How dare you, Megaton? How dare you? Thought you were cool.
No, it's not that you guys aren't Muslim. It's that the word Muslim has been destroyed by Sunni. It has been tainted. Yeah, it has been so tainted. So I try to, the word Catholic has been tainted also. The word Catholic in some sense has been tainted also. But I mean, yeah.
I agree.
I just don't like the word Christian.
Why not?
Because I never said I was a Christian. I told my wife once that
blow people up.
I said Christian to my wife. She's like, "Are you?" She's like, "We're Catholic. Why are you saying Christian?" I was like, "Yo, you're so right. I love you." I'm trying to get her to come to Ash Wednesday with me. She's not down. She's like, you make religion because you always talk about it so uncomfortable. Maybe if you didn't talk about it so much, I would go with you. And I'm like, all right, well, you don't want to go this year. Well, come with me next year. I'm telling her, I'm like, it's not like you got to wear the ashes on your head all day. I say, come with me to night mass. And that's why I like the guy next to my house, because, man, he's done with the mass in 40 minutes, man. Done. In, out. Love it. Fucking Eastern Orthodox, they're sitting there for 2 hours. So go ahead, Saxton. Join the Eastern Orthodox. You're going to be there.
Man, do you know what you have in common with you, Catholics and Muslims? You're both pagans.
What the fuck are you? Celtic, Saxon, Celtic.
Yeah, I'm a beautiful Celtic, Saxon, English woman.
You have to be told you're beautiful. You can't call yourself beautiful.
Man, I get told that every day, bro. Every day.
You get told you're beautiful on random? Like randomly? Damn.
I have a question for Saxon. Is your husband a Sunni or Muslim?
Fucking hell, mate. Don't put all the heat on me now.
I'm curious. It's not like a judgment thing.
He's a Sunni Muslim.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, they're good at
in his paradigm, Shia would be a kufar and you would be a kafir, or whatever you call it. Because he says, the Quran says that Allah says, if you don't follow Allah and the Messenger, which is Muhammad, and Muhammad is the Hadith.
Your husband believes you're also a Catholic?
Yeah, I'm a kafir. I'm a proud kafir now. I don't care. He married me with an atheist, which was haram anyway, so...
I think his...
Oh my god.
Yeah. I mean, maybe from the PTR you have, I cannot stop staring at the leg of this girl. Can you just
See, Megaton, this is what you do to these Muslim men, Mike.
Yes, I cannot.
I'll change the picture. I'll put a Mary picture.
Look, I'm trying not to look at the leg, right? But the leg is so into the picture.
It's so long.
Yeah, mashallah is like a giraffe.
Mashallah.
It's just a typical Muslim man.
I wanna eat, I try not to look at it.
Because I wanna eat. Because I wanna eat. You're so fucked up, man.
Sorry about that, I had a phone call.
Yeah, you You the troll. I never claimed that.
You're like, I want to eat. And then listen, Hashi, I know you so fucking well. I know you so well. I know what you're thinking even when you don't talk.
No, that's too dangerous.
Yep. This is why.
You know how long I'm not Hashimi?
In the church.
Do you want my Hashimi or what?
I'm gonna get married to a Christian guy because
Charlie,
Christian men
let me
are
know.
very good at like.
Really?
You know,
Charlie, I'm a Christian, by the way.
Yeah, Charlie, you know me. I've been doing it, you know.
I'm a Christian man, Charlie.
You listen to UK, bro. There's no way you're gonna bring her over, get her over here.
I'll get her a green card. I'll make it
Her family's
Charlie, I'm a Christian
man.
man. Already once. Have you got a Christian man? Well, there you go.
I am a Christian man.
Oh, okay, Charlie, get cell
I
phone
mean, to be honest, Nargis always gave me like.
It's Nargis.
She's one of the guys, man. She's
Yeah, bro. I'm a dude.
She probably is an attractive female. I'm just saying, I never talked to Nargis like in a weird way.
No one does. Actually, they do.
No, but
They do.
Yeah, they do.
I don't.
You do. Yeah. And I picked my friends based on Megatron quality. Like.
Okay, but this right now is Nargis versus Shay. Who's gonna win Charlie's heart?
Yo, Charlie, I'm gonna get you the new iPhone accessory. I'm gonna have you download WhatsApp. And then you can be able to call your relatives. And I'll get you a green card. I'll get you a green card for Ramadan.
Listen to Shay.
Charlie, I'm not only a Christian man, I'm also a rich Christian man.
He said, I'll get you a green card for Ramadan.
I heard that.
I don't need the Christian love. I need the Christian money.
We'll get you a Christian job then.
So Christian of you.
What did he say? He probably said something.
No, I say
He said he'll get you a green card for Ramadan.
I said I'll get you a Christian job when you said you need Christian money.
Yeah, Charlie's not that kind of Muslim. Yeah, so if you think Charlie's that kind of Muslim,
Well, I wouldn't want her to do anything haram for the money either.
Sheikh, you can't play any of your freaking arguments for like hadiths on Charlie. Charlie doesn't give a shit about that shit.
I don't.
She denounces it.
He would be like, I want you to be Christian. I'm gonna leave me the fuck alone.
Have you heard this hadith? That's what Sheikh is gonna say. And then you're gonna be like, don't give a shit.
Scotty, not because I stayed in the spot, but I had moved it for the double park. Move it back in after the double
parked?
Yeah, I moved to the alternate side. You know when you can move it to the other side, so they can. Where I live, you can double park.
Yeah,
and I was in the middle of the road. Yeah, I was in the middle of the road.
Jesus.
But you're allowed to be in the middle of the road during.
Yeah, you're allowed to. They do that in Brooklyn. They do that in Brooklyn a lot. In my block where I have my car, we just have to sit in the car, and then they're fine. They don't make you move it because the street cleaning doesn't come by anymore.
And them city tow guys are reckless. They don't care how they hook your joint up. Reckless.
Oh yeah, they didn't care. That actually got me. I no longer do. Scotty, I don't know how you do it, man. You're too old to be doing street park. You need to get a spot, bro.
Oh, I'm about to give up. I'm about to take my mother's and just leave it there.
Once you reach like 39, once you reach your late 30s and you make over $70,000, well, then I guess $85,000, you should be paying for a spot. I'm sorry, bro.
I mean, the spots near me.
Can't do that, getting up every
No,
I can't do that.
you know how much the spots are in Washington Heights?
Let me
The
guess.
spots
Yeah,
in Washington Heights.
Yeah, my homegirl told me the one by her was like
Narges.
$850 a month.
like a studio.
Welcome, Najes. You know, I'm worried about you because you come on here and you say, hey, I'm going to read something, and then I got to go because I got things to do. But you never leave.
I read from the Gnostic Bible. It's really nice.
Yeah, but part of the thing of a meditation is you got to induce the meditation and tell everybody to take the deepest breath of the day. I'm going to read a little poem here and set it right. Don't just like jump into it. You need to relax everybody first. Otherwise, it's not going to deliver the message and you've wasted your reading. That's how I felt when you read it because I was like, I don't feel like listening to this right now. You know, you need to.
I didn't feel like reading it that much either, like towards the middle. Something was off. I've read the one before and it's been such a great experience, but not this time around.
There's a time and a place for everything, you know, like there's the Barth show. Like that's why I try to like reframe it while I'm listening to it and title it in a separate room because like I want to know, like I'm here to like listen to the Barth show for the time that I'm here. And I, you know, you're what you did could have been a part of the show, but you didn't introduce it.
I didn't do it well. Yeah.
You got to introduce
the
it.
crowd was not receptive. I sensed it like quite quickly.
No, the crowd is receptive. They listen to it. But the thing is, when he says, go ahead, read it. You got to say, okay, everybody, this is a meditation on peace. Take the deepest breath of the day.
Oh my God, yes. I forgot that. Like, I usually do that to myself before I read it.
Breathing is the secret. That's what gets everybody, like if you have to do an intro and an attention grabber, and if you were to tell everybody, okay, stand up and take the deepest breath of the day with me, hold it for 10 seconds, here we go. Now you've just caused everybody to go into a reset hypnosis.
Yes.
Try it.
I'll remember it next time, definitely. Can I read something to you?
Go ahead, but set it correctly, you know, do what we just talked about.
Take a deep breath. 7 in. Stay. 4 in. Stay. Okay, the socks. One thing.
Houston, Texas, huh? Well, we're about to do it.
I have to go and come back. I'll be on though.
I guess not. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna just pipe in politically correct for a few minutes here while we get set up.
Village? Wait, you talking about young?
Yeah. He was in high school, and I had seen that kind of wealth and bounce, but I had never
Wealth. That's my favorite word. Wealth.
The lower Manhattan $500,000 spot wealth until like he would go like over his friend's house and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go pick him up and go get ice cream and stuff. Those townhouses down there are insane. Elevators, pools.
Their own
elevator. You know, it's just like, you know,
different
$50
world.
million joints. So that's the people who are buying those spots. This is a
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, for sure. Yeah, they need a spot. Like they'll just like whatever it is, they're gonna pay for it.
Because they didn't take the first floor and turn it into it. Because their first floor doesn't have that. It's called a carriage, not a carriage house.
Oh my
but
God.
the ones that have the ones that are in the building.
Like
is that what it's called when the spot's in the house?
Oh, you mean the parking spot or the?
Yeah, you can have a garage
entrance.
Yeah, and you can have a garage as part of the house. Like, they always don't have those.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, sometimes they're called. Well, there may be individual townhouses within a complex, or they're called like maisonettes. That's typically what
maisonettes.
They have a lot of those on Strawberry's Row, old school for the horses back in the day, and it just leaves.
That's tricky.
That's what my grandma found, Stuyvesant.
Yeah, Stuyvesant Row.
Yeah, very limited. Yeah, because you got to go through. It's not. That's like once in a lifetime spots up there.
And if you're driving a nice car, you don't want to park on the street because people can't park. Your bumper gets scratched.
somebody driving a bike and run by your mirror. It's just not worth it.
Oh, they do it every day. You can see Bugattis and fucking $200,000 cars on the street. Busta Rhymes' mom lives up there around. Guess what his mom was auntie? He was in it's a couple Bugatti, right? Or Maybach, one of those two. And they just parked it right on the street. I was just stunned. I couldn't believe it. They don't care, Kevin. These people, you be bumping the back, boom. They don't care.
Yeah, then you come out, you see a new dimple.
Yeah, I would never
see a new dimple every day. You come out, new scratch.
Because you have to have two spots, right? Really, because you got one spot for your luxury vehicle, and then you got a spot for your run-around vehicle. Because you're not going to be taking like your Maserati to the supermarket and running around town with that. Like, well, at least I wouldn't be doing a luxury vehicle. You're not going. That's those are not cars to be running errands with, right? So. Yeah, you probably need two spots, really.
You know that little plastic thing, a little, it's like a little, it sits in your trunk.
You used to call it, but you didn't. Thank you.
You know what you really mean?
That's so cool.
You know what really made me like Ali? You know what really made me like him?
Okay, this is books. We're going to do a book meditation, aka that's called reading a book out loud. El Santos, welcome. El Santos Morales.
What's going on? What's going on, y'all?
Okay. We are live now across multiple recording studios, creating the master record, striking the master chord, and drawing the flaming sword. All hail mighty Megatron, the Catholic Bath versus the Muslim cult hordes of the world. Barth's problem is he doesn't have the time to read books anymore because he's always talking on his cell phone. Okay, this is number 15. 15 is the number of antagonism and of Catholicity. Christianity is at present divided into two churches, the civilizing church and the savage church, the progressive church and the stationary church. One is active, the other is passive. One has mastered the nations and governs them always, since kings fear it. The other is submitted to every despotism and can be nothing but an instrument of slavery. The active church realizes God for man and alone believes in the divinity of the human word as an interpreter of that of God. What, after all, is the infallibility of the Pope, but the autocracy of intelligence, confirmed by the universal vote of faith? In this case, one might say the Pope ought to be the first genius of his century. Why? It is more proper, in reality, that he should be an average man. His supremacy is only more divine for that because it is in a way more human. Do not events speak louder than rancors and irreligious ignorances? Do not you see Catholic France sustaining with one hand the tottering papacy, and with the other holding the sword to fight at the head of the army of progress? Catholics, Jews, Turks, Protestants already fight under the same banner. The crescent has rallied to the Latin cross. And all together we struggle against the invasion of the barbarians and their brutalizing orthodoxy. Yakov! It is forever an accomplished fact. In admitting new dogmas, the chair of St. Peter has solemnly proclaimed itself progressive.
Ask your question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you take over the Church of Buttercup? That's why there's a Church of Buttercup too.
What?
Did you occupy the Church of Buttercup?
Did I occupy it? No, I created a new... I mean, this is my house that I created.
Oh, really? Because it has the same name of Buttercup's original house. Now she has Church of Buttercup with the number 2 after it. So I was thinking maybe something happened to...
Oh, maybe they kicked her old house or she lost it somehow. But she was in here earlier. She said hello.
She did?
That was all she said, and she left.
Okay. Thanks. What are you doing?
I'm reading a book here. About to suntan, then go for a jog. What are you doing?
Just flipping the channels. Clubhouse. Just going through the channels.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Okay, talk to you.
Not one for listening to books.
Oh, that's
Thanks.
okay. Take care. Bye. The fatherland of Catholic Christianity is that of the sciences and of the fine arts, and the eternal word of the gospel, living and incarnate in a visible authority, is still the light of the world. On to page 60.
But it's, I mean, you know, the kids who come out of there are really going to have a positive. They're not, I can't say they're not.
Yeah, not simple, but I think you have a lot of like realist things to look at there. So I'm about to go into a dead spot here.
I see the derivation of this position. It sounds arbitrary, but I see the historical basis of it. Or it feels arbitrary.
Normal, why can't you be normal like this and chill it? Why do you take full advantage?
Yesterday.
Why do you take full advantage of your white privilege?
I got a lot of accolades yesterday. I don't acknowledge these bullshit terms like white privilege. I think it's a bunch of crap. So try again.
Well, if we had a lie detector, and you were submitted to a lie detection test, I think you'd be found to be not telling the truth.
So you're making up a story now?
Yes, I'm using my creative. I'm using my creative, critical thinking.
They were keepers, not lawyer. Go ahead.
It's very
I'm using my creative.
Say something based in reality, though.
I'm using my
creativity,
critical thinking. About the dynamics of social interactions. And how certain people are privileged over others. It's
you
called.
seem to talk more than anybody, though. Is that
So
black
when we look at,
I just want
to finish my point. So when we look at
I think I got your
celebrity, when we look at wealth, when we look at intelligence, when
I'm
we
not
look
a celebrity.
at elders, we understand that certain people in certain positions are conferred more deference, more lenience.
I think they
more support. Whether or not it's earned is irrelevant. You are questioning the existence of white privilege.
I'm not questioning.
And we know that is just like, a silly notion. Ridiculous to think that influence or exists, but not in regards to your racial, makeup. It exists on your economic basis. It exists on your age. It exists on your intellect. It exists on your physical strength, but not on your race. I just want to know, how did that happen? Go ahead.
It's bullshit notion. I mean, you think the United States...
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
I mean, there's just no factual basis for this. So you think the United States...
we have a factual basis.
Do you think the United States was designed to put Asian people intellectually on top?
No.
Even though there were no... Really? So how did they know how it
are you there, brother?
Perform intellectually? Huh?
We said, how do you live... Nah, we were talking about the law.
You want to change the subject now?
No, this is the same thing. Can you stop interrupting, bro? Like, come on, man. You were being so civilized for so long, bro.
You were talking about money and...
Can you just calm down for 5 seconds?
I can't help it that you're slow.
Oh, my God.
I'm fast. Don't stop whining and complaining. There's only two people in the room.
Are you done? You're still acting like a child.
No, you're acting like a freak. So
I just changed the battle. This has gotta, I gotta hook up with some psychologists so we can hear.
Yeah, you need one. I'll recommend something.
Bro.
Benjamin, could you make me a mod, and then I will just
you can
manage the situation. But I just wanted to say to McZed, do you agree that white privilege doesn't?
Benjamin left.
I do not think that white privilege does not exist. I do think that there is white privilege.
Okay, thank you. Now, El Normo is so vehemently denying its existence. And we know he's being very dishonest. And my question to you, McZed, is how do you live in a world where people are constantly lying? Thank you, your profession. I just take it that there's always somebody somewhere doing what fucking El Normo's doing. And I know it has to make you insane.
Yeah.
So how do you do it, McZed?
And by the way, some people play victim all the time, Concrete. We gotta live in that world too. I offer you as an example. A privileged person who nevertheless pleads victim. It's humiliating for a man to do that, Concrete. I mean, come on, be a man.
How do you do it, McZed?
Stop.
No, I mean this seriously.
Me too.
How do you do it, McZed?
How do you live in a world with liars?
Not only are they there, but they're constantly lying to you. How do you deal with
growing up?
Sure.
Growing up. Concrete. Be a man. That's what it's called.
I mean, mostly I would kind of agree with him from an American sensibility that America has rampant liars and con men that steal and defraud the public. And it is even, has always even been part of the reputation of America, was some guy just manipulating some fresh off the boat person to their own advantage, whether politically or just for robbery. It's been an old trope of the experience in America. Your question is like, how do you live? I'm saying Norm is somewhat mostly right in saying it's a grow up kind of a thing. We live in a world with liars, and we train ourselves to be cynical and skeptical about who and what we trust.
So when you say grow up, you're just talking about how I react to it, or how
I'm saying we all take personal responsibility of weighing our own confidence in what other people present as true.
Well, that's not what I'm trying to get at. What I'm trying to get at is, how do you stay calm in the face of somebody who is lying to you? And how do you navigate those interactions where it's just a bombardment of lies? What do you do? I'm asking. No, they're lying. I'm asking, like, in a
okay.
You know,
if I had a lie,
methodological way.
I'll tell you this: if I spotted somebody lying about me while I was present,
No, not about you. Just lying to you. Just continuously
lying about something else. Lying about something else to me. I would still feel pretty comfortable if I spotted the lie, right? I've got the proof in my head. I can just wait until he's done speaking and then dismantle everything he's saying and reduce his credibility to rubble. So, like, I'm sitting pretty.
Yeah, what about in this type of
I'm not usually like looking to dismantle someone's position and point out their lies or their overstatements. But like, if I had that, yeah, I could immediately, if I wanted to, just disavow everything he just said.
Yeah, but
just prove it immediately.
Yeah, but the thing is, we're talking about something abstract, like white privilege, and he obviously doesn't care about his reputation. Because he wouldn't offer his blatant lie.
No, right? I don't care about
you.
About whether or not white privilege exists.
Yeah. And he's being, like, unnecessarily belligerent. And so, it's not only is he lying, but he's, like, being a child about it. Just methodologically.
Okay, Concrete, you talk with atheists, right?
Yes.
Right. And you know that within the objectionist, defensive posture of refusing to understand what you're trying to get at or what you want them to believe and end up doing, they can choose a lot of things. They can question the epistemology. They can question what kinds of things count as evidence. If he wants to object to your claim that white privilege exists and say, no, I don't think so, he doesn't, give him the space to unpack what he's trying to say. Yeah. Because obviously he could be talking about epistemologically. He could say he could talk about ontology. The ontology of white privilege does not ground in existence, right, Concrete?
Concrete, you know what those words mean? Epistemology, ontology.
What I'm saying is, let him talk. If he wants to say
that's a good question. I'll answer his question.
Gentlemen, please. Go ahead, Concrete.
Ontology is the thing in its existence, in its essence, in its qualities. And then epistemology is, how do you know? So that's a good question. And Big Zed, one second. And Big Zed, one second, brother. I don't need to give an exhaustive. I don't need to give an exhaustive. I don't need to give an exhaustive.
Let's let Concrete go, please.
I don't need to give an exhaustive Stanford encyclopedia of philosophy.
Just go.
Definitely helpful.
Norm, please let Concrete go.
Oh my gosh, I'm being hurried now while I'm getting interrupted.
Concrete go. Okay. All right, then. Very well.
I don't need to get.
Congrats, Norm. You scared him away.
I enjoyed it.
You're a terror, Norm. A terror.
I am.
Yeah, but see, this is not effective. This is not effective.
Well, maybe we didn't want to
It's not effective to persuading him or discouraging him, right, from his point of view. He's just like, well, you know.
I wanted to intimidate him. I'm happy that I did it.
Okay, Jason. Do you think that white privilege exists, Jason?
I don't know.
Okay, that's a fair answer. You can say you don't know. Honey Badger, he'll give us a mean, honest response. Do you think white privilege exists, honey?
Yes.
I do not.
Okay, so why do you think it doesn't exist? Since you're the atheist of white privilege in the room.
Well, for one thing, the question of proving that something doesn't exist is a bit of a fool's errand. So the burden is always.
Look at this. He's going to agnosticism so fast he abandons his position.
Look at this guy.
bro.
You
I'm not
atheist.
abandoning it. Normal, you're not good at this.
Guys, you're out of control. You're out of control now. Let Normal go.
I'm not abandoning. By the way, I don't mind that Mick said talks, but don't do it too much. I'm not abandoning my position. I'm stating a principle of discourse that proving a negative is not a thing. When one makes a claim, one must prove the positive claim, i.e., that XYZ exists. True or false? So, again, if you give an example, we could examine it and see if it's valid. That said,
okay,
since you, but I will add an addendum that I don't think whiteness exists. I think whiteness is an obsolete concept, and it's a broad generalization, a catch-all term that somehow purports to include everybody from Norwegians to Greeks, from Portuguese to Swedes. And these are widely varying people and widely varying cultures. So to somehow try to paint them with this massive brush of white privilege is absurd. Now, I think it did exist historically when we had Jim Crow, and you'll find again.
100,000% we agree.
Come on, Mick.
Yes. Okay. It's okay. I don't mind it. So, but one must point out that Jim Crow, which expressed itself as white privilege, or I would call Jim Crow apartheid, by the way, and I was alive during it. And I'm the first one that I know to call it what it was, which was apartheid. Again, while we were alive. I think there is also an important element of what they call majoritarian privilege. So in Japan, it's Japanese privilege. In France, it's French privilege. In Finland, it's Finnish privilege. So a government and a polity will tend to privilege themselves, and to some extent they have a right. The question is, to what extent do they have that right? I guess I can land it there. So the 2 points are, A, historically, yes, but the category of white is broad and I think obsolete. And point 2, is it white or is it majoritarian? Or maybe that distinction is irrelevant. I'll leave it there.
Okay, I do like that you transition to first defining what we might mean by whiteness, which is a vague term that deserves definition in describing whether or not white privilege exists.
Before intruding, just give me a second. Hey, Danny, I want to talk to you about Fiona's behavior. I don't know why. Should you move?
Could you, mute this, Jason?
He doesn't know he's unmuted.
Just give me a second. I want to talk to Danny. Danny's my friend.
Okay, Danny's not here. All right.
Okay, so in terms of the definitions, you're correct that it had a legal reality in the past, but that through legal reforms we have removed.
Okay, he's in the Matrix there. Not Smiler. Dr. Schomburg, welcome. This is the Muslims versus the Megatron of Catholicism. Rabbono Shalom. You're also in my new house, Issa Watermelon. The Issa Kunt Show. We're on page 60. Silence then to the Pharisees of the new synagogue. Silence to the hateful traditions of the schools, to the arrogance of Presbyterianism, to the absurdity of Jainism, and to all those shameful and superstitious interpretations of the eternal dogma, so justly stigmatized by the pitiless genius of Voltaire. Voltaire and Napoleon died Catholics. And do you know what the Catholicism of the future must be? It will be the dogma of the gospel, tried like gold by the critical acid of Voltaire, and realized in the kingdom of the world by the genius of the Christian Napoleon. Those who will not march will be dragged or trampled by events. Immense calamities may again hang over the world. The armies of the apocalypse may perhaps one day unchain the four scourges. The sanctuary will be cleansed. Rigid and holy poverty will send forth its apostles to uphold what staggers, lift up again what is broken, and anoint all wounds with sacred oils. Those two blood-hungered monsters, despotism and anarchy, will tear themselves to pieces and annihilate each other. After having mutually sustained each other for a little while by the embrace of their struggle itself. And the government of the future will be that whose model is shown to us in nature by the family, and in the religious world by the pastoral hierarchy. The elect shall reign with Jesus Christ during 1,000 years, say the apostolic traditions. That is to say that during a series of centuries, the intelligence and love of chosen men devoted to the burden of power will administer the interests of the wealth and the wealth of the universal family. And that day, according to the promise of the gospel, there will be no more than one flock and one shepherd. Subnote, I do not say that Voltaire died a good Catholic, but he died a Catholic. Christian authors unanimously hold that, like all heretics, he repented on his deathbed and died blaspheming. What on earth does it matter? Life, not death, reveals the soul. The number 16. 16 is the number of the temple. Let us say that the temple of the future will be when the spirit of intelligence and love shall have revealed itself. The whole Trinity will manifest itself in its truth and in its glory. Humanity become a queen, and as it were risen from the dead. We have the grace of childhood in its poesy, the vigor of youth in its reason, and the wisdom of ripe age in its works. All those forms which the divine thought has successively clothed will be born again, immortal and perfect. All those features which the art of successive nations has sketched will unite themselves and form the complete image of God. Jerusalem will rebuild the temple of Jehovah on the model prophesied by Ezekiel. Does somebody smell something? Can everybody please check their shoes? I smell like somebody's maybe stepped in some shat outside. Can everybody check their shoes, please? I smell something here. I think he lives in Brooklyn or New York. A particular smell. Oof, nasty. Check your shoes, everyone. Let's continue on. Oof. Jerusalem. Oh my God, the scent is overwhelming. Jerusalem will rebuild the temple of Jehovah on the model prophesied by Ezekiel and the Christ. New and eternal Solomon will chant beneath roofs of cedar and of cypress the epithalamium of his marriage with holy liberty, the holy bride of the Song of Songs. But Jehovah will have laid aside his thunderbolts to bless with both hands the bridegroom and the bride, He will appear smiling between them and take pleasure in being called Father. However, the poetry of the East, in its magical souvenirs, will call him still Brahma and Jupiter. India will teach our enchanted climates the marvelous fables of Vishnu. And we shall place upon the still bleeding forehead of our well-beloved Christ the triple crown of pearls and the mystical Trimurti. From that time, Venus, purified under the veil of Mary, will no more weep for her Adonis. The bridegroom is risen to die no more, and the infernal boar has found death in its momentary victory. Lift yourselves up again, O temples of Delphi and of Ephesus. The light, the god of light and of art, has become the god of the world, and the word of God is indeed willing to be called Apollo. Diana will no more reign widowed in the lonely fields of night. Her silvern crescent is now beneath the feet of the bride. But Diana is not conquered by Venus. Her Endymion has wakened, and virginity is about to take pride in motherhood. Quit the tomb, O Phidias, and rejoice in the destruction of thy first Jupiter. It is now that thou wilt conceive a god. O Rome, let thy temples rise again, and side by side with thy basilicas be once more the queen of the world and the pantheon of the nations. Let Virgil be crowned on the Capitol by the hand of St. Peter, and let Olympus and Carmel unite the divinities beneath the brush of Raphael. Transfigure yourselves, ancient cathedrals of our fathers, dart forth into the clouds your chiseled and living arrows, and let stone record in animated figures the dark legends of the North, brightened by the marvelous gilded epilogues of the Quran. Let the East adore Jesus Christ in its mosques, and on the minarets of a new Santa Sofia, let the cross rise in the midst of the crescent. Let Muhammad set woman free to give to the true believer the Horus, or the Huris, which she has so long dreamt of. And let the martyrs of the Savior teach chaste caresses to the beautiful angels of Muhammad. The whole earth reclothed with the rich adornments which all the arts have embroidered for her will no longer be anything but a magnificent temple of which man shall be the eternal priest. All that was true, all that was beautiful, all that was sweet in the past centuries will live once more glorified in this transfiguration of the world, and the beautiful form will remain inseparable from the true idea, as the body will one day be inseparable from the soul. When the soul come to its own power, will have made itself a body in its own image, it will be the kingdom of heaven upon earth. And the body will be the temple of the soul, as the regenerated universe will be the body of God. And bodies and souls and form and thought in the whole universe will be the light, the sword, the word, and the permanent and visible revelation of God. Amen. So be it. Subnote, it says, it is amusing to remark that this very symbol is characteristic of the Greek church. That's the crescent, which he has been attacking. Levi should have visited Moscow. Okay, number 17, the equinox. 16 is the number of the star. It is that of intelligence and love. Warrior and bold intelligence, accomplice of divine Prometheus, eldest daughter of Lucifer. Hail unto thee in thine audacity! Thou didst wish to know, and in order to possess, thou didst brave all the thunders, and affronted every abyss. Intelligence, O thou, whom we poor sinners have loved to madness, to scandal, to reprobation, divine right of man, essence and soul of liberty, hail unto thee, for they have pursued thee, and trampling beneath their feet for thee the dearest dreams of their imagination, the best beloved phantoms of their heart. For thee they have been repulsed and proscribed. For thee they have suffered prison, nakedness, hunger, thirst, the desertion of those whom they loved, and the dark temptations of despair. Thou wast the right, and they have conquered thee. Now they can weep and believe. Now they can submit themselves and pray. Repentant Cain would have been greater than Abel. It is lawful pride, satisfied, which has the right to humiliate itself. I believe because I know why and how one must believe. I believe because I love and fear no more. Love, love, sublime Redeemer and sublime Restorer, thou who makest so much happiness with so many tortures, thou who didst sacrifice blood and tears, thou who art virtue itself, and the reward of virtue, force of resignation, belief of obedience, joy of sorrow, life and death. Hail Megatron! Welcome back to another exciting episode of the Muslims versus Megatron of Catholicism.
Correct. I like this title of this room. That's why I came in here. I really felt like I got something back by kicking 65 Muslims today out of a room, just a short time too, about 4 hours. Coming back in the room.
Let the games begin. Let the games begin.
They keep flagging my room.
I know. You know, it's really annoying. I have YouTube accounts that keep going down for community guideline strikes for hate speech, and I'm sitting there playing music, just live streaming Clubhouse in the background. When I stop playing music, somebody says something ridiculous, and it's like, you know, you can't even Clubhouse is hard to live stream because there's just so much profanity, vulgarity, and extreme concept, and you know, it's a cesspool. I call it the garbage dump, really. And I'm like a garbage man who goes around collecting garbage daily. And the greatest thing about my garbage business is I don't have to make the trip to the dump. That's the coolest thing. It's like a magic garbage truck, you know, because the hard part about doing the garbage picking is, you know, you can only pick up so much garbage. But then you got to spend hours driving far away from the city center to just dump all the garbage. And then people on Clown House go to the garbage dump to pick up my garbage and bring it back to Clubhouse. It's like, you know, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. I mean, who would have ever thought that you could spend so much time collecting garbage only to have the garbage be brought back to where you picked it up? It's a garbage mystery. Some say garbage in, garbage out. But I say, got to pick and choose, the garbage you want to hang on to, I guess. Because you can't destroy it. It's just like infinite amounts of garbage. And, garbage. Allahu Akbar. It's so crazy to think that, after we know how Muslim men do LGBTQ, like in Afghanistan with Bachi Bazi, to think that hadith, about Aisha being a boy is controversial. Let alone, they're not even concerned about the fact that he's raping a child. They're more concerned that it's a boy and not a girl because that would make the prophet gay. But how are they not even concerned that he's raping a child? I don't get it. Like, did they just miss
I'm
that?
trying to give them an out by saying, well, maybe it was a boy, and this is what like men did when they got older. Back then, this was like royalty. I'm trying to run them down this thing that like the Jews did during the Second Temple period. I'm trying to like go, oh well, he wanted to be more Jewish possibly, or like more like Paul or some shit, right? And I'm trying to fucking get them to just they won't even budge on it. They'd rather her still be a girl than be a boy. It's fucking disturbing.
No, but that because she was a boy.
Thank you for admitting that. You know how long it took me for someone to admit that? Thank you so much. I've been waiting for God knows how long for someone to admit that. I appreciate that.
Excuse me.
No, I appreciate that because
You're welcome.
I still think she still is a boy.
Barth, let me ask you a question. Do you believe in the papacy?
Papacy?
The Pope. Are you a follower of the Pope in the Catholic Church? You are, correct?
Papacy. The papacy.
Papacy. Are you so?
Papacy, yeah.
Okay, so you believe in the infallibility of the Pope, correct?
No.
So then describe to me, how would you describe the Pope?
Man in office.
Okay, so he's just the president, basically. That's what Pope means. He's the president of the Christian faith, or Christendom in a way, for the West. But then he's got all these offshoots that he's got to deal with. Like, did you know there's a Pope in Spain? Have you seen that Pope and his videos and the magnificence of that church? Yeah. Unbelievable. I see it on Facebook all the time.
Yeah, that's the Spanish Pope, Alexander.
Anyways, my point is, I was going to ask this earlier in your room, but you kicked me to the goo. And my question is, like, even if, we debate like a million different conversations and, you've got an infinite time to do all the debates, I've heard it said that the now is always the point. And so in that way, the material world, or, the subjective world, is ultimately always the point of the subjective. So how do you rationalize what you do, knowing that, in my opinion, obviously, I'm framing it this way, that the now is ultimately always back to the point. I like your style and your shtick, and I think the God conversation is the way to go. But you're always left with the same outcome. So how do you do you concur with that in a way or no? Hello?
I think you're right. Hello? I think you're right. I think that I am a glutton for punishment. I've tried my best to make peace with the Muslims, but I think my arguments are so potent, they're so strong, that it's very difficult for them to respond without the whataboutism. And you know how I roll. Once they do the whataboutism, that's it. It's a wrap. They're saying, yeah, but what about you? You get what I mean? So they're just conceding. And I don't want them to concede. I want them to fucking respond and shut me down. Like, I think the arguments are so strong. They're so potent. It's like, you know what it is? It's like when you break up the weed and you just keep the keef. Those are my arguments. My argument are on keef, pure keef level.
They can't figure out how to open this.
If we're going to compare it to like weed. And I'm told I have to lose arguments in order to speak to them.
Why do you think the Ottoman Empire banned, bells, in the Muslim faith? Like, why would they ban bells? Because I see Islam as being like a way to essentially negate dopamine in order to maintain the concept of Allah. And so, like, by covering women, by not having bells, by doing the opposite of what Christians do, they, create their simulation or their in-group. So I'm just saying that, the bell is mystical. And I mean, they may say you can't ring bells, but like by doing that, that's like putting a prohibition on it. And thus it makes it even more intoxicating and exciting to, revolt against the government and ring a bell. Hello? And many people ask me regularly, what's the truth of the earth? And do you know about death and birth? And I just say that the truth of the earth and the truth about death and birth really is always the NOW. And backwards that spells one, not O-N-E, but W-O-N. And that's the truth of the earth and about birth and death. And silence is ultimately what you're left with at the end of the day. Hello? And I want to thank you, Barf.
I love you, babe. Love you, babe. Hurry up back.
He loves his babe. That's love. That's love.
I love you, babes.
Okay, we were doing what's called a book reading here. I call it meditation. But this is the number 17. Oh, this is an interesting question for you. Repentant Cain would have been greater.
Babe, my prescription was only $8 and it went down. $8.84. Wow, look at that. That's a whole lot of. I don't know. I must have done something. Yeah, sorry about that.
Repentant Cain would have been greater than Abel. It is lawful pride satisfied which has the right to humiliate itself. I believe because I know why and how one must believe. I believe because I love and fear no more. Love, sublime Redeemer and sublime Restorer, thou who makest so much happiness, with so many tortures, thou who didst sacrifice blood and tears, thou who art virtue itself, and the reward of virtue, force of resignation, belief of obedience, joy of sorrow, life of death. Hail, salutation, and glory to thee. If intelligence is a lamp, thou art its flame. If it is right, thou art duty. If it is nobility, thou art happiness. Love, full of pride and modesty in thy mysteries, divine love, hidden love, love insensate and sublime, Titan, who takest heaven in both hands and forcest it to earth, final and ineffable secret of Christian widowhood, love eternal, love infinite, ideal which would suffice to create worlds, love, love, blessing and glory to thee, glory to the intelligences which veil themselves that they may not offend weak eyes, glory to right which transforms itself wholly into duty and which becomes devotion. To the widowed souls who love, burn up without being loved, to those who suffer and make none other suffer, to those who forgive the ungrateful, to those who love their enemies, oh, happy evermore, happy beyond all are those who embrace poverty, who have drained themselves to the dregs to give. Happy are the souls who forever make thy peace. Happy the pure and the simple hearts that never think themselves better than others. Humanity, my mother. Humanity, daughter and mother of God. Humanity, conceived without sin. Universal Church. Mary. Happy is he who has dared all to know thee and to understand thee, and who is ready to suffer all once more, in order to serve thee and to love thee.
Yo, Leonardus, you want to know my type? Danny's my type. 100%.
I love Johnny.
Oh my god. So my type. I'm not even joking.
I love her so much.
Yeah, she's fucking great.
Danny, welcome to the Muslims versus the Megatron of Catholicism. Megatron is saying you remind him of Mary, that sweet, blissful, beautiful, happy innocence.
Hey, that's Metatron with a T.
No. We're talking to Megatron in another room, Todd.
Oh, are you? Okay. Oh, okay. It's the cartoon. I'm sorry.
Metatron is the angel.
Yeah. Sorry. That's what it looked like at first. Because you're doing Muslim, and then you had Megatron, but you'd be Metatron, not Megatron.
No. We got Megatron, the Barth of Catholicism, in another room, leading a fight. He has already excommunicated 60 heretics today.
I don't fully understand, but okay. Archangel Metatron?
Okay, I just removed Todd from the room because there's just too much background noise there to deal with right now. We're trying to have a soft, quiet space.
So soft.
Primo is here. By the way, I also have Issa the Cunt show going on in the Issa Watermelon house. Issa okay to do that? Some people get upset. They're like, why do you have so many phones? Why do you have so many Clubhouse accounts? And I just say, why do you have so many questions? You know, like, why do I make you so angry? What is it about me? Is it me personally? Like, is it my life? Is it my communication style? Is it my aesthetic? Is it my smell?
It's your ability to come in and hypnotize people, and a lot of people get very jealous because they can't do that. They don't, even if they studied, they're not talented enough to know how to do it. When they get very upset, they get very jealous, and they get very,
Jealousy.
Yeah.
Anger. Envy. Envy.
It's envy.
What's the opposite of envy? Love?
The opposite of no. The opposite of love is apathy. It's not hate. The opposite of envy.
No, envy is lust.
Envy is not lust. Envy is
The opposite.
No.
the opposite of envy is not lust. Envy is
Yes,
like
it is.
no.
It could be fulfillment. The opposite could be fulfilled,
Fulfillment, exactly.
We got the coon crate
Yeah,
here.
that's lust.
How is fulfillment lust?
No. You
Lust
said
is
the
a negation.
opposite.
Yeah, the opposite.
The opposite of envy.
Of envy.
It's acceptance.
I said love. I said love because envy is like covetousness.
Yes, actually, you're right.
And so if you want to love your neighbor, you would not practice envy. You would practice love. I mean, anyways, you get the point. Anyways,
love is acceptance.
well, look at
You need to look this up because
Why
I
they
think
say
I know I'm right.
generosity?
the problem with the word apathy is if you break it down, it's apathy, a path. So people use apathy always in a negative light, and I would challenge that assumption. Hello?
Hello? I think goodwill would be perhaps the most apt antonym for envy.
We got Rubenchik here. Rubenchik loves to open rooms and just sit there cool as a clam, letting people just like destroy themselves with their narrative. That's the Rubenchik shtick.
Oh, Ruben. Yeah, he's so cool. He's so kind.
See, if you let people talk enough, ultimately they become the hypocrite. I've realized that. Like at a bar, I'm sitting there talking, and after so many years of talking, I said to this, F word. I was like, you know what? I was like, eventually, you just become a hypocrite if you just keep talking long enough. And he was like, exactly, bitch. I was like, yep, hypocrite. So, this is the Church of Butter and Cup. Your life is what you put inside your cup. I hope it's sweet like butter. Not many people view fat as being sweet, but when I drink whole milk, it's sweet to me. Delicious. Do you live your life with envy? Do you wish you were as good as the Megatron, as good as Dr. Good himself? Are you jealous that his communication style is efficacious and his knowledge of epistemology and ontology is supreme? Just can't beat him, so might as well join him. That's what I say. Oh, we have a surprise guest star. Welcome to the show, the world famous Abby Eba, destroyer of worlds. Hello, Abby. I think Abby has waged a very successful military campaign against the far right. Ultra derecha.
Why would you say that? She deserves a moderation.
You've destroyed the world for these people. And look, Brother Keegan is here. He was so upset with me. You were lying about Brad. You never called the police. Well, brother, don't you know sometimes just putting it out there is good enough? And that's really what a mind virus is.
No, do not turn. You're shifting. You're turning the tables. You're creating revisionist history. You said to everyone you lied. You're not a man of honor.
I will not be insulted on my stage. I'm no liar, sir. I've told you completely what I've done. Just put it out there on X. We won't play these childish games with Keegan. Get back to work. Get back to the auto shop. So, Abby, you are in the Church of Bata and Cup. I hope your cup is always sweet, overflowing with joy, and, you know,
And you were right. The opposite of is not lust. I was wrong. It's charity.
charity. That's the
Generosity,
word.
like Danny said.
Yeah, charity, generosity, yeah, stuff like that.
Goodwill, admiration.
Charity
Yeah,
is
that's
the
the
magic.
opposite. Yeah. I'm thinking lust because I saw Danny came into the room, and that's all I could think of is the word lust, and I couldn't get my just.
Danny is such a crush on you.
Whatever, I'm over it.
She's just real. That's why I like real people. Abby too.
All right, we're going to continue this blessed sacred meditation. This is page 66. The gospel says that at the death of the Savior, the veil of the temple was rent, because that death manifested the triumph of devotion, the miracle of charity, the power of God in man, divine humanity, the human and human divinity, the highest and most sublime of arcana, the last word of all initiations. But the Savior knew that at first men would not understand him, and he said, "You will not be able to bear at present the full light of my doctrine. But when the Spirit of truth shall manifest himself, he will teach you all truth, and he will cause you to understand the sense of what I have said unto you." Now, the Spirit of truth is the spirit of science and intelligence, the spirit of force and of counsel. It is that spirit which solemnly manifested itself in the Roman Church when it declared in the 4 articles of its decree on the 12th of December, 1845, first degree, that if faith is superior to reason, reason ought to endorse the inspirations of faith. Second degree, that faith and science have each their separate domain, and that the one should not usurp the functions of the other. Third degree, that it is proper for faith and grace not to weaken, but on the contrary to strengthen and develop a reason. Fourth degree, that the concourse of reason, which examines not the decisions of faith, but the natural and rational bases of the authority which decides them, far from injuring faith, can only be useful to it. In other words, that a faith perfectly reasonable in its principles should not fear, but should, on the contrary, desire the sincere examination of reason. Such a decree is the accomplishment of a complete religious revolution. It is the inauguration of the reign of the Holy Ghost upon the earth. What is the Holy Ghost, Barth? This is a mystery to me.
You want an Old Testament or a New Testament explanation?
Let's go with the new.
The Holy Spirit is the love that spirates from the Father and the Son. So once the Father and the Son, the two knowers, know it and they reveal it through the Spirit. So in Genesis 1:1 and 1:2, it
he's going to say, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Right? That's the word. The word is creating. The earth was formless and deep as the Spirit of God hovered over. I think he hovers over the deep or something like that. I think I botched that one. But yeah, so you see Father, Son, and Holy Spirit right in the beginning there. That's the reason why John, the prologue for John 1:1 is in the beginning was the Word. And the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Because the Word is God. The Word became flesh and dwelt among us. In other words, the Logos, the eternal God, became a man and lived like a man among us. He was identified. He was numbered with the transgressors. Yo, that's how I know sometimes, bro. Not for nothing, Smiler. But I think your boy, honestly, man, and I love that he does it too. I think he listens into our conversations sometimes to get some input, to get some influence. Like, yo, we had a good ass run for like a good month. And when he was debating the Jake the Italian metaphysician, the Italian Muslim metaphysician, and he brought up that 2946, and I've heard him say he was identified, numbered with the transgressors. That I'm the only nigga out here saying shit like that. He said it. I'm thinking to myself like, yo, he must have heard me, bro. He must have heard me. Because that's some straight up fucking what's that guy's name again? The one that I gave you? Billy Graham? Oh shit. I get on my Billy Graham? It's a rap. Who do they say that I am? He said, no, Peter. I don't care what they say. What do you say? Who do you say that I am? God, the Christ, the Son of the living God. Peter, you did well, Peter. But those weren't your thoughts. Those thoughts came from God. It was God who revealed it to you. I love the Billy Graham, man. You got to listen to that. Listen, you have, Mr. Universe, you have to listen to Who is Jesus? By Billy Graham in 1973. Is it 73 or 77? I forget. It might be 77. Hey, guys, enough. You're going to hurt each other. And stop jumping on the couch with the iPads on the thing. Put it over there, the iPad.
Hello?
Hello?
I heard you say something interesting once. I think I heard you say that Jesus freed the Gnostics. Or Jesus frees the Gnostics.
I never said that. Did I say that? I heard you say that.
I thought I heard you say it one time. Oh, no, you plugged the link. You put a link up, and it was some Gnostic book or something. But it said something in there that Jesus even frees the Gnostics. And I was like, does that mean because, like, basically doing duality versus non-duality? So, like, if you're always in the non-dual state, basically you're, like, addicted to being in union with God. And that can ultimately, it has to be a fine balance. Too much is too much, because then you neglect the objective material world, and your garbage doesn't get taken out and your dishes don't get washed. Hello?
Yes. Jesus puts the duality in narcissism. He makes the model complex in order for our realization for material.
The only religion that has ever been truly dualistic with and is kept to it is Zoroastrianism.
Yes.
It's the truest dualistic when it talks about evil. But you see, when I asked Mr. Mikael, aka Cynic, aka Lumi, I asked him once, and it made him feel really uncomfortable. I said, "What is the distinction? What are the commonalities of the devil and Christ?" And he kind of shelled up. He kind of thought I was trolling. And I'm like, no. I'm like, do you not realize that this is the book of Job? This is Zechariah chapter 3. This is like, there's always going to, it's because the Christian religion is not dualistic. It's not about good and evil.
No, it's not.
It's not. And when you compare, right, when we have the devil, Satan, or should I say Lucifer, right, and Jesus, right, he's saying to you almost like, just as good as Jesus is, he is that representation also of the bad. And you know what? Some people are just not comfortable with that. And that's the reason why you ever look in the Vatican and they have that big, huge thing, the black thing that looks like, like they're in they look like they're in hell or something. That big, huge black. You'll see it. It's in the Vatican. It's in one of their newest cathedrals or whatever, and it looks like this hell like going on in the background, right? Because that's what it. That's what it represents. He is the light of justice, but he's also, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, the one that he knows no one's name, the fire in his eyes, the tongue as sharp as a sword. He's dripped in blood. Like, he's not playing.
Ahura Mazda and Ahriman, where like one is a supreme being, right? That which is truth, light, versus Ahriman, which is in who all evil is sourced, right? And this duality solves the problem of evil, basically. One can posit evil to Ahriman and posit all goodness to the Ahura Mazda. It's monotheistic and yet dualistic in its model. It is brilliant.
Well, there's a saying in Zen that I came from brilliance and I return to brilliance. So, we hope that every man and every woman can come to the realization that they themselves are a star. And Clown House is the microcosm of the macrocosm, because we are all on a stage and we are all stars. And when you understand, the opportunity cost of being here versus being outside in the sun, taking a jog through the park and looking at the little squirrels saying, "Give me a peanut." Or you see a little bunny rabbit like Abby run around shocked when you say, "Where's the coupons?" And she goes, "I don't have any coupons." So the purpose of the Church of Buttercup is not Reese's, it's not chocolate, and it's not even peanut butter. It's you who are the cup, and what you put inside of yourself every day is very important because everyone likes to cook in butter. Oh, Nora Bandura is here. Maybe we can fill up Nora with some more light today instead of all the darkness of the far right and her lover, Nora and Diego. Little sexual conflict there still. Never really quite had sex. I never had sex with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. Well, everybody, you are now witnessing the most exciting room on Clown House. The Muslims versus the Megatron of Catholicism. Megatron, if you had one message to all the Muslims on the whole planet Earth right now, what would you want all the Muslim brains across the entire planet to know? Almighty Megatron.
Jesus will never be a Muslim.
Jesus will never be a Muslim.
Oh, Jesus.
Lord Jesus, King, Son of the Father, will never, ever, ever be a Muslim. But you got respect for Islam, right? Because it is a world religion, and that really is a monolith. And there are three major monoliths, but one of the three...
I do not. No, I do not respect any religion who desecrates Christ. So they're going to hell. I really want to tell them they're going to fucking hell for desecrating Christ and for building on the Temple Mount. Mm-hmm. That's really what I want to tell. That's really what I say to them on a daily basis. Like, your Umar, the Jew, cursed you guys. He cursed your religion. Because if he knew the scriptures, he would have read 2 Thessalonians chapter 1 through 12, and it's exactly who the man of perdition is. He sets himself up in the temple of God, saying that he is God. That's exactly what Islam did with Muhammad. They're saying that his words in that book is God. Well, and then they built on the Temple Mount. So I wish them all the best. I really do. I wish them all the best, but all of the shortcomings, all of the things that are happening to them are going to continue to happen to them, because as long as they think that Jesus is going to come back, to break the cross, kill the pig, ask the trees where the Jews are hiding, as long as they keep this in their doctrine, they're going to hell.
Okay. So thanks for that, Almighty Megatron. We do have some Muslims, and I was looking at what Nora Bandura has in her profile, and it's very beautiful and wonderful. And I would just say that I find that to be, most expeditious or expedited. The thing is, you don't want to wait in a long line with no coupons. If you have to wait in a long line, well, you better have some coupons. And so in the Church of Buttercup, we're very much focused on what we listen to and what we say. And if we have to talk slowly because we don't want to rush, well, that's okay. The truth of the earth from your birth to your death. With all the knowledge of the earth and your birth and your death. The truth of the earth. With no good book, and if you don't even go to the gym and you don't stretch, well, you're going to have lower back pain. And that's a truth that you can't get out from under without having to do the work of stretching and breathing. Not many Christians or Muslims are going to do a class on breathing, but they should, because breathing is the truth of the earth. Because if you stop breathing, there will be no more earth. There will be no more birth, just your death. And when you're deaf, it doesn't just mean you can't hear nothing. It really means that you can't ever hear anything ever again because you've experienced death. And that's the truth of the earth. Don't die. Now you are alive, but you want to stay alive for as long as you can to experience the truth of the earth all the time, because it's beautiful and it's lovely and it's intelligent. It's not Smiler. Welcome to the Muslims versus the Megatron of Catholicism. What is your truth, Dr. Schomburg?
What is truth?
No, what is your truth? For example, half this room is just my other cell phones, but it gives the illusion that there's more people here than there truly is when it's just me multiplied multiple times over. And I just want to point out the truth that Isa is a cunt in another room, but the Lord here is not Isa, but it gives the feeling that Isa is here. And the funny thing about Isa is she has conditioned so many people on this app with this stupid PTR. But the truth is, doesn't matter how many times you condition someone, if you are a cunt, it won't really matter. You can condition your other people with cunt philosophy. But the truth of the earth is that a cunt is a cunt. And you gotta do your cunt. And you gotta clean it. And I think a lot of cunts out there, they're always talking about this pH level. And we all know, what is the perfect pH number? Is it 4? Anyways. It's neither here nor there. Oh, 7, that's right. 7. And if you're a 4, are you a base or are you an acid?
Acid.
You're an acid. So I guess the point is you don't want an acidic cunt, and you don't want a basic cunt. You want to maintain that perfect 7. Now, I'm willing to go out with a 7, but if I can get to an 8 or a 9, oy vey, or a 10. 10 is truly the most perfect number because it represents the universe. And that universe can be represented by the Holy Kabbalah. Not many Christians or Jews or Catholics or Muslims will ever admit that the philosophy of the Kabbalah is actually the totality of all the religions mixed into one bubblegum that you can put in your mouth and chew like a curd. Now, if you want to become like a cow and say moo, that's okay, because moo is a 3-letter word and mo is a 2-letter word. And Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon that magical man. Welcome, Mr. Woofy. The Muslims versus the Megatron, the final battle. Megatron, what's the second message you'd like all the Muslims on planet Earth to know, other than that Jesus will never become a Muslim?
Jesus will never be a Muslim. No matter how many fake profiles are in this room.
No, you've already said that. We don't want to be redundant. We want
okay,
a new
I'm sorry.
revelation.
I'm just repeating what you said. All right, I'm sorry. Let me start over. If any Muslim condemns the what's this guy's name again? The conspiracy now with the files. What was his name again? I'm having
Epstein.
a brain fart. Everyone's talking about the state. What is it called again? What is it called?
Wait,
again?
what are you asking?
Who's the guy that has this the prostitution ring? What's his name?
Jeffrey Epstein.
Epstein. So if any Muslim condemns Epstein, they are literally condemning their prophet. That's it.
Could you repeat that again for us, Megatron?
If they think the Epstein thing is bad, then then they're condemning Muhammad. Because how could they think that what he did was bad, but then are okay defending that their morality is for all time, but then in the same sentence contradict themselves and say, well, that was then and this is now. Well, that doesn't work. Then the morality, so then it does change. No, it doesn't change. And you're like, wait. Okay, so will you marry off your daughter when she's 9?
Well, Megatron.
Think of the conversation. Think of the conversation we're having if we're Muslims. Go ahead.
This is a little bit like people who think that we have to increase spending with education or with Medicare, Medicaid. We can't spend our way out of this problem. We have to grow our way out of this problem. And until individuals can admit that, growth or more moral understanding or knowledge of the law, unless people are willing to admit that they're fools, they'll never grow out of this dilemma. And, look at Epstein. He's 99.99%, gone, dead and buried, probably cremated, who knows. And, Bill Gates is giggling on TV, and he's still talking about mass vaccination. Some people are obsessed with certain topics and categories. For some people, the vaccine is the sexiest thing in the world to them because they know governments will continue to borrow and spend to manufacture them. And it is a national geostrategic security issue because, we are still investing in biolabs at scale and researching chemical, biological, warfare. And it's madness. But it's neither here nor there in the Church of Buttercup. I see we have Caleb in the audience. And, Buttercup and Emrose were in the room earlier. And I just got to say, Emrose wants all of us to be terrified. She said it yesterday. She said, you should all be terrified. We should all be terrified. Because if they can do this to the Palestinians, they can do this to us. And that type of fear-mongering is not based in wisdom, knowledge, understanding, or any type of comprehension at all with regards to God. And that's why they keep saying nonstop their mantras, this is not a religious war. They have to keep repeating that to themselves because it is a confirmation bias of their position. And so, I like you, Barth, because you want to talk about the GOD. And that's great. And education is great, but fear-mongering and political propaganda and distorting facts and causing emotional disturbances by kicking over hornets' nests, it's just going to take, a highly vaccinated, double-boosted, triple-vaxxed, liberal, leftist, socialist, communist, atheist to basically do their shtick, which is performative artwork. And to kick over hornet's nest and scream like a banshee. Hello? Hello? Sheikh, are you in Palestine on your connecting flight to Iran?
Yeah, just a little bit over turbulence over here in Pakistan. They're celebrating 4th of July during this time of the year.
Too bad. I hear that they Barth had a great room earlier about Aisha's box and whether or not she served in the military conquest campaigns. Barth, did you ever come to any resolution whether or not Aisha was a boy involved in a pedophilic homosexual relationship with Muhammad?
They'd rather defend their prophet Swalala Walayhi Wasalam than and call him they rather call him a child abuser of women than call him a homosexual. I'm trying to give them outs. I even asked ChatGPT, and you know what ChatGPT said to me, because it knows me so well. I'm going to tell you what it said to me, right? And it said, why you might feel this way, Barth. Let's explore that rationally. Discomfort with the age reports, 6 or 9 narrations in Bukhari and Muslim. The psychological difficulty accepting the narrative. Wanting a clear alternative explanation. That explicit makes sense emotionally, Bart. Historically, if you want strong arguments in this debate, you need defensible grounding, and we don't have it. So it's telling me, I understand why you're emotional, why you want to find an out, why you feel the need to try this, to go down this road of trying to eliminate a female from this action so that it looks like he has a little sense of dignity in saying that he wouldn't fuck a 9-year-old girl. Like, I want that. I want that for him. I'd rather say he was in his desires than actually be that fucking devil, garbage human being. You understand? Like, he can reconcile the boy thing. We can reconcile the boy thing. Right? Her being a girl, I'm not so sure if any man can reconcile that. You know, that boy would have grew up and fucked Muhammad. You get what I'm saying? That boy would have grew up and said, blow me, motherfucker, and you would have done it. It's not the same. It's not.
Point of order, moderator.
Taking advantage of a girl that is helpless.
Point of order, moderator.
I want to reconcile. I want clarity.
I think they destroyed the original Quran, and now we don't know this information. Otherwise, we would have seen the same exact rights Aisha had with other women in modern days.
You know, I like to say, you know, are you willing to die on this hill? Because a lot of people just want to do redundancies and repetitions. And that's cool if it's successful. You know, if you've got a shtick that people have become hypnotized with, well, then you found some type of formula for essentially getting people to return. And a return customer is the basis of a good business. You can't launch a new business every day and rebrand. It's got to be consistent. And I think Megatron has always preached consistency as the root of success. And Narjas here is saying there's so much hate, but I would say Narjas is technically spending a lot of time in hate rooms. This isn't a hate room in any way, shape, or form. This is the final battle. I hope that this room will once and for all eliminate all future debates and conversations. For Catholics and Christians, Jews and Hindus, Buddhists and Muslims, I hope that this room will satisfy all receipts and demands and debts, and we can pay it all off with a public note instrument. That instrument might be Freemasonry, ladies and gentlemen, because that's a brotherhood where Muslims, Jews, and Catholics, guess what, come together, but they have to declare a one God. And it's not just that they declare they believe in a God, but they declare their faith in the one God.
Point of order, moderator, point of order.
Point of order, moderator.
But the other thing too is men of different faiths come together in prison.
Shake, hold on a second. Narja is speaking, and she's requested a point of order.
Thank you.
Not Christian or Jew or Muslim. Not Hindu, Buddhist, Sufi or Zen. Not any religion or cultural system. I am not from the East nor from the West. I am not from the ocean or from the ground. I am not natural or ethereal. I am not composed of any elements at all. I do not exist. I am not an entity in this world or of the next. I did not descend from Adam or Eve or any origin story. My place is the placeless, a trace of the traceless. I am neither body nor soul. I belong to the beloved. I have seen the two worlds, only as one, and that one call to and know, the first, the last, the outer, the inner, only that breath, the breathing human being. That's what I am. Point of order, moderator.
Okay, do we have a Muslim to respond? If you want to get modded to kick this kafir to the goo, you can do that if that'll make you feel fulfilled in your faith.
Can I respond from the Muslim perspective?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is the utmost interesting topic. Not only do men come together of different faiths in Freemasonry, but different men of different faiths come together in prison.
Okay. We also have Joanna. Welcome, Joanna, to the stage. You know, I feel like Joanna and our great Megatron here are like cousins or brothers and sisters. You two sound like you're from the same family. That's not true, right, Joanna?
Oh, Megatron. Who else?
I said you and Barth
Megatron?
sound like you're from the same family.
Yeah, we live next door. I know Megatron in real life.
Wow.
What do they call it? IRL?
Small
What,
world.
you can hear it?
Small world.
Well, it's a small world. Here it is, right here.
Well, this is going to be the last and final room of all time for all religious debates here on the app. It's the final battle in the Church of Buttercup. We hope to once and for all satisfy all curiosity, all demands, all exceptions to the debate, the never-ending, endless debate that Barth and others have been creating here day after day. And today, Barth admitted that he was so proud because he kicked 60 Muslims out of his room. It made him feel great, like he was cleaning up the streets or something.
Like deportation.
Is Barth an ICE agent? It's all making sense now. He's a Clubhouse ICE agent. Oh no, I've got to alert the liberals. They're putting together a room. Oh my God. They're not illegals. They're trying to become legal. It's the law.
I know 4 people who got deported already.
Oh my God. You know, well, you know what's his face on here, right?
Yeah.
He claims that he got deported to Mexico. I think he's full of shit. He's fucking...
What's his face? No, I think it's true. I have some kind of evidence.
Oh, really?
I'm afraid to say it.
Edmund, who is it?
We don't have to say his name.
Alright, I'll write it in the chat.
Diego?
No.
Okay, write it and delete it after.
I'm drawing a blank. It'll come to me.
And describe.
So I want to thank everybody
Okay,
coming.
you can delete it. I don't know this guy.
Yeah, Hermes. Hermes. So I want to thank everybody for coming. This is a meditation room because Clubhouse is nothing but toxicity. So let's maintain our equilibrium.
Point of order, moderator.
Exactly. Robert's rules.
Really?
Yeah, look up Robert's rules.
Oh, I thought you meant Robert.
Oh, Robert Taylor. He's casting me in movies. He's a horrible director producer. His movies are really shitty. I'm like, for a guy who loves movies, he loves movies so much, but he can't put together anything. He can't even write. It's like, see, the thing is, you're a good writer if you're a good reader. It turns out that reading and writing are like the same thing. And if you read somebody who's really well written, well, that makes you a good writer if you read their book. And I've been reading a lot of good books.
I wrote 3 books. They're on Amazon. Can I get...
Yeah, I know. You're awesome. Put the link in the chat again. You did a great job with your business there.
Oh, yeah. I got 200 this month.
You made $200?
Yeah, but I want to go bigger. I want to get it out there to, like, I wrote to Oprah. But they never read their mail.
No. They're not going to publish you unless they got, like, an interest or, like, you're involved in their pedo ring or something. Yeah, maybe you should start a cult. And
oh, I love cults.
Yeah. Not many people really think about it, but if you think about it, you could claim that everything is.
About that.
You could claim that everything is a cult.
I do. I think about cults all the time.
Because a call and a T, you're just calling people into categories. That's really all cults are. And so if you claim that you're a cult deprogrammer, well, guess what? You run a cult of cult deprogramming. And so I've been reading about how to decondition people from very hardcore cults because there's a lot of really crazy cults out there in the Hindu faith, in the Jewish faith, and many of these people are trapped and they can't get out. They've got no other options. They can't operate in a secular world. They don't know how to go to the grocery store and save money with coupons. They don't know how to create a Craigslist account.
That's what I'm here for. That's why I wrote books, you know.
You
wrote a book, I'll read it. Yeah, about how to save coupons in Germany, even though we don't have coupons.
Mm-hmm.
You know, my daughter saves people from cults. That's what she does since she left her cult. Yeah. Oh, that's much more interesting, honey. For me, it's just to save a few cents on a grocery.
Mm-hmm.
The coupon cult. Yeah, my daughter saves people. It's called Healing from a Cult. Healing from Cults. She has a business. She has a website. She has a YouTube. She has a podcast.
Mm-hmm. Fatima.
She hypnotizes people to get them deprogrammed. She's a hypnotherapist like you. Like
Blue.
Like John Kitover? Universe.
Blue, welcome to the room, Blue.
Hey, Blue. True blue, baby, I love you. Blue moon. Let's think about songs that have the word blue in it.
Blue balls.
Oh, good. Blue suede shoes. Blue suede shoes. I love blue velvet. Blue velvet.
Zaleni, welcome to the room, Zaleni.
You're so bad.
Zaleni is a trans. Look out, everybody. We have a they them on stage.
Is that for real? One for the money, 2 for the show.
3 to get ready and 4 to
Go,
go.
go, go.
Okay, everybody. Again, you're in the final battle. There will be no more battles after the final battle. That's what makes it the final battle.
Final countdown.
We're going all in. We're going all in. Mark the date. Today's the final battle, February 16th, 2026. This is the final battle, the battle of all battles. We will once and for all determine whether or not God exists, number 1. And number 2, we will solve the mystery of all faiths and world religions. And we will ultimately get to the truth through the final battle. We're going to use AI. We're going to use comedy. We're going to use art. We're going to use genius and intelligence and love to get to the final solution. And then we're going to print it out. And
the 3-step rule?
We're going to print it out and put it on the wall with a little thumbtack. And we're going to timestamp it with a stamp and sign it. And that'll be it. And there'll be no longer a need to ever spend another minute on this app. Unless it's a roast and we're making fun of people, of course. But this will be the final battle between all the world's Catholics, all the Jews throughout the world, and all the Hindus, the billion-plus Hindus on the planet, and the 800 million Buddhists, and the 1.1 billion Muslims from Indonesia to Saudi Arabia, to Iran and Oman, to Yemen, and even to Vancouver and Toronto. We give you the final battle. In the left corner, we have a Muslim. In the right corner, we've got a Jew. In the northeast corner, we got a Christian Catholic. And in the northwest corner, we got a Buddhist. In the southwest corner, we got a Hindu. And in the center, we have the final battle. Arm yourselves and prepare for battle. Grab your Bibles, grab your Qurans, grab your Bhagavad Gitas, and bring your best quotes and best verses in this theological, never-ending, ontological, etymological debate. This ontological, eschatological, theological, universal debate about words, endless definitions about the debates on the definitions of words. Like, for example, what does the word mean with a capital W? A word, the word. We're still debating words, and we already know that the capital W is the capital G-O-D, not the little G-O-D. Hello? The Church of Buttercup is proud to sponsor this all-hands final battle. And you could call this the Clubhouse Apocalypse, the final countdown to the ultimate and final battle of the universe. We finally did it. It only took us 6 years of wasting time debating definitions for the sake of ESL speakers in other countries that want to try to learn English, native English, But we did it. We've exposed all the haters, all the crash outs, all the neurological disorders, the psychotics and the sociologically deranged. You can call them sociopaths. We've done it. We've recorded. We've garbaged out. We actually filled the garbage dump up. That's actually why we're doing the final battle, because there's no more place to put any more garbage, it turns out. Recycling is a big issue. And without recycling, we actually wouldn't even be able to do this right now, because we ran out of landfill space years ago, technically. But through the magic and the miracle of the internet, we've been able to store an infinite amount of garbage, fucking thousands and trillions of worth of garbage. Anyways, in the Church of Buttercup, we have one rule. You can't bring any drama in to the church from any other past rooms. This is the final room, and it's a new room. Therefore, that's the only rule. And if you are not here now, but you will be here later in this room, and you don't know that rule, well, we might be kind and let you know about that rule. But that's the inside joke room rule. You can't bring up any old drama in the final battle. You have to be in the now. The now is all important, just like all when you realize that everything is God. Everything. And when you create a room called Prove to Me God Exists, but you won't let anybody actually speak for more than 3 sentences, that's an ADHD problem with your brain. And you could call it a disability, and you should be compensated for that disability by your government and your fellow taxpayers. And I'm so happy you've chosen this room as your final room of the day, the final battle between the Muslims and all the other world religions that they deface and destroy at every opportunity they get. Those beautiful Buddha statues in the meditative mountains of the Afghani Kush. How could they do that? Destroy that beautiful artwork in the name of God. But in some ways, it's kind of cooler now that the Buddhas don't have any heads. It's almost like through destruction, you get to see the truth of the earth and the God. This is the Church of Buttercup. Okay, I'm going to take a break here because my monologue has been going on for quite a while. Sorry, great contribution, Narjas, but I can't do any copyrighted music longer than, 1 to 2 seconds. So unfortunately, we're going to have to forego that beautiful Queen Rhapsody by that Persian F word. And that's that movie that came out. It's a good movie. The thing is, they never talk about Freddie Mercury's like best blowjobs. Like Freddie Mercury has a powerful voice, but in terms of like inhaling a cock,
with a mouth like that.
Yeah, he had like. Did you ever see him in that movie? He's got like those teeth that protrude, darling.
Protruding.
My teeth protrude. That's how you can always tell someone can do a good blowjob, because that means the teeth are angled right for the job.
Correct. You do not interfere with the process.
Well, I'd like to prove that I can clear out a room by the power of my wand. Let me demonstrate for you a little song. I want to dedicate this to the final battle. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for 10 seconds. 10, not 11, 10, not 9. The beautiful sun is setting. Here we go. The day of the word is Zionist. The next day of the word is occupation. The next magic day of the word is genocide. The next day of the word is neocolonialism. Next day of the word is checkpoints or illegal checkpoints. This is the glossary to a Free Palestine instruction manual, by the way. With flute accompaniment. Next day of the word is white structural racism. Just remember that all communication is conditioning, and all communication is suggestion, and all communication is political, and all communication is hypnosis. You have all been hypnotized in the Church of Buttercup. This is your deconditioning, reconditioning hypnosis. Hello? I also want to thank the Anon in the audience. Those are both my accounts. If Norbandor is wondering which Anon is mine, they're both mine. Hello? This last song will be called... What's a good woke leftist term that I'm forgetting? Anybody? Narges Abbey? What can we add to the glossary? CRT, BLM, DEI, LGBTQ.
TDS, since you like to use that.
No, you failed to understand my question, Abby.
I'm watching TV, sorry.
Yeah, some people are asking me, why do I have the Liberian flag tattooed on my chest? That's because I'm Liberian, obviously. And I was born in Liberia. I'm actually an African American. This is the marching song to the final battle. The one room that will settle all rooms and all debates across the clown house universe for all time. Forever and ever. Next time you go into a Barth room and a Daniel Nero room or a Narges room, just know that these debates have already been settled.
I got no rules.
Hello?
Hello?
We are now invoking Jehovah to come and give us the war engine for the final victory. But we need to use the secret key activator and strike the master chord to draw. Draw the flaming sword. Oh, McZed is here. He's here to represent the Jewish army, the army of God.
I'm loving this flute.
Thank you. McZed, how do you say army of God in Hebrew?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know that secret magic Hebrew word?
Yeah. I don't know what the word for armies would be.
I read it in a Kabbalah book one time. There's a definite Hebrew one or two words that describe the army of God in Hebrew.
Isn't that like what Sahal stands for?
Sahal?
Sahal. Early Zionist youth movement.
I think I'll put it in the chat. It's Sava.
Well, maybe I'm right.
Oh, it's in the chat.
It's the short word for Mossad.
No, that means Mossad means supreme intelligence.
Word, meaning like army that they apply to other
Easy.
places.
Well, the Saudi. The Saudi is first. What? Because
Right,
there's
you know what I'm
a
saying?
Sadiq, and then there's Sada.
Rabbano Shalom. Judy, we got Judy in the audience. Judy loves. Oh, Judy left.
Oh, Judy, wow. She thinks it's the Church of Buttercup, bro. She's Buttercup's friend.
I love how Buttercup always says, Judy is like my best friend. I've known Judy my whole life for 25 years. And anyways, this is the final battle, Migzad.
Army of God.
Rabbano Shalom, what?
What's your question about an army of God?
What's the Hebrew translation? Army of God.
Well, I don't know.
Well, Rabbano Shalom, you'll never be a soldier with that attitude in the army of God. We need...
I'm not a soldier.
I know, you're a priest. That's okay. The priest also serves in the army. I don't know if you know that. Rabboni Shalom.
Do you know how the priest serves in the army?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you?
Yes, there's a special prayer they give.
What's the special prayer?
It mostly tells people to go home if they're scared.
Go home to a clubhouse?
No. Like, I think the specific instructions are if you got married in the past year, if you recently, like, purchased a house, or if you invested in a property, go back to tend to your possessions so that your distraction will not distract the rest of the army.
That would be like every one of us.
It sounds like that song, you know, take a shower, shine your shoes. You got nothing, no time to lose, you know? Yeah.
Well, controlling the fear and the confidence of an army is part of maintaining an army.
One click, multiple accounts interact at the same time, instantly boosting likes and followers. When a video goes viral overnight, there's probably a hidden
except for the people that stay.
In China, people take old smartphones and remove everything except the boards. Then they put these phones into
Well, you know,
a
it's
special
also
case and
a bit of a peer pressure thing. Like, people can leave. There's a list of explanations why a person would leave, but then also you're abandoning your brothers in arms who will be going out there to fight. So it's a bit of a game theory thing, but everyone, by the end of it, commits to not running away.
It's like Hotel California.
Yes, and there were 2 soldiers who were appointed to stand in the back of the armies carrying 2 axes to kill anyone that tried to desert.
What, with like ice cream sundaes?
No, they would behead them.
Why the bloody prayer then? Like, what purpose does a prayer serve?
To fortify the troops, that only those who are committed to go out and fight go out. But even with that happening, people still get scared once the fighting starts. And people abandon the line, especially with that style of warfare, with like phalanxes and siege warfare. A single break could cost everyone their lives. Which is why you have the 2 guys pointed at the backs to tell everyone, if you run away, we're going to have to kill you because you're risking the life of everyone.
Yeah.
And that, you know, that's also why court-martials exist with their own justice system, and going AWOL is a criminal offense. Militaries are old structures.
Yeah, when I was in the army, this guy left the base and then he got arrested at the airport and he came back in chains. And I said, "Where did you go? Why did you leave?" And he says, "This sucks. I just wanted to go home." I was like, "So you just called it? How did you leave?" He's like, "I called a taxi and I left." I was like, "You called a taxi and went to the airport and just tried to leave?" He goes, "Yeah." And they brought him back in chains.
Knucklehead.
So, you know, McZed, Judy and Buttercup and Emrose yesterday kept saying, you know, we should all be terrified because if they can do this to the Palestinians, they can do this to us. And they keep repeating the Zionists, of course. And so Emrose keeps screaming.
You're saying if Israel can treat Palestinians in the way that they do, what stops them from treating New Yorkers in the way that they treat the Palestinians?
I think she may mean humanity, the global community.
Humanity, like which parts of humanity? Like the Russians, the Japanese,
the all
Indians,
the all humanity. But
well, I mean, like I guess the simple sort of klutz
to her question is, Israel seems to only be targeting the people that geographically affect their sense of security, which doesn't seem to be anybody on the face of the earth other than the Palestinians, and maybe Iran.
So they keep repeating a mantra, which is, this is not a religious war. And it's my belief they have to keep repeating that mantra because
Does it matter if it is or is not a religious war? I don't even understand what's a contest there. Who cares?
Because it's a confirmation bias of their atheism.
Who exactly is grading you on whether you labeled it a religious war correctly or incorrectly? Who really cares?
It is an important distinction for them, and there's a reason why they keep repeating it. Because they're atheists.
What does that matter?
It makes a significant difference to their world, theory. This is a definitive, statement over and over again that Buttercup and Emrose keep making, which is, this is not a religious war. They have to keep repeating it, and there's an important, framing that is happening there, where they're claiming that there is no religious context to this dispute. And to me, it's foolish and really shows how little of an understanding they have of human behavior and what motivates an Islamic jihadist to mercilessly kill. Because I've seen the videos from October 7th, and these are hardened Islamic extremists, fundamentalists, militants, and they can't see how these people most absolutely utilized their culture and faith and etc. to commit the horrific acts and barbarism that they did. I think they're pirates. And to Judy and to Buttercup and to Emrose, these are not pirates. These are reactionaries to an oppressive Zionist, white structural racist, neo-colonialist, Zionist occupation of terrorism, and they view the IDF as the terrorists, and they view the freedom fighters of the Palestinian people, aka the pirate militant Islamic terrorists, as the freedom. So there's an important reason why they keep saying it's not a religious war, because that doesn't meet their definitions or their frame or their vision, and so they can't accurately describe reality. And
I think they don't want to classify it as a religious war because the Jews would win in that fight.
When you've got terrorists, a video.
Other religions as well.
I'm interested in hearing Caleb's.
I'm saying if someone wanted to throw down religious debate as to whether the Muslims should occupy the land of Israel, or if Judaism and the religion of the Jews should occupy the land of Israel, the argument for the Jews is far stronger.
Exactly, but there are other religions too in the region. There are Christians. There are all kinds of
Sure, I grant you the argument that is the strongest is the one that pluralistically allows for all of the religions of the earth to function there, specifically the ones that have a sacred site in the land of Israel. But the religious argument, if anyone concedes that it's a religious war, that the Islamic religious position is to wage jihad against Israel because of the occupied territories, which are by right property of the Islamic caliphate or communities, that religious argument is not as strong and not as compelling as the Jewish religious argument of their commandment from God to live in only that land, them and them alone, and to usher in the Messianic age.
That's not it. That's not it.
They don't. That's not.
I'm just saying that's true. If you make it a religious argument,
they don't want it to be a religious argument because
they lose.
Because they and here's my optimism. Okay, follow me. They still want there to be something redeemable about Jews and Judaism. That's why they don't want it to be a religious war. That's why they can't have Zionism be connected to Judaism, because they actually are still tribal in the way that they are fighting against. They still love us, but they think there's still something redeemable. And they're standing with people that hate us and want to kill us because they can't tell the difference.
What? I don't understand. How does that
I don't know about the last part. I can't.
They can't tell the difference between people who are saving Judaism and people who want to harm it.
I don't know.
No, I think they can tell that like the Muslims or the Palestinians aren't like engaged in a righteous mission to preserve Judaism. They know that. Their concern is that Judaism, in order to defend itself, is taking dark turns that will corrupt it and also make it unsafe in the world at large.
Yeah,
I don't believe that. I
You
don't
don't
think they're
believe
saying
what?
that. I don't think they're saying that. Although
You don't think they're saying that? They're
Yeah, I
not
don't
saying
think
that.
they're
You might think they don't believe that. That's fair.
yeah,
I think they probably don't fully believe it.
I think
It's a bit of
saying
an outlandish claim.
it is, and I keep saying that even though it's not apparently like a fight for religion, right? Or pursued by religion. It's still
It's obviously colored by religion.
It
You
is
can't
colored
like just
by religion.
disavow.
You can't.
Like
can't
the very
take it out of
identity of the Jews is seeped within both its own religion, its own religious identity, its own religious evolution, and the religious evolution and determinations of nearby religions. Like you can't remove religion from Jewish identity or its political existence.
Or the Middle East.
Or the Middle East, and much.
Middle East also.
Much can be said about the Muslims too, right?
Which makes it a religious war. Which makes us wonder, why is it that the liberals, in fighting to campaign for the Palestinians who are poor and disenfranchised, why won't they engage with the religious component of the argument?
But McZed, you also identify as a New Yorker, not just a...
I am a New Yorker.
Yeah, so
like
McZed asks a good question. Why won't these left woke socialist, liberal, Democrat, communist, atheists engage in
Because you can't critique brown people.
That's
what do you mean? We critique them all the time.
I'm telling you, it's
That's racist. I can critique anyone I want.
Yes, exactly. I'm telling you.
You're a racist. Go away.
Maybe in a certain ideology, right? Brown people are always lesser than white people structurally, and the reason.
Racist.
Yeah, I'm telling you,
That's racist. That's kind of racist.
Super racist.
I'm telling you, this is their racism.
That's like the people that say, black people, can't get an ID, so we can't have voter ID. That's like the same thing as like.
I'm saying.
I asked you why they won't engage with the religion. You told me because it's the wrong race. You can't ignore religion just because you've got another hot button issue called race. You got to engage with the religion. This isn't about race. It's about the religion.
That's right.
Yeah, but it's all right.
Maybe a little bit. What with the temple and the old sites and the dead bodies and the ancient languages and the scrolls. Maybe it's about the religion. Maybe not the race in this one instance.
Wait, you guys have scrolls?
If you critique, in their worldview, if you critique Islam, you're an Islamophobe. If you critique migrants, you're anti-immigrant. If you critique,
okay, how about this?
I mean, if you make a picture of Muhammad, you can get killed.
A liberal mindset that acknowledges the existence of religion, that there can be a pro-Judaic region of the world that in that particular region doesn't endorse Islam or Christianity and sticks to their understanding of Judaism. Can that happen pluralistically? That's racist. But I tell you, this is about religion, and it's the brown people's religion, so it's okay. Get the hell out of here.
I think Kitover made a very good point.
What's a brown person's religion?
All kinds of everything.
I think voodoo.
That's racist.
That's so anti-Semitic. I mean, racist. What Kitover said really makes sense. He's saying that atheism cannot engage in religion is just another headache in this whole freaking,
They can.
Atheism is engaging. They just kind of engage like nihilistic jerks smoking cigarettes with leather jackets on.
If you think about it, and
right, like show me more.
Atheism can be a religion in itself. Just because it's not a god doesn't mean there's not a religion.
Did you see it by yourself?
I'm saying it's an easier argument to make without involving the whole freaking shebang of theism, right? So that's what they're saying. There's no such thing as
it's their religion.
Well, what do you think about this? That when
way of engaging with religion.
Well, hold on. What do you?
Fact of humanity.
Because they feel left out.
So wait, if we believe that there's opposites like Zionist and anti-Zionist or atheist and theist, My point is, they will never get the solution they want to get because they declare that we can't have God in this conversation. There's no need for it, and we will have the liberation we want, but we have to organize. So, my point to them is, if you take God out of that equation, then there's no intelligence, and you won't win. Because if you are a God believer, you do believe that supreme power, intelligence, is your winning factor. And so they can't win or achieve what they want because they don't have the war engine, or basically the perpetual energy that they're really looking for.
But for them, like, they are the God.
What?
No, they deny.
Like an atheist, right?
See, the thing is, they can't
don't believe in God because they are the God.
You have to look at their mantra. Their repetition is, this is not a religious war. This is not a religious battle. This is not a religious conflict. They say that over and over and over again.
But that's just like a lie, right?
Exactly. It is 100% a propaganda statement.
And I'm saying that even if it's not
Let them lie to whoever, but like it is a religious conflict. So like, what do you do with the information that there's a whole bunch of liberals who are pushing for civic reforms for the Palestinians in their broad political position, with no semblance of engagement with the actual subject matter under debate? They're not talking about the religion.
Actually, this is a good point. Chaviv Retigur, who, if you're not reading and listening to, you should.
Bless you.
Yeah, he's amazing. I'll put his name in the chat. He just got interrupted at a talk he was doing at Haverford College in Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
and
stuff like that happening.
Yeah, and he was like,
to Haverford.
Yeah, and he's, I mean, a bastion of liberalism. And he was, no, seriously.
No, I know.
And he said the exact same thing. He's like, you think you are going to interrupt me here and have that message get to Israelis? You don't know anything about Israelis. You don't want to engage with Israelis. You only want to engage with Jews in the diaspora because you think that's your target. It's exactly right. They don't want to engage because they don't want to be on the side of power.
I'm saying, I don't think I agree with
No, listen, I see the question. They're not engaging. You guys keep trying to attribute motive and like psychologize them. I'm not so bold. I don't see an explanation as to why the big, strong atheist liberals can't talk about God. That's weird to me. I don't know why it is.
Because they would destroy their narrative.
How? Why?
You know, Caleb, like that college, Haverford College, like it's surrounded by St. Joe's and Villanova and a lot of these religious schools, and those people are way more tolerant than the Haverford.
Way more. The Haverford people are like, oh my God, they've jumped off the left end.
Yeah, it's almost like their non-religious beliefs is their religion.
They are illiberal to the max.
Even if it's not motivated by religion, right? I think the underlying religiosity reeks out of the situation, which they're not ready to freaking face for some reason, because it's another headache you're adding to the whole, the whole pantheon of reasons. So I definitely think there's an underlying religiosity. And to be optimistic, I'd say like religion is being used as a tool for hope, as a tool for survival, etc., that we justify to ourselves, right? That I'm doing this for a cause, and that cause is God.
But, sometimes it makes us feel.
But love and intelligence is by definition God. And so when you look at Mahatma Gandhi, who defeated the British Empire by being a radical peacenik, why can't the Hamas disarm and negotiate a disarmament? Well, my point is, there will be, like, what Buttercup and what Emrose really want.
Results in invasion.
I get it, but that outcome could still be better than the alternative, obviously.
If you care about something, defend it. Why is everyone trying to reinvent the wheel every
It's not
day?
This is game theory. I'm just introducing game theory. And if you want to look, it's not a chessboard here. We're talking about human lives that are suffering beyond belief on both sides.
And what are you doing about it?
I'm here complaining in the complainium with the rest of the complainers. That's it. This app is a complainium.
You should run for Congress.
I have run for Congress, and part of the point is, what?
You should stop running for Congress and start winning your seat.
I'm a write-in candidate, and part of the critique that I've witnessed is that people don't talk about the issues. They just want to attack me personally and just throw the fraud word around. And it's kind of like the debate here, where they can't engage with the theistic aspect of this conflict.
Who's they?
Emrose and Buttercup. You're in the Church of Buttercup right now. If you
My
didn't.
theory is that they don't do it because they lose.
My theory.
And nobody likes losing.
Well, they're going to lose because they don't have the intelligence to do the debate to begin with, and thus they go low on the political totem pole.
If you measure up a disinterested, and this is, I think, what the evangelical American Christians are looking at. If you assume a disinterested stance and measure both of their religious claims in terms of the worldview they're trying to create on an ethical basis, you'll end up siding with the Jews. Like they try to characterize them as racist, but like the alternative from the religious Muslim perspective is genocidal.
Wait, who says the Jews are racist? Who says that?
Well, you're a lawyer. The whole thing comes down to an interpretation of the law. Look at the laws of Moses.
The liberals say that the Israelis are racist
against the Palestinians.
Yeah, upon its inception, that's like the Buttercup
view
is that the premise of the Declaration of Independence of Israel, securing a sovereignty under a Jewish state, to create that is racist per se in Buttercup's estimation.
So we have... Yeah, go ahead, Lee.
I think Buttercup, as nice as she is embarrassed that she's Jewish, and therefore maybe the people she mixed with are very pro-Pali, so she's come out with this pro-Pali dialogue.
Well, she's got a Zionist
sister. It's a dangerous dialogue, because 80-odd years ago, we still had, 80 years ago in a few days, we had liberations of concentration camps, and to be embarrassed of what Israel's doing, you only have to look, and somebody said they'd seen a load of September the 7th videos of guys on motorbikes phoning his father, Dad, I killed the Jews, What's to be embarrassed about? Hamas have committed genocide. They've blown their own people up. Yeah, Buttercup.
Well, you have to emphasize that Buttercup is, at least within her estimation, in a privileged white liberal American bubble, by which she can adopt the very pampered perspective of pacifism and decry all violence as not related to her, and for her own security, she can just disavow every violent action as not having anything to do with her, even when people are engaging in violence to nominally defend her and her homeland.
So doesn't this always come down to the...
on the battleground,
Doesn't this always come down to the fact...
America, like she doesn't have to. That's part of the privilege of being in America.
Can't you take personal responsibility for everything that you're not responsible for and make that the basis of your moral argument?
No, you can't. Knock it off.
Well, welcome everybody to the Church of Buttercup. This is the final battle of Clown House, where the Catholics, Jews, Hindus, and Muslims will fight the Muslims in the final battle. You are witnessing some of the most intelligent, learned, educated, knowledgeable, and human beings with the greatest understanding on the planet use a social audio conference call app to have the final battle conversation, the ultimate debate. Bring all your big words and definitions, ladies and gentlemen. We need a Muslim, we need a Jew, we need a Christian or a Catholic, and we need a Hindu and a Buddhist to give their testament.
That's definitely racist.
And their final deposition affidavit. We need a signature with a notary on this one, ladies and gentlemen, because it's the final battle. It's the final court case. We've got our priest in the left-hand corner, McZed.
Since this is President's Day, what's your favorite president, John? Do you have a favorite president?
Nice.
I got to think about that, David. I would base my answer off of like an aesthetic style. I'm leaning towards FDR because that guy looked like Mr. Monopoly, and that's a pretty cool,
Who's the guy that dropped the bombs?
That was Truman. Truman dropped those big boys.
So he's
But FDR developed him.
Yeah, FDR. He got Einstein, freed him with a paperclip, brought him over, said, make us a big one, Einstein. You got the mathematical
Jewish,
equation.
by the way. Jewish.
The Manhattan Project.
Einstein didn't build the bomb.
Let's just go with it. All right, everybody, this is the final battle. No need to use ChatGPT. Just recite from memory. Sheikh is here. He's in a layover right now in Palestine on his way to Iran. And we've got everybody here, including the Lord, Issa Kunt.
Migzed, was Oppenheimer Jewish?
He was.
What?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that's true. I do actually have a Jewish book by Rabbi Oppenheimer out of Tel Aviv. So, Rabbono Shel Olam, Gekachen Lichtigen Dein Eugen, and Fushta! You're in the ultimate battle space. Bring your best stories of your best traditions and your best memories. No ChatGPT allowed. And also, the number one rule here is you can't bring in drama from old rooms. It's got to be new drama. And that's it.
What about, can I bring a point from chillism?
There will be no drama permitted in the final battle, but this is the ultimate theological religious debate room you've never wanted to join. And it's your time. It's your choice to be here, ladies and gentlemen. So bring us what you got. Hello?
It's our time down here. It's our time. Goonies.
So who here speaks for the people below? Anyone? Anyone here? Have you ever seen Les Miserables? Who here speaks for the people here below?
Yeah, but I was rooting for the bourgeoisie.
Really? Why?
Oh my God, we've got Emrose here. Emrose, our honored guest. Emrose, we're debating why you keep repeating this is not a religious conflict. If you could help give us your perspective or answer or worldview, I'm interested to know. I think it's because you need confirmation bias of your atheism, but I don't really know you well enough to actually accurately, psychologize you, as people have put it. But we're curious, Emrose, because I find you to be so annoying that you've made Buttercup look tolerable, which is a very difficult thing to do. That means you are a stinkier, nastier piece of shit than fucking Buttercup diarrhea. And I didn't think it would be possible to make Buttercup look good, but you've done it. You are the most obnoxious, noisy, rattling bean in a box I've ever heard. Hello?
Oy vey, what did she do to you?
She drove me crazy. I spent like 3 days recording her in Buttercup's church.
Why would you say that about Emerald? Stop.
No, it's true. She can come up here. She's a grown woman. She's a grown woman. She can defend her positions with my...
They're sorry.
Okay. You're not diarrhea and you're not a turd. You're a beautiful woman. But, Emrose, you don't know this about me, but I have a theory. And it's that ESL is actually what's happening here. And I can detect that you're not a native... You're not a native Hebrew Israeli speaker. You're from somewhere else. And so you are actually misrepresenting who you are, and you love to talk about certain topics that essentially make you a hypocrite because you're not authentic. You're not the genuine article, are you? Hello? And I do apologize for calling you diarrhea or excrement or feces.
Well, that's a step up.
Do you accept as a
Ribbon Shel Olam, and I'll try to make a special, Tikkun Olam on Yom Kippur for my insult. And I'll ask you for forgiveness. But you could come up here right now and tell us why you keep repeating the mantra, this is not a religious conflict. Because I like to sit here and, do these theological...
I like turtles.
You do, don't you, David? Well, listen, go get yourself another lemonade and go back to the kids' table and have yourself a seat. I'll get you a slice of pizza. This is a barbecue, okay? We've got pizza, and there's pepperoni and pineapple on it. It's not kosher. It's from Little Caesars, okay? We had to get the cheap pizza. We're not raising enough money.
You can have cheeseburger. That's not kosher.
What about the pizza? What about the pizza at the Epstein parties?
A non-Jew that tried it said that it tasted exactly like a cheeseburger. So I had a cheeseburger.
Oy vey.
I've had vegan butter, never vegan cheese though.
Have you ever had a?
cheese? Apparently it works.
Have you ever?
Cheese is cheese.
You know, regular American cheese is actually not real cheese anyway.
Well, if you are Jewish and you've never been on Pico Boulevard in Los Angeles, there is a restaurant there called. Their slogan is "Quality Forever." That's to me the greatest slogan for a business ever. Quality forever.
Are there a lot of?
It's a burger joint, and you know their cheeseburgers are great, but it's really their banana cream pie afterwards,
Right. That's
which is what really tops off that cheeseburger.
Yeah.
A lot of Yiddishkeit and souls have been destroyed at this cheeseburger restaurant, and it's all powered by illegal alien labor. I'm sure ICE has put that cheeseburger restaurant out of business. It's unfortunate that laws have to be enforced. The one thing you'll never hear out of Emrose's mouth.
It's unfortunate that laws have to be enforced.
Well, in Emrose's version of her, world view, law enforcement is the problem. Wouldn't you agree, Mixed, that she would agree with that?
I don't agree with
The
that.
pursuit of justice? The pursuit of justice. That's law enforcement.
We want treat justice in the American way, right? Superman said it best.
That was Superman.
Well, Emrose is. I'm not going to call her a coward. Let's just say that she's.
That's cowardly of you.
Is there anyone here that will speak for her?
It's really mean.
Is there anyone here that will speak up for her, for the people down below?
Yeah, I mean, I like Emeralds. I don't know why you're being so mean.
Well,
You're really mean to my friend.
she's noise. To me, she's just a signal.
Yeah.
Loud
You're
and
not
obnoxious.
Nobody thinks of you like obnoxious.
Nobody thinks of you like that, McZed. Nobody thinks of you like that either. All right?
Your go-to reason for disliking Emrose is that you think of her as, and I quote, obnoxious noise.
All communication. It's projection.
She's not singing any songs. Hello?
As a wealthy person, I give my money away to help the little people.
A wealthy person says wealthy. They don't say wealthy. And you got 2 PhDs. We know, David.
What a true bonfire.
I bought a painting for somebody on this app, and I bought a $200 hat for another person on this app.
Ha ha ha.
Well, you guys are accusing me of being mean to Emrose, but I would just submit that having recorded her for multiple days, it was like having a migraine real time. Because my brain thinks the opposite of everything that she says.
Who's your favorite president? You haven't answered yet.
Oh, David.
He said FDR.
Well, he was thinking. That wasn't definitive.
He said FDR because he looks like the Monopoly man.
Yeah, Mr. Monopoly.
Is he the one that couldn't walk?
Yeah, he had
Yes.
polio.
And he lied to the nation about it until he died.
It turns out that it was actually a vaccine.
That reminds me of Biden when he said he was fine. He's fine. He's nothing's wrong with him.
Wow, we've got the buttercup in the house.
Buttercup is here.
You set the trap, the fish will get caught. We got the fly. The brundle fly.
What happened?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
He was talking about you in a
Welcome to the Church of Buttercup, the final battle.
What were you saying?
We were talking about how you and Emrose gave me a migraine over the past 72 hours.
Aww.
And then I said that Emrose is so obnoxious, she makes you tolerable.
Okay. That's it? That's all you got?
I also said that you are human shit, or you got the intelligence of a dog turd, and Emrose is diarrhea compared to your dry dog turd. Some people say that that's crude, crass, or vulgar. I just say that I've heard people make death threats on here. And, the thing in literature is some people don't like sex. They don't like fucking. They don't like lovemaking in liturgy, but they will tolerate violence. How is that possible?
Including the add-ons in the audience. The add-ons in the audience are him too? Yeah. You're insane, John.
Why? You live in a superficial bubble. I can create superficial realities if you can live in them and project them. Hello?
You know
6 different accounts right now. All of us. 40. Are you kidding me? Watching at least 40 accounts.
The point
For the
is,
record, I do not consent to being recorded.
okay, David. Holy crap! The Blessed One wants to
Get the
speak.
chutzpah to tell David he can't do it. Like, oh, you
Who's more annoying, Baby Deborah or me?
I wonder if I can sue you, John Kitover. We have a family lawyer. Maybe I should ask him.
Ask him, yeah. Go ahead, David. And so, Buttercup was asking, how can she be considered more annoying than BB? And I got to admit that at first, I thought BB was really, really annoying. Like, I hated him. But then El Normo was like, oh, he's being aspirational. Let him be aspirational. And then I was like listening more closely. But it took time for him to essentially ripen into the beautiful plum that he is now, because the fact of the matter is, Buttercup, the longer you listen, the more you will realize that there's a lot of psychopaths, sociopaths, and violent people who have no problem literally being vile with their words on here.
It takes one to know one.
Incapable of even having a conversation. Totally incapable of having any form of communication which is reasonable. It's just some of these people on here. I don't know. You might think that the way they speak here could be the way they are in the real world.
Universe, I say this is a compliment. You're like the Lenny Bruce of Clubhouse.
Who's Lenny Bruce?
I've been compared to Andy Kaufman.
A comedian, right? Like a real comedian.
Right, the best comedian that ever lived.
No, it's impossible. I may have more videos out there than any comedian who's ever lived.
I like Jerry Seinfeld. He's a funny comedian.
Well,
Andy Warhol.
See, Jerry Seinfeld is a transcendental meditation practitioner. He practices TM.
He's also Jewish.
He's got a book called This Is It. You should read it. It might help you, David.
I have his book. It's Letters from an Idiot. I have that book.
Well, you should read This Is It, because he goes into meditation. And my complaint against Buttercup and Emrose is that they're not teaching meditation classes. They're actually teaching people how to complain. They are the perpetual complainers. Their social do-gooding is nothing more than complaints in a complainium. And I am a garbage collector collecting complaints, bringing it to a garbage wasteland dump, but we've run out of space.
They're called
John, can I spice up? Like, how are your legal troubles going? Do you need a lawyer? Because we have lots of them in the Jewish community.
You do?
Yeah.
Well, is that projection? Because I don't have any legal problems. Do you?
Wait, don't you have campaign finance problems?
No. No, that's gossip. That's just gossip.
Well, what about fraud? It was published.
Fraud? Oh.
Remember Rick read the article?
You know what? See, this is...
We don't judge.
That's okay. I know you don't judge. You're not discerning or discriminating. You're a schmuck. And so my point is that having run for Congress, people want to attack me personally and say, oh, you got legal problems, don't you? But they don't want to talk about my political positions. They never want to talk about that, which is what I'm actually... The whole fucking point is what my opinions are. Not whether or not I got some legal problems from some liberal AG who ain't doing shit but we're complaining about Trump.
John, where do you stand on immigration?
I stand very highly on all topics. I have great dignity, incredible nobility, and great dignity, unlike you who associate yourself.
I asked you a real question.
I'm answering your question, but you don't listen. You don't. You just talk. That's your dopamine fix. That's your Buttercup world. I like Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. David was saying something.
Answer on immigration? This is your final position? You want this to be the record?
Oh, God, yeah. Go ahead. Timestamp it on my YouTube Live. Ooh, hello? So, Buttercup, my point is, I create artwork by recording Clubhouse rooms. What do you do other than complain? Hello?
I interview very talented congressional candidates.
Like your friend Judy?
This is my friend Judy. I've known Judy for 25 years and we're best friends. This is my social proof and credibility for all of my genius opinions. My friend Judy. Hey, Judy. Welcome to the Buttercup Show. Hi, Judy. Welcome to the Buttercup Show.
How come he's
top left?
Look at this guy.
Because I'm the creator of the Church of Buttercup. Duh.
This is gold. I love it. Thank you for doing this. I'm honored that.
This is the roast of Buttercup. This is when you know you've made it into the pantheon of Jewish entertainment. Congratulations, Buttercup. You and Ambrose are worthy of being roasted. You've done it. Mr. Universe, aka Dr. Universe, is now roasting you. You are now being roasted. Everybody grab some coleslaw. I got Miller High Lifes in the fridge. Everyone is welcome to the roast of Buttercup.
Okay, now do an Argus. Try to do an Argus.
You want me to?
Call me an incoherent, irrational the other day. What the fuck?
Yeah, you say one sentence, and in one sentence, you literally, reverse yourself twice to get back. Like,
this is an Argus. Someone makes a really imbecilic point, and she goes, "That's a really good point. I think it's fair. It's a fair point. It's a fair point. Let's dissect it." And then she'll come up with some philosophical jargon that nobody knows to make it a fair point.
That is a fair point.
well, okay, so this is my other point. Now that, I've been recording you, if you were to listen to yourself, how many times do you think you'll repeat yourselves? Because this is part of the thing that I've noticed with people on this app, that they repeat themselves a lot. And so I always hit a bell when I hear a repetition, because the truth is, if you want to move quicker, you've got to stop repeating yourself. No one wants to hear the same thing, because then they literally identify that it's redundant, that it's monotonous, and then they feel angry because they feel like they're wasting their time with you because they've already heard you say it. They don't want to hear you say it again. They've already heard your shtick. So if you've ever seen a stand-up comedian do his routine twice, you're like, fuck! Why did I pay for this? I already heard this! Hello? Clearly you guys aren't Muslims, otherwise you wouldn't be hitting a bell over and over again, because Muslims don't hit bells. Hello? So this is the final battle, the final gathering place, which is somewhere in the Bible. I think it's called Apocalypse. And this is where the world's monoliths will essentially engage in a conflict which will destroy all monoliths and leave one monolith. And, Buttercup and Ambrose, they sit in their apartments and they squeal like banshees and harlots. Jewesses, you might say. Jewesses. And they scream like banshees. And some guy on a boat named, Matt Damon is going through the ocean in this movie called The Odyssey, and then he hears Ambrose and he hears Buttercup in the distance screaming like banshees. Because, this is what Ambrose said yesterday. She said, we have to be terrified. We have to be fearful. We have to have a lot more anxiety than we're having right now. We have to. Because if they can do it to them, they can do it to us! Us! We the people! Hello?
Hello?
Well, I was hoping Ambrose was going to say something, but I think she just unmiked to get the room in the profile. I don't know. Some people want social clout. They're looking for an audience.
No, someone removed her. She said they removed her. Who did that? She's back.
No, she's here. Hi, Ambrose.
No, this is fake Ambrose. This is probably fake. Oh, no.
I don't know, it's me, but someone's been, I think.
Ambrose, I was kicked from a room once because the bastard creator of that room asked me, what's my worldview? And he kicked me. So I won't kick you.
Do you know what I wanted to tell you, though?
Oh, go ahead.
Remember, do you know how they say that the people who are the most homophobic are actually the ones that have the most insane fantasy?
I know, I heard it.
So,
Yep.
have you noticed how much you hate Buttercup and me? I think you want to be us, honey. I think we need to address this.
So wait, you're saying that I am homophobic because I hate you?
No, I think it's the same parallel. You're obsessed with Buttercup and me because you actually want to be us. I think you're going through an identity crisis.
Oh, I want to be you.
So I want to offer you our help through this journey. You should not go through this alone. Nobody has to go through this.
See, this is.
I promise. We'll be here to help you.
Wait, Ambrose, you're an atheist, right?
Good night. You're an idiot.
Hello? Oh, she can't converse with the universe. See, the point of the universe is that we are all one point in the universe. We all have one special talent or thing that we can give. Again, I like to give the metaphor that I'm a garbage man, that I collect trash. And when I mock you for being garbage, it's not personal. It's a self-mockery as well. Like, I didn't make it, and here I am having a conversation with a bunch of other people that didn't make it big enough. But I'm pretty sure that if we mock enough people and condition enough people, eventually we will achieve our objective of tremendous growth. And we can't describe the problem quick enough, because the fact of the matter is we have to grow. The universe must expand even more to more worlds of possibilities, more worlds of potentialities. And you just heard Emrose say that she can't communicate with me because just like how gay men in the closet love to criticize gay men because they are gay, in that same way, somehow, because I'm making fun of Emrose and Buttercup, I want to be them. That's where I can't connect the two thoughts, because one of them is you're actually gay and you want to suck a cock. The other one is I'm making fun of you and I don't want to be you. I just want to make fun of you and record you. Some people can't accept that possibility, that reality. But here we are in the church of Buttercup. I would now like to transition this room to the Buttercup and Emrose musical portion of the final battle. I would like to dedicate this song.
As I say, so Lenny Bruce.
I'd like to.
You're familiar with Lenny Bruce, no?
Yeah, he was a profane, vulgar comic who was censored by the government.
He was a stand-up philosopher.
Well, I just want Buttercup and Emrose to know the perfect piece of intelligence and love. I can't really give it to them, but I can suggest it to them. And I really hope that they go to the gym, read a good book, play some music, and depoliticize from your rhetoric. Because your rhetoric, to me, is just noisy, obnoxious, immature, low IQ garbage. And I'm a garbage man. And I'm here to return a little garbage to you in the form of music. I'd like to dedicate this song to my favorite rose, the Emrose. Here we go. The name of this song is Occupation, Genocide, Zionist. Checkpoint, checkpoint, checkpoint. Illegal checkpoint. Stop throwing stones at the cars on the highways. No need to kill people over land. That's illegal. Actually, it turns out that everybody should have just gone to law school instead of the Complainium University. At Complaint University, you don't actually get to practice law after drafting a bunch of complaints. You've got to actually read books and write and talk about law and test it. And then you get granted access to the bar. Not the bar of vodka and tequila, the bar of the law. And unfortunately, a lot of the professional complainers on Clubhouse never want to open up a law book to look at the actual statutes and legal definitions of what murder is. And they never want to talk about anything which causes security. They just want to bring up the unsafe act. It's racist. And we have to have humanity step in to end the racism from all the people committing all the crimes who are being locked up and release them as soon as possible. Because it's racist. And it would be too safe and unsafe. We have to free all the criminals and agree with all the criminals' opinions and positions. And just let the pirates roam free to kill and maim and take and steal and loot and kill and murder and rape at will. Because the system itself is racist.
What's going on? What's going on in here? What are we doing?
Oh, I was dedicating a song to my favorite M-Rose. Megatron, welcome back. All hail Megatron.
Oh, she doesn't like me. I don't think she likes me very much, M-Rose. She's kind of feisty. No, if that's what she really looks like in person, I mean, yeah, she just seems like a very assertive, powerful sort of woman.
Yeah, she's a... she could...
And these women don't like me. These women like this, they just don't like me.
Well...
And I get it. I understand.
Well, you're a powerful man, you know.
I'm really not.
You're not?
No, I'm a fucking pushover, man. My wife...
You're a lover.
I'm totally pushover, but my wife doesn't act like she wants to. Like, my wife doesn't act like she has a cock. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't walk around like she's got a 9-inch dick. You understand? And I think it's important for women not to do that. And M-Rose, I get that feeling from her that she thinks she's walking around with a 9-inch dick. And that's the only thing that kind of annoys me about some of these women. They I don't know. It's weird.
Why do you think it's a 9-inch?
They just want to go around, you know.
Why? I thought it was a 10-inch. Why do you think it was a 9-inch? I was anticipating it's a 10-inch.
Because she's white.
Well, you know, if you're white but you use a black and white photo, does that really mean you're white, or does that mean you're black and white? Hello?
My wife just got home, and I have to put the food away, and I have to clean the kitchen, so I gotta go. Bye.
You see, Emrose, Clown House can be a fun place. It doesn't have to be an occupation Zionist, you know, white structural racism. Everything is racism. Everything sucks. You know, see, Emrose, I come from the position of philosophy, which states that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. Even yourself with your position, you're not out of place.
That was 2 hours.
Hello?
I'm gonna do it right now, babe.
2 hours passed?
2 hours passed. I'm gonna clean the kitchen right now, I promise. I got it. Girls, in the bath, let's go. It's bathing time.
Hey, John Kitover.
Oh, hey, look who it is. It's my favorite sociopath. Have you freed Mangione yet? Have you seen the Mangione videos? They're about to kill that murderer. They're going to murder the murderer. Poor Mangione. Mangione, he took a hit for the team, didn't he, Maximilian?
Universe. I heard her talking points. Very powerful.
Powerful?
Well, it sounded powerful. I'm not sure how powerful it was, but it sounded like, you know, she was like coming with this, like, you know.
Well, I want to...
wasn't sure if she was a Muslim or a Jew. I was, like, confused. Was she a Mizrahi Jew? I don't know. Is she Jewish or is she Muslim?
Is her mother Jewish?
I don't know if her mother's Jewish.
Well, Emrose doesn't follow the law. Emrose doesn't care about the law anyways. Emrose is a law breaker, not a law studier, not a student of the law. She's a politician. I think Emrose thinks she's going to get into the Knesset one day and make everybody annoyed. She's going to give a big speech at the Knesset, and everybody's going to go, ugh, can you turn that volume down? It's annoying. She's giving me a headache. This bitch fucking is annoying. Oh my God! I can't take it anymore! Can somebody please mute her mic? Jesus Christ, she's so fucking loud! That's what you sound like to me, Emrose. Try to take like a Toastmasters speech, thing where you can learn how to give a public speech instead of like a public, banshee screaming like, it's not, if you want to sell what you've got to make it more enjoyable to listen to. And I'm a speech consultant and a music consultant working in Nashville with musicians to help them learn the art of relaxation. And unfortunately, Ambrose, you have failed in your communication efforts to relax the audience. And I've told Narjas here multiple times before she does a little Gnostic poem and reads a little meditation to remind the people, I'm about to meditate with you. I'm going to relax you deeply. So let's take the deepest breath of the day. Yes, this is the roast of M. Rose and Buttercup in the church of Buttercup. My sweet little Buttercup. Buttercup. My sweet little Buttercup. Buttercup. Zionist occupation. All day, all night, they occupy with delight. Zionist, occupy. Why do they occupy illegal checkpoints and starve the people? Genocide, occupy. Ah, we just got shot at. Somebody just shot at us.
Could you add the flute? Add the flute quick.
I've been reading stories about this supposed peace deal with the Hamas, and the Hamas violate the peace deal multiple times a day. Is that really fair, Emrose? Why are the Hamas militants still taking shots at the newly constructed border wall? Why are Israeli soldiers still being killed by Hamasniks dedicated to an Islamic jihadist state for their people in the Gaza? We want disarmament and we want peace now. It's beautiful, Joanna. It reminds me of a haberdasher. Yeah. It's a quilt.
It's a skirt for the beach. It's a skirt. No, it's a skirt for the beach.
Oh, I see.
Like it hangs down on a V on your hip.
It's like a fishnet.
Well, it looks like a shawl. It could be a shawl as well. I mean, I made all those stitches with my little fingies.
Oh, you made that?
Yeah, I'm an expert quilter. I teach quilting. I teach quilting, crochet, and knitting.
Oh, wow. Dope. I've seen stories like that. I like that as a hobby for people because that's a very Zen thing to do. And that's what Buttercup and M. Rose, that's what they don't do. They don't provide moments of Zen. M. Rose, I hate to break the bad news to you, but you just... Reiki? No, they go up to hornets' nests and they kick them over. And they call that the light.
Did Israel violate the ceasefire?
No, the Hamasniks did. Ron Beer, welcome to the final battle in the Church of Buttercup.
Hey guys, I'm Hindu.
You're a Hindu? Oh, you're going to represent India. Great. Welcome to the final battle.
Wait, what's actually going on?
Well,
isn't it confirmed that Israel violated?
Maximilian.
I'm Hindu, bro.
Oh, you're Hindu? Great. Well, we've confirmed that. Listen, everybody, this room is going to be an all-nighter. So you don't have to worry about getting your statements out and rushing them. You will not be kicked to the goo. And, you may be modded. And you can come here and complain about anything you want. Because I'm a professional complaint gatherer. I go out on Clown House 100 hours a week and record people complaining. And we listen closely to the words that they use in their complaint so we can accurately take the complaint down for future recall and confirm the exactitude of that complaint. Now, the first part of a complaint is answering the who, then the what, then the why, then the where, and then the when, and then the how. It's called the 5 W's and H. That's the basis of our complaint form. So don't forget the 5 W's on the H. And next time you complain, make sure you use all the 5 W's and the H. Otherwise, we may not be able to accurately record your complaint in total detail so we can try to rectify the complaint. So,
Wow, that's really surprising.
yeah.
Universe, I put on my PTR. Since ceasefire was announced on 11 October, Israel has reportedly committed at least 393 violations, killing 339 Palestinians, including more than 70 children, injuring over 871 others. And it's like I'm not against them, but like I just think like you have to be honest in like conversations like this. Just like being fair, like
Okay, I'm going to give you another 30 seconds, but this is your 30-second warning. So go ahead and land your plane, Maximilian. You got 30 seconds.
Well, I was going to say much. I was just going to say that, I think in these conversations, you have to be fair, because on both sides there are cases where they don't, might not play fair or there's atrocities committed. So, yeah. And just, because, I'm not against, I'm just for, humanity, on the side of humanity. So I'm just, yeah, I'm just.
Okay, thanks for making your submission. That's your 30-second additional time allotment. Anybody else want to submit any complaints to the Complainium?
I just want to complain about how he talks. He talks like a child. He talks like he's a 12-year-old. My son sounds like he's like that was just that was, oh my God, dude. Like, how do you, does that work when you go on a date?
Megatron has provided some feedback on your public speaking engagement here, and I have to agree. I think he does sound like a juvenile, young African-American child who is...
Like a child.
Yeah, I think he's still trying to work on his personal development, his invocation, you might say. But again, this is a young man totally brainwashed by the system, by liberal, leftist, woke Democrats like Emrose and people like, Buttercup. This man is a victim. He hasn't been brought up to become a strong, young, virile man. Instead, this man worships murderers like Mangione. He's actually, infatuated with this murderer. That's the type of young man today that we have to be worried about because they are completely lost. They have been made into a product of a leftist, liberal state based on lies, misinformation, and a complete desecration of the youth. So let's have more compassion and let's pass the barbecue sauce. Hello?
So y'all not gonna address my PTR? Y'all just gonna talk about how I sound or whatever?
Okay. Well, we've read it and we've contemplated it, and we're gonna respond to it with a little music. Here we go. I want to dedicate this song to all the martyrs, all the Israeli martyrs, all the soldiers that died, the young men that died fighting these terrorists, these pirates, these that refuse to disarm and become peaceful people. Maximilian, you don't believe in Jesus, do you? I didn't think so.
I do.
You believe in the Christ, the Lord, the Savior of mankind, who died for his fellow man instead of killing men, like the men that you support, like Mangione? I suggest you try to read a book. Go to the gym. It's the best advice I have for you to help cure your brain rot.
Mangione got acquitted of his federal charges, so he won't be facing the death penalty.
Is the bottom of your tongue connected
is the bottom of the tip of your tongue connected to the bottom of your tongue? Because you sound like it's something like you ever see when kids get that their tongue is stuck to the bottom of their mouth? That's what it sounds like. You sound like
English isn't my first language.
What's your first language?
Swahili.
Swahili?
French and Swahili.
Why are you lying? Why are you lying?
I'm being dead ass, but okay.
You're dead ass. You're from New York. You ain't talking no Swahili dead ass in New York. So stop.
I'm New York as fuck. Like, you got everything.
You're New York.
I'm New York. I'm hella New York.
Oh my god.
I'm hella New York. Like you got that right. But like, nah, I'm hella New York.
You must have a child. You're a hella toddler. But let's move on. Because this gets boring after a while.
Also, universe, I am Christian.
No, you're not. We'll figure it out, though. You'll be all right, though. Promise. Elias.
That's crazy though. Like I'm so New York dead ass.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to the final battle. This is the Armageddon, the apocalypse that you've been looking for, the final religious debate room of all religious debate rooms, so you can go on with your life and live your best life now. We've heard from some of the dumbest people on Clown House in this room today. I have taken your complaint and put it in the garbage. That garbage can is going to the dump with your complaint. And if you want to go back and watch a video of you complaining, that's like going back to the garbage dump to get the complaint that we gathered. And I want to thank you. We need your garbage. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a garbage business. And there would be no landfill to fill up with your complaints. And the sooner you realize that your complaints are just garbage, well, then guess what? You can stop filling up the bins with all your trash. And if you want to recycle some of your trash so you can cut back on all your waste, that would be great too. Now, just remember that your farts are actually more expensive than your belches or what you say, which is actually just garbage. Because if you have a nice Persian kebab, and say it's $30, at a nice restaurant, well, your farts are far more valuable than your opinions because you spent a lot of money eating that delicious food to fart it out. And a fart is just air passing over a turd. And you might say that your opinions are a lot like that too. They're garbage, but that's okay because in the universe, we can collect your garbage for free. You don't have to pay a monthly fee or a tax to actually have your garbage removed. You can literally go on Wi-Fi and just complain, and we will take your submission for free. Remember, though, we like it in a specific format. Who, what, where, when, why, how. So that being said, are there any fresh complaints?
Yes. John Kitover, who are you? Are you someone whose communication is nothing but projection? Mm-hmm.
Well, all projection is communication. And all communication is projection, as well as political. And it's also spam, but it's also suggestion and condition. And there's a certain force behind some speakers. Some people have more force than others, and some people don't know where this force comes from. Some people don't know how to get this force to utilize for the sake of their communication. Now, as we are approaching 6 o'clock, it's important to note that this final battle will never end until you leave. It's not about ending the room. It's about when will you leave and no longer engage in this fruitless conquest of a road to victory that just doesn't exist for people. Because the law is eternal. And unfortunately, that law is a perimeter. And perimeters are a reality. Perimeters must be defended with the power of the law. Some people want to penetrate that law. Yeah,
Love is the law.
Love is the law. Love under will, though.
Love under will.
What is the will? That's the question. We know that love is the law, but it's under the will, meaning it comes from above, and above is below. So we are the projection that we are seeking or that we are interested in. And along the way, we're going to make fun of some people. And that's okay. You don't have to change who you are. We're not going to roast you on a spigot and cook you in a, in a big old barrel or something like it's the Middle Ages. No. We don't do that. We don't check to see if witches float anymore. But this is the final battle. Any other fresh complaints, Maximilian Lee? Anybody in the audience want to make any final complaints? Because I think I'm going to go outside and ground myself and put my feet on the soil and go for a power walk, drink some water, and disconnect from the internet for a little bit. But I'm going to leave you with some music. So if you want to make your final submission complaints, now's your 60 seconds. Hello? Hello? No? No more complaints? Okay. Okie dokie. I want to thank you guys for coming to Armageddon, the apocalypse, the final battle. The final battle.
Bare feet on the circle, ash and salt in a ring. I breathe in the thunder, exhale a silver stream. Eyes close to the chaos, palms lit with steady glow. I call down the stillness from stars you used to know. This is my magic meditation, crown of quiet fire on my brow. I turn every shadow into soft golden brown. In this meditation, hear your wild heart slowing down. I hold a storm inside my head until it bows. Words on my tongue tip, soft as falling snow. Your fears in the lantern, I watch them lose their hold. I trace you a doorway, made of breath and light. Step through, leave your armor. You're safe in here tonight. And it's my meditation. Cross that and fire on my brow. I turn every shadow into soft golden brown. In this meditation, hear your wild heart slowing down. I hold the storm inside my hands until it bows. Let it rise, let it fade. All that weight you never named. Let it rise, let it fade. I'll transmute it into grace. This is our magic meditation, crown of quiet fire here and now. We turn every sorrow into soft holy ground. In this meditation, feel your fears so settling down. We hold the storm inside our hands. It's gentle now. Bare feet on the circle, ash and salt in a ring. I breathe in the thunder, exhale a silver stream. Eyes closed to the chaos, palms lit with steady glow. I call down the stillness from stars you used to know. This is my magic meditation, crown of quiet fire on my brow. I turn every shadow into soft golden words on my tongue tip, soft as falling snow. Your fears in the lantern, I watch them lose their home. I trace you a doorway made of breath and light. Step through, leave your armor. You'll
because people gonna be arguing just like.
I mean, I would even accuse that like Jesus was, you know, a son of rape or out of wedlock. I don't.
Yeah, we were going to see in the W Lakeshore, like that area right there.
Oh yeah, downtown.
Yeah, it was a good time. I like Chicago.
That's not near.
But like I said, it's a pretty small city. Compared to New York.
It's the third big. It's after Tokyo and.
Yeah, I know. Like, I get it. I get the numbers.
Yeah, New York is the biggest, I think.
But having been there so many times in Chicago, like we really always spend the area that we hang out in, where all the good bars and clubs and restaurants. It's a pretty small area.
Well, compared to New York, I guess. Yeah, if you've been around New York, then
yeah, that's where I live. So yeah, I'm just used to it.
Is it Tokyo or New York? It was one or two. I don't know. I know it's one of those two. Is like 1 and 2 as far as the biggest downtown. I hate Atlanta downtown.
Yeah, you know what? I've been to Atlanta a couple times, but we spent more time in Midtown and Buckhead than we did in the downtown area. It's more fun.
I really like
Midtown area is nice.
I like Toronto. It's just too cold.
Toronto's a good time. Yeah, I like Toronto. I would go for hockey games at the Deutsche Bank Arena, and that whole like downtown area is is always a good time.
It's one of the cleanest cities I've been in.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, for sure.
No offense, but New York, like, it's kind of dirty, man.
Well, that's the appeal. It's real. It's nitty gritty. It's like that scene from that movie with what's his name, Al Pacino. It's like you have to take the good with the bad.
Yeah. What was that in the 80s where they had the garbage men went on strike and all the garbage was just piling up? Was that just like in the late 70s, early 80s? Remember that happening?
Yeah, his name is Al Pacino. Yeah, but I forgot the name of the movie. Whatever they need, Urban Cowboy or I'm Walking Here. That movie. But yeah, that was a very great, almost like the movie Joker. It's based on New York City, even though it's Gotham. Yeah.
Whoa, hold on. You excited? Hey, okay. You done? Devil's Advocate is probably Al Pacino's most underrated movie.
It's a great movie. We were actually just talking about that in a different room. And
I love that movie, man.
Even though Keanu has a bad Southern accent, it was such a great movie though. Al Pacino played the part perfectly.
Aren't you thinking of Scent of a Woman?
Hoo-ah!
I still don't get the ending. Did he really die, or was it?
But he was a devil, right? He was a devil, but Keanu. Spoiler, by the way, anyone who hasn't seen Devil Advocate.
Oh, that's the Devil Advocate.
Yeah, he was dreaming the entire time, which is crazy.
No. Okay, he wasn't dreaming the entire time.
But wait, no. He went to the bathroom and he was at his court
that's the
thing.
part I'm trying to understand.
Yeah. So
that's not a dream.
So the entire movie was him. What if he defended this guy, even though he knew he was a bad guy? But when he splashed his face with water, none of that ever happens. The entire situation.
Dude,
going to New York never happens.
Dude, I don't want to give a spoiler here, but I think you missed a key part of the ending there.
What do you mean? The whole movie was him, going to New York and dealing with the devil, dealing with Al Pacino. But when he puts his face in the sink,
I understand.
And nothing ever happened.
What happens in the staircase?
I forget.
Yeah, he smiled. Al Pacino there.
Okay. Okay, so maybe as a devil, maybe Al Pacino knew what he went through in his mind. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't matter because he's a good person. He never went to New York.
I think it's either two things. I thought it was either a dream or the devil just time jumped, reversed everything back to that point. It was either one of those two. Because I thought it was a dream.
Elvin's on something here.
Or the devil just reversed the time back to the period.
Yeah, it's not a dream. I'll tell you that much.
Well, it never happened. Or it never happened anymore.
Well, yeah, it's a little more complicated.
It is complicated. I do agree with you there. But I don't know. I went through there's a YouTube video trying to break down all that stuff, and
at the South Carolina State
it convinced me that he woke up and this could have been his future, but he took the right path and decided not to defend the guy he knew was a pedophile. So now he's saved.
Right, but if you recall, it's because he does something in the other timeline which forces that to happen.
Are we going with alternate timeline, other dimension?
Well, do you remember? He's given a choice.
Yeah, so the movie, Avengers, there's always a Doctor Strange.
He's given a choice that should have led him to do what the devil wanted. And instead, he deprived the devil of that choice by doing a certain thing, if you recall. And that certain thing ended everything.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Was that a book before it was a movie?
Yeah, it's a book.
Who was the author?
I don't know off the top of my head, no. I did like his Al Pacino's Office.
Oh,
yeah, that was pretty sick, yeah.
Yeah, with that moving imagery in the back, the painting.
Yeah, and the outdoor terrace was pretty sweet.
That's some good graphics for back then, man.
Good movie.
Al Pacino's worst movie is Dick Tracy. Remember Dick Tracy?
Wait, he was in that? Warren Beatty. I remember Warren Beatty.
Makeup on? Did you see
yeah, because every single character, every single bad guy, like, looked weird. Yeah.
They look like
Tracy.
Walking, yeah. They were like literally walking caricatures, right? That movie is so horrible, but I loved it.
I thought Warren Beatty was good, and the little kid was good too. I thought he played the part well. I don't know what his name was.
What is your favorite bad movie? Like a movie you know is bad, but you watch it repeatedly because you're entertained.
Hot Tub Time Machine 2. I like Hot Tub Time Machine.
That wasn't bad.
It's a terrible movie, but for some reason I just laugh at that movie.
I don't think
What's it
that's
called?
a terrible movie.
Hot Tub Time Machine 2.
I don't think that's a... Most people don't say that's like... Bad movies is like Highlander 2, right?
Oh, you know, actually, like... okay, I take it back. I like the movie with James Franco and... the one where there's like a
disaster artist.
No, it was like there's an earthquake and it's like the world is ending. Do you know the movie? I forgot, but that is a terrible movie, but it's hilarious. I like.
What, The Day After Tomorrow?
I like Cool as Ice, Vanilla Ice.
No, it was with it's with James,
my pick.
Oh yeah,
James Franco.
Cool as Ice.
Look, here's the thing.
Ain't the up the bus, you know.
This is the end. This is the end. That's the movie, I think.
Here's the thing. The objectively best bad movie ever made, and there's no debate on this. Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
That's a great movie. I love
that. Is the best bad movie ever. It's a horrible movie, and I watched it almost 100.
That's like a cultural classic. I mean, I remember watching that when I was a kid, and I was like,
it has terrible acting, cheesy effects, plot holes all over the place. The writing is a mess.
Yeah, the candy.
You're entertained looking at it.
Killer Clowns is great. The other one I like too is One Spittin' with Jim Carrey is also hilarious too. It's great. It's funny.
Are you thinking of San Andreas as the film?
That's The Rock.
No. It's This Is the End with James Franco.
This is the end.
Seth Rogen.
Man, Killer Clowns from Outer Space. Just listen to that plot. You got alien clowns whose spaceship is a big old tent, and they turn people into cotton candy and stuff, and they eat like this. Like somebody went to a studio and said, "Hey, read this script," and they're like, "Here's money to make this movie." Like that's the '80s, man.
Yeah, that was a classic. Yeah. That's a good pull. That's a good pull.
Ooh, Gremlin 2. Or Trolls.
Yeah. Trolls. Or, Breaking 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Oh, Breaking was... Look.
The music was so good. Even though it was like a terrible plot, but it was so good.
I had no idea how corny it was until I saw it again when I was like 20. I was like, I can't believe I like this. Like, I used to love Breaking with Turbo dancing on the ceiling. He's dancing on the ceiling. And I went to the gym and I was like,
Ooh-da-da, so good song. It's awesome.
Bring up the room.
I think The Room is the Citizen Kane of bad movies that people kind of like. Like, it is... Actually, that's competing with Killer Clowns.
There's a best
film ever made.
The Bee Gees did a movie about Sgt. Pepper's, the Beatles album, where they played like characters on the album, and it's pretty bad. But like, it's kind of a train wreck.
What's it called?
I think it's called Sgt. Pepper's. I don't know, Bee Gees.
Well, there's actually a recent one. Did anybody see that Cats movie that came out like 5 years ago?
Yeah, it's called Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
Look, Cats was
the Cats movie was crazy.
Yeah. Stop looking at it. It
those weird animate, the computer cat things. Yeah, it was crazy.
Everybody hated that movie, but I'm like, when I looked at it, my eyes couldn't leave the screen.
Somebody brought up the Return to Oz, like Oz Part 2, like the Wizard of Oz Part 2.
No, that's not really. That was terrible.
I don't know.
That was with the pumpkin head.
It's not terrible. Yeah, the pumpkin head. And the guys with like the wheels, like the wheelie guys.
So first of all, it was creepy.
Yeah, it was a weird movie. I don't think it's that bad of a movie. Like, it's not great, but it's not like terrible. And it's got like a lot of Will Vinton animation in it, like all that.
The weird Wheelers.
The Wheelers. The Rock King. Yeah, the Wheelers. Yeah.
Yeah, Return.
No, I mean the animation stuff, not the fucking Wheelers. The guy that did California Raisins and Will Vinton, his team animated a lot of shit in that movie. It's really great animation too. It's like pretty stellar.
You mean the Gnome King?
The Gnome King. There we go. Now, watch that. It's spectacular the way that shit's done. Like,
when you look at some of them, go look at the Dark Crystal. That movie
Labyrinth.
Like Dark Crystal has such deep concepts. Like,
wait, was Dark Crystal the same as Labyrinth or no? Dark Crystal was Jim Henson. They had the Muppets, right? Well, they weren't the Muppets. They were like. Yeah,
but the Dark Crystal was dealing with like Taoism, and you had the evil guys with the good guys.
Wasn't Tom Cruise in that movie? No, you think about Legend with.
No, that's Legend.
Oh, Legend. I like Legend. Legend was good. Legend was dope. Yeah,
that terrified me as a kid.
Nobody mentioned Plan 9 from Outer Space.
Well, that's fucking Ed Wood. That's okay. Yeah. Wait, what's the movie with those little alien guys?
Mars Attack.
Mars Attack is that's Tim Burton movie. No, the other one. That's supposed to be campy. Yeah. What's the one? Those little Martian guys that were walking around. Oh, please.
Little Martian guys.
Oh, what's his name? Yeah, they were like.
You don't mean Gremlins?
No. The other one.
The other one.
There was like they were like cool little Martians, and
it's not Mars Attacks.
No, not Mars Attacks. That's a good one too. We'll table that one, and we'll figure it out. But what about They Live? Because I don't think that's really a great movie, but it's an amazing concept. That's probably one of my favorite movies. They Live with Roddy Piper. Nothing? No one? WWE, Roddy Piper? Yeah, you seen the movie They Live? No. If you look it up, I'm sure you'll
Invaders from Mars, you mean?
So They Live is the one where he puts the glasses on and he looks at advertisements. It says like obey and it says like get married and reproduce and everything's black and white when he has the glasses on. If you haven't seen that movie, it's fucking crazy. I don't know if it's not a good movie, but the concept is great. So it's one of my favorite quote unquote bad movies.
I think you're thinking of Invaders from Mars.
No. Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Oh, that was pretty good. Well, there was 2 of those.
Come on, what's the name of that movie? I can't.
Invaders from Mars.
Invaders from Outer Space. Is that the one?
Now,
that's a different movie.
This is gonna be a look. Anybody seen The Bear in Munchausen? Now this.
Yeah, but that's a Terry Gilliam movie. That's a good movie.
Yeah, that's a weird. Man, I don't know why my dad made me look at all these weird movies.
There's a thing in metaphysics named after that character called the Munchausen trilemma, because there's this one story where he pulls himself out of a swamp by his own ponytail, like he lifts himself out. And so that's like kind of like explaining, human epistemology in a sense when you take it to
extreme. That was a very strange movie. When he went to the moon or something.
Yeah, Robin Williams was on. Remember, Robin Williams was on the moon and his head would detach. He would be free to think and talk about philosophy, and his body would do horrible crude things. And
this was for kids. This movie was for kids.
Oh, was it? That's not a kid's movie.
Bear Munchausen. Well, I thought it was.
There's too many adults.
He's playing poker with death.
Munchausen by proxy.
It's not a kids movie. It's the same guy.
Okay, so I found.
Is it Munchausen by proxy when you think your kid is sick, so you bring your kid to the doctor?
Okay, so I found the name of the movie was called Spaced Invaders.
Oh, that one.
That's a great movie. You should. It's very campy, but funny.
I wanted to say hi
He's
to
the same guy who did 12 Monkeys and all those.
There was also
12 Monkeys is a classic.
Hey, Benjamin. There was also Showgirls.
Oh, but that's what that.
Showgirls was fucking horrible. Directed by Paul Verhoeven, who did RoboCop.
That was not.
That's the whole point.
That was the girl from Saved by the Bell.
Saved by the Bell, yeah.
Yeah, that movie was fucking terrible. I don't know how.
And then there was The Happening.
Could you see her boobies in that movie or no? I forget.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
The Blair Witch Project, the worst movie ever made.
The first one.
Really quick,
I was not a fan of it.
Quick story. I remember going to the movie theater with some friends for the Blair Witch Project when I thought it was real. Like, I remember going to the movie and I was like, everyone was telling us, like, this is a crazy film. They recovered all these tapes from this weird thing that happened out west. So I actually went to the movie theater. I watched the Blair Witch Project in a movie theater thinking that it was real.
Wow, they got you.
They did get me. Yeah, they got
Blair
me.
Witch.
I went there and walked out. One of the few times I've ever walked out in a film.
No, Blair Witch is so amazing because it started a whole new genre of movie, found footage movie.
Yeah,
like it birthed forth
what's that movie? 10 Cloverfield or whatever?
Yeah, Cloverfield.
Yeah.
There was they came out with like what was that other one? Contagious, whatever. Like they came out with a whole
Contagion.
They came out with a whole bunch of found footage movies based on Blair Witch. Oh, that second Blair Witch was horrible.
Yeah,
during the shop, whatever. That was a horrible.
I can only watch half of it. I was like, I'm not watching any more of this.
You know, another one was Paranormal Activity.
Now, look, I'm telling you, that first Paranormal Activity, I slept with the lights on after that.
Oh, yeah. But you know what I mean? It has that Blair Witch Project feel to it.
Yeah, you know, that Paranormal Activity, it was kind of creepy because you never saw no monster or demon. You just heard footsteps, right? You just heard sounds. You didn't really actually see anything.
Yeah.
And then when they started showing stuff, then it wasn't scary anymore. Now you're like showing stuff.
You know,
and then you had.
It's not a movie, but you know what I liked really that did it really well was American Horror Story.
Amazing.
When they, in my opinion, the hotel one was the best one, but there's also, the one where they do it like in the middle of like nowhere. I forget what that one.
I like the one with the nuns. I thought that was
Yeah, dude, they were so good. There's so many good ones. American Horror Story. I highly recommend it.
The one where he was like a terrorist. I didn't really like that one with the one guy
with the gun, like the shooting. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I like.
Where he was like a cult leader, like far right thing.
Yeah, I didn't really like the cult leader one. But then like the Antichrist one, where they like brought all the characters together, that one was pretty good.
The clown one was my favorite. Everyone loves the clown one.
Somebody kind of. I don't know who laughed. I wasn't looking at my phone, but I don't think any of you guys took it that I'm like, stop the conversation.
Oh wait, you don't think that those two you don't think that you were being hypocritical in that moment, given what Britt told us about your areola fixation?
First of all, I've used the term I feel uncomfortable many times about.
Okay, you're not answering my question. You're not answering my question.
Answering your question.
Badgering the witness, sir. Badgering the witness.
I am badgering no. Nigga, please.
I answer your question.
You aren't answering it. That's not the question I asked. Oh, wait a second. So you're conciliatory in one moment, and then the next moment, when somebody gives you pushback, then all of a sudden you
start puffing your chest out and talking big shit. Nigga, please pick a lane and stay in it. Either you're offended by this, or you're not. But stop this flip flopping.
As defense counsel, I'm going to
It's a
say
hypocrisy. That's what's hypocritical. Because 1 minute you see Brit's point, another minute you don't.
I think that he does see Brit's point, and he started to express himself to the point where it took away from what he had already put out there. I think we should just leave it where it's at. Rambo, I think you should take the fifth moving forward. This is a hostile environment. You have multiple attorneys coming at you currently. I don't think this is a win.
Yo, Rambo, stand on your shit, bro.
I'm not. No, that's horrible. No, I'm talking to my client, brother.
Stand on your shit is overruled.
We live to fight another day, Rambo. We live to fight another day.
I'm not entertaining.
Rambo, all the world. We live to fight another day, Rambo. Take the fifth.
Y'all can continue on.
This is beta male.
Brother, did you have something to submit as evidence?
I've already submitted this. It's in the chat.
Oh, okay.
It's the direct quote.
Yo, Rambo, tell them 125.
We redirect this conversation back to school in the questioning of his heterosexuality or lack of there. So, like,
I think we're done. We're done.
Questioning the 7 iPhones.
Oh, that is the exact quote, brother. You're right. Yes, that's exactly what he said.
And this is why I just need y'all to please not have this conversation.
Is Ben back? Because I found the links he was looking
for a while.
he came and then he heard the conversation and decided to.
You know, I think Ben is here for more high-level conversations, not the sexual.
Oh my God! The direct quote is even worse than the paraphrase.
I'm just better be glad Britt didn't remember the direct.
Oh my God!
What was now? I'm curious. Now I'm not going to ask. Never mind.
No, good scroll.
I'll ask for you, Gemini.
Oh my God!
What was the direct quote?
Somebody, would you like me? No, I'm not gonna read it. No, because
Hold on 1 second. I'll read it. I'll read it. 1 moment, please. The direct quote as posted is, "Isn't it amazing the way the nipple responds to touch?
Wow.
Isn't it amazing the way the nipple responds to touch?"
Rambo, is this accurate or are they misquoting you, sir?
Man, I'm not one nipple or both at the same time.
I'm gonna tell you,
is that squeezing both nipples together?
Real talk. I'm not even going down this route. I'm not playing no games like that. Like, I'm good. Because now,
listen to your defense attorney and take the fifth.
It's not even that though. It's just people get off on that shit. Like, if I start barking on people, then I'm like.
It's not gonna. You can't win. That won't work.
I'm not into this. Yo, this shit right here, I don't fuck with this kind of shit. This ain't my lane. Y'all could go ahead with it. If y'all want to try to play around, play games, and make fun, I don't play with certain things. And I definitely don't play with disrespecting women and all of that creepy shit. I don't fuck with that energy. So if y'all want to have that, y'all got it. I'm good. I don't have to prove anything to anyone. I'm good. I promise you.
Okay, so we have
Your Honor,
a judge ordered Trump's administration to return slavery exhibits removed from the Philadelphia Museum.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. They got to put it back up.
You can talk about that.
Are they going to?
They don't give a fuck. I doubt they will.
So you don't even want to tell people who the judge is? Like, what's going on?
I just read the headline to distract. I'm just being transparent.
And see, Gemini, that's exactly what they did on that day. Great.
See, here we go.
Scooby-Doo, are you there?
Yeah, I posted links that I think answer Ben's question about the donor.
He's back. You're looking for him.
Yeah. So the contention I made is very simple. The average donor to the Democratic Party is to the left of the average voter. That's why trans surgery for prisoners was such a big issue, and trans hormones for kids, and all these fringe issues which alienate voters are popular with donors. That's why they're in AOC's platform. And I'll land my plane by saying the reason AOC lied and claimed that cowboys are indigenous to this hemisphere, she knew she's a liar. She said that to cater to her leftist donors. I'm done speaking. The links speak for themselves.
Oh, he on that ass.
Now, what's funny about this was that Ben asked for the George Soros stuff, where Brother Messi was the one who was just like, well, fuck it. If you want to give us links regarding the donor thing, you could give us links regarding the donor thing. So this is like half showing your work.
And I went to average instead of Soros.
Well, he just wants to talk about whatever he wants to talk about, which is the same thing he always talks about, which is white liberals, immigrants, open borders, George Soros, AOC, leftists. Am I missing anything else? Because that's what he's going to talk about. There's nothing. That's why he's a paid ops with 9 different accounts.
Yeah, exactly. It's either that or witness protection.
Never mind that. Keeping going back to Soros is also anti-Semitic trip. I don't know if you know that too, but go ahead, keep going.
Dan, are you there?
So has he been able to show a direct campaign contribution or no?
Negative. So objective failed.
Failed? Yeah, it's pregnant, not pregnant situation.
How sad.
Scooby, I'm looking at these links. None of them show a direct campaign contribution, sir.
I mean, anybody, we don't want to necessarily engage, but anybody can go to opensecrets.org and take a look. It's all there.
Ben, do you have a disagreement? Was this supposed to be a dunk on Rubio? Or was this supposed to be a dunk on Spain?
I'll answer you if you want me to. It's very simple. It was a dunk on Western civilization. So Rubio said Europe brought horses and cowboy culture to the New World, and AOC said, and please let me finish. AOC said no. Europe gets no credit. Horses and cowboy culture were indigenous. It's a lie. I'll answer you succinctly, brother, if you care. Every good thing in IOC's world.
Damn. Did he say IOC?
Yeah, he meant to say AOC, but yeah.
Son caught a hot one.
Well, it's the Olympics.
Where do you go to his phone, though?
I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems weird. It just seems like a... So I think somebody was saying, interjecting and saying Spain, so he didn't say Western civilization or European civilization. Okay. All right. It just seems like I don't know. Are we like beefing with Spain, and this needed to be? So this was supposed to be a dunk on Rubio. So it was truly unnecessary in a way that doesn't speak to anything substantive, like a policy. I mean, there's a lot of stuff this administration is doing, and Rubio is, responsible for, or I guess is part of that they could be engaging with, and to try and dunk on him only to be wrong about just like where the fuck horses come from just seems to be very silly.
But the moderator asked, why did she lie? Why did she lie?
My take, Brother Messi, on why she lied.
Thank you, Bill. Yes.
I think that bad performance has emboldened pro-blackerness to Puerto Ricans, and we'll see more things like this more often. So that's my take. They have to deny European involvement. They have to say things that aren't true to stay true to Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I think a similar thing would be if you gave a DNA test to AOC and it showed she was majority.
No, thank you.
Please let me finish.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna say if you gave a DNA test and she was mostly European, she would deny that too. The same way.
No, see, that's why that's unnecessary. No, thank you.
Yeah, but Elizabeth Warren lied about being European, didn't she?
No.
You lied too.
You gotta learn to read the room.
He likes to be an asshole, Johnny. He does it purposely.
Why does he think we want a white man's take on where colonized people's DNA comes from? What's going on? Please.
Nasty word.
No means no. I hope he knows that. Maybe he doesn't. Apparently not.
So it would be taboo to ask her to take a DNA test. Is that what you're saying?
It would be racist.
What is this shit, bro?
Would it be one to ask you to take one?
It would be racist if you asked that. It would be racist.
Thank you for correcting me.
How old are you?
I can't. I'm sorry. Brother,
How old are you?
I didn't realize that because Elizabeth Warren took the test. Everyone in this room was in favor of Elizabeth Warren taking the test.
Who the fuck cared about Elizabeth Warren? Nobody cared.
Nobody gave a flying
I
fuck
was in this room
about that goddamn test.
Nobody cared. She decided she wanted to take the test and took the test. For you to ask a person who comes from a colonized island, by the way, take the test because I don't think you're indigenous. Are you fucked up, bro? It's that white privilege, bro.
The answer to the question was yes. He is.
Yeah, having 37 different burners is a bit of a red flag.
Definitely. It hangs out at lunch at fucking children's parks.
That's what AOC lied about.
Who gives a shit?
I have a question. Was this about horses or cowboys? Like the term cowboys?
Yeah, because cowboys came from. I mean, I put all the details there. The Spanish. Literally, it came from the Spanish.
I didn't know. I thought it was an American frontier thing. Wow. Okay.
Oh shit!
That's what I thought. No. Like when I think of cowboys, I didn't know European that they had those hats and they would have the lassos.
Black people were cowboys before these white people were.
Cowboys for a reason, right?
Not a cowboy came from West Africa.
Actually,
they came from West Africa.
I don't know all that. I'm saying in America, and when it came to cowboys, the Spanish, because remember, North America was divided, and the Spanish owned Mexico, the Spain owned Mexico, California, Arizona, and they're the one that bring their ranchos people there to show them how to do cattle, and it just stuck in that area.
No, they got it from West African.
Get on their ass, Brother. Get their ass.
Get them, brother.
Get them. Yeah, in the 1500s, they had people from Senegal, Mali, the herders, and all the cowboy shit came from them. If you look it up, they was in Mexico. It's just white people just lied. That's the truth.
Shout out to them indigenous Africans, bro.
So the people in Mexico were reading about Senegalese cowboys? What?
They had black people from Senegal
colonized Africa.
helping with the natives, helping them, teaching them this stuff.
But what?
So it's true.
Cowboy culture in Mexico comes from Senegal.
Yep, a large part of it.
Yeah, give me. I need some links. Yeah, give me.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got you.
Learn something new every day.
Let's keep it black in this bitch. Lang, that PCR is amazing. Thank you for that. Dr. Library card, that PCR looks like a young girl from Virginia. I'm sorry, a young black girl from Virginia.
Yeah,
Africa. It's the thing. North African shaped Spanish horse culture.
Wait, hold on. I have to find the book, but if you read this article, it sort of gets into it. The African cattle made it to the Americas at least a century earlier. The first cattle in the Americas came from Spain, right? Then these guys, they look at the cattle in Mexico, and they're finding out it's a mix of European and African breeds.
Get on their ass, brother.
Fulanis, all those guys, they was there. I'm telling y'all, it's a lot we don't know. I was reading that black people was teaching white people how to swim too. They did not know how to swim. A lot of them. They did not know.
North African.
I don't know any of this. I'm just asking. We were the Moors in Spain. How long? It was for a long time, right?
So I'm sorry. So
Let's get into it. 700 years.
So I thought Cowboys was the settling of the Midwest, and like I've been watching too much John Wayne. Like what was?
Oh God.
I've been watching too much John Wayne not that I watched it but okay. What were they called? Someone says it's from another land. What were they called? Anybody? I need help here on this cowboy thing. I need help.
All right, so this is Rubio's quote. Our horses, our ranches, our rodeos, the entire romance of the cowboy archetype that became synonymous with the American West. These were born in Spain. I think that's probably true. I mean, the blacks didn't do the rope. Maybe they brought the cattle, but they didn't bring the archetype of the cowboy.
Like the roping around the neck and a lot of that. Yeah, they was getting it from us.
I don't see that in the article. I just fast read it. I don't see that in there.
I'm gonna find you one. Let me gotta find it.
Yeah, so that's
I see it. Innovations like herding cattle from horseback and the lasso first appeared in the Americas at a time when most cowboys were enslaved Africans. That doesn't mean that. That doesn't mean it wasn't Spanish.
Well,
just because Africans were doing the thing doesn't mean the Spanish didn't tell them to do it. They were enslaved.
Well, here's the thing. There's a really good article. I gotta find it. But to me, it seems like they were claiming it was the black people that figured it out because they was doing it in Senegal. That's pretty much.
They wore bucket hats and put their hands through the jeans and shit.
Please stop, sir. you know, like the roping of the neck and all that, like the cows, and like it's like some of the writing styles and some of the herding styles, like that's what they were saying. And then you know, a lot of the cattle.
That would be the core of it if that was that's the work. The work is the hurdling.
Why I asked. I'm telling you, it's deep.
It's actually not. This is actually not the cowboy thing. Just let him have it. This is not worth getting into. None of us care about cowboys. It's a dumb culture. Let him have it. It's Texas. Who cares? Who cares? We don't have to. Just let him have it. Just let him have it. Just let him have it.
They robbed something else.
I don't want Ruby to have anything.
Why? Let them have cowboys. They can have cowboys.
They robbed something else. Wow.
Well, I don't. That's why I was trying to ask the question about where the African influence was coming in. Was it coming in through the influence of, or not the influence, but the dominant, lasting, century-old presence of the Moors in Spain, or was it coming from direct interaction in the quote-unquote new world? The sort of the African, enslaved presence rather than the North African presence in Spain. That's why I was asking that question originally, because I wasn't sure what the argument was for this country, right?
Well, whose argument?
Lucia's, right? Because you can have African cattle, or sort of a hybrid trade. Well, that kind of makes sense, right? Because Moors were in Spain. They came from Africa. They came from North Africa, so it would make sense that there would be some, if they had cattle, right? And their presence was long lasting, that there would be some traces of that.
Not all Moors were black.
The article says they found one bone of an African cow.
Oh God. Let me build on what brother's saying. See, if I were ALC,
I'm confused.
Yeah, I did say. Let me build on what brother's saying, because they can come from Spain and still be African. This is why people like AOC aren't as good as they think they are. Because if you're talking about Spanish culture from the late 15th century, a la Cristobal Colombo, it was full of African culture. So instead of her saying, why wouldn't she just say Rubio's right and it was the Africans? He tried to whitewash the Spanish. Why didn't she de-whitewash the Spanish? And by whitewash, I mean Europeanize. That's the issue. That's the issue. UJ, I'm going to be honest with you, brother. Nobody in here is going to give Senegal credit for Back Boom Buckaroo. Sorry, bro. It's not going to happen, brother. I know you're trying. I know you want to give all the Muslims and the Abrahamics credit for a lot of stuff, brother. Nobody's interested. Unfortunately, you and your Muslim brother are going to. You're supposed to be studying for your orals.
I'm good. I'm taking a break. Don't worry.
That's fair. That Buckaroo, John Wayne. There's nothing African in that archetype at all. Come on, man. You gotta let them have that colonizer stuff, man. We ain't gotta think everything. Boo, pow. Like, nobody wants that, brother. Let them have that. Bookie boo, cow stew. Like, nobody. That's brother's people. That's Brother Messie's people. Brother Messie's people are the ones who abuse horses, torture cows, and enslave and murder. I'm almost done, sir. This is your people. Yeah, I got your back channel. I saw what you wrote. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I'm on your ass. Pause. Anyway, we don't need to have that. Let them have this one, brother. Let them have it.
Mama do say not too much on the Senegalese Muslims.
God, I love the Senegalese Muslims, but that's a different discussion. But one thing I wish people would do is they would use. This is what the problem with the pro-blackers and the Latinx people is. That Iberian culture was thoroughly Africanized.
Absolutely.
Why don't we start going there instead of doing the Hegel thing and pretending like Iberian culture that was Africanized was really Europe.
Yeah.
Why do we allow the Europeans to claim North Africa? We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused. There she goes, there she goes.
You know, it takes a lot of work to do this, but I appreciate this when they're not showing. Sam, what you said about Texas culture. The clear disdain you have. Actually, on Clubhouse.
No, in real life, it's worse in real life.
Let me tell you something.
I've only been to Dallas. I'll never go anywhere else unless I'm paid
Sir.
in the high 4 figures. Plus, I'll never go to Houston unless I get paid at least $9,000.
First of all, let me be clear with you. Be clear with me.
What's wrong with Houston?
You would appreciate
the shithole.
The hill countries of Austin, Texas.
You ain't like chopped and screwed?
No, you don't like that. But you would appreciate the hill country. So I'm not gonna.
What would I appreciate about it?
Go there and find out. Go there and tell me you hate it. Go there and tell me you hate it. If I tell you something now, no, if I say something now, you'll of course. We know how you like to do it.
I'm never going there.
I didn't say you are. I said you would appreciate it and you would like it, and you know I'm right.
Brother, you're
Hey, Buck.
This, they believe they're a specialist in everything. They're very charismatic, so they got the cult of personality. And then you got the people who, and sometimes the first things they do is kill the specialists because they don't want anybody arguing with them. Right? Like Trump, what did he fire the lady that said, hey, the economy's not doing quite as well as you think it is. Right? Then the people that are believed, they're only believed by fact of, having outstanding personalities. No, they're not actually knowledgeable about stuff. So if you have the combination of, the Dunning-Kruger effect in leadership as well as the masses, that's just a horrific, that's a bad combo, right? I mean, it might, probably I'm not saying anything special or of deep insight, but it's a problem.
Look at how popular the audience is.
Probably my ex-girlfriend.
One was your girlfriend?
Probably, yeah. I always wonder if she, spies on me.
Does she know you're on Clubhouse? You should just...
Yeah, I met her on Clubhouse.
Oh.
I'm not talking about the time my days ago. No, a different one.
Oh. All right, wait.
It was a big drama over that.
Now. Yeah.
How did I dox myself?
Well, you said a girlfriend and not that other one. So what if it's the other one?
What? What are you talking about? The other one, everyone knows about the other one. The Clubhouse girl, except for you, because you were late to the game.
I didn't follow your romantic interests. Yeah, no,
some people did though. See, a lot of the incels in Andrew's room got extremely upset. The fact that it was a whole great lot of drama. That's why I'm blocked on there, on that room.
think.
I could never stand Andrew that long to be in his rooms.
I usually couldn't hang in there for more than a half hour at a time. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Especially with Sasha and Piper and the other fucking weird, dysfunctional idiots in that room. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I live in Texas. If I want religious nuts, I'll just go outside.
We stand with Charlie Kirk in Texas.
He seemed to be more of a corporate sponsored, troll than anything else. So I don't know how well. Something about Texas, you gotta fit in with, I don't know, some kind of Texas connection. Or you get moved here and you're just like, all right, well, I guess I'll deal with these dumb fucks. Like Marshall, would you think that he's a normal? I mean, to create a Marshall, you need to live in a pretty sparsely populated place. And not finish college. Probably due to drinking.
No, my wife asked if this is where I was just talking about women. She asked if it's a relationship room. No, usually usually we're talking about politics and stuff like that. Yeah, boring for you. But David, I mean, your wife's Japanese. Marshall's not even that bad, eh? Yeah.
Yeah, well.
You want to say hi?
God bless her heart. Yeah, hello. I've never been to Japan. Closest I've been is Thailand and Australia a couple times, but I'm an American. Been to Canada.
Yeah.
Vancouver and Windsor. But I guess I've been closer to where you're from than where you've been. You're shy. You don't even say that. She's Japanese. When it goes. Duh.
Refusing to say anything.
It doesn't mean they don't listen. It doesn't mean they don't have something to say. They just don't say much. Most nationalities aren't like we are.
That's true. I'm including Canada in the royal we.
Right. I mean, Canada listens a little bit more, but they're still kind of dragged into the American problems. You just don't really understand the system. You're on the metric system, so you don't know how bad it is in America. We've been exploiting our own population for longer than all of us have been alive.
Yeah. I don't know. My sister's in Chicago. But she's okay. She stays busy.
Has she been to Japan?
No.
Your sister hasn't gone?
I don't talk to her.
Well, what's wrong with your sister? She's not nice?
No, she wasn't nice.
She's not very nice.
You should have beat her up more when you were a kid. Is she older or younger?
My sister's younger.
Yeah, you should have tormented her.
Yeah, it's a really strong spirit lady.
So what does your wife do for work? Or is the perfume business?
What do you do for work,
to support
I'm a bookkeeper.
Bookkeeper?
Mm-hmm.
How many clients do you have?
How many clients?
Yeah, is it along certain types of business, or do you bookkeep for anybody that needs a bookkeeper?
Yeah, well, my company provides bookkeeping services. I manage 10 smaller businesses.
Okay. Like hairdressers or bars? What kind of business?
Many kinds, mostly Japanese.
Oh, so you do it remotely?
Yeah. And he's too.
Oh, you do Matthew's books?
Yeah, but he never paid me.
He needs to sell. He needs to sell more before you actually. Yeah.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
She's the organized one.
And she organizes it to say you need to work more.
That's right. That's right.
I mean, I can tell that much, and I don't even have to sleep with you.
Okay.
Neither does she.
彼はよくしてるよ。Matthewの personalities. I can see Matthew doesn't work very hard.
Well, all right. Well, who cooks better?
Oh,
Neither.
yeah, me maybe.
You're lazy.
No. What do you do for a living?
Tech, cybersecurity, consulting, engineering, all sorts of stupid shit, and finance. Kind of like you think of it as a jack of all trades. I don't think that translates well, or a business athlete, someone that's agile and a lot of different things.
He does many different things. Computer stuff.
Business athlete is a really good way to put it, to be honest.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, other people can talk. I didn't mean to clean up my vaporizer while not looking at my mute button.
I think lots of people in Clubhouse are working from home. Must be the case.
There's a bunch of people who probably need to work more and might live up to parent. I mean, there's lots of different ways. So I spent 10 years as a retirement financial planner. So you never know till you look at someone like your wife. Till you look at the books and you see every transaction. You don't know where the subsidies lie or abuse. Somebody with a sugar mama or a sugar daddy.
To the Palm Beach police and said,
or sugar mama.
They might not be paying for that car they drive. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, like for instance, I'm Royvis's pimp. So
you're Royvis's pimp. So
yeah.
Okay, so he makes money for you.
Yeah, he makes money for me. In fact,
people that you tell him to.
No, he makes money for me. He started this room, but then I messaged him to get his ass on the corner. So he's working the corners right now. That's why he's on mute.
Yeah.
I like his voice.
I would figure Royvis could at least work the penthouse, not the corners, but.
Well, he got
do your job as a pimp, dude. You gotta raise prices.
Well, he got demoted after he nibbled it a little too much. He was working the penthouses, but then he started nibbling, so had to put him in his plate.
Yeah, if you let him nibble, they eat into the profits.
Oh, I'm not talking about money. I'm not talking about profits. He was nibbling if he passed my drift.
I was crossing the pimping membrane there with nibbling and profits. Never mind.
Is it fair to say that Royvis lives in a very expensive part of America?
Yeah, I mean, the LA area is probably expensive. There's ways that you could.
Yeah, LA's expensive.
Money, but I doubt he lives in a shithole.
And then, David, you live in a more affordable area. I heard really good.
It's kind of comparable.
Oh no, not Austin. Not Austin. I heard Austin's expensive. Yeah,
Austin's not cheap for Texas.
Boston's a government psyop.
Yeah, I guess all the podcasters moved here to create content or something.
Yeah, Joe Rogan comedy mothership. I visited the mothership twice. Both times I've been there, worst shows. And like I lived in New York for a year, so I would like occasionally go.
Overrated. They get you captive. Take your phone, put it in a little Faraday bag. Yeah, it's pretty mid. I agree, but I wasn't. It was a free show for me, so I didn't give a fuck. I don't like the tear people down kind of comedy. I like the people that are more creative than that, but whatever. Yeah, I don't know. My problem with comedy, I mean, I've shared this story, but I saw Adam Sandler's part. He was doing a tour where it was like half stand-up, half like his music that he does. And Rob Schneider was there. And he did about a 15-minute set. God, it was bad. Like 5 minutes in, I just left. I told my buddy, I was like, text me when his set is over and the next comedian starts. I don't know. The whole Rogan Sphere comedy, they have like 5 jokes and then variations of the 5 jokes that they told before. I don't know, it's not funny to me. Like, I like comedy that makes me think, and if you're just punching down all the time, like, it's not entertaining. It's like old, bad comedy. Yeah. Adam Sandler's, he's probably better, but it was good for the rest of the show. Yeah, so like it was about like each like warm. So it was Adam Sandler and friends. So the first 30 minutes of it was the and friends. So like other people that he invited on the tour. David Spade was there. Spade did some stand up. Yeah, these are the people I don't like. Only if it was like fucking Tim Farley. Or like the only other good people are dead, like Phil Hartman from that time. Yeah. South Park. SNL. Saturday Night Live, yeah. See, I'm from Colorado, so I default to where the comedy is better per capita, right? And the other thing is, in Austin, is Mike Judge, the guy that wrote Beavis and Butthead, Office Space, Idiocracy, Silicon Valley. So, in fact, 2 girls ago, relationships ago, I was dating a girl that taught his kids in kindergarten. So I was like, wow, that's interesting. Whatever that 1 degree of fucking separation is between
they need vaccines.
Kevin Bacon or something.
So we must continue.
Yeah, 6 degrees of penetration degree away from people. Are you guys familiar with the 1980s? There was an amazing comedy happening between New York and Toronto, and it was called the SCTV. Like those Canadians, yeah. Yeah, but dude, there was like isn't that where Second City got its start? Or no, Second City was different. Yeah, but here's the guys that were on it, right? Like John Candy, Eugene Levy, John Aykroyd, Martin Short, Dan Aykroyd. Came in quiet. I heard you, Dan Aykroyd. I think. So Rick Moranis, like so many. So many like heavy hitters. Yeah. No, they were all so many, and they were all from this.
It was the SNL of Canada before they all moved to New York and became
SNL. Yeah, actually, SNL got its start. Or Saturday Night Live basically got its start from this SCTV. You know, without them, they wouldn't have had it. It was the minor leagues
Kids in the Hall came out of SCTV also.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it's all good. It's like just an amazing creative year, and I don't know what it was, like maybe the purity of the cocaine at that time and the sexism, but, you know, it's, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, so... What was the name of that sketch comedy thing, The Kids in the Hall? Kids in the Hall? They were pretty good, too. Yeah.
Squishing your head. Crush your head. I crush your head.
Yeah, my dad used to do that, and I was like, what the fuck are you doing? And he was like, oh, it's from this show. And he showed me the clip. I was like, oh.
I crush your head.
Yeah. Norm Macdonald, his jokes are so long, but then when you get it, you're like, oh my gosh. Oh,
They're like meta. They're like jokes with inside of a joke inside of a joke. If you're young, you're not gonna like them, but
Norm when he did Update and he was just like he almost got like kicked off of SNL. Like apparently like lawyers within the OJ trial like called up somebody and said, "Bro, tell Norm to like stop talking about OJ or we'll sue your ass." Like, cause he would just go in on OJ.
oh yeah. I mean, but he's a Newfie. If you guys know what Newfies are, Newfoundlanders that have their own unique culture out on the East Coast. They're known as by far the friendliest Canadians. Like really nice people.
Oh, that's so friendly.
Do you know why?
It's crazy work. To be honest.
You know why?
Why?
Why they're happiest?
Why?
Because they all live pretty close to dildo.
That's right.
There's a place called Dildo, Canada.
Yeah.
Newfoundland. Yeah.
Newfoundland. Yeah. Well, Russell Peters, like he's pretty fun. He's
What
an
do they
Indian.
do there?
So
In dildo?
they have an interesting festival
They
in
do each other.
Yeah, they have an interest. Howie Mandel, right? Tom Green. But
You're from there?
What's up, hero?
Oh, Mandel's from Toronto. Mandel actually is kind of a friend of my father's.
We're making fun of Newfoundlanders and their dildo proximity.
But Newfoundlanders have a really interesting festival. It's called the Mummers. So you get this, right? So in the small towns, everybody gets like stark raving drunk, right? You meet at the local high school gym. This is the adults, and you put on masks. And then you go like mumbling down the street. You're not allowed to like say anything where people can actually recognize who you are, what your voice is. And then you come to a house, and there's maybe a group of 20. You knock on the door, and you come in and you mumble. You go mum 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 mum, and you play music and you dance around. And then if the person inside that house can guess who someone is, they switch places with them. So someone from the group of the mumblers, they watch over that stranger's house and they stay in that person's house, and then the group goes on down the road and another group comes, and the new host who's serving alcohol from someone's house that they don't know does the same thing, and then by the end of the day everybody's in everybody else's like in different houses, and they're like,
drunk.
completely drunk, and they have no idea where they are. Yeah,
That's
so
interesting.
And they're wearing masks.
yeah. And they're wearing masks.
Philadelphia like that.
Is
There's
that
a
how they're
mummer
newly
parade
found?
in Philadelphia. I wonder if that's the same mummers. In Philadelphia, there's some kind of racist history to the mummers.
It's just colder in Newfoundland, so is that how everyone's like newly found themselves?
Yeah, it comes from Ireland. Yeah, I don't know. It's an old.
I think the finding yourself has to do with dildo. I'm pretty sure. No? Nobody liked that joke?
I was how old when I found my mom's first dildo?
Boo, 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 cow.
New topic. No.
Bro, never happened to me. I would fuck with.
Bro's joke flopped so hard that he wants to pivot to another topic. Insane work.
That's right. Thank you.
Hey, Liv, we have a story to get into. I'm not gonna pretend to be James or anything, but yeah. Hey T, I'm not a mod, but if anybody can give Hero an invite, I don't know if he wants to be part of this shit show or not. Elevate him above the anons.
He's been invited.
All right, well, cool. Johnny, what up?
Invitation sent. Make it so, number one.
Oh, so I've been trying to like design this whole application for learning and all this other stuff. And my grand design, I finally got to saying, T, you might appreciate this, to saying that I'm really just trying to design an educational holodeck. And it's like, okay, got it. I understand how immersive you want it now. I was like, fuck, I should have said that all along.
That's where you should have started, right?
Yeah, well, I was trying to be parasocial. I didn't want to let Claude in my life. It's a bit of a joke. But, yeah, it is interesting. I got to put a proposal together, and it's like, oh, you're in Central Texas, and you can work with your alum of UT, and Austin Community College has got all the studio for the PBS station is co-located in the ACC campus, in one of the renovated campuses that took over a mall about 15 years ago, and fairly centrally located part of town, on its way out next to the highway towards where they're putting a fab. Eventually, Samsung's building a not well talked about, but all this stuff's coming together, and I'm like, the barrier to entry is actually lower, because for the last 2 years, and I think for the next 3 or 4, there's grant money for anybody in like the 7-county area, and it's way larger than the Austin Metro. It's graduating from high school, gets like 4 years of free ACC, and they're putting in a fab. What community college is going to have a fab department? That's just nuts. So, yeah, Austin might be where it would be good to put people back on the brain track from all maybe the viewers that Joe Rogan's turned off of Trump. Maybe.
I heard Virginia has got so many data centers, good to work there. Right?
What does a data center do for work?
They don't employ very many people, eh? I don't know too much about
build them and install some shit. So there's some high incomes that are generated for a short period of time, but in general, it's once you've got the Roomba, you don't vacuum anymore.
Right. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. If you go into Business Insider, they have it's the only site with a map of all the data centers across the United States, and apparently it was a hell of a map to put together, because Google does not want you knowing how many data centers there are, but there's between 1,200 and 1,600. And then there's fucking 50 of them in one small county in Virginia, closer, the corner, I think northeast corner of Virginia, closest to Washington.
To run all the government shit, right? So by specification, the government says you have to, they put things out to bid for so many years. And what do you think? Amazon, they're big in Seattle, where they're from. And then they're huge in DC because they lobby the shit out of it. And there's AWS, right? So the return on investment to pay for lobbying to get your taxes down by 0.1% is worth having 100 fucking lobbyists. Just do the math. And it's been that way for a long time. So the other reason there's data centers there is you're kind of on the eastern seaboard between New York and Chicago.
Right.
The rest of it's just pretty centrally located. As ports go, the Chesapeake is a pretty big deal.
Good river systems too. Coal and gas.
Coal's dying. It should die faster, but Trump keeps trying to pump life into it because he's got some, rich old friends that won't die. But I haven't even watched a video, but I've seen it available on, what it would be like if we didn't have renewable energy. And it's just ridiculous. Are we trying to go back in time? It's just so stupid. To go back to 2009 and undo the entire framework was to say that climate change is real. So let's treat it like a quote, government emergency, which is, okay, special powers to do something about it. Because our Congress has been broken. Matthew, you got to be younger than me our entire life. Roydus, we're probably about the same age. Hero's a little older. T, I have no idea. I didn't bother to guess. Johnny, I have no idea. Caleb, when did you graduate high school?
In the 90s.
Okay, me too.
In the late 90s.
All right, so I'm a little older than you, but not much. 96. So there's this exennial thing where we straddle the most between the analog world and the digital world.
I feel this a lot. I feel this a lot.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No. That was all I really want to say is that it's a whole other language when you've done both and you're not captive to one. you understand the benefits of analog and like body language and talking to people, but like I've got kids, I got twins, they're 6th graders, but whatever, they're not dumb, but they're in Texas schools, even the good ones. But like I can see the difference in 30 years of schooling, and I grew up in Denver, as I've already mentioned, and then moved to Texas the very last year of high school. So I got to see it, but on my way out, when everybody has senioritis and they don't care, so I joined athletics, and then pushed myself to make varsity, because I'm still a dude, right? So anyway, but I didn't pick up volleyball. Like, so I was too short.
I played volleyball too, dude.
I was too short in Denver. There wasn't even a sport dudes played, right? So there wasn't like anything about volleyball. And when I was in college, I was on a co-ed floor on my dorm. All the floors were co-ed, and there were cute girls that they had volleyball coaching, and I was like, "Hey, can you teach me what?" Because I don't want to end up in the net. I know you have to do things differently, and like even to this day, I play volleyball because it allows people who weren't like in basketball. I could shoot, but I was like 5'2" at the end of my sophomore year in high school. And I'm 5'8", but I still can jump high. and I made I'm 5'7". All right, well,
the technology thing. I often say it that like I speak technology with a little bit of an accent. My kids are totally fluent. They have no accent.
Right. Well,
and my parents are immigrants, are technological immigrants.
Oh, my parents are now in dementia regression. My mom, anyway, it's a whole different sad story. But like, let's launch this thing. When people are like, "Oh, you're long-winded," I'm like, "No, I explain things to both the immigrants and the natives because I want to bridge the gap." I've always thought that like people, when there's more shared understanding, it's a better world. But no, that's not the world they live up to. Biological, because I told you so. I'm from Littleton, Colorado. Like the part that people, volleyball. I was like, well, that happened when that was '99, and I was in college, and I just happened to be like second semester junior year, and you take technical writing because it's only available in the spring. And anyway, I wrote a paper on biological terrorism the same semester I was being recruited by the Navy nuclear officer program. So. And because I looked at like Ruby Ridge and the Branch Davidian crazy Waco shit, and like the Oklahoma City bombing happened the year before '95, and 94, sorry. And I was like, what does America need to do? We need to actually solve our problems using diplomacy and peace, and do the dividend of the Cold War being over. And of course, it went the other way into like terrorism and asymmetric hatred. Sucks.
Well, I can tell you, well, from my opinion, we carry a very heavy weight.
What does that mean?
Multicultural societies, right? The ones that we inhabit. They don't have like a really base reality. Not much. I mean, it might be television, it might be pop culture, movies, Hollywood. That's our base reality. But so many other places, man, have like a very deep sense of there is a right way to do everything. There is a wrong way to do everything. And because
you're saying
I think we have a lot of. They have structures.
Because we don't have a draft. It's because we don't have civics, and we don't have a draft. We don't have binding structures. They're
back to that structure.
But they're loose. They are diffuse. They are.
Yeah, we didn't used to have this billionaire trapdoor that like once people reach this thing, they're gods. In a way that well, Caleb, you talk about it. I mean, I grew up in a pretty irreligious, but like my grandfather on my dad's side, my dad's dad escaped Nazi Germany like 1938, and I had this like historical understanding that like thank God, but I didn't know, like, I didn't learn Judaism because it was like kind of the South Park cliche version of Judaism. Like, I got all the stereotypes about Judaism without really being. I mean, I had a bar mitzvah, I had to do that stuff, but my next door neighbor was Mormon, and he couldn't play on Sunday, and I thought that was more bullshit than anything Jews had to do. I'm like, half the weekend you can't play? That's, and I'm gonna sound 90s now. I'm like, that's gay. You can't go play. And my brother is gay, and I know he's gay longer than anybody else in my family. So
there's a different kind of gay. Yeah.
Yeah, I
understand. I'm from the 90s, man. When you say that's gay, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
If you can't, it's like what kids would say back then.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, so Chris and Arthur, they were like the people I would learn to play sports and shit with. But this is back when you didn't have helicopter parents that like forced you to like be in their fucking sight all the time. And I've got kids, and my ex she doesn't know how to not parent in the way that other parents do, but she's in her phone and she wouldn't spend the fucking time with her kid anyway. So, long story short, shit's weird now because people are so isolated that the kids don't even learn how to fucking ride bikes anymore.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
My son wants to play sports, but in Texas, if you want to play sports, you're like in 7th grade. You're either a jock or a nerd, and I'm like, dude, you need to be a nerd because you're like, I thought, I want to be like Mike too, but I had posters and like I was going through just yesterday, the summer's over, and Mike and Jordan, they were like the top 50 dunks from all the dunk contests and stuff, and I was like, I had that poster on my fucking top bunk, where I grew up, and just explained to my kid who like gets Lego this and Jersey that, like he's got shit that I don't even have as an adult because it's just you can like tap a few buttons on an app and get shit that you didn't have available. So if you don't agree with the spending habits of their mom, but that's not what like broke us up or anything, but just there's no control anymore.
Did you know that the Lego directions are now, my son just completed a Lego the other day and all the instructions were on his phone.
Yeah, a phone or iPad. Yeah, I mean, I've known that, but like, dude, I would buy amazing. It was actually I have like amazing. This massive like super varied set I got at Costco, and I just bought 2 of them. And there's like a shit ton of Legos for kids to play with, but like that's from the Lego of our day where you would build shit. No, they're like artifact memorial pieces to something in the fucking Marvel universe or something that you can be fascinated with once you already have hobbies. So it's like it caters to adults buying it on behalf of their kids building it. It's a weird kind of fascination gateway.
My kid, let me tell you the stuff my kid just built with Legos in the past like 3-4 years. We have the Avengers headquarters. We have the Daily Planet. We have all kinds of different dragons from Dragon things, and now we have the Ninjago, like training universe from Ninjago. It's insanity.
Yeah. So this is how much consumerism crept into like parenting. Because of my ex, but through my children, they didn't like a lot of superhero shit, and especially Disney. So like Disney characters, Disney underwear. Like if you don't like Disney, that's like half the toys that you'll find in most places. That's how like restrictive it is. It's like saying your kid's allergic to bread. You're gonna have to find something that doesn't have bread on it. No chicken nuggets, no, like it's just ridiculous. But yeah, what's fascinating today is my son. People my age, there are friends of mine that know that I know a lot of sports and shit. They'll just straight up ask my 11-year-old son on who should be on their fantasy league because he can talk to like Alexa, and I think like the NFL.com is like whitelisted as a clean site for kids or whatever. He could be like a fucking NFL coach. Like, I want to make him a bookie at his middle school because I think there's, entrepreneurial lessons in that. Okay, we've had it, Joe. It sucks. Oh. I know you're not up, but I didn't know if you were listening. Parents. Matthew, you gonna have kids? I don't know if your wife's still there.
Probably not. We're kind of old, to be honest.
When did you come from
Hey, you
Ethiopia?
get some mentor. Go put in some time at the Boys and Girls Club or whatever.
And you've been homeless ever since.
I like teaching. I like teaching others. Like, it's great to know.
Young people just need people to spend time with them. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's time. It's like, because we don't even have shared experiences. When they sit on the couch, they're on their phone. They're not on their couch watching, shit with their parents. Like, we grew up in a household that had one TV, one screen.
Yeah.
Before the remote control.
Yeah.
You had to change the channel on the dial. There was VHF and VHF.
Yeah. Got it here.
There was DVR, there was a VCR.
Yeah, no.
Oh, you're talking sexy time? Go make them kids.
He knew everybody. Yeah. And in every country. And he's weighing in on every event of the moment. That he's living in. So
Black people, it sounds like you're doing the same thing. But you're also talking about a part of the country that, yes, of course, you were free. Like Juneteenth literally was an entire movement that started in Galveston, Texas. That's a bad.
You're a person from across the you were
I don't mean like what is the actual crystal meth? Like that's
you were across the pond.
You know, I wanted to say earlier before we go, I did want to talk about your thing that you said earlier about you guys can jump in after, especially people we haven't heard from. But you talked about the Google, like people were freaking out back in the day with the internet. They're like, oh my gosh, don't get on Google. Like, you know, I remember in the late 90s, we had the internet at the high school, but I just started teaching it. And, you know, people were still pretty much rookies there, but, you know, people were searching for stupid stuff. And I heard just some crazy shit at SGs, you know, all the Alta Vistas, you know, all these browsers were coming up. And before that, actually, you know, just like, I remember finding out about MySpace just a couple years after that. I'm saying a little bit. I'm saying people are starting to get leery of what you put into a search resume, right? And I remember the lady that I taught with, she was a bit of an alarmist in everything she was doing. She was smart. She was a real smart lady. She had a PhD at the time. She was working with this high school. She was just super, like you said, oh my gosh, don't have anything to Google. And she was mad that one of her students had something on paper, and her student went in and she searched something, and she thought for sure that because she was using her home computer to verify a link that a student sent, and then it sent her to some, I think a girl was like a musician in the thing, and she was wearing like a halter top, and this lady was so freaked out. She was like, oh my God, the school's gonna fire me. They're gonna think I was like a pornography site, right? And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, that doesn't even make sense. But people, they had all these early alarms up, right? But they were right on certain stuff, like especially, you know, the late 90s, like the data tracking stuff that we see now is the surveillance capitalism that people were warning us about back then. I just think we're so used to it that we realize that they were right. You're like, you know what I mean? Like, we're like, oh, it's just Google. But now Google is a massive, massive, massive company, you know, $1 trillion kind of company. And that's kind of what people were worried about. Like, do you want to give all this power to one company? You know? Yeah.
I'm sorry, I mentioned, can I say something quickly?
Sure.
So what you're saying is, by the way, I'm not intelligent. It's just, I started uni a year and a half ago doing audio production, but in this course, we studied about, technology, and it's actually what you call it, what we're describing is called, and you can look it up, but it's really interesting. It's called technological determinism, right? And they call it a theory, but it's not a theory. They say someone's a theorist if they realise that there's a new technology and there's actually a bad side to it. So it's kind of like saying, hold on, there's something invented, but there's a bad side to it, but people are just focusing on that, and it's not. What it is like, the system isn't dealing with that bad side, because actually what they're doing is exploiting it. No, I'm nearly Irish. I'm from Liverpool. I'm Scots. So where are you from? I'm sorry. I'm from Liverpool. I'm from Liverpool. So we're basically Irish. but we were in England because we escaped the
Shout out
fact that they were trying to kill everyone.
Irish. Is it
No, that's what our accent is.
No. I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, that's fine. If I'm speaking too fast, tell me.
No, you're not. No, I can understand you.
That's good. Thank you. I'm glad you said that, though. Some people go, are you Australian? I'm like, no. But yeah, it's technological determinism. And if you look it up, I swear, it is exactly what you're saying. With every technology, with every creation in tech, anything, whether it's science, music, art, AI, whatever kind of transition it is. So when it went from like analog to digital in music, there was the same fear. But what happens is they don't comfort people's fears. They say, oh no, you're just a theorist. You are a conspiracy theorist. You are this, you are that, and they label you and they market you as something that is just like, you're pulling away from the benefits, and it's like, yeah, you can have benefits, but you need to deal with the bad things. It's like people who've raised money in the past for charities who turned out to be pedophiles. It's like, it doesn't take away the fact of the bad things they've done just because they've done good things. So the same thing's happening with music at the minute, but the problem isn't AI. The problem is the fact that the music and the art itself, it's being normalized, that it's not even, what would you call it, like, it's being treated like it's worth nothing, and it is just content, and it is just about what is needed and what is squeezed out by the industry.
But do you think that it's propaganda in the way that literally this is what is marketed to?
No, 100%. Of course, because that's what they want. That's how the majority of the industry and commercial industry is going to make its money. That's how it's going to leverage its capital.
But I literally look at this from, this is just propaganda.
No, it is, but that's what propaganda is.
I also see is propaganda does have the ability to hurt you.
But it does, but they're not dealing with the fact that they're not dealing with it.
Both going too fast. What is propaganda?
Which type?
Not the actual definition. Talking about what propaganda.
Who are you asking, Kathy or Bree?
Both. They're both talking.
I mean, okay, so like, I'm just gonna, Marshall, this ain't no test here, but like, let's just be very clear. Propaganda is when we literally try to persuade. I don't understand. You asked the question. Let me answer.
Don't waste time asking someone if that's not what he wants. Just trying to clarify. So just
okay, well, go into clarification. Okay, well, I'm gonna just be quiet then.
Marshall, you know what propaganda is? Oh no, he did. He asked the question.
You guys have been talking back back and forth.
I'm like,
breathable transition.
I'm trying to ask.
Secret is the
When
stone
y'all
layer on the
said
outside.
it's
These stone slabs are
propaganda,
never
and
wasted.
they
Old
did
slabs
it.
are reused as templates to cut new ones.
Who is
And those
doing the
cut big arcs
propaganda?
casually.
Who
Each stone
is
is fixed
they?
in a strict sequence.
Okay, so the industry leaders of the commercial
This serves one purpose.
market, they are the ones who are using music and they're using AI and they are exploiting the positive innovations of technology advances in AI to exploit music and artistry, and they are using it as propaganda even though they will not label it as that, but it still doesn't mean it's not propaganda. And if you need a definition of propaganda, there's a lot of dictionaries out there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he didn't need the definition.
Well, so like,
Yeah, it's kind of really weird, Marshall. But go ahead.
No, it's
But
not
so, like-
weird to ask you, Scooter, to find.
okay, no.
It's not weird to ask you.
No, we can move forward.
No, I
I could answer, but the clarifying
I think you didn't really asking Marshall what propaganda was. I don't think you were.
He wasn't asking for the definition of propaganda. He was saying, what is the propaganda that the music industry is producing, and who is producing it? I don't think it's that fucking difficult to understand.
Did I not answer that?
Like, what's the message?
Yeah,
You did, Kathy. But Breezy just keeps fucking going like, oh, well,
I bet.
what's propaganda?
Watch this. We're gonna look at this room and the makeup, and watch your mouth.
No, I think I'm trying to speak for both of us. That I think Breezy will agree with me that that's what is being meant here. So I think you should just accept what we our view is on this, and that also if you don't agree that it's propaganda, then you're also going against what they're doing at the same time.
Wait, why should we? Why are you the one to talk about
what the fuck?
What are you talking about?
No, so
Sorry,
an
what was that
example.
question, Romero?
Holy shit.
No, what's the message of the propaganda?
No, what did you ask? What did you ask me then?
Well, number one, what did you just say about why would
You
you take
just
your
said
word
who
for
are
it?
you to what? No,
Who are you to be the voice of the artist or something? That's what.
I never said I was the voice of the artist. So what?
Okay, so I misunderstood. So what's the message of the propaganda exactly?
There's no message of propaganda. Marshall asked us, so when you define propaganda, who do you mean and what is the propaganda? And I answered that.
Well, what is it?
Well, you should have listened. Maybe listen back on the replay.
No, I mean, her answer was a little vague. She said, well, the industry leaders are producing propaganda that they're disseminating, but they're not calling it propaganda.
Not what I said.
And I was about to give an example, right? P. Diddy is a perfect example of someone who used propaganda to create an environment that was friendly to his abuse.
You can't use propaganda. Propaganda is something you create.
There's this whole stuff called propaganda that I always like.
It's a weird take. Is propaganda not a tool? Is it not something you do?
Propaganda is something that you create.
Well, no fucking shit. So are cars, so are tires, so are towels. But you use them, yes?
Because if you use propaganda, it's propaganda and you've created more propaganda. So propaganda.
Okay, I'm fucking
done. What's the definition of propaganda?
It's basically like spreading the word of something. You're spreading a message. That's all propaganda really is.
No, propaganda is something that you have created in whatever platform, in whatever way of communication that you've tried to deliver some sort of perspective or agenda or view or bias.
Isn't that kind of just what I just said?
No. It's also something like, when someone says, "Oh, buy."
What do they put in the water in Liverpool? Like, what's in the water?
Do you know what they're putting in? It's called truth and genuinity. What are they putting in yours?
Hey, Kathy.
Is it brainwash?
Hey, you know what we need to do, Kathy? When you started, right, you were talking about how you weren't all that educated and you weren't that smart. So you don't want to tell someone then, right, what the definition is of something and to accept your thing. If you're leading with, I'm not that smart, I don't know much. She's also trying to educate someone who's actually in the music industry, which is really funny. But yeah, it's, I was directly hired by major labels to do tons of work. I don't know how much Kathy can say for that, but probably zero. Take on what I was saying. What I was saying had nothing to do with music whatsoever. I was just saying that it isn't all that crazy back in the day that people said, watch out using Google. And now we just my point is, and now we just kind of accept what Google is, trillion-dollar company now, that is like taking over the world. And, is the fear that people had has come true. Do you want a company having that much power just by dumping endless information into it? And so here we are, and we just kind of normalize it. That was my point, not the propaganda in the music industry and all that kind of stuff, but that's a whole other issue. But
Dude, fucking Illuminati, man.
yeah, we were getting a little off there. But anyways, what's up, Dave?
I was not a subject matter expert in anything except propaganda filters, maybe.
Oh my gosh.
That's expertise right there. So, John,
Morning, everyone.
hello, sir.
Hello. I would like to disclose some facts. I used to work for the Qatar royal family long back.
Nice.
For His Highness, His Excellency, Sheikh Mohammed bin Tamir Al Thani.
What is that?
One day,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, sorry, what were you saying?
No, I interjected.
One day I asked him if he could take me into the base, the American base. He said only members of the royal family are allowed with permission, but I will try. After a few days, he got the permissions done and we went inside. What I saw was totally scary, but sad as the tech.
So,
I
saw a humanoid robot
I was gonna
which
say this.
resembles the Terminator and Iron Man. I'm not kidding.
I didn't quite catch all that. Sorry.
I'm just gonna say this.
I've seen it with my own eyes. It works well with the tab. It's not AI. It works with...
I am being very cordial.
No, you don't.
But we can get there. You understand?
No, you're
And
trying.
I respect your room, and I respect you.
You're not
But
speaking of
anyone from the United States
I'm
of
throwing
America.
into the audience, Breezy, like I usually have to do. Breezy, you have to recognize when there's like 15 people in a room and you've been the one doing all the talking since you've come up, right? Just because someone floats a question out there doesn't mean it's for you to immediately feedback on when you know that other people haven't spoken. You have to play nicer in the sandbox, Breezy. You can't be talking in the middle of the guy saying his thing because you don't have impulse control. All right, so quiet the dogs, and when you come back up, try it again, and don't have to answer every question. If you do, well, it gets a little old.
Mr.
Tonight,
Pro,
I don't know
Mr.
where
Pro,
you were going. You didn't finish your thing, but whatever.
Mr. Pro, can you please pull back Breezy? I apologize on her behalf.
It's okay. I wanted you to finish what you were saying because it didn't make any sense.
So I was surprised and I was shocked to see Terminator-like stuff ready to deploy. Ready to deploy. I'm not kidding. I swear.
Okay.
So, and then, So are you from the United States of America?
Yes, sir.
Long live the United States of America. Long live.
Are you talking to me?
The president.
No, what are you saying?
I said long live the United States of America and long live Mr. President.
I missed that.
He said, "Long live the president." Can we get him to pass away before he can give out a bunch of pardons? It might help turn the page.
You know, sir, that's the perks of working with
Just
the
know
royal
who you're
family.
calling sir. I served our military, so you can go to the base in Qatar all you want. I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Am I right or wrong? Just tell them. Just tell your friends. Am I right or wrong?
No long live Trump. No, so.
Mr. Obama.
What fucking decade are you in, bro?
He said he served.
My uncle is a Democratic Party member. My uncle is a Democratic Party member, and he is very close with Obama.
So?
Okay. That's good to know. Good to know, son.
Thank you.
Just saying. I'm just saying.
If we were in the same room, I would give you a high fucking five.
That's one to grow on, motherfucker.
High five.
I seriously don't know what their real faces are, but I admire them.
Get to know faces. That's all life advice is all
By nationality, I'm an Indian, but by paper, I have a permanent residency for the state of Qatar for 99 years. Because my father has designed the Torch Tower, the iconic building you see in
Permanent residency for 99 years?
Yes, because they received from the royal family and their recommendation.
Hey, Pro, do you know if you put on a pair of sunglasses on one of my albums, it just says obey? It's like all in black and white? No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Syed, fuck them. And that's why.
Breezy speaks again.
Alright, I'm gonna just leave it alone. I'm not
It's the
gonna
fart
cut
that never
anybody
goes
off.
away. We call it
Breezy, does your like right eyelid twitch to like spirit pressure change? Does that ever happen?
Breezy, don't get on that
What do
now.
you want to know about atmospheric?
They'll throw you down again.
pressure?
Don't get that on their nerves.
Yeah, I'm not about to cuss any of y'all out, but go off, y'all. But no, fuck them. Fuck him too.
Fuck that shit. Well, that was weird. That was weird.
All right, we're gonna move forward.
Syed, nice to meet you. Have a good day. Okay? See you, Syed. What's up, Steve?
Crack that whip.
What was that guy even talking about? I have no idea.
Break your mom's back.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Did I get it good?
Long live
Whereas
the
Americans
king.
fighting for our life. Are you crazy?
He built
No.
a RoboCop at the base.
It's a holiday in the United States today.
It's spring break as
Long
well.
live the president.
Illuminati Day, my favorite. The all-seeing eye, the all-mocking tongue. Hey, I got a fun little clip here I wanted to play. It kind of goes to the 5 mega themes shaping the next decade. Boy, I sounded a little like you, Steve, when I said that. The 5 mega theme. I didn't even try, and I had a little Steve in my voice there. Check this out. This is something to do with the economy and LeBron James. Josh Doss saying this. I like him. Check it out.
The weirdest thing about the narrative that
So we can talk about propaganda now, right,
not
bro?
just that the
Since I was playing the clip, that would be your cue to not talk.
The weirdest thing about the narrative that LeBron James is not clutch is not just that the narrative is wrong, but it's that he's statistically the clutchest player of all time, and that it's not particularly close. The weirdest thing about the myth that Republicans are better at handling the economy than Democrats is not just that the Republicans are worse, but it's that they're worse by every single macro and microeconomic measurement. LeBron James has 5 playoff buzzer beaters. That's the most in NBA history. Jordan only has 3. 10 of our last 11 recessions have been under Republican presidents. In the playoffs, in the final minute, with the game tied or the other team leading, LeBron James is 23 for 50. He's shooting at 46%. Kobe is like 12 for 44 at 27%. LeBron's taken more and made more. Every single measurement of real GDP, including this one from the Woodrow Wilson School of Department of Economics, will show you the GDP is higher under Democratic presidents as opposed to Republican presidents going back to like 1945. In the final 30 seconds of the game, LeBron James is 40%. Kobe's down in 20% as well. No, I hear your claim that Republicans are just better at handling the economy. I hear your feeling that LeBron James isn't clutch. I hear it. The only problem with it is that the data don't back up your worldview. And the data actually call them demonstrably false. On go-ahead shots in the final 5 seconds of playoff games, doesn't get more clutch than that. MJ was 5 for 11. In that same situation, LeBron is 7 for 15. The average inflation rate under Democratic presidents is 3.8%. Under Republican presidents, it's 4.27%. It's lower under Democratic presidents. LeBron James averages 33.3 in elimination games. You let them tell you that man wasn't clutch. How did you let them do that? 9 of the 10 poorest states in America have complete Republican leadership. If their policies were so good, why are their states so poor? I put all of this on a shirt, by the way. If you want the shirt, the link is in my bio. The average unemployment rate under Democratic presidents is 5.6%. It's 6%
under Republican presidents. And then they say, Michael never played in Game 7, but he played in elimination games. Who do you think has the better record in elimination games? Give me a second. LeBron James averages more points, rebounds, assists, and steals than Michael Jordan in elimination games. And LeBron has the second best record in closeout games in the history of the NBA.
We have this conversation. I implore you, sir. You have made your point. You have dragged Texas. You have beaten the shit out of it. You have just cause for doing so in Clubhouse. I am asking you as a Clubhouse, please, can we bring this up soon?
No.
Well, are you gonna respond? Wait, what about Black Voters Matter?
I know
Black Voters Matter. You don't think that's an important organization?
Who?
They can't have a conversation in the same way as before, so just stuff like that. But in general, like I said, I started going into Andrew's rooms because, I appreciated that he seemed like he was honest. And the one thing I do think is good about him is he's obviously, like, open to dialogue, because if you're a Christian like Andrew, and you're willing to come in these rooms and have your, like, deepest beliefs just ripped apart by a crowd of people, and then come back the next day and do it all again, like, I kind of respect that. Like, I don't know if he secretly has doubts that he's a theist, and maybe that's why he comes in these rooms to just constantly, like, talk about it. I don't know what it is, but he certainly is open to having his beliefs, tested, stress tested. And I respect that about him.
Well, he's doing better than what I would.
Well, I've seen you in these rooms. You're not shy to have your beliefs stress tested, I think.
No, sometimes it can be mentally draining. But I mean, when I was on TikTok, I would open a live on TikTok, and I'd be going for like between 8 to 12 hours, and then I'd need a break for like 3 or 4 days.
Wait, you went on a room for 8 to 12 hours?
Yeah, when I used to do my own lives on there a lot.
Oh my God, of course that's way too much. That's crazy.
But I had quite a big following on TikTok though, so.
How many people?
I used to have my rooms used to be really, really quite a lot of traffic coming in, viewers.
Wait, how many subscribers did you have?
320k.
320k? That's a lot.
That took years though. Good what? When was the pandemic?
Testing. Hi, can I place an order for a pickup? Can I get a large cheese with garlic, thin crust? A large cheese with thin crust cheese pizza with garlic. Yes. Can I get the what is it? The chicken parmesan? I'll do the penne pasta. Masticello, yeah. Ranch. Nope, that's it. John? 312-498-0517. Correct. Okay, see you soon. Thanks.
It's pretty good. It's not bad. I mean, it's a lot of work, but it's not bad.
Well, that's the problem. You would have to literally. This is the issue I had. Is I had to find myself to be like that and to have a good income on there. You'd have to be on there every day, doing a live stream every day for hours.
Here in Michigan. Yeah, that's the
and
dark
that's not
secret.
always great.
Yeah, that's the dark secret. It's not fucking free.
No.
And it's not healthy. So wait, what did you do with your channel?
I closed it down. That was it. I had 3 accounts because sometimes the language was censored on there, right? So certain words was a trigger on TikTok. So I'd get banned for a week, then I'd get banned again for another week, and it's all half of the time it's because of what other people say on my lives. But in the end, they ended up taking my account permanently.
So you didn't shut it down, they shut you off?
Washington, D.C. Yeah, they shut it off.
One of the things I think...
I shut the other 2 down myself, but my main one with the big following, they shut that off. And I thought, I'm never going to be able to get all them followers back so quick again. So I just decided to start, fuck it, I'm done.
It's pretty reasonable. I mean, it's kind of sad that you lost the account, but it's also probably good.
It was probably a good thing because it caused a lot of arguments with me and my husband as well.
Oh, like he wanted you to shut it off?
My husband wanted me to close it down, but I wouldn't. So the fact that they took it was kind of like, in a way, it was a good thing because it was so addictive that it was like a drug. It was like a physical heroin addiction. I was addicted to it. I was on it all day and probably most of the night, every fucking day.
Wow. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And like, $500 a month or whatever, a couple thousand a year is not worth your mental health. Destroying your mental health like that.
No, it's not worth it.
I think that there's been a lot of talk about social media lately on the news and everything, and about long-term studies. And I recognize...
I've seen people on there. I was on there for that long. I've seen 3 people that I became close to try and take their own life.
On TikTok?
Suicide. Just because they was bullied on there. Do you know what I mean? It was disgusting. It's an app first. It's a suicidal app. How the hell the app is still going, I do not know.
Brings in a lot of money. That's why. A lot of money. But yeah, I mean, the point is that social media is a tool in the same way that fire is a tool. So fire is, the power is always neutral. You can choose to cook your food by the fire, which is good. Or you can choose to burn down your house, which is bad. But the fire itself is just a tool. It doesn't know what it's doing. It's just energy. So I feel like social media is also the same. I'm not saying ban all social media and never let kids on social media. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying you have to know how to use the social media in the same way you have to know how to use a fire. And
this is the thing, though. There's so much on TikTok. Like I said, normal people... Sorry, I've got something between my tooth, man. I'm just using the toothpick to get it out. Normal people, they go on there, and I sit there and think, when you see how they behave on there, and you hear the things they say, you sat there and think, do these people really act like this in real life? Probably not. But the fact is, in the time that I was on there, I saw 3 people, I knew 3 people that had literally taken an overdose because of bullying. And I'm just sat there thinking, that's not what social media should be there to be a positive. Social media is good if it's got a positive, but there's no positive of TikTok at all. It's a disgusting app. I'm glad they took my account.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
I don't think Clubhouse is that bad. To be honest, I think Clubhouse, compared to TikTok, Clubhouse, I would say, is quite calm, more respectful. But then I've only been here for a couple of months, so I wouldn't know. But I could easily turn off this app and not... I don't even think about this app when I come off. It's like I said, I had my notifications on and I'm getting notifications. I've turned the notifications off this morning because I could easily come off here and not come on for about a month and it would not bother me.
Yeah. Maybe, I was going to say, you could try it if you wanted to.
Why don't they just use Narcon?
People are over...
And I've turned my notifications off now, so...
Yeah, that's smart. Yeah, like I said, I came on this app because the one thing I won't deny is I have met a lot of really interesting people from all over the world and had really cool conversations with a handful of cool people. But the problem is to find those people who I talk to, you know, the whatever, 7 or 8 people who are really, really cool and intelligent. I went through, you know, hundreds of rooms of crazy people. So yeah, I'm glad that I talked and I'm glad that I met the people. But you know, overall, it was tough. And although I would say that being on Clubhouse, I enjoyed like learning about human behavior, watching the way people talk, and kind of watching the way they crash out and get mad. Like I find that all fascinating as someone who's interested in psychology. I find it really interesting to see. And also for someone who likes debate, you know, being in rooms where you have to kind of be fast on your feet and, or, you know, be able to follow the line of reasoning and respond, like all of that. That was a great experience that I'll always be like thankful for that I got from the app. Now that I did it for a while, like I said, I think I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel now. So I'm considering leaving.
We all say that.
Yeah, I recognize that.
I've said it for years on TikTok.
Yeah, and I've already obviously all my notifications are off. I just come on when I want to. But yeah, there will be a final time when I delete it. I just haven't done it yet. And maybe I don't know exactly what it is. I think it's just the macabreness of watching people in real time, like you said, just kind of talk. It's just so fascinating and weird. I think that's what keeps me here for now.
Me, I'm lucky though, because when I was on TikTok, I met a few people that I actually stayed in touch with off the app. I gave them my WhatsApp. So we stay in touch on group calls and stuff, so that's nice, I suppose. And I did meet some nice people on there.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I usually stay in touch with people who, on here. You know, I give them a signal, or, you know, if they have signals like WhatsApp, it's just a texting app. And yeah, I'll stay in touch with them on there if we want to, like, usually talk deeper. Because, yeah, having a one-on-one anyway is better as opposed to a huge room where people are constantly, you know, interrupting. And the most important part of a conversation, honestly, is like, because you learn this in like street epistemology. Street epistemology is a way you can like ask people about what they believe and, you know, why. And one of the most important things in a conversation is when you ask someone a question and they stop and they think and there's quiet and silence. That's actually the time you don't want to break it. Like you want to
Learning and passing on their culture.
What are the Floridian niggas?
Here, did we default on our debt?
I'm just giving you some links that defy.
So the answer is you don't know. Is that correct?
I'm saying the links defy what you're saying.
Okay, I'll ask one last time.
I'm giving you some perspective, Steve. I'm giving you some, Steve, I'm giving you some perspective.
Sweetheart, and to the gentleman.
Call me sweetheart, not sweetheart.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am.
Steve.
I'll wait for you to finish. Go ahead.
Steve, let me finish. I don't think you let any other woman finish because you probably can't make them finish. But anyway, why don't you just click on those links and see and give someone another side so your argument actually comes less biased?
All right. Firstly, I wasn't arguing anything. That's number one. Number two, as far as finishing women, I don't think that's relevant to this financial, economical
He doesn't
conversation.
finish women anyway.
Three, and most importantly, the reason why I don't click the link, and the reason why I asked you 3 times, or you twice, and the gentleman once to give me the ear, is because although my hearing is perfect, my eyesight sucks. And so, although I could put on my glasses and I could click the link, I thought it would be easier for a smart, intelligent person like yourself or the gentleman to simply tell me the year.
It's an opinion article, by the way, that she posted, and it's centered on.
I'm not the best reader, but it's
Also, the defaults are very, very technical and confusing, right?
when we're talking
Oh my
about
God,
it,
Breezy,
Say
shut up.
1979, and it also says 1862, 1933, and 1933.
Yeah, in 1862,
I'm not gonna hold you. We kind of be robbing and stealing and killing people. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what we were all talking about, Breezy. Exactly. So yeah, in 1814, the U.S. defaulted on its fiscal debt because of the War of 1812. In like I think in the 1930s, during the gold transfer, there was a technical default because the Treasury decided to not pay back bonds that were initially purchased in gold, right? There was like a technical default that happened like in the 70s, like they were switching over to like computer technology, and they had to go glitch in the system, so they didn't pay a certain amount of treasury bonds. But like all that stuff is like really technical, and it's like nothing like what like a straightforward default would be like.
Uncle Steve, I understand we love this great country of America, but we don't be paying our bills.
All right, and I'm on the internet right now, so this is what Google says. Take it for what it's worth. The United States has never technically defaulted on its debt in the modern era, though it came close during 2011 and 2023 debt ceiling crisis. Historically, minor technical defaults occurred in 1790 restructuring, 1814 War of 1812, 1933 Gold Clause, and 1979 delayed payments. But technically, the United States has never defaulted.
But do you not understand? I don't care about the verbiage or the semantics. Technically, we did not pay the people they money.
They come out of the dictionary.
It's just really weird that you want to get into semantics. That's one thing.
Doesn't mean they don't mean the thing they say on the page. So please, for the love of God, stop.
And by the way, if I may, ma'am,
for the UN definition.
Ma'am, Syed, I'll talk to you in a moment. Ma'am, I didn't get into semantics at all. I made a very bold statement 5 minutes ago. I'm just saying, okay, then it's water under the bridge, then I didn't get into semantics.
Okay,
go ahead.
cool. Whatever.
Okay, whatever, you're right. Whatever.
There you go.
Whatever.
You're not allowed to do this thing where you like make words.
Thank God, whoever kicked Breezy is the same.
And then you hold people accountable for the made-up words and phrasings you have, and then when they don't answer appropriately,
she's not here.
Come on.
Marshall, not it.
Hey, Mr. Marshall.
Not here.
If you don't mind, yes, I'm here.
I've uploaded the picture of Mr. Obama with my uncle.
Oh, great. Yeah, that's really interesting to the rest of the room. Fantastic. Thank you. Everyone talking Syed, so you can ask a personal question to someone that you can easily just DM them.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. No problem. Thank you.
So
I love this conversation. I want to request something, please.
I'm not going to allow.
What do you got, Syed? I know you're dying.
Can you pull up Breezy, please?
No, I can't.
Absolutely not. No.
I beg of you.
If you ask one more time, you go join
I'm
her.
gonna put you down there with her, and you can talk to her. Okay.
You know, if you want to talk to Breezy so bad, you can just start your own room and invite her.
Yeah, you can
do a private chat.
Yeah, start your own room.
You can like
Talk about
private conversation.
Like, look, America has come close, but they've never actually defaulted because they've always agreed to print more money because it's a corporation that does that. It's not the government. So it's a weird relationship for you to say that the government defaulted when the government buys promises from banks to print money.
No, they have defaulted, IO, like in certain like technical ways.
Can we move on?
Has never.
Yeah, we can move on.
Because we've had all the modern era.
Even in the modern era, in 1979,
we've had all the weapons after World War II.
Yeah.
Put it up. Put the link in the chat. We know Steve's got no glasses on.
It'll take me 2 seconds.
Yeah,
so like in 1970,
I'm gonna need
sorry.
Steve to take off much more than his glasses. Drop him.
So in 1979, the Treasury briefly missed payments on roughly 120 million Treasury bills.
Who cares? Who cares?
Okay.
Here, let's listen to this.
It's like when I hear people say, he's the new Hitler. Really? Hitler murdered 12 million people. Okay. Donald Trump is the new Hitler? You're a fucking idiot.
This is from a conversation with Piers Morgan. But look, calling comparisons to Hitler ridiculous by only placing a fully realized Hitler into the comparison is a disingenuous straw man. Because what's the point in that? That would be like if the United States, after 9/11, trying to prevent it from happening again, only took actions to be on the lookout for collapsing buildings. See, if you see that, it's already happened again. So if we want to stop history from repeating itself, one of the main reasons that we study history, we've got to be on the lookout for early warning signs, not endpoints. So let's take a look at the actual pattern between the rise of these two men. It starts with a failed violent coup. It was the beer hall push for Hitler. It was January 6th for Trump. They're both prosecuted for it, and then they both use the trials and the charges as propaganda, claiming it's persecution, it's a political witch hunt. They both write or inspire a manifesto laying out their vision for their return to power, Project 2025 for Trump, a very famous book for Hitler. And then they both come to power, winning elections in part due to leftist infighting, but also because of conveniently timed events that made them both look like martyrs. And here's the key. They both understand that you need a scapegoat. To gain support, you're going to have to stoke hate in an ethnic group that you can blame all of the country's problems on. And in doing that, they both use language like calling them vermin who are poisoning the blood of this country. Then once in power, day one, mass pardons and clemency for the participants of their attempted coups, and then a rapid purge of government institutions, anyone who might provide oversight. This was the night of long knives for Hitler, and this was Trump firing all inspectors general. Then both systematically replaced career professionals in law enforcement, military, and the judiciary with political loyalists. For Trump, this was Kash Patel and Dan Bongino over the FBI. He fired key leadership in the military, and it's putting Pam Bondi over the DOJ. Placing loyalists at the top, these departments can no longer function as a check and balance to the president. Next, building camps and detaining the people from the ethnic group who they are demonizing, delegitimizing their citizenship status and giving them no due process or any hope for judicial review. And the final step, it's seizing control of elections by getting rid of the state's authority over voting. This was the long reconstruction of the Reich. For Hitler and for Trump, it's what we are seeing he and his administration do, laying the groundwork for nationalizing elections. As we see the DOJ currently suing half of the states for their voter rolls as they are attempting to build a national voter database. The point isn't that Trump is going to do exactly what Hitler did. The point is we're watching the same playbook that is used in the rise of authoritarianism. Promise to return a country to greatness, attempt a coup, propagandize the prosecution, use martyrdom to win an election, stoke hate of an ethnic group, purge all checks and balances, seize elections. The pattern is identical. And if we wait to see how it ends before drawing the comparisons, well, then we've already lost.
Pro, I'd like to comment if that's okay.
Sure, give me 1 second.
Yes.
So the original thing that I never actually talked about, the 5 sort of mega themes shaped in the next decade. One of them I just put here in the chat, executive power versus democratic durability. And that's obviously kind of contained in that and more. How much executive power we're willing to give away or willing to watch get expanded at the expense of undurable democracies. And I think the argument that this isn't a threat to democracy and we're being too knee-jerk or alarmist or what have you, I think it's worth having, and I also think the AI alarmist conversation is one of those fine worth having too. But go for it, Steve.
Thank you. The difference between Trump and Hitler, and I heard very much it's said it's not comparing to Hitler or saying Trump is Hitler or whatever it did say, but the opposition party and American citizens are not in camps. That's number one. Number two, Trump's term legally expires in 2.5 years. Hitler had an unlimited amount of terms. And arguably, most importantly, are 400 million guns in circulation in the United States. America will never, ever become Hitler's Germany.
It totally could.
Yeah, I totally could.
Yeah, I mean, the people with the guns are going to be helping them out, is the thing. Again, you can always come up with examples of why Trump is not Hitler, because he's not Hitler.
Well, but Trump is not a vegan, and he hates dogs, so he's not like Hitler.
And he was never a good artist.
Well, it's awesome.
Yeah, you can go down a list like that, but it's. I love that buildings thing. Like it's like you're looking for buildings that are collapsing.
Well, Hitler wasn't a good artist either. That's why he took over the world, because no one liked the shit.
That's true. No one liked his art.
Maybe he had a future.
Nazi playbook from the beginning. Listen, your Associated Press is modeled after the Ministry of Propaganda.
Your republic did function on top of an old empire. Part of the problem was the German commitment to real democratic values and principles was very, very weak.
And don't forget, they got eugenics from us. That's an American creation.
That's not.
Yeah, the Nazis had to take notes from the Americans and the Canadians. Let's not forget that. The Canadians were number one. All we did was abolish slavery a year before, and we get no shit for it. You guys get all the shit. It's all about timing, gentlemen. Time.
Okay, well, the point I was trying to make was that the German Republic was very, very weak. They come out of an empire crafted by the greatest game in the 19th century, and Germany participated in that game.
You don't think our democracy is weak right now, Marshall? When was the last time we passed a budget? That's right, the 90s.
Could you just do me a favor? Please not flatten what I'm saying. Just let me get to the end of it.
All right. Give us a Napoleon reference at the end.
I can and will, because I love Napoleon. What I was trying to say was the Republic was very weak. The commitment to democratic principles was very weak. I find a more applicable thing in the way that the Soviets took over Russia, to be frank. I find that a lot more applicable than what we had with Nazi Germany. But you have that lack of commitment to democratic principles. You have the population that is severely poor, which we are not the same as. I mean, they were so poor that mere things meant the world to them. Imagine how poor you have to be for mere things to mean the world to you. We also have this commitment for 250 years to a democratic republic. It's not like the population is rising up in mass, and that's not what I mean. I more mean we have this commitment to a way of life that the Germans simply didn't have.
We have Confederates. What the fuck?
Yes, David, and we won and put them down.
Germany had also
Confederates,
been beaten.
Confederates still exist, Marshall. This is the myth of the Republican Party. That the Confederates went away. It's called the lost cause, bro. It's where half your fucking votes come from.
Marshall, just so you know, your microphone is barely getting through, Marshall. Not sure what happened in the last 2 minutes.
Oh, I don't know. Hold on.
Marshall heard every word. Germany got their asses kicked in.
All I really meant to say was, when you have a democratic structure that's only 10 years old and has no expertise or no trusted expertise, no real developments for history, no real norms, no wonder they fell apart, right?
Whatever. Germany had a fucking legacy of philosophical inquiry and a lot more logical thinking.
Fucking emperor, David. Talking about emperor. The German.
You don't think that Trump wants? You don't think that the fucking Stasi's walking the streets as pardoned January 6thers?
It's a different uniform, David. It's not Hugo Boss.
Instead of wait, Hugo Boss didn't do their fucking masks.
Did not happen to function
like Dolce and Gabbana.
Functions through an imperial core.
Okay, so we haven't had Crystal knocked yet, and it won't be the Jews. Since it's just brown people, it's okay.
Robust democratic core can fight off in a better way, not necessarily better.
It's never the same, is it, Marshall?
It's how long you can go by calling them brown people without specifying what you mean, David.
They have it at their disposal.
A brown's not black and it's not white. That's what brown mostly means.
Is that
brown usually means Mexican or Arab
Southeast
or Filipino?
Just remember
really quickly, I need to remind everybody that if you're saying that the United States is a democracy, right? It's not really, right? The Electoral College clearly points to a non-democracy, even though it's democracy light at best. So, like, we're already teeter-tottering.
It's a democratic republic, and the reason the Electoral College functions the way it is because it was never meant to be one national, oh my gosh, it's all of us interpretation. It was meant to be every state polity coming together and giving their interpretation through a democratic vote, i.e. 50 plus 1%, which every state in the union does, aside from Maine and Nebraska. They all give their stuff on a 50 plus 1% election. I hate when it's interpreted that way, because it's not an honest interpretation.
We know how it works. I don't understand why you explain.
Some regions, not all politics is like that, though. Some things are like first to post or first to this. Stupid, weird rules that either are jerry-rigging the population or subjugating one other aspect of what is in the populace's best interest.
Yeah,
I would like people to recall that the Republic had protections for minorities, and in this case, rich people are one of those key minorities. Powerful interests have powerful strength.
Absolutely.
Right?
So Marshall, one thing I didn't like about your analysis there. One second. Can I please talk for a second? One thing I didn't like about your analysis there is that, like, you seem to be, like, banking a lot on, like, the direct parallel between, like, early Nazi Germany, right, and, like, American fascism, quote unquote, of today. But, like, you can just look at, like, the wide breadth of fascist movements and see that there are plenty of, like, indicators that the American mega movement is in fact a fascist movement, right? Like, you can look at Franco, right? You can look at Mussolini. When you look at all of those, when you look at, like, all of the fascist movements in totality, right? The specifics of each fascist movement means less, and the general pattern amongst them, right, is what's important. And I think the mega is definitely following that pattern.
How many fascist checkboxes?
I'm not trying to talk to you.
How many fascist boxes do you have to check before you start being concerned?
I'm not trying to stop
8 out of 12. 6 out of 12. Not
the only.
Some of us were concerned at 4 out of 12.
Is states longer history of democratic practice have more historical recollection in their society's minds for the way it should function.
Americans have historical recollection.
Not just
Marshall, did you hear anything that Hero asked you?
So bad.
Bro, Marshall, if you give me the mod button, bro, I can clean up the stage for you if you want.
Yeah, exactly. Marshall, nobody was listening because you're not listening.
No, let Marshall talk. It's a bunch of people talking against him. You should get more time than all of them.
Yeah, so shut your mouth, Millet.
I'm just trying to mod a bit.
That is Clubhouse math.
Hero asked you several questions. Did you hear any of them, or were you just talking through it?
I gotta pee.
He has to pee through it.
I'll go to the bathroom. We can wait for you.
No, you gotta leave the mic on, just like that presidential candidate.
Hey, I want to land a point.
Andricus, what's going on? We haven't heard from you. What's going on?
There's a lot of yapping going on. I was about to try to get
a bunch of people that don't know how to shut the fuck up and need to hear themselves speak the whole time. No, the second you came in, you started rattling off some bullshit. and you didn't let anybody speak, and now you're irritated about how it's being fucking modded. Why don't you shut the fuck up and let people talk?
I like tacos.
What was the bullshit I was
Let me
feeling?
just land one point based on the video that Pro did. Interesting, the parallels. I was just in Munich. I had brought this up, and I think some of you guys were in the room. I was just in Munich a few months ago and kind of went back through the history. I had been in Germany early on in my life, but it kind of rang different based on what's going on in the United States and then reading back through it. And some of my concern is when I got home, I looked at our Declaration of Independence compared to theirs. And I don't think it's incredibly accurate to say that they weren't fully functioning to a decent degree. I'm not sure at what percent prior to the slide and to Nazi Germany. And some of the markers for that, just let me land this point real quick. Some of the markers for that is there's a lot of high-level intellects that were deeply concerned that myths were being used to alter reality. And that's where you get the Venus Council, the positive philosophy. A lot of guys were coming together from England, Germany, France, Austria, Italy, to see if they could weigh against like invisible metaphysics to stabilize. And that never happened. And it didn't just switch overnight. Their declaration was incredibly powerful in the way it's worded, stacked up against our declaration. And it was attack over it over 6 years to where their arguments were based on policies. And that's what the populace was arguing over, not the Declaration of Independence itself. And so you have this huge slide into power that way. I just want to bring that up. I had landed that point in a room earlier about the Declaration of Independence, but they got to where they're arguing about policies and emergency overrides as opposed to what their rights actually were.
Wasn't the massive economic lead up to World War II the one could argue overly punitive financial repercussions of losing World War I, which led to just the absolute demise of the German economy, which all of a sudden caused them that we needed that scapegoat, right? Which one could argue the Jewish people, because of their, maybe protection from the economic insanity with their involvement with banking. And I'm not trying to play any racial tropes or anything. Like, I think, is that not kind of what led to maybe what you're talking about, Zach?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that hold that point of view. And it's interesting because in Dachau, for example, one of the most powerful letters I've ever written is there. And it's where the populace was like, okay, this is the scapegoat, and they might have been good with it. But then the scapegoat obviously kept increasing in size. And so it was a significant population of the population. And in the letter I'm referencing is a historian where he admits to not intervening in the beginning. And then they came for the Jews. And then it's a really famous letter. And then not intervening when they came for, it was like 2 more ethnic groups. And then Catholics ended up getting caught in the back end of it. And there's like a whole list, and it's so beautifully said that then they came for me and there was nobody left. I think most of us in this room have probably heard reference this letter, but it also questions our culture right now is like, when do we start getting really concerned? And then are we past that point already? And then are differences really like political at this point, or should we be anchoring in the Declaration of Independence? And it's kind of what I do, or what I think about a lot, because I think we might not all share the same values, but I'm brainwashed as crap, man. I was in the military way too long. I thought I kind of shared principles with everybody else. And so I corrected those principles, but they're not mine. They're in the Declaration of Independence. But yeah, I think you hit that beautifully. I'll shut up, man.
Yeah, if you as an American look out world and see a police force running around, constantly saying they don't need warrants, constantly being reinforced that they are acting with impunity. They can approach anybody they want and demand you show them some evidence of your citizenship. If that is not an indicator of fascism, you're just choosing to be.
I 100% agree with you. I was in the military a long time, right? And there's constraints on what we do, severe constraints, where the penalty is prison for us. And we take those really serious. And when I look at, this is my personal life against our nation right now, when I look at any law enforcement or federal law enforcement that doesn't have concern about the law itself, it's uncomfortable, and the rationale is not uncomfortable at trusting their judgment or not. It's uncomfortable that there has to be a law that applies, and they have to be accountable to justice, and there has to be an oversight on that. And what I mean is, this is a human condition thing, regardless of what our opinions are. To be able to stabilize a force and for it to be disciplined and for it to be professional, is those laws all have to apply down to the trigger pullers and need to understand clearly what those left and rights are. And if they don't, and there's not enforcement at that level, I don't mean to be an alarmist, but that's dangerous to all of us. And that is a concern of mine. And my concern is also the training with this, right? Is I had this conversation in an earlier room where I question, and this is me personally, and I think it's not founded well. But I question watching on TV of how well these dudes are trained. And that's not a shot at law enforcement or federal agents, but the amount of money that's been spent on some of us to make these decisions would make you guys all uncomfortable how much money's been spent on us. And it also allows me to be accountable to having authority to take another human being's life, because if I mess up, I go to prison, right? And those are real consequences for me and my men. And if somebody's not trained to that degree, they're going to make many, 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 many mistakes, not based on whether the dude's good or bad. It's based on of being able to function under stress and do the right thing. Because even people that can do that well make mistakes. And so those are my concerns, and I don't do be an alarmist with this. I don't know, I live that life, and I'm kind of concerned about it myself.
Yeah, people are dying because of the horrible training these guys, the lack of training these guys have. People have been dying.
Well, it's both training and care, right? So I'm going to say one other thing, and this is really fucking personal, is some of my buddies now, and we're retired out, and we share our stories at a different level. What I do is not based on me not caring about human beings. It's based on my service to the nation, right? And it's external, thank God. The issue is I see that as a profession. I don't see it as like there's no identity or ideology behind what I'm actually doing. And my concern in listening to Americans talk about what I do, if they know me close, and I usually don't share what I do or who I am, is they think that what I do or my peers do is mixed with ideology, and that's not true at all. It's very professional. God, and I hope that lands okay.
It's been an embarrassment to the agencies that do run themselves with respect and with good training and care. It's an absolute offense to every other agency that acts with a...
Well said. No, you're hitting my point.
Yeah, the CIA has been doing so well with their podcast game lately, and then this shit happens. It's like, now there's going to have to be all this other social media, social engineering, psyop bullshit. Like, how much resources do we want to waste on bad games?
Yeah. The point that a proper serviceman or even police officers, these are professionals that are career professionals. They literally in the same way as a professional or a lawyer is a professional, right? And if there's a massive gap between the training, that has led to a few deaths. But I think you have to look at the macro as well, right? If you have a very professional military that are super well trained, but they're being wielded by billionaires for reasons that aren't in the best interest of Americans, right? Then that leads to massive unbalanced budgets. It leads to wars that result in millions of unnecessary deaths. Like it's
How
absolutely.
dare you accuse America of being Israel?
No.
You?
So I agree with your points completely, Matt, especially when it's being privatized external. Here's my questions for you guys. I do not have a read on this. But based on what I watch on TV, I'm concerned. Who are these agents? That would be my concern to you. If you guys say they're federal, i.e. the military, I don't think that's the case. If you guys say they're federal, as in border police, I'm concerned about their training. And that's what deeply concerns me of what's going on right now. And I hope I'm not alone, but I'm not sure who these dudes are.
Yeah, I don't think we have actually.
A bunch of them are January 6ers, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I'm not sure we actually have access to we do. I mean, the people that end up on the radar do crazy things. We end up finding out their histories, like the one guy who shot Renee Good, did have military service, did have border patrol service. So there's going to be a few of those guys. From the attitudes and the behaviors that you see, I don't think the vast majority of them have that kind of experience. You just don't see well-trained forces domestically acting this way with civilians on their own soil. You just that's just not how you treat your own people.
This is Homeland, though. This is Homeland Security.
No, go, man. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I think you got muted.
Not by me.
No, it's okay. Look, I'm just saying that, if you look at Homeland Security, it was rushed, and since they had crazy extradition programs, and they might have huge, rotation, they're it might be a job where you burn out because it can be so defeating. So I think it's interesting to note, something that's quite obvious now is, more people have cameras and agencies have a harder time controlling that kind of information. So how does training have to work in that situation? It's unfortunate to see that the communities, this should have just been done much more in a coordinated fashion. Although, if I think back, Obama, I don't know if there was enough people with camera phones back then, that could take videos or in any sort of significant way.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, there was.
The problem was the Patriot Act was passed within a blink of an eye after 9/11, and then a year later, the agency that created Homeland Security was this partial cover their ass, not quite mea culpa, for an intelligence failure. So it put everything under centralized control, which has now been hijacked.
See, I think if we backed up, and I don't mean to date this too much for you guys, but when I was 18 or 19, the games used to be played differently for deputized. So they would take federal soldiers in a unit I was in and make us federal employees for a limited time to help with our skills with border patrol, right? And nobody would get involved because it wasn't the rationale of why nobody actually cared is because it protected them, and we're kind of federal brothers, we'll say, and those are external still.
because it was border crossing, but specifically not border crossing like light offenses.
That sounds that was fuck.
Yeah,
Basically, and that's what
you're basically
Border
saying,
Patrol was doing. Border Patrol, but now Border Patrol can't. So there's this term. I heard. Imperial boomerang effect, which I think this is in play. I think this is what we're getting at, is that we have a generation or two of veterans who were sent and to do fucked up shit, and now they're back, and a lot of them don't have shit stuff to do, and they're not, everything's being defunded, so we're not treating them well, and it's like, hey, we'll give you a job rather than getting you help. We'll get you a job where you can just carry a gun, and and this shit's coming back to bite us now because we have badly behaving men. And now they have a mission, and they're well trained in the military to do military stuff, which is to fuck shit up. But that doesn't work that well here, so it's super messed up. But I don't know someone else said this recently, which is true. That the guy who shot Rene Good, it was actually highly trained and highly experienced, and he had been there for like a long time. He's doing the training. That dude is training these other younger guys who are coming in or less experienced. So when people say like, oh, they're not well trained, my inclination is they're doing exactly what they're trained to do.
Let me add on to your point, because I could see that happening for sure, but I'm not sure if it's the case, and let me explain. Some of these groups, we'll say, that are militia in intent have military members in them, or ex-military members. My concern is that that's who's contracted, and that's a completely different group of people. And so we're not, like, the military training I'm talking about is at the top hierarchy, and those aren't dudes fucking around in militia groups ever, because if we get caught, there's severe consequences. If we go to another country, there's severe consequences for us training there. And so the only kind of peer group people I got are people playing other different agencies, and some of them are private in the United States, and there's concerns amongst our ranks with a lot of this stuff. But my point in deputizing is it was always faced out. And the people that were getting engaged are not just people running drugs. They're not illegals coming across the border. They're people dropping DEA agent bodies on our side. And so that's why people were getting deputized. My concern from 5 years ago is when you federalize U.S. soldiers and you put them in riot police bullshit on the streets, it's incredibly dangerous for civilians. And the rationale of why that's dangerous and why it's always been frowned on and why we don't do it is because you're taking dudes that their pole in life is to protect a private. Their pole in life is to protect the rank underneath them, and you do not want that in our country, because the decision's already made. If that kid, if his life's under threat, a civilian is going to die, and you don't want those people playing in our country. That's why we have the protections.
We don't have them playing in our country.
Very well said. No, I agree. That's why I'm trying to separate these conversations, man.
Okay.
And they did. So when Washington stuff was happening, there was a borrow of federal soldiers to reinforce the National Guard. And in my opinion, that shouldn't be done. It protects civilians putting National Guard there because they're from their state, they're from their cities, and there's more accountability. Putting federal soldiers there, I think, is just not smart long-term for us. That's kind of my only point, brother. And then who's running around as ICE today? I have no idea. Like, I've been out for 5 years, and it concerns me because it looks like I just don't know who they are, man.
fundamentalists, radicals, January 6thers, a motley crew of people that couldn't make a police department, police academy that will respond to. I know Marshall won't like it, but the propaganda and call to nationalism that you find straight out of the playbook of the Third Reich.
Why do you think they are just carte blanche? And the videos are stacking up. The videos you can look up of them approaching a citizen with zero immigration issues, zero reasons to suspect they do. They're just doing sweeps, and they're just walking up to people.
Talks about. It's
you got to blame the leadership for that. You can't blame the individual.
Yeah, but you can blame all you want. Where's the accountability?
Because the leadership
in a monarchy, the king can pardon anybody.
At the same time,
that's why I don't want to praise long live. I want him to have so much hubris that he doesn't pardon people because he's still alive. Except the day that he doesn't have the ability.
At the same time, I mean, I know that we might be expecting too much of these guys because, of course, you know that military personnel, officers have an expectation to reject unlawful orders, right? They have almost a duty to not carry out something that they know directly contravenes,
that extends to Homeland Security.
Yeah, it extends to every agency, everybody.
Yeah, but do you think it really extends to Homeland Security?
That's my point. That's my point. I think I was trying to make a contrasting point because that's what's expected, right? And now you have this agency that from the top, you have fuckers like Vance, our vice president. These guys have total immunity. Right,
and that's just
so. What do you? Yeah, and so everything that we've been seeing is expected on the right, and it's still. I'm incredulous that we're watching citizens dropped left and right. We're watching people that are bringing a gun to a protest or to observing police as an idea. Hi, January 6th. How you doing? The hip-hop's happening right now is astounding. And now, thankfully, here's the only thing we have hope for. I think we have hope that Trump is not going to be able to circumvent our long-established legal traditions as far as the executive office is concerned. I'm hoping that's the case because if he doesn't, that will result in something that we don't want to happening. But I'm counting on our system being strong enough to make sure that doesn't happen, and then we can just do away with all this shit. I wish we could do something about it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Matt.
Oh no, you're fine. Go ahead. I respect your opinion.
I'll be really quick. I'll be really quick. I think here's kind of the irony, right? Is that when you have ICE agents who in their radically reduced training, and I believe they brought it down literally to 48 days because he's the 48th president or something. But when you have that, they're clearly not jamming in, hey, if it's illegal, don't do it. Quite the contrary in many cases. But the irony is that you have a U.S. astronaut veteran, a sitting senator or congressman, who simply put out an ad that said, hey, if you're in the military, it's okay to refuse illegal orders. And just, I think this week or last week, the Supreme Court just said that he dropped the charges that were brought against him in order to reduce his pay, even though he's a retired veteran. And then the court said, listen, no, I get that you don't have free speech when you're an active vet, but this is a retired veteran, a sitting member of Congress, and you're asking us to reduce his pay because of what he said. I mean,
there is one thing that I did learn though, as a retiree myself, retired veteran, that we're still subject to UCMJ. I wasn't aware of it really, fully until this happened.
Well, were you an officer? Because it makes a difference.
No, it does not matter. Enlisted officer. I'm a retired E8. It's all the same.
Oh wait, you retired? Okay.
I retired. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if Zachary. He said I looked at his thing. He said he put some really good words, man, that resonated. in a way that I'd like to put him out. But Zachary, Zachary has some wise words, man.
No, I don't think I have wise words, man.
No, I do. You're an Army retiree, so you understand.
Yeah.
You understand the mentality of, I did 21 years. I'm sure you did over 20. So, you understand the mentality of like having a U.S. soldier, especially if you have a tier 1 guy or something like that, working among civilians, man. It's a very dangerous precedent to set.
I think this is all dangerous, and the rationale is.
It's dangerous as your fucking opinions, you fucking morons.
It's awkward to me because I don't know who good dudes are and not good dudes.
Don't know the good dudes from the bad dudes.
Here with Steve about how many weapons are in the United States, and I don't think that really matters if this gets really bad because we're still trying to figure out, like in our conversation over the last 10 minutes, we've shifted categories between whether we're talking about federal U.S. soldiers, whether we're talking about dudes that came out, whether we're talking about legit agents. I'll share something like I don't think anybody at this point, but when Washington was happening like 5 years ago, I was aware that those were legit federal soldiers protecting one of those sites. What the news was saying was they were marshals. Those weren't marshals, those were my peers. Now, why they were there makes sense in my mentality. Hiding there.
Can you say again, just because I missed it, I want to know what were they protecting? What was the?
They were protecting a state site, and everything that I think happened there was really above the board. But that's an exact example of, this could get bad in our future if we're deputizing federal soldiers to put them at a key site and then telling everybody there's something else. And pull that.
I'm just going to interrupt. I just want to understand and make sure I'm understanding. So this is January 6th, and this is...
No. This isn't January 6th. This is back when we had the Black Lives Matters protests.
Okay, got you. Okay.
In Washington State, sorry.
And rather than saying, hey, these are our soldiers coming in, they deputized these soldiers. Is it for the federal legal protection by deputizing, and then they called them marshals? Is that?
No, I think my guess and why they put them there is because nobody else could protect the site. Nobody else was close enough, and so they shifted them over. And I think they did a pretty adult job at what they were doing. But my concern in being from that community is that's not good long term if it continues to be used that way. And like, just to be on point with what we're talking about is this. Now we have ICE agents that we call feds, and it's like, where are these dudes coming from? Who's training them? And all that sort of piece. And then it erodes everybody's trust. And so, like, one thing I think I could say safely, and my brother down here, Miguel, depending on the units he was in, is we didn't talk about religion or politics ever.
Yep.
In my career for 22 years.
Never happened.
Yeah, and I could count on 5 times, like 5 fingers, when it came up in my career and how many times it was quashed. It was the exact same amount because it keeps us different. And I don't know, because I've been out for 5 years, of like, is that still the standard? Are we still playing that game? I'm going to land one more point that's concerning history-wise. A long time ago, I was a young pup. And when we first went into Iraq, or when that first poll happened, about 4 months out, there were 64 officers that voluntarily retired. They were all generals. And I'm sure it was in other branches too, but it was the United States Army that I read the article for. And some of them I knew of, I didn't know them personally. And at the time, as a national level, when that stuff aired, people thought they were not patriots, we'll say. I think that's a terrible word to use here. People thought they were less American because they would not go into Iraq.
they were protesting against it. And now, with all the knowledge I have in the military, is who they were protesting against was Donald Rumsfeld specifically. And they had inside angles for mistakes that we were making. And they thought if the 64, or whatever the number was, put their rank on the line, that they could sway people being honest, really honest at a federal level with the population. And they got released. They got separated from the military, and they went on to be civilians. We still went into Iraq. Looking back 8 years, 10 years, what the populace did once these articles started reoccurring is, wow, these dudes were good dudes and nobody listened to them. And that same sort of thing has been happening, I wouldn't say at a land scale, but there have been admirals just retiring, and they'll share why they're retiring. And it's concerning because our ROE at an individual level is disobeying orders, and then nobody's going to prosecute us if we're correct. Like, nobody even wants to submit the letters because then it goes to Congress, so it's not going to work. But at a higher level, when you're talking about generals and admirals, it's a big deal when they quit. And they're quitting on the same, they're not really quitting, but they're making a statement based on the morality of something. And I think there were 2 famous admirals that stopped right before Venezuela and just resigned. And they made public statements. And there's been a few of them over the years. And those concern me. I'm not smart enough to know what they know. But I pay attention now because it happened at the beginning of my career too. Okay, I'll just land on that point. Sorry.
Zachary. That's what I did. That's why I retired. I told my commander I can't yell at him, but I can definitely yell at him with my feet. I walked out, retired.
Miguel and Zach, here's the really nuanced and hard question, right? Because I hear everything that you're saying, and you have to respect the morality of those professionals, especially when they're walking away because the alternative would be to go against their oath of service, right? But I think what the slippery slope is that if that continues to happen, and the best of the best with the highest morals are no longer there, by definition, what's left
it hurts
is
for sure.
And what's left is if we start to have a slippery slope where all of a sudden the folks at the top are ordering, like Rumsfeld was a perfect example, but start ordering things like absurd things like attack Canada or Greenland or something like that. Then it becomes like, hey, we need the best there to do the unthinkable. But what is the military's ultimate responsibility, which is to back the people rather than the president? And if that's not true, correct me, because I'm not sure that's true.
I think it was, the guy's name was Alvin Holsley, the admiral in charge of the U.S. Navy Southern Fleet, who...
He was a black gentleman, hero?
Yeah. And I'm really fascinated by this kind of phenomena, because here's a dude, I don't really know the story, but it was pretty obvious that he resigned. He didn't say a lot. He was a good soldier, right? He just kind of like stepped away. I don't know if he made very many public statements, but like to the point that has already been made, the good dudes like stand down, and then there's always someone else that's just going to take their place, and then you're going to have some gung-ho guy who's like, yeah, man, let's go fuck shit up. And it's so frustrating. It's because I'm always thinking to myself, like, why aren't the National Guard people in charge just refusing? And because my dumb, naive young chap self is like, just say no. But that doesn't work, because then their careers are over and you get replaced with, there's always someone else right behind you who's willing to do it. And I don't really know the answer to this, but I want to see more resistance.
I don't know the answer, but I want to switch perspectives with you, and I want to beat Miguel to it. Like, this is a real thing about me.
That's going to guarantee safety. We've already done that. There's no other place on the planet where more people have been incarcerated than the United States of America.
And it's how my dudes all think reality work that I served with, because it's my view. And there's other leaders around me that had it. When we communicate in the military, and like I brought this up before, and I I don't think I land my points really good, is we're oathing to the Constitution. When I'm telling my dudes who they serve, I'm not actually telling them they serve the president. I'm not saying they serve the politicians. And I don't think anybody's ever told me that in my entire career, that that's who I serve. Like the service, when we inspire based on service, it's always back at 360 million of you guys, right? Always. And so, like, the real dudes that pay my check is everybody in this room.
Oh, he has a huge...
I just happen to have a commander-in-chief that is the highest elect in the country, right? Now, within service, there's always issues. And those issues are where
how fat that
population
he's a huge
says they want something, the government says we're going to do something, and where it bleeds into the military. And we think, civilian-wise, this is a common perspective I hear from my friends, is that the military is so fixed in their ideology. And that's probably the opposite. Like, we're very adaptive. We change all the time. But there's certain rules that we won't break, no matter what anybody says. And then it feels like my service is listening to news cycles in the United States, people saying, hey, this is what we really
because
want
he was
on a
raping young
landslide,
boys.
and try to change that in the military because they think we're bad at it. And then because I'm in that culture, I'm like, oh shit, maybe we really suck. I'll give you an example. EO in the units that I was in to like equal opportunity, it's like the blade that will cut people the deepest in all the leadership. And so we talk about EO and being fair across the board, even though we're like one of the brashest organizations on the earth. So my dudes can't actually tell if I don't like them, because I don't like them equally, or I love them equally, whatever it is. But it's never based on the color of their skin, their religion. It doesn't even matter to me. I'm just across the board with all of them. And I love being brash, being aggressive, and doing what I do, and having EO. Because I've never had a complaint. I've had a lot of complaints with soldiers, but I've never had a complaint go up that I wasn't being equal to my dudes based on their gender or anything like that. Now, the civilian lens is, and I hear this from a lot of my friends now, is that's what we're bad at. But my experience in that culture is that's what my buddies are great at. Like being across the board with everybody. Just how they get their points across is a little brash. Coming into the civilian world, it seems like the opposite, to where all these things that our populace thought was important to all of us over the last 10 or 15 years, it's stuff that they were trying to adjust the military to, and I'm outside, and these aren't principles that are common principles that people hold. It seems to be on like news cycles. And so that's something that I've experienced personally in my life, like where people are arguing against me in real life with EO stuff. And it's like, oh, that's how my world works, or the culture I was in. And I'm confused why people don't want it out here. And then if you roll the clock back 10 years, they wanted us to increase it in the military, moving close to it in the civilian world. And I do not mean to make shots at all you guys. I think we're all together. But those are big contradictions. And it seems like our news cycle dictate a lot of people's opinions, as opposed to saying, hey, these are the principles we share. How do we get there? And then making sure, to whatever degree, our conversations are anchored in those principles. Sorry if I was too long there.
It makes really good sense. One thing, Zachary, I just realized as you're talking, you've had to experience something I never had to experience. I retired 15 years ago, so Trump wasn't in the picture, and the world wasn't the same as it is now. So I've never experienced what you experienced, like serving under Trump as your executive, as your commander-in-chief. But the other question I had for you, man, you talked about guys going to guard in Washington. And I was thinking, like, National Command Authority assets, if your unit happened to be a National Command Authority asset, there was a provision there, if I remember correctly, that we could get deputized. Because I remember when the Utah Olympics happened, the Winter Olympics in Utah, a lot of us went down there, to do stuff, and we were deputized. So that's not like something that's unheard of in certain units. But I don't know what unit we're in, but generally I talk about tier 1 units. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm not talking specifics because I think you already know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But that's exactly it. Now, what people didn't know publicly is who they were. And it's not my place to say it.
No, it's not my
And my concern long term is for this right now, to where people are getting confused of who their federal servants are, who their border patrol servants are, what border patrol even does today, and then all these other agencies. And I get confused too, and I was sharing this in another room. I wouldn't have shared it when I was in, but being out, like, it's not secret, is I would run into buddies downrange that I served with or were my instructors in certain schools. And I know what units they were in, but they're not in anymore. And it's really confusing who everybody works for, to include them, even though they're working for a different agency. And that's always kind of been my concern in contracting, we'll say, in the biggest degree, not like support contracting, but direct action contracting, because a lot of people just don't, they might know like who's doing it, but the bleed on whether it's private or whether it's not private is really confusing. And that's always been my concern for like the last 10 or 15 years, of how do we separate those two? Not the actual shooters and the people, but like whose interests are we really after? And I was just talking about that with a friend of mine in a different room, is that gets really uncomfortable with me. Not the dude, I trust the dude. But his, like the necessities he's after on the ground there are so different. They're not going to conflict with me or my units. But they seem to conflict if we were to bring them all the way back to natural interest or national interest. And somehow they're vetted to be.
That's a really good point.
Dude, we've completely hijacked the conversation. This is not about AI.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, I did a year in Triple Canopy, man, and I saw the wizard behind the curtain and left. So that was not a fun thing.
Here's a question for you guys. Like, as you see some of the innovation in Ukraine with how they're having to deal with kind of, the innovations around drones, innovations around rewarding soldiers and different teams on their kills, like literally gamifying it so they can have points so that the best teams get the best weapons. If they literally, if you get a fighter plane, or if you capture a live soldier, you get points, and your team's points allow you to buy the best drones, the best equipment, and like that kind of innovation. When you look at, and again, we don't know.
Well, it's not really innovation, Jeremy, because we did that shit in the 1920s. You ever read the book? Read the book
I didn't know
on killing. The book on killing, and how we learned to dehumanize, a target, because many years ago, before World War I or II, I'm not paraphrasing the book correctly, but guys were shooting like targets that were round, and then they go out in the battlefield and they were afraid to shoot the silhouette of a human. So the military changed the silhouettes to look human-like, so it desensitized you. It's kind of the same way, but a different way. Am I wrong to think that?
Makes sense, but I guess like I would assume soldiers are, you're trained to not let the feelings get in the way, but it was more kind of like saying, like, an interesting way of saying, hey, your best divisions by definition, are going to have the best points, and therefore they will get the best weapons in order to make that biggest impact in the war.
Yeah, it's going to maximize the output of the soldier, right?
That's it. It's like online gaming where you get the most the coins and you can go and buy the best magical weapons. Like it's literally taking that principle and putting it into the war. So all the soldiers, all their divisions, they log video proof of their kills and they get points allocated, and they go onto their website like Amazon. They buy the weapons that they want and they get shipped to their team.
So, yeah, I mean, there's a connection with that. Trying to get the political sphere, but that's been going on in Iraq and Afghanistan, to where they would video evidence, right, what IED went off or how many U.S. soldiers died, so then they could turn around and get paid. Their cell could get paid. And so that type of incentive has been around, but I think you're also talking about something else from the devil. And I've just struggled to kind of make sense of this. Is like, I'm kind of lucky in where I retired, to where I have a lot of Air Force and Navy around me and not too many people like in my direct line of work. And 8 years ago, I had met an AC-130 crew, a Spectre specifically, and we were all talking because our wives are all friends. And then we were talking about a mission downrange, and I was like, oh my God. And then we were all talking again, and I was the dude on the ground, one of a company on the ground, and they were like the dudes flying. And it's spectacular to meet somebody to where we're two different connections at the same target, and we can actually even talk about it. It was a really neat experience of mine. But some of I don't know how they process it. So I have a friend that flown a bunch of missions, and it seems like he processes combat in general in a completely different way than I do it. And then I've also met drone pilots that the way they talk about it makes me uncomfortable. And I'm not sure that's real, because the two drone pilots that I can think of even talking about it here locally, they're young and they're still active and they haven't really processed it yet. So it's going to catch them in life, possibly. And processing it from a video game level, I've wondered about this in life, because pulling the trigger and then not processing it is one thing, but you're still close, and you're gonna process it in life. It's like
I'm sorry.
It's really. I think the danger, and I brought this up, is whether you still recognize that person as human. Do you follow what I'm saying? And when you're out of touch, where it's not a physical thing you're doing, I worry about the consequences for the rest of us. If there's a disconnect there.
Yeah, and I think I was trying to bring all three things together, right? The cost of war, right, to doing it cost effectively, the introduction of these new technologies, right, like comparing what you can accomplish with an F-35, and obviously there's many different military outcomes that you can accomplish with an F-35, but when you look at the cost and the outcomes that you can deliver with some of these nano drones or even bigger drones, and the cost, and I guess that third implication, which is what you were touching on, right? The delta between a pilot in F-35 who needs to pull the trigger over the target, or that person sitting in Utah who is controlling that drone overseas that needs to press the button. And I guess the place where I was going with that is when you look at Vietnam, who's just purchased, I think, 1,000 plus AI-powered humanoid robots from China to patrol their borders. Right, when we look at that, and I think that if we're not there already, then we will be there in a year or two, or at least a couple nation states will be. That you'll have AI combined with humanoid robots, where that emotional thing, Zach, is completely stripped, because it will be the code that decides whether or not the trigger is pulled and not, or maybe it's a human behind the code ultimately. So maybe it's the same thing.
Yeah, you're making it even scarier, man. Because that's originally to the point of the anchor of this, is when that picture is taken from what happens,
how do we know whether it's a real picture or whether it's AI's picture, right? And I don't mean specifically AI, but I mean generated by AI. And then when the news release of who was on that boat or whatever is released, how do we know it's not a real dude watching it? Now, I'm going to comment here because that is the power of human beings. And regardless of whether people think what we do in Afghanistan or Iraq is just or unjust, on the ground of actually doing it are what I think I really appreciate about at least somebody, whoever's pulling the triggers with the ethics of this, right, is our constraints with ROE force us to do PDAs, even when it's not. And that means going there and checking. And if we can't physically check, we have to watch it for X amount of time to make sure what we did is accurate. It doesn't always get released as accurate in the United States. There's a lot of ideology that picks it up and slants it one way or another way. But in my experience, the dudes that are playing the game, we report it as good as we can, and as accurate as we can. And what that protects civilians, people here, casting their votes in the right direction and having a good read on what's actually happening. Now,
hey, can I just say real quick? I'm very hesitant to interrupt because this is awesome. But us civilians aren't so good with our TLAs. So if you could expand your abbreviations that you're
battle damage assessment.
The rest of us don't know.
Yeah, so BDA is a battle damage assessment. So if somebody drops a bomb from a plane, right, there are times, and I don't know what those times are, I'm not in the Air Force and Navy, where they're allowed to drop bombs off satellite image or whatever. Those are like way outside my range. But within the battle spaces that you have Army or units in, we control those battle spaces. And the rationale of why we do that is nobody can drop a bomb within, like if we were to make it a state, just pretend like we're in a state, we're all in Florida. Nobody can drop a bomb in this state because our leaders are responsible for what that bomb hits. And the reason that works that way is it protects us from getting bombs dropped on us that from our own forces, and the consequences of where those bombs land, somebody's going to account for it. Now, and so that's really good, regardless of what war we're involved in, to have dudes that are out doing the risk, right? Because our battle space commanders, so whether it's brigade, so that's like a pretty high level of combat forces there, that dude is accountable for this. And so if he screws us up, or bombs on a village or whatever, it's him. And it's not, and where those bombs land, it's on us. And there's ways to check because we laser targets. And it's a process to go about bombs from our end, from like strategic level ends. I have no clue what they do. But I think that's important. And when he starts bringing up having AI go do stuff, then we're all stuck with not having generals retire, not having admirals retire, and not being able to even argue about how accurate this stuff is, because it might just all be, I hope it doesn't come to that, but we just can't tell what reality is anymore.
Zachariah, really interesting. Oh, thanks, son. The way I look at it is that, like AI, in an AI world, there's going to be like 3 battlefields, right? The first is like the physical battlefield, like the actual one, where the real events actually occur, right? So your territory is gained or lost, infrastructure's damaged, real people's lives are affected, right? The second will be like the perception of the battlefield. And those events are going to be interpreted, edited, framed, exaggerated, minimalized, fabricated through AI, right? And then there's going to be the reaction battlefield where the AI systems analyze how people respond to this shit and then adjust their messaging to shape, fear and moral outrage and unity or apathy, right? So all of this stuff is going to be like to such an extent so much more sophisticated than what we're facing right now. And I think people are just going to give up on reality. Like they might see people die.
Then that calculus actually becomes way more plausible for them. That it would be worth giving up whatever value California as a location has for their business and their wealth generation trajectory to substitute it for a better regulatory environment, but a slightly worse off market or whatever. And then they can.
They're the greatest. Yo, that 30 million is crazy. You know what happened before that 30 million? You know what's happening today?
I never heard 30 million. I heard
not a perfect system by any stretch of the imagination.
When you get on, and Zach, I'd like to get your take on this, right? Because it kind of touches it not directly to what Zach was saying in how the budget is allocated and the manufacturing of the F-35, for example, right? Like my understanding is there's not one state in the nation that doesn't produce one component of the F-35, right? And that ensures that there are jobs on the line for any attempt to cut that funding on those weapons, right? Yeah. Maybe this is a way to kind of reassure you, Zach, that is that I think that and this maybe should be a question. With the exception of DARPA, I'm not sure that the U.S. military-industrial complex is in a state that it will rapidly adopt these new technologies. And the reason I make that statement is I had heard an article where there was a massive increase in VC funding for new military tech over the last 5 years. Right? That wasn't a thing in the 2010s because it wasn't cool for the Zuckerbergs there was all peace, love, and everything. But now there was a massive investment by VCs, and what we saw is that even years after that massive investment, I think less than 5% of the companies actually got military contracts, not because their tech wasn't effective and low cost. It was just that they weren't part of the game. So the legacy. So I guess the question is do you think the Lockheed Martins, all of the big U.S. kind of military-industrial complex, can they come up with really cost-effective and disruptive new military tech? Or are those two things not, concurrent?
Yeah, I'll say my piece, and this is, I would say, I'm trying to share from personal experience on here. So, taking it to the highest levels of it applies to 1 million of us. I don't think it's even close. My ex in the military is, every once in a while I'd question, how much money we're actually using in just the operations that I was involved in. And this sounds terrible, and it's not even close to the Navy and Air Force. But when we start dropping bombs on ambush positions, it's $250,000 a pop on JDAMs. And there's missions that I've been that I'm embarrassed. It's not a secret, but I'm embarrassed at how many, 102. And I can't even do the math on how many millions that is. But then if you factor in the targets of who we actually killed, it's I'm not even sure what we're doing in combat anymore. Now, what I can say, those bombs landed accurately. What I can't say is it was worth $250,000 a pop. And that is not even on the same scale of some of the more high-level contracts. What I've always been concerned with and what I always stop at when I hear people talk about the military war complex is we're talking, in my opinion, we're talking about two different things. So one is what's actually in the military, and then the next is agreements between the Pentagon in the civilian world, and there seems to always be a push from the civilian world and lobbyists and politicians of what the military needs. signs. And this is always, it shows up really obvious in the units that I'm in. To like, I'm gonna cuss here and I don't mean to be crude, but it's like, who the fuck came up with this? Because you can just tell that it's nobody in our ranks all the way to the Pentagon. We can't actually use this shit. But what's really cool is somebody in the Pentagon is like, no, we're not buying your shit. And so they're the battlegrounds between some of this war technology, regardless of whether we're going to say bad war technology, is between civilian companies that have a lot of money and have ideas that they think are good. And then they try to force them into the military for us to use them. And then the Pentagon being like, well, wait a minute, let us check. And then it will come all the way down to us. And we're just like, fuck no, nobody can use them. Because some of the stuff is so complex, or if it gets broken, that you're wasting $1.2 million and it's gonna go to a private. Like, that's like bad science there. Like, it just doesn't make sense. And so there are some of those contracts, and I've always questioned like who's pushing this, and like who's making the profit. And so I think personally, or at least the way I think about this, is a lot of that stuff is coming from civilian companies as a pushing engine with inside the military. And then the Shane piece of it is weird, because like when we deploy and when we're doing stuff, the national news will be like, you guys got to provide for the soldiers, and then they'll be using stuff from the civilian world to market it back towards the populace, so the populace can be like, we support our soldiers, but it's completely disconnected. And that's not everything, but that's something.
Do you think Ukraine is having a different effect on it? Because when I put on documentaries on Ukraine a lot of the time, they're like, yeah, it's like almost like this bottom-up approach where the people on the ground are like putting together really sloppy drones and then say, hey, we need something like this, and then they send requests up the chain of command. And that's one question. The second one is, I personally think that the Ukraine war is just being, I think it's just, it's horrible. It's horrible. But I think the reason that it's gone on so long is for all of these private companies to dump and make money, But do you, anyways, the first question, do you think in the Ukraine situation, it's more of a bottom up, like the people on the ground are telling, their bosses, and their bosses are telling their bosses what they need?
Yeah, I think that's definitely going there. I was in Ukraine in like, I want to say 2013 or 2014. And I thought it was interesting because I was still in. Let me make sure that's. I think I might have just been coming out when Russia was going into Ukraine. Right after I left is when Crimea happened. And we're not. This is just information in general. Like prior to Google, prior to AI, just how we communicate political opinions is. There are people that are on the ground in places that know that the information that is going through the news is incorrect. And then the question is, it's even more complex than that, is if I were to counter somebody and be like, oh, I think you're incorrect. And they would be like, no, this information's right. And I'd be like, well, I was wrong in 2014. Like, I'm actually engaging people because I was there saying that we weren't there in 2014. And that's like a real thing in our nation. And so I don't even know what to say to people that have really fixed worldviews of like what's going on in other nations when the people that are actually in those nations.
There's no use talking to them.
Well, it happens a lot.
I know.
The first time this happened to me is and I'm going to share one personal thing, and then I'm going to shut the fuck up because I'm talking way too much. Because I was in Afghanistan doing a mission, and we were doing a media, so we were watching this like for 3 days, and it became national news what we did. And the thing that we actually did could make national news, but it was a strike.
and it was a strike on big deal targets. And because of the location, we couldn't actually go. And so we sat there for 3 days with technology that
surrenders to the goddess.
that we could read the pupils of the people miles away.
I believe it.
Right. I think people know that this exists now, and it wasn't even classified then. Our location was classified because of where we actually were to observe the BDA. The news cycle in the United States reported, and these are not people that are mischievous. What was lifted into the news cycle in the United States, I think this is just my personal opinion. I think there are journalists trying to do their job, but here's how confusing it gets during war. Is we kept the video on, so the very next day you end up with all these locals there that are not from this building, and there's a person there with a video camera, and then they're talking to like 15 people, and we have the video of it from being like, it looks like we're 15 feet away and we're miles away, and then they leave. And then in national news in the United States, what they were communicating that we struck was not accurate. And that aired before we got off the mountain. Our feed was live. So the dude making drill shots in Afghanistan at the top of the hierarchy knew what we're striking before we struck it, and he had the feed of this going on. Now the DOD did not use our feed to be like, hey, you guys are reading fake news. Instead it just keeps moving, right? But this is a prime example where the DOD lands accurately, and what we did land accurately, but our culture gets a different version of what's going on, and then we just keep moving. And the point to bring up this story is there was somebody that had really deep concerns on peace, right? Which like I'm more than willing to talk to this person. And they were citing this as their example of why we shouldn't war. They could have picked anything else, but this was like the only situation I really knew because I was there. And I listened to them talk, repeated back what they said, and I was like, could there be a chance that what you're citing isn't accurate? And then they said no, they watched it, and then I shared the real story, and it was something they couldn't accept, and they thought I was lying to them. It was like the only story I could really counter accurate, and so this stuff is really complicated. Because the journalist that picked up this probably thought he was doing a good thing, and the person in front of me holds a great message of like being peaceful, right? But the one piece of information that person's citing is something that is just misplaced. Okay, I'm gonna shut up and let you guys.
That's why that guy's a civilian and you're a warrior. That's the difference. They get to do that. They get to live in whatever parallel universe they choose to. We get to actually perpetuate the Constitution and force national interests and ensures that treaty routes are open.
And it must be so spinning shit frustrating.
Is everyone in the Matrix? That just means that's probably.
I'm with you. I think everybody is. Yeah.
Is this signal? Yeah. Go ahead.
We're the same fucking out. Are you in the Matrix?
The point I was getting
because honestly, I don't know if I've ever met someone as annoying.
You had all this reporting and all this unbelievable and like military.
I'm thinking about renouncing Judaism.
At least from what I've seen,
is Jewish.
Pretty perfect military execution on a very complex,
Trinity,
involving so many different elements. And the level of execution, the mock-up, site to how the safe room if needed, like everything, the liquefied, secret weapons, and I think what people don't realize is that when an operation like that happens, the entire world and their militaries look at that and analyze every single took place.
That's a problem.
Not just understand the technologies that we don't have. Kind of what I was asking is that when you do that, you expose you're the best of your best. And was it worth it? Like, was that the thing that we should have showed, the US should have showed the world, that technology?
That never happened before Trump, in my opinion. I don't remember doing anything ever that was like, oh yeah, here's how it happened, and like the news was saying, like, there's CIA agents in the country. That's stuff that should not come out, man. And that's a big failure from the top down right now, in my opinion. I don't know. I got out in 09, so it's been a minute. So, but back then, we had quiet professionals. We didn't have people that were, getting interviewed, or they weren't saying which unit did what. It wasn't a thing. That was just not a thing. It seems to be a thing now. I don't know why.
People should know how lethal you are. That shouldn't be a secret. And you should be able to carry out your actions.
No, you're actually putting the techniques and procedures of these units at risk. And who they support, what they do, and how they do it. All this stuff does not need to come out. And that's something that in this era, since I've retired, it'll be getting more and more. Shit. I'll just say it. I'm a former pararescueman. I don't know if you know what that is, Zachary. I'm a former PJ, and I helped a kid during COVID become a pararescueman. Helped him train at the pool so he could get through selection and everything. Long story short, man, that kid knew more about fucking the job and the career and what they did than I did, and I fucking did it for 21 years. Because he would tell me shit that I'm like, holy fuck, dude. It's when I joined, I had never heard about pararescue until they showed a video in basic training. I said, I want to jump out of fucking planes. That was it, man. That was the only thing I knew. This kid went into the military knowing more about pararescue than I did as a service member. It's a fucking weird world we're living in.
Yeah, why are you asking hard questions? So you went to school in Bragg, didn't you?
Well, I was also stationed at Bragg at the Hill for 7 years.
Wait, who was the pararescue dude?
Caleb Larson. He's a kid that I trained. He's in. He hasn't done anything.
No. I mean, who just shared that they were pararescue?
I'm a former McGill. I'm a former pararescue.
Oh, okay. You went to school at Bragg at SOMC. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was at SOMC.
What year?
In the 90s.
Oh shit, you don't count. No, I'm just kidding. I have the same story as you, man. So I went to school there too.
You went to SOMC? I just went through up to paramedic. Did you know HM1 Stamp? Do you remember him?
Yes. I think he's a
Stamp.
I think he might be a doctor or something now.
Yeah, and then the chief that had got shot in the chest, what was his name? Chief not Children. Was it Children? Or God, it was so many fucking dudes there, man. That was a great school.
I just trained a kid, dude. I just trained a MARSOC kid.
Nice.
He was in the pool. Me and my daughter were swimming, and I was like, dude, what are you training for? And he's like, oh, I want to be a Navy SEAL. And I was like, let me swim with you. Because I went to CDQC, so I was an Army.
Oh, I was there. I went to Key West. I graduated, as you know.
What the heck, man? We're like way brothers.
Went to Halo.
Hey, so you're I'm sorry, we're like nerding out everybody, but your PSOs in pararescue no longer count. So your generation went to Key West, and by the time my generation, by the time we got there, right, it was 50-50. So PJs either went to Panama City and were like, thank God I'm graduating,
and I
or Key West, and they were just like, oh, I'm screwed. My entire life done. And then now, currently, the last 15 years, they all go through Panama City.
Yeah, it's a travesty, man. I thought that school was a great school, dude.
Did you ever meet Steve Sanko down there at Key West? Steve
Okay,
Sanko?
we gotta take this to a different room. No. It's weird. This is great. Like, listen, the thing I love that happens so rarely is you get a bunch of experts that you don't bump into every day that you can learn stuff from.
We're not experts.
We're not.
Nobody's an expert.
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? But my question was this: like, and Miguel, this is kind of to what you were saying, right? Is that I think there was a lot of exposure of some of the advanced techniques that the military can do when they're showing they're the best of what they can accomplish. And I think Trump himself in an interview said something to the effect of like, hey, I'm not supposed to be saying this, but we have some, I think he called it the discombobulator. And I think it was later reported that he was maybe mistaking multiple different new technologies with one. But I think, Miguel, to what you were saying, and this is kind of what the point I was making, when operations like this take place, every military in the world studies it. Like, if you think that Iran is not looking at it and saying, hey, how do we protect the Ayatollah against, so that we don't end up like the new Maduro and every other government that wants to protect against the possible military actions from the U.S. And then I guess my question, maybe this is a little too political, but like the execution of the operations in Venezuela, like did that deliver enough benefits to America to warrant exposing those technologies and those techniques? Miguel, to your point, putting future benefits at risk.
I don't know. I don't know.
Still looked like this. Like Venezuela is from contractors to pay the structure down.
When it comes to
public safety hazard. So it's a combination of a lawsuit that the city filed against the owner back in 2013. It eventually got a court order for the building to be fixed or raised by 2022. When several extension programs before demolition finally moved forward. There were last-ditch attempts to find a new developer who could renovate the building, but ultimately, no one came forward with the resources to buy and redevelop.
Interdicting those ships, it's literally serving U.S. national commercial interests. And at the end of the day, Venezuela is indicted, right, in the United States, and Trump had the ability to execute. He is commander-in-chief.
The question wasn't whether Venezuela was a worthy target. It was whether it was worth exposing our tactics and hardware and
my orders for the emperor were precise.
Especially when there's
my sword and
other like
if you were the Coast Guard of the gun, you not need to go
ships all the time. Like we didn't
and divide by
filming it for the country to see. We could have gotten maybe countries, we could build alliances. There's so many things we could do. It's not, knowing that.
What's moving there?
Am I bummed that Maduro got taken down?
I see been taking comment.
Fucking asshole. But the question is whether that was the right way to do it.
Absolutely. I say horses.
No, not absolutely.
Horses.
Okay, whatever it is, it's definitely not absolute.
I think it's
exclusive. Whatever you were suggesting is essentially what we've been doing for the past 2 decades with Venezuela. Work with neighboring countries, influence relations with the opposition.
My orders.
Trump was the first president.
Come and see.
Were to take over Greenland. So, are you just apologizing for action ex post facto?
Here's one nuanced perspective on this, right? And it's just a fact, and I think Pro dropped a link in the chat about this, right? Is that there are really serious things happening in Cuba right now. The entire tourism industry is probably at jets, like Air Canada stopped sending jets to Cuba because they said we can't guarantee we will have jet fuel to fuel the planes. They're rolling blackouts. And so their entire economy is crumbling because of Venezuela. So, listen, I can tell you, I can go on for hours, but this is
because we're blockading them. It's because of the war.
By the position of his gun.
It's because of Venezuela.
Well, because of what
That's what
America
he's
did
afraid
in
of.
Venezuela.
Is
Is
right.
kind of what I'm saying.
We've been
Because of
doing it in Cuba. Like we treated them
All
like
right.
shit for how long?
True, but David, did you agree that like that was sustainable?
Therefore, that's
That was
where
sustainable
we'll
up
teach
until
him.
like
They were
You have the mercenary action, keep them on the right side. Then if he weakens his center to support the right, then I'll know the caliber of this English aristocrat.
In this.
Gentlemen,
I think we're saying the same thing. I guess what I'm saying is that America's sanctioned Cuba for the conflict for decades.
I always like my men well
and they've
dressed.
been able to survive because countries like Canada and others did not. Right? And so they were able to continue their communist government mainly through tourism and selling labor to Venezuela, hire Cubans for the military. And then they were able to power their island with Venezuelan oil. And what changed and why their entire economy is collapsing right now is exactly because America went in and took Maduro and has enough influence with Maduro's vice president and president to say, hey, no more boats to Cuba. And as a result, everything is changing. And this directly as a result of American military action in Venezuela.
Paper towels. The last administration, I think he cares about these people.
You, sir.
All that oil that was sold to the black market is not going to be sold at market rates. It's going to be sold by the United States. I mean, there's a business deal here.
I knew something queer was scratching me back.
Business deal is, hey,
Where did you acquire this?
Yeah, it was nice that you're on the Austin. This is.
I think there was a bigger question here in that, revealing new technologies. And this is really kind of keeps me up at night. Maybe a lot of you guys are familiar with
Technologies have tactics, techniques, and procedures that we developed.
Exactly. Let me give an example. So, like in the development of like this AI, let's say AI-powered microdrones, swarms, there is the potential deployment of these things in like extremely large numbers. I don't know. I'm not a specialist in this, but I would assume within the next 10 years. But you guys are in the military. Do you guys ever see like a future where these offensive swarm capabilities like significantly outpace defensive systems? Right, and if so, right, if that's the case, what kind of strategy, political, or societal like consequences would result from such crazy imbalances? I mean, historically, it takes a long time to go to Ukraine. They're taken out without a sword. It's to be taken out with I guess what I'm saying is that, like, offensive, I think today's war, we've always developed defensive capabilities and defensive capabilities, right? But the way I kind of see things developing in AI is that these capabilities are moving very quickly, right? Like the one thing. Anyway, so, I say this. So far ahead against defensive capabilities, it will be so asymmetrical and so cheap to create these things. I don't know. Do you guys see a future like that where the bad guys, whatever, let's say poor nations or even like cults living in the middle of some jungle somewhere, maybe a religious cult with like $10 million to its name could possibly get their hands on billions of tiny little drones, send them, throw them up in the air, send them halfway across the world to take out people that they don't like. Do you guys foresee this kind of crazy ass future?
I don't know, dude. Hey, Zach, sorry, I apologize.
This is my current full coverage.
Zach, check out my picture. This will bring memories.
No, I just did. That's information.
There once was a ship.
You like the JSON thing?
Yeah, and I thought you were going to bring
Soon may the weathermen come to bring us surety and rum.
you guys are talking my language a bit.
I want to respond to Matthew's point. I'm dumb when it comes to technology. But like a more conventional piece of this is like I listen to people argue things that we're already way past. And I'll give you an example. Is when people have strong opinions that we go play, like I don't know, we could just pick a portion of our military and say, hey, we should go play Ukraine against the Russians or whatever, but conventionally, right?
Is it really?
We used to be friends.
The reason Ukraine and Russia are even able to fight right now is because there's big constrictions on what Russia can actually use. If we were to go play the game versus Russia, well, I'm just talking about flying our missiles. And so if we woke up tomorrow and 4,000 soldiers were killed, this is U.S. right? The retaliation of that would be our missile striking them. And it would escalate so quick that this is my opinion, but we can't even play games like that anymore. That's why we have all these boxy wars and weird constrictions on forces, because I can't even fathom how, and this is real just because of our capabilities, how U.S. would actually fight China conventionally. Because where we're at with our missile systems right now, public opinion wouldn't allow 5 or 10,000 soldiers just to be erased from the earth at a night. And some of our missile systems can do that. Some of their missile systems can do that. And so there's always been huge constraints.
That's why I think, that's why I think the winner of any potential war between China and the United States, you know who wins? It's the one that can constrain, it's the country that can keep the information system closed from the outside world.
It's probably someone that's not involved. I don't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, but I know, but what I'm saying is this, like, all China has to do is park a nuclear cell off the coast of San Francisco and say, in a few from around with Taiwan or just like this. And the thing is that if the news cycle, our news cycle, social media system here, if they get wind of this threat, right, then hell's going to break loose all across Canada, my country, and the United States. People are going to be rioting, breaking shit, going into stores, stealing crap. It's going to cause so much social damage. And then the Americans and the Canadians, everybody else will threaten China, but China will have like this bubble where they keep out all of the world's information. The Chinese people won't know anything that's happening, and the Chinese government will certainly, the elites of Beijing, they're willing to sacrifice their people, so I think they win.
I violently disagree with that, right? I'll try to agree this is saying. Hold on. Buckle up.
If you're a small content creator,
people don't realize there were 3 nuclear bombs. A lot of people don't realize that the President of the United States did not authorize, not specifically the first or the second bomb that was dropped on Japan, and he literally had to step in and stop the military from dropping the 3rd bomb. Right, and the reason I bring that up, right, is to what Zach was speaking about. Is like who is in control, Matthew, and here's the messy part of this, right? When we talk about the human cost of war, sending soldiers to die for this, that, or the other thing, and technology. What we're talking about is the ability to replace that with technology, right? And low-cost technology.
Robots killing robots, yeah.
But here's the thing: is that and I think this was maybe a bit of what Zach was commenting on, is that when America sends quote unquote billions of dollars of military tech to the Ukraine, what they're doing is saying, hey, we have to destroy billions of dollars of our stockpile of weapons. And instead of destroying them to replace them with new ones, because our economy depends on us spending as much as we do on our military, we're going to send them to the Ukraine and charge them as if these were new weapons. And that's why they don't have the best of the best. That, and also, you know, geopolitical issues around letting them have the weapons they need to actually win the war. So it would be a completely different fight if it was America versus Russia, even if you didn't have a nuclear level, because you would see technologies and weapons and tactics that the Ukraine doesn't have today.
Well, I honestly
China
think that even if just Poland went in there, that together Poland and Ukraine together probably push back, if not destroy Russia. I mean, the Poles have fucking like a pretty well-trained military just on the other side of Ukraine waiting to see what happens. But if they actually joined in full force, I think a lot of the reason that Poland isn't joining in, or that the rest of Europe isn't joining in, is because they see Russia. What they're doing is horrific, but they also worry, okay, if Russia were to collapse, something worse could come out of it too. So it's almost like, it's unfortunate, but I think the souls and the bodies of the Ukrainian men and women, and Canadian women actually, this is really cool, anyways, are being used to almost create this controlled collapse of Russia, because Russia is like big, it's poor, and it's got a lot of natural resources. And I think Europe and the United States is playing the long game. They're just waiting for Russia to use up all its money, for Putin to lose his steam, and to have this slow collapse. And then large oil companies will go in there and grab all the natural resources. But they don't want to do it too quick because they're worried about the fallout, right? They are worried about nuclear war.
Yeah, so we have to assume that China is rational, and there's something called mutual assured destruction. And the United States has a triad, land, air, sea, of nuclear capabilities with multiple ranges of, of course, range, right? And technology. So if China was parked as a nuclear submarine off the coast of San Francisco, well, guess what? We're going to park 10 nuclear submarines off their coast.
I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. But what I'm saying is, let's say either nation has nuclear submarines parked off to the coast, right? And with this potential and the way our information system works in North America, it's likely we would get wind of it. And if the citizenry of North America hears this, we would be completely turned to chaos. We would, Chicago and Los Angeles and New York and all the other cities would riot to fuck, saying, hey, it's not worth going to war with China. Get those ships out of the Straits of Taiwan or whatnot. Move those boats away. It's not worth it. On the other side, from the interior of China, the people of China may not have any idea what's going on because they control their information system so tightly. You see what I mean?
Don't know. We'll make sure of it.
Where is name? The isolationist strategy that we've been taking for the last couple of years and isolating ourselves from NATO and Europe. Other people may disagree with me, but I think that's a travesty that we've actually isolated ourselves in a way. Even from Canada as an ally. I dare say that. I don't.
No, I share the same sentiment, man. My entire life, for 22 years, is playing with NATO countries.
Yeah, exactly.
So I feel like when I was in Ukraine, this is a prime example. I think you guys can look this up. It was called, I'm not even sure what it was called, but it was in 2014. I think it's still on the internet. But there was 186 countries, I think. So you have Scotland, England, you just have all these random countries there doing this joint training. And it's amazing, seeing countries get along, especially soldiers. We're way different, and we're not allowed to drink, for example. We have all these constraints, but as soon as you put us
I hope his battery battery died, and that was not the NSA or.
They're listening, bro.
Fine. Let's go with glass half full and just assume battery died and he's gonna come back.
Someone might have, he might have been standing close to a window or something.
He got pushed out the window.
What's up, AJ? You back?
I think Zach's
just
back.
a year.
He's a listener. Zach is back. He came back in as a listener pro.
You probably can't stand us laypersons speculating about bullshit. I mean,
no, I'm sorry about that. Like I have the same drama with like I don't know. I developed a lot of good relationships with people I served with, and I taught at schools where it's open. So, or some of them to where you're training with like Canadian special operations will come down, go through our schools, and vice versa. And so it is weird being in a culture where it's like, oh, we don't need them. And it's like, oh, crap. Like, we fought with these dudes for so long. Like, what are we talking about? And so, like, I have that same conflict that shows up with me, too. But it's personal, like, connections and a shared interest in places where we're at. And so I think that's incredibly important long-term for other service members to keep playing those games with other countries because it binds us at the lowest level. And we struggle and suffer in these schools. And so we kind of share some of the same stories. And there's a lot of Canadians I serve with that are really good men. And so it broadens our perspective from being within. So if somebody's slandering a Canadian, it's like, well, I'm not sure about the other 99%, but the dudes I serve with were really good dudes. And so I think that level of integration at the bottom is incredibly important. But then I know from the top levels politically, some of the reasons these countries are getting involved is to make it sound like our decisions are really, really good. But at the bottom level, it's great to have other countries there, even if we don't all speak the same language. But my experience is like I've fought with Afghan fighters, like same team, that incredibly talented. And so, like when people slant across a whole group or whatever, it doesn't make a lot of sense with me. I think I've fought with some guys that if you guys weren't clever enough, you wouldn't be able to tell whether they're us or whether they're Afghan fighters because they move like us, they act like us, and a lot of them speak Ebonics like us because they've been around us for so long, and they're incredibly well trained and they're good men. And so, yeah, we have a complicated world. I guess that's
I'll build
I
on
love
that.
that you make that point because there's way too many people here on Clubhouse, Zachary, that love to see shit black and white, simple, us versus them. I hate that. Like, the world is a complicated place.
Yeah, but here's my question for you guys, and I would like you to chime in, and then I'm going to shut up. Is like, in this room right now, are we the minority, or are 80% like us, or 40%?
On Clubhouse?
Like, no, just in the real world, man. Like, I don't know.
Most Canadians speak in nuance, Zachary. I mean, I can tell you that's for sure. We like gray areas, yeah.
I respond really succinctly, Zach, and I just want to build on what you said, is that since the whole current administration's position with Canada, which I don't think anyone, I don't think that was what he ran on, right? But since that, and coming on Clubhouse, and that's my exposure to Americans, because I used to visit your country all the time. I don't do that anymore. And I've made a pledge to try and not do that unless absolutely necessary until the current situation changes. But one thing that has been consistent is every single U.S. veteran that I've spoken to is almost embarrassed about this new position and take on Canada, because exactly what you said, because they've served beside Canadians. They know that the only time Article 5 has ever been enacted was after 9/11. And I think with the exception, this is hard to say, but with the exception of the Danes on a per capita basis, aka Greenland, Canada lost the most soldiers fighting alongside Americans to go and fight for what was right in Afghanistan because of NATO. Right, and this idea that like, oh, fuck Canada and they're suckling on the teat of America. Well, Canada's 90 cents of every Canadian dollar spent in our military goes towards the American military industrial complex, right? And so that has been the consistency I've seen, Zach. I'll land with this. I think from non-military Americans that I speak to on this app, what's unfortunate is I would say that like, obviously 50% of people that are on the left tend to be, frustrated and disagree with this new take on Canada. I would say that, and again, this may be a clubhouse thing and not representative of real Americans, but I would argue that like 30 or 40% of Americans who identify as being on the right have adopted this kind of F Canada. They're ripping us off and 51st state and all this nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, I have that nonsense view, but it's like the extreme the other way. I kind of just figured we're all North Americans. And I don't mean that in a bad way to clash of culture or anything, but I mean, a lot of the dudes that I served with, you just can't tell, other than dumb shit like A and stuff like that. But other than that, same thing.
Yeah, that's the benefit of travel and meeting other people in other places. It's the most beautiful thing you can do, I think, is traveling.
I love that part of the military. Dummy in the back channel keeps challenging my clearance. Most of you who are military know that if you work in certain levels, you do have to have a clearance, and I did. My dad was he was a 30-year cryptologist, and I trickled down from that. But I think it's interesting how we don't trust or believe each other in a room like this unless we really aren't true Americans.
Because we've been programmed over the last decade to not trust each other. Because it wasn't a thing when I was in service. It baffles me. It wasn't a thing when I was in service.
Same.
Even on the outside,
can I ask you something?
They didn't care about politics.
But you know what that is, right?
If you can tell me what it is, I just assume that it's because of the rhetoric that's been happening since 2015, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
Well, because we live in completely separate media spheres, right? There is people that are on the extreme right that watch Fox News and other more extreme versions of that, and then there's everybody else, right? So like there is no consensus reality, or like before cable news, when news was for the good of society, that was not commercial based, everyone kind of just shared the same shared reality. But now we live in exclusive realities, where if you're a right winger, you think that, that you believe certain things based on the fact that you are a part of that group. Yes, and then everybody else has to parcel the truth that they acquire.
You're saying a fabricated reality, right? That's been fabricated.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. You know what's funny? When Joe came in, I used to remember we had an intel lady, man. Captain Jones was her name. And dude, I remember like, hey, what's the intel? She's like, if it's on CNN, it's top secret. If I got it, it's old. It was just funny because we used to watch
so
CNN.
True.
Like, it was on CNN. This was like 2001. If it wasn't on CNN, that shit was top secret. And she would have the leftovers for us. She'd always joke about that. It was hilarious. Now you can't trust the shit anymore.
Because now it's commercial based, right? They're looking for ratings, and CNN to me is awful because it's so sensational. They take any opportunity to throw things like, we're going to have a hologram of the air accident that happened the other day that killed 200 people.
But that's the CNN of today, right? You're
That's the CNN of the last 20 years.
It's been terrible.
Yeah,
like one of the very, very, very worst things, and I harp on about this all the time on Clubhouse, is the fact, if you're not living in a shared reality, man, it's like if you love history like I do and anybody else, it's absolutely the most horrific, destabilizing condition any society can ever enter. So if you look at why wars are created in any culture throughout history, it's always because the people don't have a shared reality. Like, you can pick out a million fucking examples. It's horrific. It's horrific.
In those communities, the reality is everything's in code, and people are speaking different languages.
What do you mean? No. Like what I mean, Joe, is like, so for example, you have the example, very, very easy example is like Germany, right? Not Nazi Germany, but like say during the 30 Years War, right? So what happened is the Germans, the Europeans took a bunch of, anyways,
I
got this idea from the
Bremerhaven. Yeah.
Yeah. So, a long time ago, 400, 500 years ago, the German, maybe even 600 years ago, they came up with a printing press and really popularized it, right? So they had different versions of the Bible. Actually, they had one basic similar version of the Bible, but everybody who, before this happened, everybody had to go to their local church and they had to get the information from the priest, right? Because everybody was a Catholic back then. So if you wanted to learn about God, you couldn't read about God directly from the Bible for yourself. You had to go to the priest, right? And so everybody had this kind of shared reality, because what it was is the government and the priests and the Catholic Church, they all had like this version of reality where you had to pay money, you had to pay taxes, and God and Jesus told you that God and Jesus told you to pay your taxes, right? But what happened is when people actually could read the Bible for themselves, they're like, hey, there's nothing in here that told us that, I'm going to hell if I don't pay taxes. And I think, the church is full of shit. So then Germany broke into like all these tiny countries, and it had it wasn't 30 years of war. It was like 100 years of war where reality just got broken. And this is exactly the same thing that's happened with the social media. Yeah.
Check it out.
When people try to usurp religion for their own political gain, it is incredibly dangerous. King Uzziah was marked on the forehead with a rash. Today, we might look out and see people have usurped religion, also marked with a sign on their head. It is red, and it has the words, "Make America Great Again," as a sign of how religion has been usurped by the religious right. Folks who are using religion to proclaim values that are contrary to absolutely everything that Jesus taught.
This is Progressive Reverend Dr. Caleb J. Lyons. According to his website, he's currently serving as the senior minister of University Christian Church in San Diego, California.
And you see, the moral of this story is that those who are faithful, like the priests in the temple, are called to stand up to hypocrisy, both political and religious hypocrisy, and to say that this is unacceptable according to our faith, according to the values that we believe. Because what we believe is liberating love. What we believe is passionate peace. What we believe is jarring justice. And if religion is being used in a way that is not creating that, it is false. It is anti-Christ.
This takes some serious guns, not gonna lie. And he's got a lot of really great arguments.
Jesus said you love, period. Jesus said you welcome people, period. Jesus said you extend radical hospitality, period. Jesus did not say one single word of condemnation about anyone based on sexual orientation or gender identity. In fact, The only mention Jesus really makes of it is this passage in Matthew. Maybe you're familiar with it. It's actually an affirmation. It's buried in ancient language, and it's surrounded by this weird teaching about divorce. But what Jesus said is this, that if you are a eunuch, and you have been a eunuch since birth, that was an ancient way of saying that if you differed from what was expected in terms of what we would call today sexual orientation or gender identity, that if you were a eunuch and you had been a eunuch from birth, that you were loved by God.
From understanding how the right misconstrues intentionally the Bible with the LGBTQ plus community.
The MAGA movement is a false God and is a false idol.
Well, that guy reminded me, you sounded a bit like John Maxwell.
Let's look at a picture that I would like to show you.
I mean, the New Testament and the Old Testament are very different from one another, aren't they? Because Jesus was like this hippie, and he made friends with prostitutes and drunkards, and he said, you know, we should all get along, right? In the Old Testament, this is like kind of a very different God, where it was very tribal, and people were like killing each other in ancient times. But then the Jesus figure came along and he said, hey, you know, let's all hang out.
Palestinians and to make Gaza.
I'm a total piece of garbage. Jesus would be my friend for sure.
Is a false.
I mean, for the most part, he was like trying to be an easygoing guy. But then, you know, if you didn't believe he was God, you're going to hell forever. But I don't even know if he actually said that, Roybus. So fucking, you know, his message is like after he was gone, he was corrupted too, right? So I don't even know if he ever said.
He never even said he was God. So of course he didn't say it.
Yeah, he never even said he was God. He was just like, guys, just fucking get along, you know?
I'm sure they pulled up
What do you say,
information when I was maybe.
I say you're God, bro.
He thought he was the Messiah, but he didn't think he was God. So.
And it's the American way to get
man.
There's a big
you know, if
difference.
you want to beat up a person with
I
you just have to make sure that you learn from those mistakes.
Revolutionary ideas that were so contrary at the
it was
time.
something that I needed to do. I was a single
The
parent. I had some
people in
things I needed
power,
to deal with, and that's what I
aka
did. And I
the slaughter of the earliest followers of Jesus, aka the followers of the way, the massacre of those people, finally realized that, hey, the way to really kill this Jesus movement
like I say,
is to hijack the movement, change my name to Paul, and inject 13 books into the Bible that completely contradict everything that Jesus ever said. And you have to, if you read about his little journey on that road to Damascus, what you would realize is that man had syphilis. He was blinded by the scale, crusty, and this is just a symptom of syphilis, the crusty stuff on his eyes. That in the Bible they refer to as the scales in his eyes. In fact, he couldn't eat for days afterwards until the syphilis healed. And yes, the hallucinations that are a symptom of syphilis. This mass murderer, aka Saul, hijacked this religion and contradicted Jesus over and over in those 13 books. Disgusting.
When I was 15 years old, I realized I was too dumb to understand religion. One of my friends was raised Christian, the other four of us were not. And he really wanted to go to a church camp, and we wanted to go with him. And we were sponsored by the church in a weird way. We're all in martial arts. And so it was like, let's do this. And so I went home. We had like 3 months before we're going. And I'm like super insecure, I think. I think that's why I do this crap. And so I read the Bible from front to back. And as like a 15-year-old, like the context, you're just like, or at least my experiences, I didn't understand it. And 2 of my friends read it with me, and we still talk about it to today. So that's what we did over those few months. And then we got to church camp. And it was great. It was a good time. But I'm dumb,
And so, like, when you fill out the survey of what classes you have to take, I picked, there were rules that I didn't listen to. It was like 3 study hall type things and then 3 physical activities. And we just all wrote 6 physical activities. And I think they knew we were dumb and they were just like, let these dudes do what they want. So that's what we did. It was an amazing time. But
I'm done too. I was going to say I never heard of syphilis until Christopher Columbus. I'm sorry.
4 days in, like a priest, and came from the church that we had came from, he sat and he was trying to articulate some of the points that they said in the service. And he had us open up the Bible. And I opened up the Bible, and this is something that I did read and I did remember. And he was trying to articulate what these 2 sentences mean. And he was trying to articulate like what the sin is in these 2 sentences. And I looked at him and like I had never, well, I wasn't brash enough to say the word rape, but I was like, isn't it non-consent? Because my mom had taught me that. And so I was like, isn't this non-consent? And he's like, no, that's not what the sin is. And then I realized like I didn't know enough after reading the Bible to even understand how to interpret it, because that's not what those 2 sentences said. And what's really interesting is I really thought that, like, I just couldn't understand this. And then, like, you flash forward many years, and I read a lot of scripture now, I read a lot of things, but it's like, oh, maybe it's not that I can't read that sentence, maybe it's he's implying things in that 2 sentences that just aren't in those 2 sentences. And it stuck with me for 20 some odd years. And I still hear people arguing in conversations about things that the 2 sentences, any sentence, don't actually say. It's something that they've implied into those 2 sentences. Now, there's a lot of things it does say, but I think that's a fascinating part about religion in general, of like how somebody can read 2 sentences, 10 of us can, and we all land with different interpretations. And some people, it's not even what those 2 sentences say, and they're specialists in it. And so I always think that's weird. And sorry if I offend anybody here, I don't mean to.
Hi, I'm Rocio Cleveland. I'm running in the Illinois 9th Congressional District.
Oh no, the map is not the territory. Right?
Well said.
And yeah, I hope that no one takes offense to what I said. I guess, and Pro does make a good point, right? Because there is this understanding by some people that Christopher Columbus, and that was really the introduction of syphilis. However, there are certain evidence that it existed before the kind of pre-Columbian hypothesis, right? And so when we look at some of the oldest archaeological skeletal evidence, there are some examples in Europe that might suggest the existence of syphilis, but that's not the point. I think, Zach, more to what you were saying, right, is that it's kind of what you get out of it, right? If the extraction of the understanding aligns with the important things that Jesus said, then I don't care if it's Joseph Smith or Saul or Paul or whatever his name is, I'm down with it. I think where you have to be suspect is when what you're hearing completely contradicts the red letters in the gospel or mechanical books.
Yeah.
And that's where I think a lot of offense with what Paul and Saul said.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not Christian, so I'm not trying to defend any point. I was just trying to make a joke that when I was young, I took it really serious and couldn't understand it. And now I'm old and I'm into it again and I still can't understand it. Like, I love the principles and I love character virtues and I love all that sort of stuff. But I'm like wide in what I'll read to figure out answers there. But I want to say something because it's beautiful that you said, Matthew said, one's a map and one's a terrain. And it goes back right into our conversations when we're talking about combat in here, is like, if we're talking about drones, one's a system and viewing it through a system, and then one's reality itself.
And I've always kind of wondered, because I don't know what I am, like what worldview, like actually articulates mine, other than I think consequences have actions. And like, it gets confusing with me engaging people that don't think like their actions have consequences, regardless of what they claim to be, whether they're far left, far right, religious, non-religious, is I think that's important to acknowledge, that our consequences in life have actions.
Yeah, it's absolutely, you know, everything that we do has consequences. I mean, going back to the textual analysis thing, these Abrahamic whatever books in any religious tome, right? You can go into Tibet. Well, sometimes if the Chinese let you go into Tibet and into the monasteries, just Google Tibetan monastery libraries, and they're freaking massive, huge things. And the thing is that our minds, they don't really see, they absolutely don't see reality. We only see representations of things, right? I forget what the study of that thing is, but when we look at anything like a flag, a word, a religious image, a brand logo, our brains they're not processing the color and the shape, right? We automatically assign meaning to them, emotions and stories and values, right? And so there's just no way of getting away from this sort of thing. We're never gonna see the territory. Never. It's not possible.
I don't know if Zachary will agree with me, man, but it was so cut and dry and clear when we were in the military. Like, you know, you had your chain of command, your orders, your teammates, you know, your support personnel, and everything with the whole world was based around that. We didn't have time to think about whether, you know, our leaders were being, you know, I don't know. That's how I remember it. I could be totally wrong, Zachary, but that's how I remember it. It wasn't like how it is now. We had a different view, I think, than a lot of people.
And Miguel, this is going to go full circle back to the ICE topic, right? Is that when you take non-professionals and put them in life or death jobs without the proper training, without the understanding, you know, that I think Zach was calling out, is that actions have serious, like, there are outcomes for your actions, and if you're not a trained professional, like a doctor or a service member in the military, then you should
I didn't hear any of that.
Yeah, I think I'm in a matrix or somebody else is.
No, it might be me. Is that better?
Yeah.
I was just saying, like, I think when you take, you know, going full circle to ICE, when you take people who are not trained, no.
That's gonna be.
I got a question for you. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
The way it was framed with life and death situations, like, I would challenge that. An example I'll use is, like, let's say somebody had this orientation in here, and I think it's worth talking about. Like, let's say a soldier comes back deployed, right? Comes back here, he's got PTSD. And so the framing I'll use for his PTSD, the soldier we're talking about, is he hasn't settled to where he can't necessarily distinguish between whether his life is in real threat or whether his life isn't. And that is a very common thing some of my brothers struggle with. And it's an incredibly scary thing to go through. And I'll talk about just the play out of it, not why it happens. I'm not an expert at this. But you take people that are in incredibly high-risk situations, a lot of stress, and they're really calm, and the way they act, and some of that is pairing to loyalty probably, because they're thinking about other people's interests and not their own first. And that is a key marker in some of my dudes as leaders and developing them, to where when I'm talking at them about their dudes, they don't split back to their dudes and blame their dudes, like they take it on the chin. And that's a key marker in their leadership, because the psychological piece to that is when that dude is in a firefight and when that dude's in combat, he's not thinking about whether he's going to take a round in the chest or die. He's more concerned about his dudes and maneuvering them to where that dude is not going to get stuck and freeze. He's going to be in video when it happens. I think a lot of that psychological pairing is deep binds and loyalty that sometimes can be really unhealthy, especially when people are losing lives. But here's the PTS portion. Somebody comes back, and this is a very normal experience for people to go through, to where they can't actually separate the two again, to where they can't function, and they'll even freeze in situations that aren't that high risk, but they were they were really good physically before, and all of a sudden they're not. Yeah. And so it causes these big gaps of insecurities of like you can turn in and be like, oh, am I courageous? Am I this? Am I that?
It really was funny. It's true. It is better than it is. It deserves more views. It deserves more views.
Praises to the beautiful angels of man. The whole earth reclothed with the rich adornments which all the arts have embroidered for her, will no longer be anything but a magnificent embroidered. back to John Kitover TV tonight.
Please, Matt, you heard about
Cannot trust our own brain. It's not a perfect fucking operating system. Right? When you put people in violent situations, which is what I experienced, but again, in civilian life, right? I was never a military guy. But if you put anybody in a violent situation, they're going to come out of it sometimes normal and sometimes really, really bad. It's just the brain that we're born with. Everybody, guys, everybody in this room. Like, the human mind is not perfect. It just doesn't function perfectly. You know, it's just not the perfect operating system.
Matthew, I appreciate you sharing that. You're a friend, very beautiful. I'm going to cut this in 3 topics real quick, Matthew. Like your connection to the amygdala, it's what I was talking about without the brain function piece. And I'm going to talk about that real quick. So it will get overactive in people that my peer group that come back and can't process necessarily, to where people are a threat to them. And what I think specifically is happening is they feel morally injured or a disconnect between people. And that is concerning.
Yeah. Sometimes if they're in that situation, you'll see them spaced out. Like, you can literally be talking, like, when if I don't take medicine, and if you put me in the wrong situation and you talk to me, I'll be so deep in my head I can't even talk to anyone. I'll be like spaced out, and my heart's like thumping, gung, 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 gung. And then Zachary, at the same time, I'll know, like, the frontal cortex will still be active. I'll know that it's complete nonsense. I hate myself for it. It's really weird, dude. It's really fucking weird.
Well,
it's horrific.
I'm very sympathetic to you, man. Like, you articulated, and I'll just land this point and not say the rest, because I think you're articulating something that is important. If we were to walk into AA rooms in your history that you just shared, I believe this to be true. Some of my friends have talked about it too, that, like, profession of trauma, but didn't start that way. We didn't start with perfect lives. I think it would be incredibly hard pre-18 to go through level of violence, whether it's rape, severe abuse, and all that stuff, and then function in reality and keep playing. And you're never going to hear out of my mouth that anything that I have ever experienced is even close to that. Because the advantage I have, and I recognize this advantage with all my drama being in, and then kind of coming apart and then put myself back together, is like I have peers that started with me to kind of know what's quote unquote normal at 18, 19, or 20. And that start in my life helps me ground in what quote unquote normal is. And not everybody started that way. And I don't actually think I would be alive if I played a suffering game early on outside the military, because I can lean on a lot of other things. I can even make excuses. Like, if somebody really wants to pretend that I'm abnormal, I just say I had a lot of head injuries, right? And it's true, I have. But there's different ways I can lean, and plus I can get medical treatment. And not everybody's within that. And that concerns me. And then there's young pups that grow out of these terrible families, jump into reality with the rest of us.
Yeah.
And they can't quite trust us, right?
No way, they can't. No way.
Yeah, and like, one thing that I love about me, even with all my insecurities, is like, I trust myself physically. And I trust myself physically to protect against somebody else. And so I don't have all these other insecurities to go along with my BS. And I recognize there's such a gap in that with me and some of my friends that I'm very thankful, even with all the damage that comes along in my career field. And I'm very compassionate to people outside that have some of the same diagnoses or tendencies or whatever that weren't playing in a group, if that makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
Or having to process what we're talking about on their own, running for 10 years. And like, I came in after Miguel, and like, there probably is a difference in the time we served, but for the brunt of it, and like my generation, like my exact generation of retirement, we're super confused, man, because we went from like one reality, a completely different culture. Like, I don't even know if I was in the United States over the last 22 years. Like, that's what I really feel. And then you come out after 4 years and you're just like, oh, is this what people talk about? Like, just in my personal, and this is not on Clubhouse, just my personal relationships with my friends, they complain so much that it's like depressing. Like, and it's normal. And it's like, oh shit, like I couldn't have functioned like this for like none of my dudes, like my dudes complained, but it was about like real shit. We'd laugh at it and then keep going.
That's what that book, the Iliad's all about, right? That ancient Greek book, amazing book. It starts off, this guy comes back from war and he just wants to fucking kill himself, kill everybody, just destroy it, because he's like, just, he can't understand himself, you know?
But I don't think a lot of people think that a lot of the veterans come back psychopaths. And like Zach hit it, and you guys hit it to a point that it's our amygdala and our reticular activating system is just on overdrive, because we suffered, whether it be, the traumatic event that he suffered or the experiences that, we may have had. And to come back to peace and quiet, to the calm of regular daily life, it's kind of foreign. It was very foreign to me initially.
It's shame more than anything. I think people with PTSD, they have shame. They can't. They know that they can see their thinking.
Well, there's a lot of guilt too. I have a lot of guilt.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah.
I want to speak to a psychopath specifically. I'm not sure. Like, I think clinically, the way they diagnose this is obviously antisocial criminal behavior. And then not everybody is playing criminal behavior early on. But there's a piece that I don't think we're recognizing about the human condition. Like, if you guys were young pups, right? I could teach you to turn it off and then turn it back on. And I wasn't aware that's what I was teaching. In my career, I was just falling into that of teaching people, in essence, how to turn it off and turn it back on. The danger is it comes back on. And so I think a lot of my peer group, I've gotten comfortable from having really close friends that turn it off and then they don't turn it back on, and then they try to engage their family. And like, they were with a woman for 8 years of their life, deeply loved that woman, and then all of a sudden, love is a foreign word from that man to that woman, and they don't recognize their kids, and there's a gap there, and that happens to people. And it's weird for me, like in my ranks, because I know this is a dude that I can trust with my life, and I know this good guy is incredibly loyal, but there's a disconnect between him and his family, and it's concerning because we played this game too long. But what is really weird is if you flash this forward dude or this guy forward 5 years, he got divorced, he refound a woman, he's madly in love, and he turned it back on, and his life continues on. Now, that specifically probably doesn't fit the bill for psychopathy. Like, he may be diagnosed in that window, turning it off and turning back on is a thing, and it can be taught. And some people cannot turn it back on. And I don't know really what that is. There's a trick to it. When I was 18 years old, I figured out the trick. And I think about this a lot, of how clever it was or how dumb I am. I was giving a shot to somebody, and I was completely fucking scared of needles, personally. And so when I was giving a shot to a person, I was shaking. And so what I convinced myself is I had to give a shot to like 50 people. And so I was like, oh, I don't like this person. And I quit shaking. And then I gave the shot. And then I was like, oh, this works. And so I was actually hijacking my system to give the shot. And that's where I first recognized, and I know this sounds really small, but I first recognized I could turn it off and turn it on so my body could function and I wouldn't shake. But I am literally turning it off and turning it back on in that situation. And people can do that at extremes.
That's interesting.
Yeah, well, it's a function thing because you're trying.
Because you're carrying too much and you're worried, yeah.
And you're trying to get the function out of your body, right?
Yeah.
So the end state for that is not, these are literally Americans, they're my brothers I'm giving shots to. You're trying to get your body not to shake so you can perform.
Yeah.
And so if I'm correcting dudes downrange, right, that's the correction I'm making based on function.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's something interesting in there, like within PTSD, because a lot of people that have it suffer from extreme shame, right, and guilt, and overload of it, like very, very, very tremendously badly. But there is a thought within PTSD where that person who suffers from it should say to themselves, I am evil. I'm gonna fucking kill everyone.
No, do not take my show's advice.
No. I've heard in a way, so that person who has PTSD can come away believing, actually I'm not that bad, because you know what, it takes like, if you really think about it, if someone, I know this sounds horrific, but if you try, if most people, if they try as hard as they can to be as evil as they possibly can, they honestly can't make a huge dent into the world. Like figures like Stalin or Hitler or something like that, these awful, horrendous things that some people have done. It's like 1 in a billion. I mean, some people that suffer with PTSD they're triggered by their own thoughts. Like they might just think something bad that they feel guilty about, and they chew over it for days and days and days and days and hours and hours and hours. And one of the first steps in actually treating PTSD is going to a specialist who doesn't make you feel bad about anything. They're like, that's perfectly normal. Like how you're feeling is exactly how your brain, a regular person's brain, would respond to traumatic events. So I mean, it's quite a detailed thing. I can probably throw a paper down below, but Miguel, I'm sorry if I said it the wrong way. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've come to find out in 15 years, man, that PTSD has a perfect shelf life. And yeah, man, you never know. You could be completely normal for years. You never know when it's going to rear its ugly head. It did to me in the last couple of years. It reared its ugly head, and a lot of it was the despair that I felt by not having a sense of, what's the word, having a purpose in life, because I had a purpose in life for a lot of my life. And then afterwards I did some stuff. I worked for the fire department as a paramedic, but then I left that and I've had no purpose. So I'm going back to nursing school, as some of you guys know. So I'm like in my second year of nursing school, and that's
count, right?
tomorrow.
Don't be a hater. You? Why are you laughing?
I'm laughing. It's like such a,
Freya. Yes, Habibi. What would you take?
I know what kind of man you are.
Am I?
What would you take, Freya? What was the question I was playing? Oh, if you were to go on a camping trip, who would be the one person you'd go with? Prince. I already told him. Oh, nice.
Wait, aren't you married?
Oh, what about Prince?
Hypothetical.
That's the main reason why I didn't pick her.
Prince, what about you? Prince. Prince. Oh, he's probably taking a shower. Also, you would take me? Ew, bitch, no. What the fuck? You have me as your concubine, bitch. And I have nothing to do with I don't want anything to do with that shit. No, who would you choose?
He said, is he dumb? I put an X.
Go, could you ask Nuda the question?
Nuda. Nuda. Who would you take on a camping trip in this room? Miss Bandura.
The Rose Anon.
What would you want all the most?
The Rose Anon. I would like to know who that is. I think I might know who it is.
Now, who would I take?
Hey, do you speak Farsi, sir? You?
Me?
Yeah, do you speak Farsi?
No. I know a little bit. Some words.
What's the Paki language that you know? Urdu. Nice.
You just know English, right?
No, yo hablo español.
Meow, could you come up?
Meow.
Hi, guys. Hi, how you doing?
Wait, this is the Afghan girl?
No.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm out of here, guys. I'm going to bed.
Bye. See you later.
Why did he come back? Wait, what the fuck? He didn't come back. He just left.
He's Coco.
No, he's not Coco.
Oh.
Coco's somebody else.
Sophie, what's up?
Not much, what about you?
I'm so hungry.
This is my last day on the app.
Bitch, you say that all the time. What happened today?
Let's talk about what happened today. Like, people want me today.
لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يؤوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل أعوذ برب الفلق من شر ما خلق ومن شر غاسق إذا وقب ومن شر النفاثات في العقد ومن شر حاسد إذا حسد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل أعوذ برب الناس ملك الناس إله الناس من شر الوسواس الخناس الذي يوسوس في صدور الناس من الجنة والناس بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم تبت يدا أبي لهب وتب ما أغنى عنه ماله وما كسب سيصلى نارا ذات لهب وامرأته حمالة الحطب في جيدها حبل من مسد بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إذا جاء نصر الله والفتح ورأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل يا أيها الكافرون لا أعبد ما تعبدون ولا أنتم عابدون ما أعبد ولا أنا عابد ما عبدتم ولا أنتم عابدون ما أعبد لكم دينكم ولي دين بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنا أعطيناك الكوثر فصل لربك وانحر إن شانئك هو الأبتر بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم أرأيت الذي يكذب بالدين فذلك الذي يدع اليتيم ولا يحض على طعام المسكين فويل للمصلين الذين هم عن صلاتهم ساهون الذين هم يراءون ويمنعون الماعون بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم لإيلاف قريش إيلافهم رحلة الشتاء والصيف فليعبدوا رب هذا البيت الذي أطعمهم من جوع وآمنهم من خوف بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ألم تر كيف فعل ربك بأصحاب الفيل ألم يجعل كيدهم في تضليل وأرسل عليهم طيرا أبابيل ترميهم بحجارة من سجيل فجعلهم كعصف مأكول بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ويل لكل همزة لمزة الذي جمع ماله وعدده يحسب أن ماله أخلده كلا لينبذن في الحطمة وما أدراك ما الحطمة نار الله الموقدة التي تطلع على الأفئدة إنها عليهم مؤصدة في عمد ممددة بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والعصر الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ألهاكم التكاثر حتى زرتم المقابر كلا سوف تعلمون ثم كلا سوف تعلمون كلا لو تعلمون علم اليقين لترون الجحيم ثم لترونها عين اليقين ثم لتسألن يومئذ عن النعيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. القارعة ما القارعة وما أدراك ما القارعة يوم يكون الناس كالفراش المبثوث وتكون الجبال كالعهن المنفوش فأما من ثقلت موازينه فهو في عيشة راضية وأما من خفت موازينه فأمه هاوية وما أدراك ما هي نار حامية. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والعاديات ضبحا فالموريات قدحا فالمغيرات صبحا فأثرن به نقعا فوسطن به جمعا إن الإنسان لربه لكنود وإنه على ذلك لشهيد وإنه لحب الخير لشديد أفلا يعلم إذا بعثر ما في القبور وحصل ما في الصدور إن ربهم بهم يومئذ لخبير. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إذا زلزلت الأرض زلزالها وأخرجت الأرض أثقالها وقال الإنسان ما لها يومئذ تحدث أخبارها بأن ربك أوحى لها يومئذ يصدر الناس أشتاتا ليروا أعمالهم فمن يعمل مثقال ذرة خيرا يره ومن يعمل مثقال ذرة شرا يره. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ياسين والقرآن الحكيم إنك لمن المرسلين على صراط مستقيم. تنزيل العزيز الرحيم. لتنذر قوما ما أنذر آباؤهم فهم غافلون. لقد حق القول على أكثرهم فهم لا يؤمنون. إنا جعلنا في أعناقهم أغلالا فهي إلى الأذقان فهم مقمحون. وجعلنا من بين أيديهم سدا ومن خلفهم سدا فأغشيناهم فهم لا يبصرون. وسواء عليهم أأنذرتهم أم لم تنذرهم لا يؤمنون. إنما تنذر من اتبع الذكر وخشي الرحمن بالغيب فبشره بمغفرة وأجر شيء أحصيناه في إمام مبين واضرب لهم مثلا أصحاب القرية إذ جاءها المرسلون إذ أرسلنا إليهم اثنين فكذبوهما فعززنا بثالث فقالوا إنا إليكم مرسلون قالوا ما أنتم إلا بشر مثلنا وما أنزل الرحمن من شيء إن أنتم إلا تكذبون قالوا ربنا يعلم إنا إليكم لمرسلون وما علينا إلا البلاغ المبين قالوا إنا تطيرنا بكم لئن لم تنتهوا لنرجمنكم وليمسنكم منا عذاب أليم قالوا طائركم معكم أئن ذكرتم بل أنتم قوم مسلمون.
Guys, I don't know if you're paying attention. The situation in Sudan is escalating. Millions are displaced. Thousands of... Surah 1, Al-Fatiha, the opening.
In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Praise be to Allah, the Lord of the entire universe, the most merciful, the most compassionate, the master of the day of recompense. You alone do we worship, and you alone do we turn for help. Direct us on the straight way, the way of those whom you have favored, who did not incur your wrath, who are not astray. Surah 2, Al-Baqarah, the cow. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Alif Lam Mim. This is the book of Allah. There's no doubt in it. It's a guidance for the pious. For those who believe in the existence of that which is beyond the reach of perception, who establish prayer and spend out of what we have provided them.
Chapter 1, the opening. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. All praise be to Allah, the Lord of the worlds, the most gracious, the most merciful, master of the day of judgment. You alone we worship, and you alone we seek for help. Guide us to the straight way, the way of those on whom you have bestowed your favor, not of those who earned your anger, nor of those who went astray. Chapter 2, the cow. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Alif Lam Mim. This is the book in which there is no doubt a guidance to those who fear Allah, who believe in the unseen and perform prayer and spend out of what we have provided for them, and who believe in that which has been revealed to you, O Muhammad, and in that which was sent down before you, and they believe with certainty in the hereafter. They are on true guidance from their Lord, and they are the successful. Indeed, those who disbelieve, it is the same to them whether you warn them or do not warn them. They will not believe. Allah has set a seal on their hearts and on their hearing, and on their eyes there is a covering. Theirs will be a terrible punishment. And of mankind, there are some hypocrites who say, we believe in Allah in the last day, while in fact they do not believe. They lie to Allah and those who believe, but they only lie to themselves and do not realize. In their hearts is a disease of doubt and hypocrisy, and Allah has increased their disease. A painful torment is theirs because they used to tell lies. And when it is said to them, do not make mischief on the earth, they say, we are only peacemakers. Indeed, they are the ones who make mischief, but they do not realize. And when it is said to them, believe as the people have believed, they say, shall we believe as the fools have believed? Indeed, they are the fools, but they do not know. And when they meet those who believe, they say, we believe. But when they are alone with their comrades, they say, truly, we are with you, we were only joking. Allah mocks them and increases them in their wrongdoings, so they wander blindly. These are they who have exchanged error for guidance, and so their trade was profitless, and they were not guided. Their likeness is as the resemblance of one who kindled a fire. Then, When it lit up everything around him, Allah took away their light and left them in darkness, so they could not see. They are deaf, dumb, and blind, so they do not return to the right path. All like a rainstorm from the sky, in which there is darkness, thunder, and lightning. They thrust their fingers in their ears to keep out the stunning thunderclap for fear of death. But Allah ever encompasses the disbelievers. The lightning almost snatches away their sight, and whenever it flashes, they walk through it, and when darkness covers them, they stand still. And if Allah willed, He could have taken away their hearing and their sight. Certainly, Allah has power over all things. O mankind, worship your Lord who created you and those who were before you, so that you may become of those who fear Allah, who has made the earth a resting place for you and the sky as a canopy, and sent down rain from the sky, and brought forth fruit as a provision for you. And do not set up rivals with Allah in worship, while you know full well that He alone has the right to be worshipped. And if you are in doubt concerning that which we have sent down to our slave Muhammad, then produce a chapter like it and call your witnesses besides Allah for help, if you are truthful. But if you do not do it, and you can never do it, then fear the fire, whose fuel is men and stones prepared for the disbelievers. And give glad tidings to those who believe and do righteous good deeds. For them will be gardens under which rivers flow. Every time they are provided with fruit, they will say, "This is what we were provided with before." And they will be given things in resemblance, and they shall have purified companions, and will abide there forever. Indeed, Allah is not ashamed to place forth a parable, even that of a mosquito or smaller than it. For those who believe, they know that it is the truth from their Lord. But as for those who disbelieve, they say, "What did Allah intend by this parable?" By it, He misleads many, and many He guides. And in so doing, He misleads only those who are rebellious. Those who break Allah's covenant after approving it, and sever what Allah has ordered to be joined, and do mischief on earth, it is they who are the losers. How can you disbelieve in Allah, seeing that you were dead and He gave you life? Then He will give you death, then again will bring you to life, and then to Him you will return. It is He who created for you all that is on the earth. Then He rose over towards the heavens in a manner which suits His majesty, and made them seven. And He is the all-knower of everything. And remember when your Lord said to the angels, "Verily, I am going to place mankind, generations after generations on earth." They said, "Will you place therein those who will make mischief there and shed blood, while we glorify you with praises and thanks and sanctify you?" Allah said, "I know that which you do not know." And He taught Adam all the names of everything, and He showed them to the angels and said, "Tell me the names of these if you are truthful." The angels said, "Glory be to you. We have no knowledge except what you have taught us. Indeed, it is you, the all-knower, the all-wise." Allah said, "O Adam, inform them of their names." And when He had informed them of their names, Allah said, "Did I not tell you that I know the unseen in the heavens and the earth? And I know what you reveal and what you conceal?" And remember when we said to the angels, "Bow down before Adam," and they bowed down, except Satan. He refused and was proud, and was one of those disobedient to Allah. And we said, "O Adam, dwell with your wife in paradise, and both of you eat freely with pleasure and delight of the things there, wherever you will. But do not come near this tree, or you will both be of the wrongdoers." But Satan made them fall from paradise, and removed them from the state in which they were in. We said, "Get down with hate between yourselves. On earth will be a dwelling place for you, and an enjoyment for a time." Then Adam received words from his Lord, and his Lord accepted his repentance. Indeed, He is the one who forgives, the most merciful. We said, "Get down from this paradise, and whenever there comes to you guidance from me, and whoever follows my guidance, there shall be no fear on them, nor shall they grieve. But those who disbelieve and contradict our proofs, such are the dwellers of the fire, and they shall abide there forever. O children of Israel, remember my favor which I bestowed upon you, and fulfill my covenant with you, so that I fulfill your covenant with me, and fear none but me. And believe in what I have sent down, confirming that which is with you, and do not be the first to disbelieve, and do not buy my verses for a meager price, and fear me and me alone. And do not mix truth with falsehood, nor conceal the truth while you know the truth, and establish prayer and give charity, and bow down in worship with those who bow. Do you enjoin righteousness on the people, and you forget to practice it yourselves while you recite the scriptures? Have you no sense? Seek help in patience and prayer, and truly it is hard, except for the humble, who are certain that they are going to meet their Lord, and that to Him they are going to return. O children of Israel, remember my favor which I granted you, and that I preferred you over all others of your time. And fear that day when no person shall avail another, Nor will intercession be accepted from him, nor will compensation be taken from him, and nor will he be helped. And remember when we delivered you from Pharaoh's people, who were afflicting you with a horrible torment, killing your sons and sparing your women. And in this there was a mighty trial from your Lord. And remember when we separated the sea for you, and saved you, and drowned Pharaoh's people, while you were looking at them, when the sea water covered them. And remember when we appointed for Moses 40 nights, and in his absence you took the calf for worship, and you were wrongdoers. But after that we forgave you, so that you might be grateful. And remember when we gave Moses the Torah and the commandments, so that you may be guided aright. And remember when Moses said to his people, O my people, indeed you have wronged yourselves by worshipping the calf. So turn in repentance to your Creator, and kill the wrongdoers among you. That would be better for you with your Lord. Then he accepted your repentance. Truly, he is the one who accepts repentance, the most merciful. And remember when you said, O Moses, we shall never believe in you till we see Allah plainly. But you were seized with a thunderbolt while you were looking. Then we raised you up after your death, so that you might be grateful. And we shaded you with clouds, and sent down on you manna and quails, saying, Eat of the good, lawful things we have provided for you. They did not wrong us, but they wronged themselves. And remember when we said, Enter this town Jerusalem, and eat bountifully there, with pleasure and delight wherever you wish. And enter the gate bowing with humility, and say, Forgive us. And we shall forgive you your sins, and shall increase the reward for the doers of good. But those who did wrong changed the word from that which had been told to them for another. So we sent upon the wrongdoers a punishment from the heavens because of their rebelling against Allah's obedience. And remember when Moses asked for water for his people, we said, Strike the stone with your stick. Then 12 springs gushed forth there. Each tribe of people knew its own place for water. Eat and drink of that which Allah has provided, and do not act corruptly, making mischief on the earth. And remember when you said, O Moses, we cannot endure one kind of food, so invoke your Lord to bring forth for us what the earth grows, its herbs, its cucumbers, its garlic, its lentils, and its onions. He said, Would you exchange that which is better for that which is worse? Go down to any town, and you shall find what you want. And they were covered with humiliation and misery, and they drew on themselves the wrath of Allah. That was because they used to disbelieve in the proofs of Allah, and they killed the prophets wrongfully. They disobeyed, and used to transgress bounds. Indeed, those who believe, and those who are Jews, Christians, Sabians, and whoever believes in Allah in the last day, and does righteous good deeds, shall have their reward with their Lord. On them shall be no fear, nor shall they grieve. And O children of Israel, remember when we took your covenant, and we raised Mount Sinai above you, saying, Hold fast to that which we have given you, and remember that which is there, so that you may become pious. But after that you turned away. Had it not been for the grace and mercy of Allah upon you, indeed you would have been among the losers. And indeed, you knew those amongst you who transgressed in the matter of the Sabbath. We said to them, Be you monkeys, despised and rejected. So we made this punishment an example to their own and to succeeding generations, and a lesson to those who are pious. And remember when Moses said to his people, Indeed, Allah commands that you slaughter a cow. They said, Do you make fun of us? He said, I take Allah's refuge from being among the ignorant. They said, Call upon your Lord for us, that he may make plain to us what it is. Moses said, He says, Indeed, it is a cow neither too old nor too young, but is between the two conditions, so do what you are commanded. They said, Call upon your Lord for us to make plain to us its color. Moses said, He says, It is a yellow cow, bright in its color, pleasing to beholders. They said, Call upon your Lord for us to make plain to us what it is. Indeed, to us all cows are alike, and surely if Allah wills, we will be guided. Moses said, He says, It is a cow neither trained to till the soil, nor water the fields, and without blemish, having no other color except bright yellow. They said, Now you have brought the truth. So they slaughtered it, though they were near to not doing so. And remember when you killed a man, and fell into dispute among yourselves as to the crime. But Allah brought forth that which you were hiding. So we said, Strike the dead man with a part of the sacrificed cow. Thus Allah brings the dead to life, and shows you his proofs, so that you may understand. Then after that your hearts were hardened, and became as stones, or even worse in hardness. And indeed there are stones out of which rivers gush forth, and there are some which split asunder, so that water flows from them, and some which fall in fear of Allah, and Allah is not unaware of what you do. Do you believers wish that they will believe in your religion in spite of the fact that a party of them used to hear the word of Allah, the Torah, and then used to change it knowingly after they understood it? And when they meet those who believe, they say, we believe. And when they meet one another in private, they say, will you tell them what Allah has revealed to you, so that they may argue with you about it before your Lord? Have you then no understanding? Do they not know that Allah knows what they conceal and what they reveal? And there are among them unlettered people who do not know the book, but they trust upon false desires, and they do nothing but guess. Then woe to those who write the book with their own hands and then say, this is from Allah, to purchase with it a little price. Woe to them for what their hands have written, and woe to them for that which they earn from it. And they say, the fire shall not touch us but for a few numbered days. Say, O Muhammad, have you taken a covenant from Allah, so that Allah will not break his covenant? Or is it that you attribute to Allah that which you do not know? Yes, whoever earns evil, and their sin has surrounded them, they are the dwellers of the fire. They will dwell there forever. And those who believe and do righteous good deeds, they are dwellers of paradise. They will dwell there forever. And remember when we took a covenant from the children of Israel, saying, worship none but Allah alone, and be dutiful and good to parents, and to kindred, and to orphans and the poor, and speak good to people, enjoin righteousness and forbid evil, and establish prayer and give charity. Then you turned away, except a few of you. You turned aside. And remember when we took your covenant, saying, do not shed the blood of your people, nor turn out your people from their own dwellings. Then you ratified this, and you bore witness to it. After this, it is you who kill one another, and drive out a party of yourselves from their homes, assist their enemies against them in sin and transgression. And if they come to you as captives, you ransom them, although their expulsion was forbidden to you. So do you believe in a part of the scripture and reject the rest? Then what is the recompense of those who do so among you, except disgrace in the life of this world? And on the day of resurrection, they shall be consigned to the most grievous torment. Allah is not unaware of what you do. They are those who have brought the life of this world at the price of the hereafter. Their torment shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped. And indeed, we gave Moses the book, and a succession of messengers followed on. We gave Jesus, the son of Mary, clear signs, and supported him with Gabriel. So is it that whenever a messenger came to you with what you yourselves did not desire, you grew arrogant? Some you disbelieved, and some you killed. And they say, our hearts do not hear or understand Allah's word. No, Allah has cursed them for their disbelief. So little is that which they believe. And when there came to them a book from Allah, confirming what was with them, and the gospel, although formerly they had invoked Allah in order to gain victory over those who disbelieved, when there came to them that which they recognized, they disbelieved in it. So let the curse of Allah be on the disbelievers. How miserable is that for which they have sold themselves, that they should disbelieve in that which Allah has revealed, grudging that Allah should reveal of his grace to whom he wills of his slaves. They have drawn on themselves wrath upon wrath.
This room is my prison. I'll take it. It's a better prison room than most prison rooms.
Believe in what Allah has sent down. They say, we believe in what was sent down to us. And they disbelieve in that which came after it, while it is the truth, confirming what is with them. Say, O Muhammad, why then have you killed the prophets of Allah before, if you were indeed believers? And indeed Moses came to you with clear proofs, yet you worshipped the calf after he left, and you were wrongdoers. And remember when we took your covenant, and we raised Mount Sinai above you, saying, hold firmly to that which we have given you, and hear our word. They said, we have heard and disobeyed. And their hearts absorbed the worship of the calf because of their disbelief. Say, evil indeed is that which your belief enjoins on you, if you are believers. Say to them, if the home of the hereafter with Allah is for you especially, and not for others of mankind, then long for death, if you are truthful. But they will never long for it, because of what their hands have done. And Allah is all aware of the wrongdoers. And indeed, you will find them the greediest of mankind for life, and even greedier than those who ascribe partners to Allah. Every one of them wishes that he could be given a life of 1,000 years. But the grant of such life will not save him, even a little, from due punishment. And Allah is all-seer of what they do. Say, O Muhammad, whoever is an enemy to Gabriel, let him die in his fury, for indeed he has brought this Quran down to your heart by Allah's permission, confirming what came before it, and bringing guidance and glad tidings for the believers. Whoever is an enemy to Allah, his angels, his messengers, the angels Gabriel and Michael, then indeed Allah is an enemy to the disbelievers. And we have sent down to you manifest proofs, and none disbelieve in them but the rebellious. Is it not the case that every time they make a covenant, some party among them throw it aside? No, the truth is that most of them do not believe. And when there there came to them a messenger from Allah, confirming what was with them. A party of those who were given the scripture threw away the book of Allah behind their backs as if they did not know. They followed what the devils gave out falsely of magic in the lifetime of Solomon. Solomon did not disbelieve, but the devils disbelieved, teaching men said magic and such things that came down at Babylon to the two angels Harut and Marut. But neither of these two angels taught anyone such things, till they had said, "We are only for trial, so do not disbelieve by learning this magic from us." And from these angels people learned that by which causes separation between a man and his wife, but they could not harm anyone except by Allah's leave. And they learned that which harms them and does not benefit them. And indeed, they knew that the buyers of magic would have no share in the hereafter. And how miserable was that for which they sold themselves, if they but knew. And if they had believed and guarded themselves from evil and kept their duty to Allah, far would have been their reward from their Lord, if they but knew. O you who believe, do not say unclear things, but say, "Make us understand and hear." And for the disbelievers, there is a painful torment. Neither those who disbelieve among the people of the scripture, nor the disbelievers, wish that there should be sent down to you any good from your Lord. But Allah chooses for his mercy whom he wills, and Allah is the owner of great bounty. Whatever a verse and revelation we abrogate or cause to be forgotten, we bring a better one or one similar to it. Do you not know that Allah is able to do all things? Do you not know that it is Allah to whom belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth? And besides Allah, you have neither any protector nor any helper. Or do you want to question Muhammad as Moses was questioned before? He who changes his faith for disbelief. Indeed, he has gone astray from the right path. Many of the people of the scripture wish they could turn you away to disbelief after you have believed, out of envy from themselves, even after the truth has become manifest to them. But forgive and overlook until Allah brings his command. Indeed, Allah is able to do all things. And perform prayer and give charity, and whatever of good deeds Allah loves, send them forth for yourselves before you. You shall find them with Allah. Certainly, Allah is all-seer of what you do. And they say, none shall enter paradise unless he be a Jew or a Christian. Are their own desires. Say, O Muhammad, produce your proof if you are truthful. Yes, but whoever submits themselves to Allah and is a doer of good, then his reward is with Allah. On such shall be no fear, nor shall they grieve. The Jews said that the Christians follow nothing, and the Christians said that the Jews follow nothing, though they both recite the scripture. Thus say those who have no knowledge, just as they say. Allah will judge between them on the day of resurrection about that which they have been differing over. And who is more unjust than those who forbid that Allah's name be glorified and mentioned much in Allah's mosques, and instead strive for their ruin? It was not fitting that such should enter them except in fear. For them there is disgrace in this world, and they will have a great torment in the hereafter. And to Allah belongs the east and the west. So wherever you turn yourselves or your faces, there is the face of Allah. Surely Allah is all sufficient for his creatures' needs, all-knowing. And they say, Allah has begotten a son, glory be to him, exalted be he above all that they associate with him. No, to him belongs all that is in the heavens and on the earth, and all surrender with obedience to him, the originator of the heavens and the earth. When he decrees a matter, he only says to it, be, and it is. And those who have no knowledge say, why does Allah not speak to us face to face? Or why does a sign not come to us? So said the people before them with words of similar import. Their hearts are alike. We have made plain the signs for people who believe with certainty. Indeed, we have sent you, O Muhammad, with the truth of Islam, a bringer of glad tidings and a warner. And you will not be asked about the dwellers of the blazing fire. Never will the Jews or the Christians be pleased with you, O Muhammad, till you follow their religion. Say, indeed, the guidance of Allah is the only guidance. And if you, O Muhammad, were to follow their desires after what you have received of knowledge, then you would have, against Allah, neither any guardian nor any helper. Those to whom we gave the book, the Torah, follow it as it should be followed. They are the ones that believe therein. And whoso disbelieves in it, those are they who are the losers. O children of Israel, remember my favor which I bestowed upon you, and that I preferred you above all others of your time in the past. And fear that day when no person shall avail another, nor shall compensation be accepted from him, nor shall intercession be of use to him, nor shall he be helped. And remember when the Lord of Abraham tried him with certain commands, which he fulfilled. Allah said to him, indeed, I am going to make you a prophet of mankind. Abraham said, and of my offspring? Allah said, "My covenant is not within the reach of the wrongdoers." And remember when we made the sacred house at Mecca a place of resort for mankind and a place of safety, and take the place of Abraham as a place of prayer. And we commanded Abraham and Ishmael that they should purify my house for those who are circumambulating it, or staying, bowing, or prostrating themselves there in prayer. And remember when Abraham said, "My Lord, make this city a place of security, and provide its people with fruit, such of them as believe in Allah in the last day." Allah answered, "As for him who disbelieves, I shall leave him in contentment for a while. Then I shall compel him to the torment of the fire, and worst indeed is that destination." And remember when Abraham and his son Ishmael were raising the foundations of the house, saying, "Our Lord, accept this service from us. Indeed, you are the all-hearer, the all-knower. Our Lord, make us submissive to you, and make our offspring a nation submissive to you, and show us the ceremonies of pilgrimage, and accept our repentance. Truly, you are the one who accepts repentance, the most merciful. Our Lord, send amongst them a messenger of their own, who shall recite to them your verses, and instruct them in the book and knowledge, and sanctify them. Indeed, you are the Almighty, the All-Wise. And who turns away from the religion of Abraham, except him who fools himself? Truly, we choose him in this world, and indeed, in the hereafter, he will be among the righteous. When his Lord said to him, "Submit," he said, "I have submitted myself as a Muslim to the Lord of the worlds." And this was enjoined by Abraham upon his sons, and by Jacob, saying, "O my sons, Allah has chosen for you the true religion, so do not die except in the faith of Islam." Or were you witnesses when death approached Jacob, when he said to his sons, "What will you worship after me?" They said, "We shall worship your God, the God of your fathers, Abraham, Ishmael, and Isaac. One God, and to him we submit." That was a nation that has passed away. They shall receive the reward of what they earned, and you of what you earn. And you will not be asked about what they used to do. And they say, "Be Jews or Christians, then you will be guided." Say to them, O Muhammad, "No, we only follow the religion of Abraham, Islam, and he was not of those who worshipped others along with Allah." Say, O Muslims, "We believe in Allah, and that which has been sent down to us, and that which has been sent down to Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, Jacob, and to the 12 sons of Jacob, and that which has been given to Moses, Jesus, and that which has been given to the prophets from their Lord. We make no distinction between any of them, and to him we have submitted in Islam." So if they believe in the like of that which you believe in, then they are rightly guided. But if they turn away, then they are only in opposition. So Allah will suffice you against them, and he is the all-hearer, the all-knower. Our religion is the religion of Islam, and which religion can be better than Allah's? And we are his worshippers. Say, O Muhammad, do you dispute with us about Allah, even though he is our Lord and your Lord? We are to be rewarded for our deeds, and you for your deeds, and we are sincere to him in worship and obedience. Or do you say that Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, Jacob, and the 12 sons of Jacob were Jews or Christians? Say, do you know better, or does Allah? And who is more unjust than he who conceals the testimony he has heard from Allah? And Allah is not unaware of what you do. That was a nation that has passed away. They shall receive the reward of what they earned, and you of what you earn. And you will not be asked about what they used to do. The fools among the people will say, "What has turned them from their prayer direction towards Jerusalem, to which they used to face in prayer?" Say, O Muhammad, to Allah belongs both the east and the west. He guides whom he wills to a straight way. Thus, we have made you a just nation, that you be witnesses over mankind, and the messenger Muhammad be a witness over you. And we made the prayer direction towards Jerusalem, which you used to face, only to test those who followed the messenger Muhammad from those who would turn on their heels and disobey the messenger. Indeed, it was difficult except for those whom Allah guided. And Allah would never make your prayers be lost. Truly, Allah is full of kindness, the most merciful toward mankind. Indeed, O Muhammad, we have seen the turning of your face towards the heaven. Surely we shall turn you to a prayer direction that shall surely please you. So turn your face in the direction of the sacred mosque at Mecca. And wherever your people are, turn your faces in prayer in that direction. Certainly the people who were given the scripture know well that this is the truth from their Lord, and Allah is not unaware of what they do. And even if you were to bring to the people of the scripture all the proofs, they would not follow your prayer direction, nor are you going to follow theirs. And they will not follow each other's prayer directions. Indeed, if you follow their desires after that which you have received of knowledge from Allah, then indeed you will be one of the wrongdoers. we gave the scripture recognize it as they recognize their own sons. But indeed, a party of them conceal the truth while they know it. This is the truth from your Lord. So do not be one of those who doubt. For every nation, there is a direction to which they face in their prayers. So hasten towards all that is good. Wherever you may be, Allah will bring you together on the day of resurrection. Truly, Allah is able to do all things. And from wherever you start forth for prayer, turn your face in the direction of the sacred mosque at Mecca. This is indeed the truth from your Lord, and Allah is not unaware of what you do. And from wherever you start forth for prayer, turn your face in the direction of the sacred mosque at Mecca. And wherever you are, turn your faces towards it when you pray, so that men may have no argument against you, except those of them that are wrongdoers. So do not fear them, but fear me, so that I may complete my blessings on you, and that you may be guided. Similarly, we have sent among you a messenger of your own, reciting to you our verses and sanctifying you, and teaching you the Quran and knowledge, and teaching you that which you did not know. Therefore, remember me, and I will remember you, and be grateful to me, and never be ungrateful to me. O you who believe, seek help in patience and prayer. Truly, Allah is with the patient ones. And do not say of those who are killed in the way of Allah, they are dead. No, they are living, but you do not realize. And certainly, we shall test you with something of fear, hunger, loss of wealth, lives, and fruit. But give glad tidings to the patient ones, who, when afflicted with calamity, say, truly, to Allah we belong, and truly to Him we shall return. They are those on whom are the blessings from their Lord, and they are those who receive His mercy, and it is they who are the guided ones. Indeed, Safa and Marwa are the symbols of Allah. So it is not a sin on him who performs Hajj or Umrah of the house to perform the circuit between them. And whoever does good voluntarily, then indeed Allah is all-recognizer, all-knower. Indeed, those who conceal the clear proof, evidences, and the guidance which we have sent down, after we have made it clear for the people in the book, they are the ones cursed by Allah, and cursed by the cursers. Except those who repent and do righteous deeds and openly declare the truth, I will accept their repentance. And I am the one who accepts repentance, the most merciful. Indeed, those who disbelieve and die while they are disbelievers, it is they on whom is the curse of Allah, and of the angels, and of mankind combined. They will abide there under the curse in hell. Their punishment will neither be lightened, nor will they be reprieved. And your God is one God. There is none who has the right to be worshipped but He, the most gracious, the most merciful. Indeed, in the creation of the heavens and the earth, and in the alternation of night and day, and the ships which sail through the sea with that which is of use to mankind, and the rain which Allah sends down from the sky, and with it makes the earth alive after its death, and the living creatures of all kinds that He has scattered there, and in the veering of winds and clouds, which are held between the sky and the earth, are indeed signs for people of understanding. And of mankind are some who take for worship others besides Allah, as rivals to Allah. They love them as they love Allah. But those who believe love Allah more than anything else. If only those who do wrong could see when they will see the torment, that all power belongs to Allah, and that Allah is severe in punishment. When those who were followed disown and declare themselves innocent of those who followed them, and when they see the torment, then all their relations will be cut off from them. And those who followed will say, if only we had one more chance to return to the world, we would disown them as they have disowned us. Thus, Allah will show them their deeds as regrets for them, and they will never get out of the fire. O mankind, eat of that which is lawful and good on the earth, and do not follow the footsteps of... Indeed, he is to you an open enemy. Satan commands for you only what is evil and sinful, and that you should say against Allah what you do not know. When it is said to them, follow what Allah has sent down, they say, no, we shall follow what we found our fathers following, even though their fathers did not understand anything and were not guided. And the example of those who disbelieve is as that of him who shouts to a flock of sheep that hears nothing but calls and cries. They are deaf, dumb, and blind, and so they do not understand. O you who believe, eat of the lawful things that we have provided for you, and be grateful to Allah, if it is indeed He whom you worship. He has forbidden for you only the dead animals and blood, and the flesh of swine, and that which is slaughtered as a sacrifice for others than Allah. Nothing but if one is forced by necessity, without willful disobedience, and without transgressing due limits, then there is no sin on him. Truly, Allah is oft forgiving, most merciful. Indeed, those who conceal what Allah has sent down of the book and purchase a small game with it, they swallow into their bellies nothing but fire. Allah will not speak to them on the day of resurrection, nor purify them, and theirs will be a painful torment. They are those who have purchased error for the price of guidance, and torment for the price of forgiveness. How bold they are for the evil deeds which will push them to the fire. That is because Allah has sent down the Quran in truth, and those who dispute it as regards the book are far away in opposition. It is not piety that you turn your faces towards the east or west in prayer, but piety is the quality of one who believes in Allah, the last day, the angels, the book, the prophets, and gives his wealth, in spite of his love for it, to the kindred, to the orphans, to the poor, to the wayfarer, and to those who ask, and to set slaves free, performs prayer, and gives charity, and who fulfills his covenant when he makes it, and who is a patient one in extreme poverty and disease, and at a time of fighting during battle. Such are the people of the truth, and they are pious. O you who believe, the law of equality and punishment is prescribed for you in the case of murder. The free for the free, the slave for the slave, and the female for the female. But if the killer is forgiven by the blood money or the relatives of the killed against blood money, then adhering to it with fairness, payment of the blood money to the heir should be made in fairness. This is an alleviation and a mercy from your Lord. So after this, whoever transgresses the limits and kills the killer after taking the, he shall have a painful torment. And there is saving of life for you in the law of equality and punishment, O men of understanding, that you may become pious. It is prescribed for you when death approaches any of you, if he leaves wealth, that he makes a gift to parents and next of kin according to reasonable manners. This is a duty upon the pious. And whoever changes the gift after hearing of it, the sin shall be on those who make the change. Truly Allah is all hearer, all knower. But he who fears some unjust act or wrongdoing from a testator, and so makes peace between the parties concerned, there shall be no sin on him. Certainly, Allah is oft forgiving, most merciful. O you who believe, observing the fast is prescribed for you, as it was prescribed for those before you, that you may become pious. Fast for a fixed number of days. But if any of you is ill or on a journey, the same number should be made up from other days. As for those who fast with difficulty, they have a choice either to fast or to feed a poor person for every day. But whoever does good of his own accord, it is better for him, and it is better for you that you fast, if only you knew. The month of Ramadan, in which the Quran was revealed, is a guidance for mankind and clear proof for the guidance and the criterion between right and wrong. So whoever of you sights the crescent on the first night of the month of Ramadan, he must observe the fasts that month. And whoever is ill or on a journey, the same number of days which one did not observe fasts must be made up from other days. Allah intends for you ease, and he does not want to make things difficult for you. He wants that you the same number of days, and that you magnify Allah for having guided you, so that you may be grateful to him. And when my slaves ask you, O Muhammad, concerning me, then answer them that I am indeed near to them. I respond to the call of the supplicant when he calls on me without any mediator or intercessor. So let them obey me and believe in me, so that they may be led aright. It is made lawful for you to have sexual relations with your wives on the night of the fasts. They are a cover for you, and you are the same for them. Allah knows that you used to deceive yourselves, so he turned to you and accepted your repentance and forgave you. So have sexual relations with them, and seek that which Allah has ordained for you of offspring. And eat and drink until the white thread of light of dawn appears to you distinct from the black thread of the darkness of night. And then complete your fast till the nightfall. In the mosque, do not have sexual relations with your wives while you are in residence in the mosques. These are the limits set by Allah, so do not approach them. Thus does Allah make clear his proofs to mankind, that they may become pious. And do not consume one another's property unjustly, nor give bribery to the rulers and judges, that you may knowingly eat up a part of the property of others sinfully. They ask you, O Muhammad, about the new moons. Say, these are signs to mark fixed periods of time for mankind and for the pilgrimage. It is not piety that you enter houses from the back, but piety is for him who fears Allah. So enter houses through their proper doors, to Allah, that you may be successful. And fight in the way of Allah those who fight you, but do not transgress the limits. Truly Allah does not like the transgressors. And kill them wherever you find them, and turn them out from where they have turned you out. Suffering is worse than killing. And do not fight with them at the sacred mosque, unless they first fight you there. But if they attack you, kill them. Such is the recompense of the disbelievers. But if they cease, then Allah is oft forgiving, most merciful. and fight them until there is no more suffering and worship is for Allah alone. But if they cease, let there be no hostility except against the oppressors. The sacred month for the sacred month, and then for the prohibited things, there is the law of equality. So whoever transgresses the prohibition against you, you transgress likewise against him. And fear Allah, and know that Allah is with the pious. And spend in the cause of Allah, and do not throw yourselves into destruction, and do good. Truly, Allah loves the good doers. And perform properly the Hajj and Umrah for Allah. But if you are prevented, sacrifice an animal such as you can afford, and do not shave your heads until the animal reaches the place of sacrifice. And whosoever of you is ill, or has an ailment in his scalp, he must pay a ransom of either observing fasts of 3 days, or giving charity, or offering sacrifice. Then, if you are in safety, and whoever performs the Umrah in the months of Hajj, before performing the Hajj, he must slaughter an animal such as he can afford. But if he cannot afford it, he should observe fasts for 3 days during the Hajj, and 7 days after his return to home, making 10 days in all. This is for him whose family is not present at the sacred mosque. And fear Allah much, and know that Allah is severe in punishment. The Hajj pilgrimage is in the well-known months. So whoever intends to perform Hajj there by assuming Ihram, he should not have sexual relations with his wife, nor commit sin, nor dispute unjustly during the Hajj. And whatever good you do, be sure Allah knows it, and take a provision with you for the journey. But the best provision is righteousness. So fear me, O men of understanding. There is no sin on you if you seek the bounty of your Lord during pilgrimage by trading. Then, when you leave Arafat, remember Allah by glorifying his praises at the sacred monument. And remember him as he has guided you, and indeed you were before of those who were astray. Then, depart from the place where all the people depart, and ask Allah for his forgiveness. Truly, Allah is oft forgiving, most merciful. So when you have accomplished your rites, remember Allah as you used to remember your forefathers, but with far more remembrance. But of mankind, there are some who say, Our Lord, give us your bounties in this world, and for such there will be no portion in the hereafter. And of them there are some who say, Our Lord, give us in this world that which is good, and in the hereafter that which is good, and save us from the torment of the fire. For them there will be allotted a share for what they have earned, and Allah is swift at reckoning. And remember Allah during the appointed days. But whoever hastens to leave in 2 days, there is no sin on him, and whoever stays on, there is no sin on him, if his aim is to do good and obey Allah and fear him. And know that you will surely be gathered to him. And of mankind there is he whose speech may please you, O Muhammad, in this worldly life. And he calls Allah to witness to that which is in his heart, yet he is the most quarrelsome of the opponents. And when he turns away from you, his effort in the land is to make mischief, and to destroy the crops and the cattle, and Allah does not like mischief. And when it is said to him, Fear Allah, he is led by arrogance to more crimes. So hell is enough for him, and worst indeed is that place to rest. And of mankind is he who would sell himself, seeking the pleasure of Allah, and Allah is full of kindness to his slaves. O you who believe, enter perfectly in Islam, and do not follow the footsteps of Satan. Indeed, he is to you a plain enemy. Then, if you slide back after the clear signs have come to you, then know that Allah is almighty, all-wise. Do they then wait for anything other than that Allah should come to them in the shadows of the clouds and the angels? Then the case would already be judged, and to Allah return all matters for decision. Ask the children of Israel how many clear proofs we gave them, and whoever changes Allah's favor after it had come to him, then surely Allah is severe in punishment. Beautified is the life of this world for those who disbelieve, and they mock at those who believe. But those who obey Allah's orders and keep away from what he has forbidden will be above them on the day of resurrection. And Allah gives of his bounty on the day of resurrection to whom he wills without limit. Mankind was one nation, and Allah sent prophets with glad tidings and warnings. And with them he sent the scripture in truth to judge between a people in matters in which they differed. And only those to whom the scripture was given differed concerning it after clear proofs had come to them through hatred one to another. Then Allah, by his leave, guided those who believed to the truth of that in which they differed. And Allah guides whom he wills to a straight path. Or do you think that you will enter paradise without such trials as came to those who passed away before you? They were afflicted with severe poverty and ailments, and were so shaken that even the messenger and those who believed along with him said, When will the help of Allah come? Yes, certainly the help of Allah is near. They ask you, O Muhammad, what they should spend. Say, Whatever you spend of good must be for your parents and kindred, and the orphans and the poor and the wayfarers. And whatever you do of good deeds, truly Allah knows them well. Fighting in Allah's cause is ordained for you Muslims, even though you dislike it. And it may be that you dislike a thing which is good for you, and that you like a thing which is bad for you. Allah knows, but you do not know. They ask you concerning fighting in the sacred months. Say, fighting then is a great transgression. But a greater transgression with Allah is to prevent mankind from following the way of Allah, to disbelieve in Him, to prevent access to the sacred mosque in Mecca, and to drive out its inhabitants. And suffering is worse than killing. They will never cease fighting you until they turn you back from your religion if they can. And whoever of you turns back from his religion and dies as a disbeliever, then his deeds will be lost in this life and in the hereafter, and they will be the dwellers of the fire. They will abide there forever. Indeed, those who have believed and those who have immigrated for Allah's religion and have striven hard in the way of Allah, they all hope for Allah's mercy, and Allah is oft forgiving, most merciful. They ask you, O Muhammad, concerning alcoholic drink and gambling. Say, in them is a great sin, and some benefit for men, but the sin is greater than their benefits. And they ask you what they ought to spend. Say, that which is beyond your needs. Thus Allah makes clear to you His laws, in order that you may give thought. On this worldly life, and in the hereafter, they ask you concerning orphans. Say, the best thing is to work honestly in their property. And if you mix your affairs with theirs, then they are your brother. And Allah knows him who means mischief from him who means good. And if Allah had wished, He could have put you into difficulties. Truly, Allah is almighty, all-wise. And do not marry unbelieving pagan women until they believe and worship Allah alone. And indeed, a slave woman who believes is better than a free idolatress, even though she pleases you. And do not give your daughters in marriage to the idolaters until they believe in Allah alone. And indeed, a believing slave is better than a free idolater, even though he pleases you. These idolaters invite you to the fire, but Allah invites you to paradise and forgiveness by His leave, and makes His proofs clear to mankind, so that they may remember. They ask you concerning menstruation. Say, it is an impure thing. Therefore, keep away from women during their menses, and do not go to them until they are purified. And when they have purified themselves, then go to them as Allah has ordained for you. Truly, Allah loves those who turn to Him in repentance, and loves those who purify themselves. Your wives are a tilth for you, so go to your tilth when or how you will, and send good deeds before you for your own selves. And fear Allah, and know that you are to meet Him in the hereafter, and give good tidings to the believers. And do not make Allah's name an excuse in your oaths against your doing good and acting piously and making peace among mankind. And Allah is all-hearer, all-knower. Allah will not call you to account for that which is unintentional in your oaths, but He will call you to account for that which your hearts have earned. Allah is oft forgiving, most forbearing. Those who take an oath not to have sexual relation with their wives must wait 4 months. Then, if they return, indeed Allah is oft forgiving, most merciful. And if they decide upon divorce, then Allah is the all-hearer, all-knower. And divorced women shall wait for 3 menstrual periods, and it is not lawful for them to conceal what Allah has created in their wombs, if they believe in Allah in the last day. And their husbands have the better right to take them back in that prescribed time, if they wish for reconciliation. And women have rights similar to those of their husbands over them to what is reasonable, but men have a degree of responsibility over them, and Allah is almighty, all-wise. The divorce is permissible twice. After that, either you retain her on reasonable terms or release her with kindness. And it is not lawful for you men to take back from your wives any of your bridal money which you have given them, except when both parties fear that they will be unable to keep the limits ordained by Allah. Then if you fear that they would not be able to keep the limits ordained by Allah, then there is no sin on either of them if she gives back for her divorce. These are the limits ordained by Allah, so do not transgress them. And whoever transgresses the limits ordained by Allah, then such are the wrongdoers. And if he has divorced her for the 3rd time, then she is not lawful to him afterwards until she has married another man. Then, if the other husband divorces her, it is no sin on both of them that they reunite, provided they feel that they can keep the limits ordained by Allah. These are the limits of Allah, which He makes plain for the people who have knowledge. And when you have divorced women and they have fulfilled the term of their prescribed period, either take them back on a reasonable basis or set them free on a reasonable basis. But do not take them back to hurt them. And whoever does that, then he has wronged himself. And do not treat the laws of Allah as a jest, but remember Allah's favors on you, and that which He has sent down to you of the book and knowledge, whereby He instructs you. And fear Allah, and know that Allah is all aware of everything. And when you have divorced women, and they have fulfilled the term of their prescribed time, do not prevent them from marrying their former husbands, if they mutually agree on a reasonable basis. This instruction is an admonition for him among you who believes in Allah in the last day. That is more virtuous and purer for you. Allah knows, and you do not know. The mother shall suckle their children for 2 whole years, for those who desire to complete the term of suckling. But the father of the child shall bear the cost of the mother's food and clothing on a reasonable basis. No man shall have a burden laid on him greater than he can bear. No mother shall be treated unfairly on account of her child, nor a father on account of his child. And on the father's heir is incumbent the like of that which was incumbent on the father. If they both decide on weaning by mutual consent, and after due consultation, there is no sin on them. And if you decide on a foster suckling mother for your children, there is no sin on you, provided you pay the mother what you agreed to give her on a reasonable basis. And fear Allah, and know that Allah is all-seer of what you do. And those of you who die and leave wives behind them, the wives shall wait as regards their marriage for 4 months and 10 days. Then, when they have fulfilled their term, there is no sin on you if the wives dispose of themselves in a just and honorable manner. And Allah is well acquainted with what you do. And there is no sin on you if you make a hint of betrothal or conceal it in yourself. Allah knows that you will remember them. But do not make a promise of contract with them in secret, unless you speak an honorable saying according to the Islamic law. And do not consummate the marriage until the term prescribed is fulfilled. And know that Allah knows what is in your minds, so fear him. And know that Allah is oft forgiving, most forbearing. There is no sin on you if you divorce women, while yet you have not touched them, nor appointed to them their bridal money. But bestow on them a suitable gift, the rich according to his means, and the poor according to his means. A gift of a reasonable amount is a duty on the doers of good. And if you divorce them before you have touched them, and you have appointed to give them the bridal money, then pay half of it, unless the woman agrees to forego it, or the husband, in whose hands is the marriage tie, agrees to forego it, and gives her the full appointed bridal money. And to forego and give is nearer to piety. And do not forget kindness between yourselves. Truly Allah is all-seer of what you do. Strictly guard the prayers, especially the middle prayer, and stand before Allah with obedience. And if you fear an enemy, perform prayer on foot or while riding. And when you are in safety, offer the prayer in the manner he has taught you, which you did not know before. And those of you who die and leave behind wives should bequeath for their wives a year's maintenance and residence without turning them out. But if they leave, there is no sin on you for that which they do of themselves, provided it is honorable. And Allah is almighty, all-wise. And for divorced women, maintenance should be provided on a reasonable scale. This is a duty on the pious. Thus, Allah makes clear his laws to you, in order that you may understand. Did you, O Muhammad, not think of those who went forth from their homes in thousands, fearing death? Allah said to them, die, and then he restored them to life. Truly, Allah is full of bounty to mankind, but most men are thankless. Fight in the way of Allah, and know that Allah is all-hearer, all-knower. Who is he that will lend to Allah a goodly loan, so that he may multiply it to him many times over? And it is Allah that decreases or increases your provisions, and to him you shall return. Have you not thought about the group of the children of Israel after Moses, when they said to a prophet of theirs, appoint for us a king, and we will fight in Allah's way? He said, would you then refrain from fighting, if fighting was prescribed for you? They said, why would we not fight in Allah's way, when we have been driven out of our homes, and our children have been taken as captives? But when fighting was ordered for them, they turned away, all except a few of them. And Allah is all aware of the wrongdoers. And their prophet Samuel said to them, indeed, Allah has appointed Saul as a king over you. They said, how can he be a king over us, when we are better fitted than him for the kingdom, and he has not been given enough wealth? He said, indeed, Allah has chosen him above you, and has increased him abundantly in knowledge and stature. And Allah grants his kingdom to whom he wills. And Allah is all-sufficient for his creatures' needs, all-knower. And their prophet Samuel said to them, indeed, the sign of his kingdom is that there shall come to you a wooden box, in which is peace and reassurance from your Lord, and a remnant of that which Moses and Aaron left behind, carried by the angels. Indeed, in this is a sign for you, if you are indeed believers. Then when Saul set out with the army, he said, indeed, Allah will try you by a river. So whoever drinks from it, he is not of me, and whoever does not taste of it, he is of me, except him who takes from it in the hollow of his hand. Yet they drank from it all, except a few of them. So when he had crossed the river, he and those who believed with him, they said, We have no power this day against Goliath and his hosts. But those who knew with certainty that they were to meet their Lord said, how often a small group has overcome a mighty host by Allah's leave, and Allah is with the patient ones. And when they advanced to meet Goliath and his forces, they said, our Lord, pour forth on us patience, and make us victorious over the disbelieving people. So they routed them by Allah's leave, and David killed Goliath, and Allah gave David the kingdom and prophethood, and taught him of that which he willed. And if Allah did not check one set of people by means of another, the earth would indeed be full of mischief. But Allah is full of bounty to the worlds. These are the verses of Allah. We recite them to you, O Muhammad, in truth, and surely you are one of the messengers of Allah. Those messengers, we preferred some to others. To some of them Allah spoke directly, others he raised to degrees of honor. And to Jesus, the son of Mary, we gave clear proofs and evidences, and supported him with Gabriel. If Allah had willed, succeeding generations would not have fought against each other after clear verses of Allah had come to them. But they differed. Some of them believed and others disbelieved. If Allah had willed, they would not have fought against one another, but Allah does what he wills. O you who believe, spend of that with which we have provided for you, before a day comes when there will be no bargaining, nor friendship, nor intercession. And it is the disbelievers who are the wrongdoers. Allah, there is no God but he, the ever-living, the one who sustains and protects all that exists. Neither slumber nor sleep overtakes him. To him belongs whatever is in the heavens and whatever is on earth. Who can intercede with him except with his permission? He knows whatever happens to them in this world and what will happen to them in the hereafter. And they will never encompass anything of his knowledge except that which he wills. His footstool extends over the heavens and the earth, and he feels no fatigue in guarding and preserving them. And he is the most high, the most great. There is no compulsion in religion. Indeed, the right path has become distinct from the wrong path. Whoever disbelieves in false gods and believes in Allah, then he has grasped the most trustworthy handhold that will never break. And Allah is all-hearer, all-knower. Allah is the guardian of those who believe. He brings them out from darkness into light. But as for those who disbelieve, their helpers are false leaders. They bring them out from light into darkness. Those are the dwellers of the fire, and they will abide there forever. Have you not looked at him who disputed with Abraham about his Lord, because Allah had given him the kingdom? When Abraham said to him, my Lord Allah is he who gives life and causes death. He said, I give life and cause death. Abraham said, indeed, Allah causes the sun to rise from the east, so then cause it to rise from the west. And the disbeliever was utterly defeated. Allah does not guide the people who are wrongdoers. Or like the one who passed by a town, and it had tumbled over its roofs, he said, oh, how will Allah ever bring it to life after its death? So Allah caused him to die for 100, then raised him up again. He said, how long did you tarry? The man said, perhaps I tarried for a day or part of a day. He said, no, you tarried for 100 years. Look at your food and your drink. They show no change. And look at your donkey. And thus we have made of you a sign for the people. Look at the bones, how we bring them together and clothe them with flesh. When this was clearly shown to him, he said, I know now that Allah is able to do all things. And remember when Abraham said, my Lord, show me how you give life to the dead. Allah said, do you not believe? He, Abraham, said, yes, I believe, but so that my heart may be at ease. He said, take 4 birds, then cause them to incline toward you, then cut them into pieces, and then put a portion of them on every hill, and call them. They will come to you in haste, and know that Allah is almighty, all-wise. The likeness of those who spend their wealth in the way of Allah is as the likeness of a grain of corn. It grows 7 ears, and each ear has 100 grains. Allah gives manifold increase to whom he pleases. And Allah is all-sufficient for his creatures' needs, all-knower. Those who spend their wealth in the cause of Allah, and do not follow up their gifts with reminders of their generosity, or with injury, their reward is with their Lord. On them shall be no fear, nor shall they grieve. Kind words and the forgiving of faults are better than charity followed by injury. And Allah is free of all wants, and he is most forbearing. O you who believe, do not render in vain your charity by reminders of your generosity or by injury, like him who spends his wealth to be seen of men and does not believe in Allah nor in the last day. His likeness is the likeness of a smooth rock on which is a little dust. On it falls heavy rain which leaves it bare. They are not able to do anything with what they have earned, and Allah does not guide the disbelieving people. And the likeness of those who spend their wealth seeking Allah's pleasure, while they themselves are sure and certain that Allah will reward them, is the likeness of a garden on a height. Heavy rain falls on it, and it doubles its yield of harvest. But if it does not receive heavy rain, light rain suffices it. Allah is all-seer of what you do. Would any of you wish to have a garden with date palms and vines, with rivers flowing underneath, and all kinds of fruit for him there, while he is stricken with old age, and his children are weak? Then it is struck with a fiery whirlwind, so that it is burnt. Thus does Allah make clear his proofs, evidences, and verses to you, that you may give thought. O you who believe, spend of the good things which you have legally earned, and of that which we have produced from the earth for you. And do not aim at that which is bad to spend from, though you would not accept it, even if you closed your eyes and tolerate it. Know that Allah is free of all wants and worthy of all praise. Satan threatens you with poverty and orders you to commit evil deeds, whereas Allah promises you forgiveness from himself and bounty, and Allah is all-sufficient for his creatures' needs, all-knower. He grants knowledge to whom he pleases, and he to whom knowledge is granted is indeed granted abundant good. But none remember except men of understanding. And whatever you spend, or whatever vow you make, be sure Allah knows it all. And for the wrongdoers, there are no helpers. If you disclose your charity, it is well. But if you conceal it and give it to the poor, that is better for you. Allah will forgive you some of your sins, and Allah is well acquainted with what you do. Not upon you, Muhammad, is their guidance, but Allah guides whom he wills. And whatever you spend in good, it is for yourselves, when you spend for nothing except seeking Allah's countenance. And whatever you spend in good, it will be repaid to you in full, and you shall not be wronged. Charity is for the poor, who in Allah's cause are restricted from travel and cannot move about in the land for trade or work. The one who does not know them thinks that they are rich because of their modesty. You may know them by their mark. They do not beg of people at all, and whatever you spend in good, surely Allah knows they grieve it well. Those who spend their wealth in Allah's cause by night and day, in secret and in public, they shall have their reward with their Lord. On them shall be no fear, nor shall they grieve. Those who eat usury will not stand on the day of resurrection, except like the standing of a person beaten by Satan, leading him to insanity. That is because they say, trading is only like usury, whereas Allah has permitted trading and forbidden usury. So, whoever receives an admonition from his Lord and stops consuming usury shall not be punished for the past. His case is for Allah to judge. But whoever returns to usury, such are the dwellers of the fire, they will abide there. Allah will destroy usury and give increase to charity, and Allah does not like the disbelievers and sinners. Truly those who believe and do deeds of righteousness and perform prayer and give charity, they will have their reward with their Lord. On them shall be no fear, nor shall they grieve. O you who believe, be afraid of Allah, and give out what remains from usury due to you from now onwards, if you are really believers. And if you do not do it, then take notice of war from Allah and his messenger. But if you repent, you shall have your capital sums. Do not deal unjustly by asking for more than your capital sums, and you shall not be dealt with unjustly by receiving less than your capital sums. And if the debtor is in a hard time, then grant him time till it is easy for him to repay. But if you remit it by way of charity, that is better for you, if you only knew. And be afraid of the day when you shall be brought back to Allah. Then every person shall be paid of what he earned, and they shall not be dealt with unjustly. O you who believe, when you contract a debt for a fixed period, write it down. Let a scribe write it down in justice between you. Do not let the scribe refuse to write as Allah has taught him. Let him write. Let the debtor who incurs the liability dictate, and he must fear Allah, his Lord, and not diminish anything of what he owes. But if the debtor is of poor understanding, or weak, or is unable to dictate himself, then let his guardian dictate in justice, and get 2 witnesses out of your own men. And if there are no 2 men available, then a man and 2 women, such as you agree for witnesses, so that if one of the 2 women errs, the other can remind her. And the witnesses should not refuse when they are called for evidence. You should not become weary to write your contract, whether it be small or big, for its fixed term. That is more just with Allah, more solid as evidence, and more convenient to prevent doubts among yourselves. Save when it is a present trade, which you carry out on the spot among yourselves. Then there is no sin on you if you do not write it down. But take witnesses whenever you make a commercial contract. Let neither scribe nor witness suffer any harm. But if you do such harm, it would be wickedness in you. So be afraid of Allah, and Allah teaches you, and Allah is the all-knower of each and everything. And if you are on a journey and cannot find a scribe, then let there be a pledge taken. Then if one of you entrusts the other, let the one who is entrusted discharge his trust faithfully, and let him be afraid of Allah his Lord. And do not conceal the evidence, for he who hides it, surely his heart is sinful, and Allah is all-knower of what you do. To Allah belongs all that is in the heavens and all that is on the earth. And whether you reveal what is in your own selves or conceal it, Allah will call you to account for it. Then he forgives whom he wills and punishes whom he wills. And Allah is able to do all things. The messenger believes in what has been sent down to him from his Lord, and so do the believers. Each one believes in Allah, his angels, his books, and his messengers. They say, we make no distinction between one another of his messengers. And they say, we hear and we obey. We seek your forgiveness, our Lord, and to you is the return of all. Allah does not burden a person beyond his scope. He gets reward for that good which he has earned, and he is punished for that evil which he has earned. Our Lord, do not punish us if we forget or fall into error. Our Lord, do not lay on us a burden like that which you laid on those before us. Our Lord, do not place on us a burden greater than we have strength to bear. Pardon us and grant us forgiveness. Have mercy on us. You are our protector, and give us victory over the disbelieving people. Chapter 3, the family of Imran. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Alif, Lam, Mim. Allah, none has the right to be worshipped but he, the ever-living, the one who sustains and protects all that exists. It is he who has sent down the Quran to you, Muhammad, with truth, confirming what came before it. And he sent down the Torah and the Gospel before this, as a guidance to mankind. And he sent down the criterion of judgment between right and wrong through this Quran. Truly, those who disbelieve in the signs of Allah, for them there is a severe torment. And Allah is almighty, all able of retribution. Truly, nothing is hidden from Allah, in the earth or in the heavens. He it is who shapes you in the wombs as he pleases. None has the right to be worshipped but he, the Almighty, the All-Wise. It is he who has sent down to you, Muhammad, this Quran. In it are verses that are entirely clear. They are the foundations of the book, and those are the verses of commandments, obligatory duties, and legal laws, and others not entirely clear. So as for those in whose hearts there is a deviation from the truth, they follow that which is not entirely clear thereof, seeking polytheism and trials, and seeking for its hidden meanings. But none knows its hidden meanings except Allah. And those who are firmly grounded in knowledge say, we believe in it. The whole of it, clear and unclear verses, are from our Lord. And none will grasp the message except men of understanding. They say, our Lord, let not our hearts deviate from the truth after you have guided us, and grant us mercy from you. Truly, you are the bestower. Our Lord, indeed it is you who will gather mankind together on the day about which there is no doubt. Indeed, Allah never breaks his promise. Indeed, those who disbelieve, neither their properties nor their offspring will avail them whatsoever against Allah. And it is they who will be fuel of the fire. Their plight is no better than that of the people of Pharaoh and those before them. They belied our signs, so Allah seized and destroyed them for their sins. And Allah is severe in punishment. Say, O Muhammad, to those who disbelieve, you will be defeated and gathered together to hell, and worst indeed is that place to rest. There has already been a sign for you, O Jews, in the two armies that met in combat at the Battle of Badr. One was fighting in the cause of Allah, and as for the other, they were disbelievers. The believers saw the disbelievers with their own eyes twice their number, although they were thrice their number. And Allah supports with his victory whom he pleases. Indeed, in this is a lesson for those who understand. Beautified for men is the love of things they covet. Women, children, much of gold and silver, splendid, beautiful horses, cattle, and well-tilled land.
I don't like it.
This is the pleasure of the present world's life. But Allah has the excellent return of paradise with him. Say, shall I inform you of things far better than those? The pious, there are gardens in paradise with their Lord, underneath which rivers flow. Therein is their eternal home with purified companions. And Allah will be pleased with them. And Allah is all-seer of his slaves. Those who say, our Lord, we have indeed believed, so forgive us our sins and save us from the punishment of the fire. They are those who are the patient ones, those who are true in faith, words, and deeds, and obedient with sincere devotion in worship to Allah. those who spend and give alms in the way of Allah, and those who pray and beg Allah's pardon in the last hours of the night. Allah bears witness that none has the right to be worshipped but He, and the angels and those having knowledge also give this witness. He is always maintaining His creation in justice. None has the right to be worshipped but He, the Almighty, the All-Wise. Truly, the religion with Allah is Islam. Those who were given the scripture amongst the Jews and Christians did not differ except out of mutual jealousy after knowledge had come to them. And whoever disbelieves in the signs of Allah, then surely Allah is swift in calling to account. So if they dispute with you, Muhammad, say, I have submitted myself to Allah in Islam, and so have those who follow me. And say to those who are given the scriptures of the Jews and Christians, and to those who are illiterate among the Arab pagans, do you also submit yourselves to Allah in Islam? If they do, they are rightly guided. But if they turn away, your duty is only to convey the message, and Allah is all-seeing of His slaves. Indeed, those who disbelieve in the signs of Allah and kill the prophets without right, and kill those men who order just dealings, are none to them of painful torment. They are those whose works will be lost in this world and the hereafter, and they will have no helpers. Have you not seen those who have been given a portion of the scripture? They are being invited to the book of Allah to settle their dispute. Then half of them turn away, and they are averse. This is because they say, the fire shall not touch us but for a number of days. And that which they used to invent regarding their religion has deceived them. How will it be when we gather them together on the day about which there is no doubt? And each person will be paid in full what he has earned. And they will not be dealt with unjustly. Say, O Muhammad, O Allah, possessor of the kingdom, you give the kingdom to whom you will, and you take the kingdom from whom you will, and you enjoin with honor whom you will, and you humiliate whom you will. In your hand is the good. Indeed, you are able to do all things. You make the night to enter into the day, and you make the day to enter into the night. You bring the living out of the dead, and you bring the dead out of the living, and you give wealth and sustenance to whom you will without limit. Let not the believers take the disbelievers as supporters and helpers instead of the believers. And whoever does that will never be helped by Allah in any way, except if you indeed fear a danger from them. And Allah warned you against His punishment, and to Allah is the final return. Say, O Muhammad, whether you hide what is in your hearts or reveal it, Allah knows it, and He knows what is in the heavens and what is in the earth, and Allah is able to do all things. On the day when every person will be confronted with all the good he has done and all the evil he has done, he will wish that there were a great distance between him and his evil. And Allah warns you against His punishment, and Allah is full of kindness to His slaves. Say, O Muhammad, to mankind, if you really love Allah, then follow me. Allah will love you and forgive you of your sins, and Allah is oft forgiving, most merciful. Say, obey Allah and the Messenger Muhammad, but if they turn away, then Allah does not like the disbelievers. Allah chose Adam, Noah, the family of Abraham, and the family of Imran.